You worthless girl. How dare you steal a bun? You eat scraps while Jinbao eats proper food. I'll teach you a lesson. Grandma Yuan yelled as she swung a whip, striking her granddaughter. Yuan and I cried and covered her head, her arms bleeding from the blows. Soon, she could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Grandma Yuan, with a cruel heart, didn't stop. She continued to whip her. You ungrateful girl. Why don't you go die with your worthless mother? Just as it seemed the young girl would be beaten badly, Yuan and I suddenly opened her tightly shut eyes. She reached out and grabbed the whip. At that moment, the girl who had been mercilessly beaten had left this world forever. A spirit from another realm took over her body. This spirit was not ordinary. She came from a post-apocalyptic world. Although she shared the same name as Yuan and I, her personality was completely different. She didn't know what it meant to endure. Life in the apocalypse had taught her many skills. Although she was weak, she still had her techniques. When Yuan and I grabbed the whip and gave it a slight tug, Grandma Yuan was pulled to the ground. Have you lost your mind? You dare to fight back? I'll make sure you regret it. Grandma Yuan never expected the usually timid girl to resist. Lying on the ground, she yelled, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Yuan and I. Yuan and I ignored her and looked around the shabby courtyard. The yard was in ruins, with walls made of mud mixed with straw. A faded calendar on the door read 1978. Seeing those numbers, Yuan and I realized that she had been reborn, having originally been destined to die in the apocalypse. The memories of her past life remained, and this cruel old woman was her biological grandmother, Grandma Yuan. Grandma Yuan favored boys over girls, and because Yuan and I had eaten a leftover bun, she had decided to beat her severely. In this society governed by law, Yuan and I didn't want to kill anyone right away, but she also didn't plan to let the old woman off easily. As Grandma Yuan struggled to get up and came at her angrily, Yuan and I smirked slightly, sidestepped, and easily grabbed Grandma Yuan's hair. Then, with a swift motion, she threw her to the ground. Grandma Yuan hit her head and fainted. Yuan and I, coming from the apocalypse, was skilled in combat. If it weren't for the fact that she was in an unfamiliar place and didn't want to get into trouble right away, she could have easily dealt with the old woman. Yuan and I checked Grandma Yuan's injuries. They were not too bad, but she would need to stay quiet for at least 3 days. With these 3 days, she would have enough time to get used to her surroundings and think about her next steps. The original body was too weak. After just a little movement, she was sweating all over. Since there was no one else in the yard, Yuan and I went into the kitchen. One wall by the stove was already blackened. In a large iron pot, there were sweet potatoes steaming under a bowl and a boiled egg. Yuan and I grabbed a sweet potato and took a bite. It was delicious, sweet and dry. She hadn't eaten such good food in a long time since the apocalypse. After quickly finishing the sweet potato, she peeled the boiled egg and ate it in just a few bites. These 2 items were quite filling. On the table in the main room, there was a celadone teapot filled with cool boiled water. Yuan and I picked up the teapot and drank from it eagerly. Once she was satisfied, she noticed something strange. Her hand holding the teapot was getting hot. She put down the celadone teapot and looked closely at her right hand. Besides a few old scars, there was nothing unusual. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind. To test her idea, she grabbed the teapot again, and indeed, her right hand felt hot again. She quickly emptied the teapot and examined the bottom carefully. There were 2 lines of 6 characters in regular script, made during the Xuanji period of the Qing dynasty. Duan blinked. Before the apocalypse, she had studied archaeology. Although she never worked in the field, she still had basic knowledge. These 6 characters indicated that the blue and white teapot was made in an official kiln during the Xuanji period, which made it an antique by age. She put down the teapot, and the heat in her right hand disappeared again. Yuan and I examined her right hand closely. Could this be a special ability given to her by her rebirth? It would be best to find another antique to verify this ability. However, the Yuan family was very poor. Even this blue and white teapot was taken from a landlord's house during a distribution of wealth. Finding another antique would be very difficult. Suddenly, she thought of something. Just then, the yard door creaked open, and Yuan and I quickly hid behind the door. As the door opened, two thin girls entered, carrying a large bamboo basket on their small backs. These were Yuan Ni's two younger sisters, Zhao Di and Pan Di. Oh no, how did Grandma fall? Grandma has blood on her head. What should we do? We can't move her. Hurry to the field and call Dad and Uncle Tu back. Zhao Di and Pan Di said as they ran outside, while Yuan stayed hidden behind the door, not moving at all. Old Lady Yuan lay beside the fence, next to a puddle, looking like she had slipped and fallen. Once the two sisters left, Yuan quietly entered the main room, carefully picked up something, and then quietly left with a bamboo basket. Although no one would believe she knocked out Old Lady Yuan, it was best to create an alibi to avoid suspicion. Usually, at this time, Yuan would go up the mountain to gather pigweed, but today she left a bit late. She cut some grass near the village and then headed home. Before she reached home, she heard people in the village talking loudly. Have you heard? The Yuan family is causing a scene again. What happened? Old Lady Yuan hurt her head. Oldest brother Yuan says it was Zhaodi's fault and wants to punish her. Does Zhaodi have the guts to do that? I think it was really the second brother's wife stirring things up. Oldest brother Yuan is Yuan's father, and Zhaodi is his daughter, the second child. There was no evidence that Zhaodi pushed Old Lady Yuan, so how could he be so foolish as to blame his own daughter? Yuan felt a surge of anger and quickened her pace. Old Lady Yuan's fate didn't matter, but she couldn't let an innocent person take the blame. Oh, heaven, please open your eyes. Zhaodi is still young. How could she push her mother? Her mother must have slipped and fallen. It can't be blamed on Zhaodi. Yuan's mother cried, wiping her tears. Even if Zhaodi didn't push her, she still has some responsibility. She knows her mother is old. Why wasn't she watching her? Running around everywhere? If her mother fell, we have to hold her accountable. If we don't teach this girl a lesson, who knows what trouble she will cause next? Old brother Yuan held a big stick, ready to hit Zhaodi. Is this a lesson? That stick was thicker than Zhaodi's arm. If it hit her head, it could take her life. What grudge could justify punishing a young girl like this? Yuan's mother, frightened by her fierce brother-in-law, tightly held Zhaodi in her arms. You should say something, husband. Oldest brother Yuan squatted in the corner, smoking his pipe, as if the one about to be punished wasn't his daughter, but a stranger. Second brother is right. If we don't correct the little sapling, it won't grow straight. He's only doing this for Zhaodi's own good. Step aside, don't delay him from teaching the child. Zhao Di cried out in distress. It's not my sister's fault. We didn't push Grandma. She fell down when we entered the yard. But no one believed her. Yuan Lao Er, looking fierce, rushed forward, pulled Yuan and I away, and raised a stick to strike Zhao Di. Yuan and I screamed, "My child!" In that critical moment, she threw herself over Zhao Di to protect her. Zhao Di was safe, but the stick struck Yuan and I, knocking her to the ground. A stream of bright red blood soaked through her clothes. Yuan and I had just entered the yard and saw the scene. She immediately looked at Yuan Lauda and said, "Dad, are you going to just watch Mom get beaten to death?" Yuan Lauda was taken aback, but still needed to maintain his dignity in front of his daughter. What do you know, little girl? Your second uncle is just teaching your sister a lesson for her own good. It's your mother's fault for trying to stop him. Yuan and I felt completely disappointed in this man without courage. She knelt down to check her mother's injuries and found that her shoulder was fractured. Yuan Lao Er, still holding the stick, stood by and made sarcastic remarks. Sister-in-law, how could you be so clueless? You brought this injury upon yourself. You didn't take care of your mother, so you share the blame. Consider it your apology to her. Yuan and I shot a fierce look at Yuan Lao Er, who was strong and under 30. She knew she couldn't fight him. Zhao Di, you and Pan Di take care of Mom and keep her still. I'll go get a doctor. Yuan and I, come back. We don't have money for a doctor. Just throw some dirt on your mother, and that will do. Hearing about the cost of a doctor, Yuan Lao De regained his confidence, flaunting his authority as a father. But Yuan and I refused to listen and ran away. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that an ordinary farmer like Yuan Lao Er would dare to physically his sister-in-law and niece. Yuan Lao and Yuan Lao Er ruled the household, while Yuan and I and her sisters were treated like grass, subject to bullying and mistreatment. What puzzled Yuan and I the most was Yuan Lao. Was he even a man? Why didn't he protect his wife and children? She couldn't understand it, so she decided to focus on finding help. Just then, the old captain and a group of people were walking toward her. Without thinking, Yuan and I rushed over and said, "Captain, please help us." The old captain raised an eyebrow, wondering what trouble the Yuan family was causing now, especially with the commune officials coming to inspect. "What's wrong with Yuan Nir?" "Second uncle wants to hurt my mom. I need to call a doctor," Yuan Nir said, showing her hand to the old captain. Her hand was covered in blood from helping her mother. The people from the commune were nearby, and the old captain cursed under his breath about the Yuan family's troubles. Just as he was about to speak, someone next to him said, "Family matters shouldn't lead to serious harm. Captain Yuan, let's go take a look." The old captain had no choice but to call for the barefoot doctor from the team and reluctantly accompanied the commune officials to the Yuan family. Now it was a big deal, a small problem that had become embarrassing for the commune. Two officials from the commune arrived, one in charge of women's affairs and the other responsible for public safety. The safety officer, a young man named Gu, was very principled and didn't hesitate to intervene. Unfortunately for Yuan Lair, he had crossed the line. When the group entered, Yuan Lair was chasing after Zhao Di, shouting, "You little troublemaker, this is all your fault. Stop it right now." The old captain was furious, his beard bristling. Yuan Lair's actions left him with no options. "Captain, why are you here?" "I'm just teaching my daughter a lesson. She doesn't understand," Yuan Lair protested. Officer Gu rushed forward, twisting Yuan Lair's hands behind his back and pointing at Yuan Nir's mother, lying on the ground. "Did you do this?" "Yes, I did." "Why are you tying me up? What's wrong with hitting her?" "She's my sister-in-law, and she didn't take care of my mother properly, causing her to fall. It's our family matter, and outsiders shouldn't interfere." Yuan Lair felt wronged, but Officer Gu was unyielding. The commune was promoting good family practices and setting examples. Yuan Lair's violent behavior, hitting his sister-in-law and leaving her injured, was damaging the commune's reputation. Yuan Lair's older brother was stunned. "Captain, you have to say something." "My wife is fine. Let my brother go." "Fine? Her shoulder is fractured, and that's hard to heal. She might end up with a disability. I can only bandage her wound. You need to take her to the commune hospital for proper treatment." The barefoot doctor shook his head while tending to Yuan Nir's mother. "Did you hear that? You hurt someone. This is domestic violence. You need to attend a training class and come with us now." Officer Gu was strict, pinning Yuan Lair down and tying him up. Then he turned to Yuan Lair's older brother and said, "Don't forget to bring food." Although the training class is organized by the commune, they only provide work and not meals. The food for the workers has to be provided by the family. "Don't take me away. I know I was wrong. I won't hit anyone again." It's too late. Seeing that her brother was in trouble, the elder brother pulled Yuan and I over. "You troublemaker, did you call someone to catch your uncle?" "If you don't support me and my mom, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson." "What? It was really you? You're so bold to harm your uncle." Just as the elder brother raised his hand to strike Yuan and I, the old captain quickly pulled him back. "Do you want to go to the training camp too?"
No.
"Yuan and I is my daughter. What's wrong with me hitting her? Even if I wanted her life, she would have to give it to me." Yuan and I took the chance to say, "Captain, you heard it. No one treats us sisters like people. Please help us separate from them." "What? You little girl, have you grown wings?" The elder brother never expected that the usually timid and obedient Yuan and I would dare to confront him and even want to separate. He was furious. The old captain kicked the elder brother and then said to Yuan and I, "What nonsense are you talking? You're only 16 and a girl. If you separate, it will ruin your future." Captain, please let us separate. It's not just our uncle who hits us. Our grandmother does too. Zhao Di stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves to show the captain her arms. Her thin arms were bruised and battered, all from being hit by Grandma Yuan. Besides hitting children, that old woman also pinched and twisted people. Seeing these injuries, the old captain and the two officials were furious. Even if girls are not valued, they should not be treated this way. It's a crime. Look at you all, get out of here. Leave and never come back. You're just a burden. The elder brother had long disliked these three daughters. He thought they were useless since they couldn't carry on the family line. Fortunately, he was simple-minded. If Grandma Yuan were still clear-headed, she would never agree to separate the family. The three girls were about to grow up and could be married off for dowries. Separating now would be a loss. Unfortunately, Grandma Yuan was still confused and couldn't voice her opinion. Yuani's mother struggled to get up. You don't need to chase us away. We will leave on our own. Over the years, if it weren't for us working hard to serve your family, would you be living such a good life? They are all from the Yuan family, but their lives are very different. Yuani's mother, along with her three daughters, are considered the lower class of the family, with a status just slightly above livestock. They do the most work but receive the least food. On the other hand, Yuan Lao Heir's family is well off. His wife is a teacher at the commune school, and both their son and daughter are in school. Thinking about how Yuan and I has to take care of her two younger sisters, who have only ever picked up sheep dung, gathered pig feed, and harvested wheat, makes Yuani's mother feel a deep pain in her heart. After her brother-in-law hit the children, and then the adults, she could no longer hold back her anger. At this point, the conversation had gone too far to turn back. If they tried to stop the division of the family, I think this family should be split. The character of this family is poor and women and children are vulnerable. If they stay here, they might not even survive, said a cadre named Gu. The old team leader hesitated. Well, we should advise peace, not division. If that troublemaker acts up again, can you guarantee no one will get hurt? Another cadre chimed in. The old team leader could not guarantee that. Fortunately for Yuan and I and her mother, they happened to have the commune cadres visiting the village. Without their support, the family division might not have happened. Yuan Lao did not act like a father or a man. He refused to even give them a pot or a bowl, insisting they leave with nothing. The deeper reason was that he did not want to let Yuani's mother go. It was fine if the three girls left, but he wanted his wife to stay and serve him. Men and women are equal. Women also earn work points. Yuani's mother has been with you for years. She must have earned hundreds of pounds of grain by now. I will decide that this pot and these items will be given to them. The commune cadre finally intervened. Yuan Lao squatted on the ground with a cold smile. Fine, let them go. How can women live without men? In a few days they will come back crying. And what about money? How will you pay for your mother's medical care without it? Giving you the pot is already generous. Where would the money come from? Yuan Lao refused to give any money, making the situation difficult, and the commune cadres were at a loss. In front of everyone, Yuan and I took the blue and white porcelain teapot. The villagers said Yuan and I was right. After all, Yuan Lao was stingy. Taking a little more was better than nothing. That night, the mother and daughters moved to the storage room at the village entrance. The barefoot doctor treated Yuani's mother, saying, the bone inside is broken. If she can make it through the night, she can heal slowly. If not, we will have to go to the county hospital. She used the original owner's body and took on the responsibility that came with it. She couldn't just watch her mother die. Although Zhao Di and Pan Di were young, they were used to doing chores at home. Since there were farming tools in the storage room that couldn't be exposed to fire, the two girls built a mud stove outside and cooked some mashed dried potatoes. Sister, it's time to eat. The girls managed to eat a little, but their mother couldn't eat anything. Yuan and I reached out and touched her mother's forehead. It was very hot, indicating that she had started to develop a fever. After returning from the end of the world, she knew this was a sign of worsening injuries. If they delayed any longer, it would be fatal. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yuan and I prepared to leave. Zhao Di, Pan Di, you two take care of our mother. I'm going to Grandma's house to borrow some money for her medical treatment. The two little girls nodded, understanding. In truth, Yuan and I knew that Grandma didn't have much money either. Going there would likely be a wasted trip, and waiting for Grandma to gather funds would surely delay their mother's treatment. She said this to reassure her younger sisters, but she actually wanted to go to the commune. Yuan and I had a feather shuttlecock in her pocket, which she had taken from the main room of the Yuan family. As soon as she left the village, she took apart the shuttlecock. Sure enough, the base was a silver dollar. The Yuan family was a typical farming household with no valuable items. The silver dollar was something they had obtained during a past financial distribution and was treated as a family heirloom, passed down through generations. Later, during the Four Olds campaign, silver dollars and silk qipao were targeted for destruction. Grandma was reluctant to hand it over and feared being reported, so she sewed the silver dollar into the base of the shuttlecock. Unexpectedly, this secret had been discovered by the original owner. Yuan and I felt confident and reached for the silver dollar, but at that moment, her right hand felt completely numb. Yuan's heart sank. Was the silver dollar fake? Or had her special ability failed? Yuan and I frowned in thought and tried several times. Finally, she used her left hand to hold the silver dollar, and suddenly her left hand became warm. So that was it.
Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed.
This meant her right hand could identify antiques, while her left hand could identify gold and silver. Once she confirmed her special ability, Yuan and I carefully examined the silver dollar. To her surprise, it wasn't an ordinary silver dollar, but a highly valuable Yuan Shirkai dollar, worth much more than a regular one. Nowadays, everyone struggled to fill their stomachs, and no one collected antiques. Blue and white porcelain teapots were useless, but people still collected gold, silver, and ancient coins. Yuan's plan was to exchange the silver dollar for money. It takes half an hour to walk from the village to the commune. Yuan and I hurried along, and just as the sun rose above the trees, she finally arrived. The commune has only one main street, and the supply and marketing cooperative is located at the busiest intersection. This place is bustling with people, mostly government workers. Yuan and I didn't dare to stay long. She just took a quick look at the cooperative before slipping into a nearby alley. This alley is called Shunqing Alley, and the rumored black market is said to be here. Perhaps it was too early, as there weren't many people in Shunqing Alley. Occasionally someone hurried by, clearly just passing through. Yuan and I felt increasingly anxious. Maybe she was mistaken. No one was collecting silver dollars these days. Just as she reached the mouth of the alley, a short man approached her. Hey, are you looking to buy or sell something? Yuan and I glanced at the man. He looked untrustworthy, with a large mole on his cheek. She tightened her grip on her pocket and walked away. Even if she needed money urgently, she didn't dare to trade with him. What if he tried to cheat her and took her silver dollars? As she exited the alley, she spotted a green post office across the street, and her eyes lit up.
Why?
Because collectors love to visit post offices. Many stamp enthusiasts have been collecting stamps since the 1950s and 60s. Even in recent years, despite the tense situation, their passion for collecting hasn't waned. These people are not only knowledgeable, but also have money. The post office was nearly empty. After wandering around, Yuan and I quickly found the person she was looking for. It was an old man wearing reading glasses, sitting on a bench in the corner of the post office. He wasn't mailing letters or packages. He just sat there, seemingly waiting for someone to bring him a package. If she guessed correctly, the old man was waiting for someone to collect a package. To find high-value stamps, one must look on packages. The heavier the package, the more stamps it has, increasing the chances of finding rare ones. She quietly approached him, showed him the silver dollar in her palm, and then left the post office. This action was risky, but Yuan and I had already thought it through. If the old man made a scene, she would just run away. It turned out that the risk was worth it. The old man quietly followed her.
Hey, slow down.
Can you show me that again? Yuan and I signaled for him to stand under a big tree, like meeting a contact, and discreetly showed him the silver dollar for a closer look. Wow. 1916. This is a Hong Xian flying dragon coin. The old man, wearing glasses, recognized it immediately and identified the origin of this Yuan Shikai coin. This Yuan de 2 is not an ordinary silver dollar. It was specially minted to commemorate Yuan Shikai's ascension to the throne, so it is also called the Hong Xian Flying Dragon coin. In terms of collectible value, it is worth more than 100 times that of a regular silver dollar. This is why Yuan and I prefers to come to the post office to find collectors rather than going to the black market to look for buyers. Collectors respect history and won't undervalue items, while those in the black market will definitely try to lower the price. You have a good eye. This is the Flying Dragon coin. If you can give 20, it's yours, the old man said. Currently, silver dollars on the market are about 5 yuan each, but the Flying Dragon coin is not a regular silver dollar. It's worth at least 20, if not 100. In a few years, it could sell for $1 million at auction. It is the most valuable among silver dollars. The problem is that ordinary people don't have that much money. Now, a regular worker's monthly salary is only around 30 or 40 yuan, and after spending on food, there isn't much left. Saving 20 would take several months. The old man, anxious, rubbed his hands together. 20 is fair, but I don't have that much cash. How about 15? In this small town, anyone offering 10 yuan is considered a serious buyer. With the ability to identify antiques, they won't have trouble finding better items. Yuan and I simply nodded. All right, cash for the coin. The old man had been waiting at the post office to collect stamps from packages, so he had cash on him. He pulled out a handkerchief bundle from his pocket, containing a mix of coins and bills, totaling exactly 15 yuan. After receiving the money, Yuan and I happily handed over the silver dollar and turned to leave. She needed to hurry back to the village. Her mother was waiting for the money to help her. As she passed by the state-run restaurant, she saw steaming bamboo baskets outside, filled with delicious meat buns. Yuan's stomach growled, and she couldn't resist stopping to ask the price. 5 cents each, plus a grain ticket. I don't have a grain ticket. 10 cents each. Yuan and I spent 50 cents to buy 5 large meat buns. After working hard all day, she needed to eat. Her small body couldn't handle it any longer. The meat buns were delicious, with soft, white dough and fragrant meat filling. With each bite, the sweet juice flowed down her throat. Yuan and I quickly ate 3 and wrapped the rest in oil paper, hiding them in her bag to take home for her sister. When Yuan and I returned to the village, her sisters were anxiously waiting. Sis, you're finally back. Mom is burning up again, Zhaodi said, her lips chapped from worry. She was acting like a little adult, wetting a cloth to place on their mother's forehead. The younger sister, Pandi, sat nearby with a worried expression, and it was a relief she hadn't cried. Yuan and I took out the buns and gave one to each of her 2 younger sisters. Hurry and eat so you can be full and listen to my plans. Meat buns?
Meat?
Zhaodi and Pandi didn't know how long it had been since they had seen meat. Without needing Yuan and I to urge them, they quickly finished their buns. Zhaodi, go find the old team leader and tell him we need to take Mom to the hospital. We need the tractor from the team. The team tractor was a gas guzzler, mainly used for production, but it could help in urgent situations like sickness or emergencies. The old team leader was reliable. Zhaodi found him quickly. By this time, Yuan's mother had a flushed face and was starting to talk nonsense. Seeing her in such a state, the old team leader felt sorry for Yuan and I. How could her husband treat her like this? This is terrible, Yuan and I. Your mother needs to go to the hospital, but do you have money? I have money. I borrowed some. The old team leader didn't ask more questions. The fact that Yuan and I didn't ask him for money showed she was a responsible child. All right, you go to the commune hospital. As for Zhaodi and Pandi, they can stay at my house for now, and my wife will take care of them. Zhaodi was 12, and Pandi was only 7. Taking such young children to the commune would be a burden, so it was safer to leave them at the old team leader's house. After a busy evening, they finally got Yuan's mother to the commune hospital. She has a fractured bone and needs to be hospitalized, the doctor concluded after examining her. They paid a 10 yuan deposit and successfully admitted her. Yuan's mother was taken to the emergency room. The old team leader decided to stay for the night. Yuan and I, we don't know your mother's situation yet, so let's wait a bit longer. Yuan and I felt grateful, but also disappointed in her family. A stranger was willing to help them, while her own father was so indifferent. Fortunately, after emergency treatment, Yuan's mother was out of danger. When she finally woke up around 2 in the morning, she was shocked to hear she was in the hospital. Oh no. How much is this going to cost? A nurse brought Yuan's mother into the ward and explained a few things before leaving. It was a 6-person ward, commonly known as a big ward, and there were already 2 people inside, sleeping soundly. Yuan's mother felt the cast on her arm and was very anxious. And I can't stay in the hospital. It costs money, and we don't have any. You need to stay for your injury. Don't worry, I have money. What's all this noise? Can't anyone sleep? Country folks are always so troublesome. A voice suddenly emerged, startling Yuan and I and her mother. Yuan and I looked closely and realized it was the old lady in bed too complaining. Yuan's mother was scolded and didn't dare to speak again. She lay down feeling wronged and silent. Yuan and I sighed in relief and found an empty bed to lie down and sleep. If it weren't for that unpleasant old lady, Yuan's mother would have been more at ease. Early the next morning, a nurse came in to draw blood, waking Yuan and I up. After helping her mother to the restroom, she went to the cafeteria. The cafeteria had porridge and steamed buns but no lunch boxes. You had to use their bowls and pay a deposit. Yuan and I bought a few large buns, as the old captain and the driver had to make do for the night. She couldn't let them leave hungry. The buns were made of wheat flour and were still warm when handed over. The old captain sighed. You are such a kind child. Even when things are tough for you, you think of us. Yuan and I smiled, believing that even a small kindness should be repaid generously. She didn't have money now, but if she did, she would treat the old captain to drinks and meat. After Yuan and I left, the tractor driver said to the old captain, I think this girl from the Yuan family has potential. She's better than her father. The old captain nodded. He hadn't paid much attention to Yuan and I before, thinking she was just an ordinary village girl. From that day on, he was genuinely ready to help her. He went back to the cafeteria to get a bowl of porridge, and as Yuan and I walked back to the ward, she pushed open the door and saw the old lady from bed 2 pouring water from her thermos into a large enamel mug. This hot water was what Yuan and I had fetched early in the morning. The person in charge of boiling water had said they only supplied hot water once a day, so it should be used sparingly. It seemed the old lady was taking advantage of the situation. If she had been polite, Yuan and I wouldn't have minded pouring her a cup of hot water, but since the old lady was unfriendly, why should Yuan and I tolerate her? Seeing Yuan and I, the old lady didn't feel guilty at all. Why are you staring? Don't you know to respect your elders? Yuan and I put down her bowl of porridge, grabbed the enamel mug, and poured all the water back into the thermos, leaving none behind. Respect your elders? You don't deserve it. Yuan's mother was awakened by the noise and quickly advised, and I don't do that.
Talk to her nicely.
The old lady, seeing the water was gone, stomped her feet in anger. You have some nerve. Do you know who I am? Duanmi laughed. If she were really someone important, would she need to steal hot water? Just then, a nurse walked in. Why are you still here? Your daughter-in-law is a patient in obstetrics. You should stay there during the day. We are in the surgical ward, and patients can come in at any time. The old woman immediately deflated like a balloon, saying, Oh, I'll leave now. Yuan and I was surprised. Is she not in this ward? No, she is a relative from obstetrics. The maternity ward is full, and she has nowhere to sleep while taking care of her daughter-in-law. That's why she borrowed our room to rest. You just came from the countryside, so be careful and watch out for troublemakers. The nurse kindly reminded her, and Yuan and I quickly thanked her. At this point, Yuan's mother couldn't think of anything nice to say. She was feeling unwell and still worried about the hospital bills, but every time she tried to ask, Yuan and I changed the subject. In the morning, while Yuan's mother was receiving in 4, the fierce old woman didn't show up again. Instead, a woman wearing a green headscarf entered. When she saw Yuan and I sitting by the bed, she smiled and said, "I must have the wrong room." It's common to walk into the wrong room in a hospital, so Yuan and I didn't think much of it. At noon, there were noodles in the cafeteria. Yuan and I had a bowl and brought another bowl back for her mother. As she was walking to the ward, she saw the woman in the green headscarf again. This time, she was holding a baby and had a little boy by her side. The little boy was crying, "Let go of me. I want to find my mom. Come with your auntie, and I'll buy you some candy," the woman in the green headscarf said, trying to calm him down as she hurried along. Yuan and I was taken aback. The woman seemed suspicious. Suddenly, she had an idea and reached out to stop the woman. "Who are you? Why are you pulling my nephew?" The woman, already struggling to keep up with the baby, panicked when Yuan and I blocked her. She quickly pushed the little boy away, saying, "Here, take him.
Don't block the way."
Yuan and I realized the woman was indeed up to no good. She rushed forward and grabbed the woman, shouting, "Help! There's a kidnapper." The hospital was crowded, but unfortunately, the first person to arrive was the fierce old woman from bed 2. When she saw Yuan and I shouting, instead of helping, she sided with the woman in the green headscarf, saying, "You can't just shout like that. Let her go." The woman in the green headscarf was sweating with panic. She thought she was caught, but with the old woman's help, she quickly escaped with the baby. Yuan and I was frustrated, stamping her foot and pointing at the old woman. "You're in on it, aren't you?" The old woman shrugged, unconcerned. "What do you mean in on it? Don't make false accusations." At that moment, a group of people rushed out from the hospital. "Where's the child? Stop that woman." Yuan and I pointed to the entrance. "I saved one, but another little one was taken by her."
"What?"
"Hurry, chase after her." The crowd quickly ran toward the entrance. The elderly woman in bed 2 noticed something was wrong. Why was her daughter-in-law, who had just given birth, also in the crowd? "Xiaoji, why are you running? Aren't you supposed to take care of my grandson?" "Mom, hurry. Your grandson was taken by a woman wearing a green scarf."
"What?"
The elderly woman felt weak and collapsed to the ground. She had just let the kidnapper go. Yuan and I sighed, wondering what was happening. "Young comrade, you helped my Huzi, right?"
"Thank you."
Just then, the boy's parents arrived. This couple was very polite and thanked Yuan and I, contrasting sharply with the elderly woman. "You're welcome, it was the right thing to do." The polite couple looked worried. "The child's grandmother is sick, and we came to visit. We didn't expect Huzi to be targeted so quickly." "Yes, if Huzi hadn't cried, I wouldn't have realized that was a kidnapper," Yuan and I said, patting Huzi's head. "You must remember, don't go with strangers for candy. Huzi, remember what your sister said. By the way, young comrade, which team are you from? We really need to thank you. If it weren't for you, Huzi would have been taken." The polite wife held on to Yuan and I tightly. "Really, no need to thank me. It was just a small act." The more Yuan and I insisted, the more the couple wouldn't let go and followed her to the hospital room. When they learned that Yuan and I was from the Xiangyang team and had come to take her mother to the commune for treatment, the polite couple was very touched. The polite wife introduced herself as Chun Wenqi and said she worked at the supply and marketing cooperative. "If you need anything, just come find me, even if you don't have a ticket." Hearing the words supply and marketing cooperative, Yuan's eyes lit up. It wasn't about being greedy. Things were hard to come by these days, and knowing someone at the cooperative could be very helpful. Yuan's mother lay in bed, smiling widely. She had hesitated to be hospitalized, but now it seemed the money spent on the hospital was worth it. Otherwise, how could Yuan and I have met such important people? As Yuan's mother thought about whether to ask Chen Wenqi to help buy some soap, she heard more commotion at the door of the hospital room. The old woman rushed in, crying and yelling, ready to hit Yuan and I. "It's all your fault. If you weren't so useless, my grandson could have been saved." Behind her, a couple looked fierce, clearly upset that they couldn't catch the kidnapper, and now they were blaming Yuan and I. Yuan and I smiled and replied to the old woman, "If you hadn't protected that woman with the green headscarf, I could have saved the child. Why did you stop me?" You were so eager. Are you in cahoots with her to sell kids? The old woman pounded her thigh in protest. I didn't. I would never sell my precious grandson. Yuan and I also pounded her thigh. Then why did you let the bad guy go? The couple supported Yuan and I, saying, this girl acted bravely. She stopped our little tiger. You must see the truth and not wrong a good person. The couple who lost their child knew Yuan and I wasn't to blame. They just wanted to vent their anger and were surprised someone defended her. Seeing their plan failing, they turned their anger back on the old woman. Mom, are you in league with outsiders?
I'm not.
If that girl was worthless, I might have sold her, but our family's grandson is a boy. How could I let him go? This family of 3 was unreasonable and went outside to cause a scene. Chun Wenqi and his wife sighed in relief and warned Yuan and I to be careful. The one who lost the child is Director Jia from the commune. He's petty, so watch out for him. Hearing this, Yuan Ni's mother panicked. What should we ordinary folks do? Yuan and I comforted her. Mom, don't worry. We're just farmers. What else can we do? Seeing her mother calm down, Chun Wenqi and his wife took their leave, saying, we'll visit again soon. Once they left, Yuan Ni's mother remembered they hadn't mentioned the soap, and you helped them for nothing. They didn't even thank you. Yuan and I chuckled, realizing she had just done a good deed, and her mother was already expecting a reward. She didn't want to say much. I'll get you a bowl of noodles. Later that night, when the nurse came, Yuan and I learned that Chun Wenqi and his wife had paid 10 yuan for the hospital fee, which would be refunded to her if not used. That was their cleverness. The gratitude was something no one could refuse. Seeing the 10 yuan gone, Yuan Ni's mother finally stopped complaining. The next morning, Chun Wenqi and his wife brought canned pastries to the hospital, officially visiting. Yuan Ni's mother was all smiles, saying it was embarrassing, but she didn't hesitate to keep the pastries. After they left, Yuan and I wanted to eat a pastry, but her mother stopped her, saying, you have plain buns to eat in the hospital. Aren't you afraid you can't digest this? This pastry looks good. Save it for your uncle. Your 2 cousins need to eat well.
Yuan Ni's smile instantly vanished.
If it weren't for her efforts, her mother wouldn't have been able to get the treatment. Why should her mother keep the pastries for her uncle's family? After this incident, Yuan and I saw her mother in a new light, realizing she was a brother supporter. 3 days later, the doctor said she could be discharged and rest at home, returning in a month to remove the cast. Her mother asked for the remaining money, claiming she would keep it safe, but Yuan and I refused outright. She didn't believe that money would come back once it was in her mother's hands. Given her mother's behavior with the pastries, she knew that as soon as the money was with her, it would end up at her uncle's house the next day. The hospital stay cost a total of $8.90, and Chun Wenqi and his wife gave her $10. After expenses for food and the money earned from selling Yuan Daitu, almost nothing was left. Yuan Ni's mother then remembered the soap and urged Yuan and I to go to the supply store to find Chun Wenqi, saying, you go find her. She will surely give you a discount. Maybe because you saved Huzi, she might even give it to you for free. Yuan and I already had plans for her next steps in life. Chun Wenqi was a valuable connection that needed to be maintained, and she wouldn't let small matters wear it down.
I need money for soap, she said.
Yuan Ni's mother, who worked hard for the Yuan family without saving a penny, immediately fell silent when Yuan and I asked for money. The village tractor went to the city every few days, and once the discharge paperwork was done, Yuan and I helped her mother to the main intersection where the tractor usually stopped. During her hospital stay, she had bought many things like bowls, chopsticks, and canned pastries, wrapping them in newspapers and putting them in a net bag. Yuan and I placed the items beside her and sat down with her mother. Before long, the tractor from the Xiangyang Brigade arrived, driven by the old team leader. Seeing Yuan and I and her mother, he was quite happy. You made it through. You can be discharged? Yuan Ni's mother nodded. Thanks to your care, I haven't been home for several days. Did Zhaodi and Pandy behave? Don't worry, the 2 kids are very good. They were eager to help at home. You know my family is large. There's no need for them to work. However, the old captain hesitated to speak. What do you mean? Old Lady Yuan woke up. She insists that Yuan and I pushed her down and wants her to pay for it. She also claims that Yuan and I stole things from the house.
What?
Uncle, you know that Yuan and I is very timid and obedient. Besides, she wasn't even home the day it happened. How could her grandmother blame her? Yuan's mother turned pale at the thought of her fierce mother-in-law. The old captain quickly reassured the mother and daughter, "We're not fools. We can't just believe everything old lady Yuan says." On the day of the incident, they all went to the Yuan family, clearly showing that old lady Yuan fell by accident. Now she was accusing her granddaughter just to cover for her younger son. Ever since he ate the steamed bun Yuan and I gave him, the old captain had taken a liking to this poor girl, so when old lady Yuan started causing trouble, he quickly put a stop to it. It was unfair for old lady Yuan. After finally speaking the truth, no one believed her? Yuan and I quietly thought about the next step. Since the old captain was willing to protect them, she needed to maintain that relationship. The tractor came to the commune to pick up fertilizer. Yuan and I suggested that her mother ride along, while she bought some daily necessities and picked up a few things for the old captain's family. Yuan's mother disagreed. "How much money do you have? We need to save money. Just give it to me and stop thinking about spending it carelessly." The tractor driver hesitated but finally spoke up. "Yuan's mother, if you want to live well, you need to consider whether your sister-in-law is willing to cooperate." "What do you mean?" The old captain hurried off, and the tractor driver quickly shared some gossip. It turned out that as soon as Yuan and I and her mother left, the second daughter-in-law of the Yuan family returned from the commune. Hearing that her husband had joined a study group, she couldn't take it anymore and, with her 2 children, went to the storage room to smash the belongings that Yuan's mother had divided.
What? How dare she?
Yuan's mother was already on bad terms with his sister-in-law, but she never expected her to go so far as to destroy things while she was away. Wasn't this taking advantage of someone in trouble? This was intolerable. Yuan's mother wanted to rush back to the village and confront her sister-in-law. "I say, Aunt, let's keep things separate. Yuan Laoda is siding with his wife. You can't win against him, so it's better to plan ahead. While you're at the commune, why not get some more household items? We need to keep living, right?" The tractor driver wasn't a bad person, just a bit chatty, and he spoke the truth. Some things are clearer to outsiders than to those involved. For some reason, the eldest son of the Yuan family likes to protect his sister-in-law. He endures hardships to support the education of his younger brother's children, while his own daughters are treated like burdens, only suffering and struggling. After hearing this, Yuan Yang felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. She lost all her strength, unable to think about regaining her dignity, even struggling to breathe. The eldest son of the Yuan family is her husband, and even though they have separated, deep down, she still hopes to return to him. A woman with children cannot rely on that forever. If the eldest son would just treat her a little better, she would take the kids back to how things used to be. Now she realizes he will not change because he favors his sister-in-law over her and the children, which feels worse than being treated like an animal. Yuan Yang was deeply hurt, and Yuan and I frowned, asking, "What happened to my 2 younger sisters? Did they get hurt?" "No, they were protected by Uncle Captain." "That's good. As long as they are safe." Now Yuan and I had lost interest in shopping, unsure of what had happened to the things they were supposed to receive. With limited funds, she knew that $10 would not be enough to buy new items, so she needed to think of another way. Everyone sat in silence. Once Yuan Yang regained her composure, she began to curse, cursing men, her sisters-in-law, and even her mother-in-law. Yuan and I didn't intervene. It was better for her mother to let go. Otherwise, her ties to the Yuan family would only become more complicated. When the old captain finished his work, the tractor headed back. At the intersection, 2 people waved from the roadside. The tractor driver recognized the bags by their feet and understood they're scrap collectors, wanting a ride to the recycling station. The old captain knocked his pipe, saying, "Let them on." The bags were heavy, and once they boarded the tractor, the 2 collectors handed the driver a pack of cigarettes. He smiled, took one for himself, and gave the rest to the old captain, saying, "Taking you to the recycling station?" Yes, sorry for the trouble." In those days, collecting scrap could lead to big fines. Yuan and I watched the two collectors closely, curious about how they operated. They rummaged through their bags. One exclaimed, "How did a cement block end up in here? No wonder it's so heavy." "Really a cement block? I thought it had rebar." "Not a chance." They grumbled as they pulled the cement block out. Just as the tractor arrived, the driver called them to get off. They grabbed their bags and ran, leaving the concrete blocks on the vehicle. The old captain was very angry. "What kind of people are these? Are they waiting for us to throw away their junk?" Yuan and I touched the block, feeling warmth in her left hand. She thought to herself that since the outer layer was concrete, the block must contain precious metals inside. "Captain, I heard that my aunt smashed our house again. I want to keep this block. It can be a seat too." The old captain knew about this matter. Although Yuan's family had separated, they were still connected to that side, so there were some things they couldn't manage. "All right, you can keep it. We'll put it in the storage room for you later." The tractor rumbled into the village, and as soon as it stopped, the old captain called the driver to help move the concrete blocks. Yuan's mother noticed that the storage room door was wide open. Worried about their belongings, she rushed inside despite her injuries. The storage room had two sections. The outer one was empty and lent to Yuan's family temporarily, while the inner one held farming tools and was tightly locked. When they first moved in, they received bedding, pots, oil lamps, and small stools from Yuan's family. Yuan and I organized these items neatly with her two younger sisters. But now, when Yuan's mother looked inside, she felt dizzy. The bedding was shredded, and the cotton was soaked. The iron pot had a big hole, and all the dishes were smashed. "Oh no, dear God, it feels like we can't survive." Yuan's mother cried on the ground. The old captain was furious, his beard bristling. "Didn't you separate? How could they still come and smash your things?" The tractor driver, "Oh no, dear God, it feels like we can't survive." Yuan's mother cried on the ground. The old captain was furious, his beard bristling. "Didn't you separate? How could they still come and smash your things?" The tractor driver, out of breath, said, "This is bullying. Haven't you heard? Yuan Lao has his eyes on someone else and dislikes his wife. That's why Yuan Lao airs." "Mom, it's gotten this bad. We should call some uncles to support us." Yuan's mother's eyes lit up but then dimmed again. But, she had several brothers who could fight and would be willing to help her. The problem was if her family came over, "Mom, it's gotten this bad. We should call some uncles to support us." Yuan's mother's eyes lit up but then dimmed again. But, she had several brothers who could fight and would be willing to help her. The problem was if her family came over, she and Yuan Lao would really have to separate. Previously, when we talked about separating, it was just to scare people. Yuan and I sighed and pointed to the bedding on the ground, asking her mother to take a look. From the nice cotton, dirty yellow water suddenly seeped out. "Mom, he not only broke our things but also disrespected us. Is this the kind of man you want to trust?" Yuan's mother looked at her dirty hands and finally cried. This man was not acting like a decent person. "Yuan and I come back to my family and ask your uncles to come over." Yuan's mother finally made up her mind. "I'll take you back, but then you shouldn't come back. Let Yuan and I stay and guide the uncles," suggested the tractor driver nearby. The old captain nodded in agreement. If they were going to teach Yuan Lao a lesson, it was best for Yuan's mother to stay away. That way, she wouldn't worry about their relationship and hesitate to let her brothers take action. Yuan's mother had lost hope in the man. The old captain nodded in agreement. If they were going to teach Yuan Lao a lesson, it was best for Yuan's mother to stay away. That way, she wouldn't worry about their relationship and hesitate to let her brothers take action. Yuan's mother had lost hope in the man. "All right, let's do it that way." Once her mother left, Yuan and I didn't waste any time. Just as she was about to take a break, she saw Pan Di running towards her. Pan Di was only 7 years old and had been malnourished for a long time, making her very small. "Sister, you finally came back. Please help Sister, Zhao Di." Grandma said she wants to sell her to the mountains to make up for our family's losses. "What losses?" "I don't know, but Grandma said She wants to sell our second sister. Yuan Ni's heart raced. It was likely that Grandma Yuan discovered the missing silver coins. Feeling frustrated but unable to speak about it, she took her anger out on Zhao Di. Why was there a fear of speaking about the missing items? Because the silver coins were considered old and forbidden. This was why Grandma Yuan went to such lengths to hide them in the shuttlecock. Grandma Yuan was cruel and cunning. Keeping forbidden items was punishable, so she pretended to sell her granddaughter under the guise of collecting a bride price, and no one stopped her. Realizing this, Yuan and I didn't hesitate. She grabbed an axe and said, "Pan Di, go hide at the captain's grandmother's house."
Little Pan, Di puffed out her chest.
"Sister, I want to go too." "You're too small. You would just cause trouble." Pan Di was reluctant to leave, turning back 3 times. But in the end, Yuan and I urged her on, and she finally ran off with her little legs. Not knowing when the uncles would arrive, Yuan and I needed to stop Zhao Di. She wasn't foolish. As she walked towards the Yuan family with an axe, she shouted, "Uncles and aunts, everyone, the Yuan family is selling their granddaughter. Please help stop this." With the seedlings just planted and no farm work to do, everyone was idle. When they heard the commotion, they quickly came out to see what was happening. Yuan and I, "What are you shouting about? Who is selling a granddaughter?" "Aunt Fat, it's my grandma who wants to sell Pan Di. She's still young, only 12. If she's sold into the mountains, she could lose her life." "Is that true?" "It could be." 2 outsiders came to the old Yuan family today. "Then why are we still talking? Let's go check it out." Yuan and I, holding the axe, was followed by a large crowd of villagers eager to see the spectacle. In these times, there weren't many entertainment options, so people loved to gather and watch, wishing they could bring a small stool and some sunflower seeds. The main door of the Yuan family was locked from the inside, but Yuan and I didn't hesitate and chopped it open with one swing. Ouch, Yuan and I is really fierce. Can you blame her? When old Yuan brought his sister-in-law to smash the storage room, he should have expected this day. The Yuan family is really strange. Old Yuan doesn't support his own wife and children but favors his sister-in-law. What could be the reason? Have you seen what kind of person his sister-in-law is? I bet she's bewitched both brothers. The villagers were not concerned because it didn't involve them, but they chatted excitedly, feeling they were close to the truth. If it weren't for this, how could one explain old Yuan's unusual behavior? Just as they were talking, the Yuan family members were not idle either. As soon as the door was broken open, they rushed out in a swarm. Leading the charge was old Lady Yuan. Despite her frail appearance, she moved quickly. When she saw Yuan and I, her eyes turned red. "You ungrateful girl, how dare you show your face in front of me? Today, I will discipline you for your ancestors." As she spoke, she grabbed it from the corner and swung it at Yuan and I. It was very sharp. If it hit, it could seriously injure her. Old Yuan, seeing his mother so agitated, was about to intervene when he was stopped by his sister-in-law, Zhang Chunyu. Zhang Chunyu was the wife of old Yuan's second brother and was quite a controversial figure. She was beautiful and spoke softly. If it weren't for the rural work assignment, such a gentle and lovely woman like Zhang Chunyu would never have appeared in Xiangyang Brigade. As soon as Zhang Chunyu arrived, she caught the attention of the young men. Many were interested in her, and Zhang Chunyu was determined to choose the best among them. Unexpectedly, after some rivalry and jealousy among the men, several scandals about Zhang Chunyu surfaced. Some said that despite her beauty, she was not virtuous and had a questionable past before coming to the countryside. The young men liked pretty girls but didn't want to deal with drama, so interest in Zhang Chunyu faded. In the end, she had to lower her standards and marry a decent man named Yuan Lao heir. Even after having 2 children, Zhang Chunyu remained attractive. She glanced at Yuan Lao and softly said, "Brother, mother is still upset with Yuan and I. Please don't stop her. She just wants to teach her granddaughter a lesson." "What kind of talk is that? What family teaches a granddaughter with a?" Zhang Chunyu was clearly stirring trouble, yet Yuan Lao believed her. When Zhang Chunyu held him back, Yuan Lao stopped, saying, "You're right. Let mother vent." The two adults watched as the sharp was raised toward Yuan and I. The villagers watching from a distance sensed something was wrong but couldn't intervene in time. Yuan Ni's axe was shorter than and just as it seemed inevitable, someone suddenly threw half a brick, hitting me and deflecting it. Everyone gasped as the missed Yuan and I. Thanks to the brick, if Yuan and I had been struck, she would have been seriously hurt. Yuan Lao, being older, lost control of and fell to the ground. Yuan and I is a bit foolish and needs a lesson. This is our family matter, so outsiders shouldn't interfere, Zhang Chunyu said, frowning softly. Everyone turned to look at the person who threw the brick. He was unfamiliar and not from Xiangyang Brigade. Yuan and I recognized him as a public security officer from a commune, likely named Gu. Officer Gu stood tall, with a serious expression, and said, "Killing in broad daylight is against the law. This is not just a family matter. Grandma hits her granddaughter. Maybe that's a family matter, but if grandma wants to harm her granddaughter, then it's not just family business." Zhang Chunyu noticed that the man was handsome, and his voice became softer. "Comrade, which team are you from? If you don't understand our family situation, don't interfere. Look at Yuan and I. She seems honest, but she is the most troublesome. She deliberately pushed my mother-in-law, causing the elderly woman to lie down for several days. Tell me, can we not discipline a child like this?" Yuan Laoda chimed in. "That's right. This girl even encouraged her mother to split the family, and now my second child is in a study program. My family is falling apart because of her. Don't stop me. I want to teach her a lesson." Comrade Gu pulled Yuan and I behind him protectively. No one should hit anyone. He stood tall like a mountain, firmly shielding Yuan and I. Yuan grandma lay on the ground shouting, "So, Yuan and I has some skills now? It turns out she's involved with a wild man. If you want to fool around, at least pay the bride price first. Otherwise, I won't recognize this marriage. You are just a couple of wrongdoers." Her words were harsh, making people want to slap Yuan grandma. Before Comrade Gu could speak, someone stepped forward to scold Yuan grandma. "What nonsense are you saying? Who is Comrade Gu? How could he possibly marry into your family? Keep spreading lies, and you'll be arrested." Seeing that Yuan grandma was about to be slapped, the Yuan family quieted down. They couldn't do anything to Comrade Gu and could only glare at Yuan and I with hatred. Yuan and I grabbed Comrade Gu's arm. "Please help my sister, Zhao Di. My grandma is trafficking people and wants to sell Zhao Di into the mountains." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. If you don't believe me, go check inside." Human trafficking is a serious crime, and Comrade Gu immediately decided to act, stepping into the yard. Yuan grandma rolled to his feet, crying like a pig being slaughtered. "The comrade is hitting people. Is there no law?" Comrade Gu sneered and ordered his subordinates, "Go through the back door and control the buyers first." A few assistants quickly acted and soon brought 2 mountain men from the back door. "The Xiangyang team can grow wheat and corn, but the mountains can only grow potatoes, relying on the weather. Life is too hard, and the girls are unwilling to marry there, leading to the phenomenon of high bride prices for daughters. In short, it's almost like buying women." However, Yuan grandma is the first to sell her granddaughter into the mountains. Seeing that throwing a tantrum was useless, Yuan grandma finally calmed down. Gu cadre entered the yard and finally rescued Zhao Di. The young girl was tied up and cried when she saw Yuan and I. "Sister, grandma wants to sell me." Yuan and I pulled Zhao Di and bowed to Gu cadre. "Comrade Gu, please help my sister." Old Lady Yuan quickly changed her expression to a smile. "Zhao Di, what are you talking about? This is a distant relative of ours. They are just visiting. There's no talk of selling anyone." Seeing the truth about to be revealed, Old Lady Yuan tried to play innocent. Zhang Chunyu smiled and pulled Gu cadre. "Comrade, you misunderstood. The world is peaceful now. Who would sell their children? We are just visiting relatives. Please don't blame good people." Gu cadre smiled and looked at the 2 mountain men. "Are you really just visiting relatives?" "Yes, really." "All right, you can go." The 2 mountain men looked at each other, unwilling to leave. They had gathered 20 yuan to buy a bride and had already given the money to Old Lady Yuan, but the girl had not been taken away yet. If they left now, they would lose both the money and the girl. Gu Kadre guessed the truth from their expressions. Is it that you haven't gotten your money back? Then hurry and ask for it back. Time is running out. The two mountain men really went to ask old lady Yuan for their money back. We never intended to buy a person. Since this girl doesn't want to go, please return our bride price. Everyone was shocked. After all, Zhao Di was only 12 years old. Whether it was a bride price or money for selling her, old lady Yuan's actions were truly outrageous. Old lady Yuan, did you really take their money? Zhao Di calls you grandma. Are you even human? People were spitting out their words, giving old lady Yuan a public shaming. At this point, Zhang Chunyu and Yuan Laoda didn't dare to speak. They could only watch as old lady Yuan reluctantly returned the money. As she handed over the money, old lady Yuan cried out loudly, "My money!" Everyone said old lady Yuan was inhumane and still thought about selling her granddaughter. In reality, she was crying over the lost money. Human trafficking is a serious crime, but since Zhao Di was safe, old lady Yuan was guilty of attempted crime. Gu Kadre was not polite. If there are issues with your thinking, you need education, so you'll go to a re-education class. The Yuan family was stunned. They were familiar with this place. Did it mean someone else had to go in? Yuan Lair had already been inside for several days, eating their own food, waking up before dawn to dig sand and repair roads, which was much harder than farming. The key issue is that it's so hard and tiring, and they're not even doing their own work. Isn't this just tormenting people? Zhang Chunyu reacted quickly, saying, I don't know about this. It's all because of my mother-in-law. The money came from old lady Yuan's pocket, and in the end, only she was taken away. Cadre Gu seriously warned old Yuan to treat his daughter well. While Cadre Gu was there, old Yuan was as timid as a quail around Zhang Chunyu, nodding and agreeing repeatedly. As soon as Cadre Gu left, their true colors showed. Old Yuan reached out to grab Yuan and I, saying, You little brat, today's trouble is all your fault. Now your grandma has been taken away. If I don't skin you alive, I won't be called Yuan. Zhang Chunyu sarcastically remarked, Yuan and I, you ruined a good match for Zhao Di. Do you want to marry into the mountains instead? Yuan and I grabbed Zhao Di and ran away. Seeing this, Zhang Chunyu directed her son and daughter to chase after them. With Cadre Gu just gone and the old captain not back yet, the other villagers didn't dare to intervene since this was a family matter for the Yuan family. Just as Yuan and I was about to be caught, someone suddenly stopped old Yuan, saying, What did you say when you came to propose with a pig's head? You promised to treat my sister well for life. Look at what you're doing now. Old Yuan was stunned and looked up to see a big, bearded face with eyes like copper bells. It was none other than his hot-tempered brother-in-law. Yuan Yi's family name is Chen, and the Chen family has many children. Yuan Yi's mother is the third daughter, with 2 older brothers and 2 younger brothers. The hot-tempered brother-in-law passed his fiery temper to his 2 sons after getting married. The other brothers in the Chen family are also quite temperamental. The old Chen family lacks many things but not sons, and all the sons have strong tempers, so they walk around with confidence, and no one dares to provoke them. Yuan Yi's mother once hoped old Yuan would change his mind, so she didn't tell her family about his wrongdoings. Now that she has given up, she returned home and revealed all the bad things old Yuan had done. The hot-tempered brothers were furious and rushed over to settle the score. As luck would have it, they just entered the Yuan family home and saw old Yuan chasing after Yuan and I and Zhao Di. Old Yuan stubbornly said, Big brother, just wait a moment. Let me teach this little brat a lesson first, then I'll explain. Zhang Chunyu smiled sweetly. Oh, big brother-in-law, isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere in your sister's matters? That's really out of line. Rules? Uncle Chen sneered and pointed to the yard, where Zhang Chunyu's 2 children, one holding a stick and the other a rolling pin, were ready to hit Yuan and I. You bully my niece, and now there are rules? Yuan and I shouted, Uncle, they want to sell Zhao Di into the mountains.
What?
Uncle Chen's beard bristled with anger. He looked around the yard and said to his brother and sons, We can't live like this anymore. You all know what to do, right? Today, many people from the Chen family came. 8 or 9 strong men shouted, We know that the Yuan family won't let our women live well, so we won't let them live well either. The loud voices united the crowd, and the people from the Xiangyang team, who initially wanted to mediate, changed their minds. The Yuan family had acted too unfairly and deserved to be taught a lesson. With a shout from Uncle Chin, his brothers and nephews sprang into action. They dragged out the belongings from several houses and smashed them to pieces. Clothes, bedding, everything was torn apart, and cotton was thrown into the latrine. Some even unbuckled their belts and urinated on the bedding. As they opened the door to the second house, Zhang Chunyu's eyes turned red. "That's my home. Don't mess with it. We're smashing your home. I've heard about you and Yuan Monsong's dirty dealings, encouraging him to hit my sister, right?" Uncle Chen coldly assessed Zhang Chunyu as he stood in front of her. Yuan Monsong was the name of the Yuan family's eldest son. "No, I didn't." But it was too late to say anything now. Everything in Zhang Chunyu's room, blankets, quilts, coats, and shoes, was searched and torn to shreds.
How dare you? Someone should stop this.
Zhang Chunyu cried out in despair. Her children were terrified, sitting around her and crying together. Some wanted to intervene, but the old team leader stopped them. "Don't interfere. This is their family matter. Remember how she encouraged Yuan Monsong to smash the storage room?" "Right." Zhang Chunyu scolded us for meddling. "No," she said something like, "a dog catching a rat is meddling, which means the same thing." The old team leader tapped his pipe. "That's right." Everyone looked at each other, tucking their hands into their sleeves, choosing to stay quiet and not interfere. Who wants to be the dog? The Chen family acted quickly, smashing everything in Yuan family's houses to pieces, and then declared, "Yuan Monsong, Zhang Chunyu, you know what dirty deeds you've done. This is payback." The elder lay stiffly in front of the main door, barely clinging to life after the beating. Zhang Chunyu was unharmed, but his new coat was torn to shreds, leaving him in just a thin shirt, shivering. Today's lesson would be unforgettable. After the fight, the Chen family leader was ready to leave and asked Yuan and I, "Are you coming with us?" Everyone knew that the Chen family had made a deadly move, and from now on, the Yuan family would no longer be in-laws but enemies. Yuan and I, Zhao Di, and Pan Di were all from the Yuan family. Yuan's mother could return to her family, but the three girls had to decide for themselves. "Uncle, we want to go too. Otherwise, as soon as you leave, those two will beat us sisters to death," Yuan and I said firmly.
Cao di nodded in agreement.
As for Pan Di, at just 7 years old, she was represented by the others. All right then. In these times, many people didn't get marriage certificates, so there was no need for divorce papers either. The dowry given to Yuan's mother had long been squandered. Yuan's uncles made a trip to the old captain's house to pick up Pan Di, and also brought some food that was meant for Yuan's mother. Uncle Chun weighed the food in his pocket, looking troubled. "This is too little." Yuan's mother returning home with the three girls would not be enough with such a small amount of food. While the brothers could help with daily needs, no family had extra supplies. Yuan and I stepped forward. "Uncle, there's a concrete block. Could you help break it open?" Originally, Yuan and I wanted to take the block, but it was too heavy, so it was better to break it and take the pieces. Uncle Chen frowned. "Yuan and I, don't be silly." Seeing her uncle's reactions, Yuan and I felt she could trust them and whispered a few words in Uncle Chen's ear. For the mother and daughters, money was the most important thing right now. With money, they could return home with confidence. After all, since her uncles had families of their own, even if they wanted to help, it depended on whether their wives agreed. Really? Uncle Chun was incredulous after hearing Yuan's words. How could such a coincidence happen to her? Really, but it will take some effort to break it. That's fine. We uncles have experience breaking stones. Uncle Chun took this seriously and called over a few younger brothers to discuss it. They all decided to act now, as long as they avoided the villagers from Xiangyang Brigade. Anyway, there were still some old items to clean up in the storage room, so the brothers divided the work. Uncle Chun took 2 sons to break the block, while the others helped tidy up and kept watch. Yuan and I followed Uncle Chun. The 3 of them quickly pried open the gap in the concrete block, revealing shiny copper pieces inside. Uncle Chun was very surprised. This is red copper. It's valuable. Yuan and I, how did you know there was copper in here? I saw them break it when I visited the recycling station before. Now I understand. This piece of red copper weighs at least 20 pounds. If we take it to the recycling station, we can sell it for 50 or 60. With this money, you and the girls will have a place to stay. Uncle Chun felt very relieved. It seemed fortune was smiling upon them. Yuan and I also felt a sense of relief. Copper is a precious metal, second only to gold and silver. With this, even collecting scrap could lead to a better life. Uncle Chun wrapped the copper in an old cotton quilt and had his brothers carry the food as they prepared to head to the Red Flag Brigade. Before leaving, he greeted the old captain. You've seen how much my sister has suffered since she married here. I'll take the kids back first, then I'll come back to handle the paperwork. Go ahead. It's not right what the Yuan family has done. Don't worry, I won't hold up your paperwork, the old captain assured him. Yuan and I specially left 2 jars of fruit preserves for the old captain, but he refused, saying, Child, you're going through a tough time. I can't take your things. Not only did the captain not take the preserves, but he also packed some fresh steamed buns for Yuan and I to eat on the way. Everyone walked back quietly, soon losing sight of the Xiangyang Brigade. Chen's 5th brother, Yuan's uncle, suddenly said, Big brother, are we really going to let 3rd sister go back to her family? Our house isn't big enough. At this, the Chun brothers looked at the 5th brother. The Yuan family had been badly damaged, and with Yuan heir and Grandma Yuan in the training class, how could Yuan and I return? Of course she has to go back. Don't you want her to? Uncle Chun said sternly. It's not that. I just see our house isn't big enough, and Xiao Fong is about to join the family. Where do you think we should put 3rd sister? The 5th brother scratched his head, looking innocent. All the brothers were married, but he was still single, and there was only 1 room left in the house. If 3rd sister came back with her daughters, they would need a room too. At that point, wouldn't it be his rights as a single brother that would be sacrificed? This is not something we can decide. We should listen to our parents. You all sit down and rest for a bit while I take Yuan and I to sell some things. Chun blocked his younger brother's mouth, and since they were right in front of a recycling station, he told his brothers to sit down and rest while he took Yuan and I inside. The recycling station is now a public facility. Behind the counter sat an older worker wearing a blue uniform with an abacus beside him. Do you accept copper scraps? Chun asked as he opened his package and placed the copper on the counter. Is this industrial scrap metal? Do you have a referral letter? Yuan and I was momentarily stunned but quickly realized that the recycling station had rules against accepting metals of unknown origin, mainly to prevent people from damaging wires and pipes for profit. She hurriedly explained how she found the cement block, adding, I don't know where the cement block came from. Seeing the worker's expression soften, Chen quickly pulled out a half-pack of cigarettes and handed it to him, saying, This is my niece. She's young and life is tough. The worker glanced at Yuan and I, declined the cigarettes, and looked at the quality of the copper, saying, This is red copper. The buying price is 7 yuan 20 per kilogram. Do you want to sell it? This price was a bit higher than Chen had expected, so he quickly agreed to sell. Later, they learned that red copper is pure copper, while brass is an alloy, making red copper much more valuable. The total weight of the copper was 12.5 kilograms, selling for 90 yuan. This was a significant amount, and Chen's hands trembled. Yuan and I, you keep this. Yuan and I cheerfully agreed and thanked the worker before pulling her uncle out. As they walked out, Yuan and I said, This is too much money. If the other uncles ask, just say we sold it for about 80 or 90. Even without Yuan's reminder, Chen planned to do that. Although the brothers were united in supporting Yuan's mother, their families might not think the same way. If the wives found out that Yuan's mother had money, they would all come asking for it. He looked at Yuan and I with a complicated expression and said, All right, let's say the copper wasn't pure and we sold it for 86. Outside the door, the brothers were waiting. As soon as they saw Yuan and I, the 5th brother asked loudly, How much did you sell it for? They said the copper wasn't pure. At first, they didn't want to buy it, but Uncle talked them into it, and we sold it for 86. 86? That's not bad. Exactly. We can take this back to your mother, and when we go to the market, we can buy some dried potatoes to mix with the grain, and we'll have enough to eat until this autumn. To be honest, the uncles are quite nice. They are all thinking about Yuan and I and her sisters. However, the youngest uncle, Chen's fifth son, doesn't seem very welcoming to the third sister's return. Grandma and Grandpa were waiting at the entrance of Hongqi Brigade. When they saw their sons bringing back Yuan and I and her sisters, they finally sighed in relief. Grandma wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, "It's good that you're back." Zhaodi, Pandai, quickly greet Grandma. Yuan and I led her sisters to say hello to their grandparents. Seeing the bruises on the girls' arms, Grandma cried as she hugged Pandai, saying, "What a pity. I never liked Yuan Monsong. His mother had such squinty eyes. She didn't look like a good person. That's all in the past. Why bring it up now? After such a long journey, let's hurry and get the kids home for a meal." Grandpa is not an ordinary man, he is a carpenter. It is said that he used to make furniture in the city. Now, whenever someone in the village wants something made, they cut wood and ask him to help. Of course, making furniture is hard work, and Grandpa can't do it for free. He has to receive some payment for his help. Even so, the Chun family is still quite poor. The reason is simple: there are too many children and they are all boys who eat a lot. When the uncles and cousins came to pick up Yuan and I, there were already quite a few of them. When they opened the Chin family's door, there was a group of young boys inside, all eager to eat. Except for the youngest uncle, the other uncles have their own families. When they heard the noise, the aunts, along with Yuan Ni's mother, came out from the main room and said, "You're back just in time. Come to the table for a meal." Chen's eldest uncle has two sons who are already adults but haven't found brides yet. The two young men couldn't stay with their parents anymore, so they built a small room next to the main room. The other uncles each have their own room, living with their parents and children. After Yuan Ni's mother returned, Grandma and Grandpa arranged for the fifth son to move out of the single room to give it to the third sister. Seeing the living conditions of the Chin family, Yuan and I understood the youngest uncle's situation. After giving up his room, the youngest uncle could only squeeze in with his two older nephews, so it was no wonder he looked worried. During the meal, Yuan and I once again witnessed her cousin's impressive eating skills. There were too many people to fit at one table, so the women and young children sat at one table, while the adult men sat at another. The dishes on both tables were the same: cabbage stew with tofu and potatoes, served in large enamel bowls. The staple food was steamed buns made from a mix of cornmeal and white flour. Zhaodi and Pandai had never eaten such good food at home. As soon as they smelled the aroma, they could hardly contain their drool. Grandma felt sorry for her two little granddaughters and personally brought out a plate of golden scrambled eggs from the kitchen. She first served a little to Grandpa, and then divided the rest among Yuan and I and the others, saying, "This is all we could gather, so I cooked them all." Yuan and I looked at the bowl of eggs in front of her, nearly in tears. "Come on, eat. We can have this at home every few days," several aunts said with smiles, warmly encouraging her. However, Yuan and I clearly saw her little cousins secretly drooling. She immediately pushed her portion of eggs to the center of the table, saying, "I'm older and don't need the extra nutrition. Let's all share." Yuani's mother looked at her daughter with approval and took her bowl to the men's table, saying, "Dad, you all eat." Jia Di and Pan Di wanted to do the same, but Grandma stopped them, saying, "You two are so thin. You need to take care of yourselves. Otherwise, you won't look like our Chin family." Yuan Ni's mother felt ashamed, saying, "I haven't taken good care of the children." The men of the Chin family were all strong, but for some reason, Yuan Ni's mother had a gentle nature. The aunts exchanged knowing glances, but didn't say anything. Grandpa commanded, "Hurry up and eat, and stop talking nonsense." Everyone took a bite, and soon the dishes on the table were half gone. Yuan and I was startled and began to eat faster. There wasn't quite enough food, but there were plenty of steamed buns, so the meal was both delicious and quick. Even the broth at the bottom of the bowl was used to dip the buns. After the meal, the eldest aunt went to wash the dishes, and Yuan Ni's mother wanted to help but was stopped. "You don't need to rush. We take turns doing chores." Just make sure to work hard when it's your turn. Yuan's mother smiled and agreed. She wasn't afraid of working. Back at the Yuan family, she did all the housework with her daughters, often facing difficulties. Now, after bravely returning to her family after a divorce, she felt she had made the right choice. After eating, they prepared to rest and move out the bedding for the little uncle. While everyone was busy, the little uncle suddenly grabbed Yuan's mother, saying, "Third sister, come with me. I need to talk to you." Yuan and I happened to see this and thought for a moment before quietly following him. Chen's fifth son pulled Yuan's mother to the side of a haystack, biting his lip and not speaking. Yuan's mother was confused. "Shuwen, what do you want to talk about?" Chen Shuwen sighed deeply, saying, "Third sister, I didn't want to bring this up, but what do you want to say, Shuwen? You know, third sister, I'm not very smart. If you keep hiding things, I won't understand. Here's the thing. A few days ago, Mom and Dad went to the old Young family for gifts to arrange the marriage. Xiao Fong will be moving in next month. My room was supposed to be the new house, but now you and the kids are moving in. Where will I get married?" Chen's fifth son looked pained. Third sister was too confused. Didn't she see all the new furniture in his room? Was she really planning to move in with the kids?
This.
Yuan Yang didn't expect that coming back home after her divorce would cause such trouble for her brother. Actually, before Yuan Yang got married, she lived in Chen Shuwen's room. At that time, Chen Shuwen was still young and lived with Chen's fourth son. Yuan Yang thought she was just returning to her old room, but she never expected that things had changed so much. Some things could never go back to how they were. "Third sister, I understand your situation, but you need to understand mine as your brother. If you want to stay with the kids for a few days, that's fine, but you can't stay too long. Otherwise, I won't be able to get married. Is that what you think? Or is it what Mom and Dad think?" Yuan Yang felt even sadder. If she didn't come back to her family, where else could she go? "Third sister, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not trying to kick you out. Uncle, don't worry. We won't take your new house. I'll find a suitable place to move out tomorrow." At that moment, Yuan and I stepped forward. Seeing her eldest daughter gave Yuan Yang some confidence. "Shuwen, don't worry. I'll clear the room for you as soon as possible. I won't delay your marriage. Sis, I'm not trying to pressure you. Please don't tell Mom and Dad."
Duan ignored Chen Shuwen.
Thankfully, she had kept some money from selling copper blocks. It seemed that not everyone welcomed them back, so they needed to plan ahead. Several aunts had already tidied up the house. Seeing Yuan Yang looking troubled, they thought she was just tired. "Guiying, there's warm water in the big pot. Take the kids to wash up and go to bed early." There were many chores in the Hengqi brigade, and the uncles had to get up early for work. The bedding was shared among the rooms. Grandma said they would figure out how to get cotton for new quilts when the work points came in at the end of the year, so they had to make do for now. The weather wasn't too cold, and Zhaodi and Pundi fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Yuan Yang sighed deeply. "Yuan and I, should we go back to the Yuan family?" She felt completely trapped and couldn't stay at Chen's house and cause trouble for her brother. Yuan and I had 100 yuan. Even without earning more, this money was enough to rent a small room. So, she spoke firmly, "I won't go back. Going to the Yuan family is worse than jumping into a fire pit." "But your uncle..." "Mom, how much does it cost to build a small house in the village? Your grandfather has skills. As long as we can gather enough money for bricks and tiles, it should be around 80 or 90. If that's the case, I'm confident we can gather enough for the bricks and tiles, but you need to cooperate. Where will you get the money? We can't engage in shady deals. Listen to me, here's what we can do." Yuan and I lowered her voice. People can't just sit and wait for things to happen. She had already thought of a way to make money, but she was worried her mom wouldn't agree. Unexpectedly, her uncle pushed her mom from behind, taking this chance to persuade her. "Will this really work? Won't we get caught?" Yuan's mom was a bit scared. "No, we will trade eggs for goods and then sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative. This doesn't break any rules." Yuan's mom wanted to object at first, as everyone had been scared over the years. But when she thought about Chen Shuwen getting married and needing to clear out a room, her objections faded away. They couldn't go back to the Yuan family, nor could they delay her brother's marriage. If they kept worrying, they would end up having to sleep in the grain drying area. All right, I'll ask your grandfather tomorrow. If he agrees, then I'll join you. That night, back at the Hongqi Brigade, Yuan and I and her mom set a plan to make money. The plan was quite simple. Personal trading was not allowed now. Yuan's goal was to find a loophole in the policy. She would first spend money to buy sewing supplies in bulk, then trade those for eggs in the village. Once they received the eggs, they would sell them to the cooperative. This way, they wouldn't be engaging in private trading, so it wouldn't be considered shady. The next morning, Yuan's mom looked around to make sure no one was watching and quickly told her father about Yuan's plan. I think this idea could work. I don't need to earn a lot, just enough for the bricks and tiles. Yuan's grandfather sighed. I thought Shuwen was a good person who would think of you, but it seems he only cares about himself. Don't worry about the house. Your mom and I still have some money. I'll go order the tiles today to help you build the house. Dad, we can't use your money. Otherwise, my sister-in-law and brother's wife will talk. Among the Chin brothers, 3 were already married. If their wives found out that their in-laws were supporting their sister, there would definitely be complaints. Yuan's grandfather looked at her mother and said, You still have a cast on your shoulder. Can you work? Yuan's mother blushed a little and replied, I can't do much right now, but Yuan and I said she would help push the cart while I stay and watch the stall when we trade for eggs in the village. After thinking for a while, her grandfather realized there wasn't a better solution. Then let's do it that way. The elderly couple didn't want to see Yuan's mother suffer, but they had several children at home. Their son was their own, but the daughter-in-law was an outsider, so they needed to treat everyone equally to avoid any complaints from the daughters-in-law. This was the cleverness of the Chin couple. No matter how much they supported their family behind the scenes, they treated everyone fairly on the surface. That afternoon, Yuan's grandfather mentioned this at the dinner table. Getting a wife for Shuwen is a big deal, so Guiying will take her daughter to trade eggs. You all keep an eye on them. Help if you can, and if you can't, don't say anything negative. Everyone has tough times in life. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Shuwen. Chen Shuwen's face turned red, and he opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Yuan's grandfather noticed this, and felt disappointed in his youngest son. That evening, the eldest son of the Chen family brought back an old cart, saying he had fixed it up for Yuan and I to use. Yuan and I, you're a girl, and if you carry a load, you won't be able to manage. This is borrowed from the team. Give it a try and see if you can push it. The cart was small, and the rubber wheels were quite new. Yuan and I tried pushing it and said, Okay, I'll use this cart. The next morning, Yuan and I set off early with the cart alongside her mother to the commune, planning to buy some needles and thread to prepare for trading eggs. On the way, her mother expressed her worries. I wonder if the person at the supply and marketing cooperative is reliable? She was referring to Chen Wenqi, whose son Yuan and I had saved by accident, but they had already expressed their gratitude. So this time, Yuan and I was unsure if Chen Wenqi would still be willing to help. Stop worrying about things that don't matter. If she won't help, we'll think of another way, Yuan and I said through gritted teeth as she pushed the cart along the bumpy country road, which was difficult to navigate. Seeing her eldest daughter working hard while she couldn't help, Yuan's mother felt ashamed and fell silent. She suddenly realized that she was not as capable as a child at a critical moment. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Yuan and I asked her mother to watch the cart outside while she went in to find Chen Wenqi. This was her first time visiting the cooperative. Early in the morning, there weren't many customers at the cooperative. 3 salespeople were present, and 2 of them were sitting behind the counter knitting. Only the salesperson at the side food counter was cleaning the counter. Yuan and I walked over and asked her, Excuse me, is Chen Wenqi working here? What do you need with Director Chen? Director? Yuan and I didn't expect that Chen Wenqi was not just an ordinary staff member, but the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. My relatives back home asked me to bring something, and I need to deliver it to her, Yuan and I said, showing the bundle in her hands. Inside were bean buns that her grandmother made last night, as it is customary to bring something when asking for a favor. Director Chen's office is in the back. You can go in through here. Upon hearing that Yuan and I was related to Chen Wenqi, the salesperson opened the counter's cover to let her take a shortcut. The front of the cooperative sold goods, while the back had the storage room and offices. Yuan and I quickly found the director's office, and just then, she saw Chen Wenqi alone inside, making tea. A cup of tea and a newspaper. This was a life of happiness that farmers could only dream of. Hey, Yuan and I, what brings you here? I went to Xiangyang Brigade yesterday, hoping to see you, but I didn't know you moved to Hongqi Brigade. Sit down and tell me if you need any help. Chen Wenqi looked up, saw Yuan and I, and warmly invited her to sit. Yuan and I didn't expect Chen Wenqi to come looking for her, which showed that she was a caring person who appreciated relationships. Since the other party had already visited her brigade, it meant she had heard something about Yuan Ni's family, making it easier for Yuan and I to speak up. Well, after I returned to my grandfather's house with my mother, Yuan and I shared her experiences after returning home, including her uncle's reactions, and finally mentioned her plan to make money. Being older, Chen Wenqi anticipated everyone's reactions. So, you want to trade for some sewing supplies in the village, then sell the eggs to the cooperative, right? Yes, Sister Chen, this plan doesn't break any rules, does it? More importantly, would she have Chen Wenqi's support? Bartering doesn't violate any rules, and our cooperative also has a task to buy eggs. Your idea is very good. Chen Wenqi's words immediately eased Yuan Ni's worries, and she also provided the egg buying price. Our cooperative sells eggs at 1.8 yuan per pound, and we buy them at 0.8 yuan each. If you trade for eggs in the village, there is a profit margin, but this work is quite hard. Yuan and I wasn't afraid of hard work. No matter how tough it was, she needed to earn money for her own house, or else her family would have nowhere to go. Chen Wenqi nodded in understanding. How about this? There are some defective items in the warehouse. Come with me to take a look, and if there are any suitable ones, I'll get them for you. Starting anything is difficult, but Chen Wenqi already liked Yuan and I. After hearing her interesting idea, she was even more willing to help her. After all, having more friends means more opportunities. Yuan and I was kind and smart, so she was definitely someone special. The defective items had some flaws but were cheaper. Look at this piece of fabric. The stripes are misaligned, so it's half the price. However, this kind of thing isn't suitable for you. To trade for eggs, you need smaller items. Chen Wenqi pointed to the sewing supplies, nylon socks, work gloves, soap, laundry powder, dishes, and tools like awls and nails, allowing Yuan and I to choose. As the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Wenqi was very experienced. These items were exactly what rural people love to trade. Yuan and I quickly picked out a bunch of things. Chen Wenqi called the accountant to settle the bill. Since these were defective items, the total was only $5.80 for a large pile of small items. Thank you, Sister Chen, you've really helped me, Yuan and I said, pointing to her bundle. I don't have much to give you, but I brought some homemade bean buns for you to try. Chen Wenqi gladly accepted. Come find me after you collect the eggs. I'm usually here except on Sundays. Yuan Ni's mother was surprised when she saw the large amount of items Yuan and I had traded for. How much did this cost? I'll tell you on the way. Let's hurry to Hongmiao to collect the eggs while it's still early. Yuan and I pushed her cart and headed to Hongmiao, which was on the way back to Hongqi Brigade. She chose it as her first stop to test her idea of trading for eggs to see if it would work. Yes, let's go trade for some eggs. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. When Yuan Ni's mother heard that she was trading for defective items at a low price, she smiled. It's all fate. Who would have thought that a hospital stay would lead to meeting someone helpful? When they arrived at Hongmiao, it was noon, and everyone from the brigade was heading home from the fields. Yuan and I laid out her sewing supplies and called out, "Trade for eggs. 1 needle for 1 egg." This price was similar to what they would find at the market, but since Yuan and I came to them, it was a great convenience for the villagers. A large crowd quickly gathered around her. Do you have work gloves? How do I trade? Do you have soap? Great. I'll go get some eggs now. On the way, Yuan and I had already calculated how many eggs she could get for each item she had. As for Yuan Yang, she was slow-witted and couldn't manage the accounts, but she was great at collecting eggs and helped gather them nearby. Then, she neatly arranged the exchanged eggs into baskets. Yuan and I offered a fair price, so everyone brought out their stock to trade. Among them, several wanted to exchange for salt. Yuan and I could only apologize, saying she didn't have any in stock but would bring some next time. Besides salt, several elderly ladies wanted to trade for candy for their beloved grandchildren. Yuan and I kept these requests in mind. After a busy afternoon, the 2 bamboo baskets they had prepared were full, and they had also reduced their defective items by half. As they noticed fewer people around, the mother and daughter wiped their sweat, sat down on the ground, and took out the food they had prepared to eat. Just then, an elderly lady came over with a little girl, and they were interested in a small enamel basin. This basin had some paint chipped off, and the supply store priced it at 50 cents. Yuan and I planned to trade it for 15 eggs. If they bought a new one from the store, it would cost at least $2 and require an industrial ticket. So both parties felt that trading was the best deal. The key issue now was that the elderly lady didn't have enough eggs. "I only have 9 eggs. Can I use this to make up the difference?" Yuan and I took a look and saw the lady holding a large old bowl, and she immediately refused. "No, our new bowl is worth only 3 eggs. Yours is an old bowl and chipped. How can it be worth 6 eggs?" The elderly lady looked disappointed. "This isn't just any bowl. Look at the design on it. It's an antique. Let me see." As the elderly lady was about to leave, Yuan and I quickly stopped her and took the large porcelain bowl from her hands. The moment her right hand touched the bowl, a sensation like hot coals surged through her, almost making her drop it. What was happening? She steadied herself and switched to holding the bowl with her left hand, and the burning sensation disappeared. Yuan and I immediately understood that this rough, old porcelain bowl was indeed a valuable antique. However, the bowl was covered in dirt, making it hard to see its true appearance, so she couldn't determine its age right away. 3 eggs for it, and that's all I can offer. In front of the elderly lady, Yuan and I didn't want to inspect the bottom of the bowl. In the antique market, the more you value something, the more the seller will raise the price. If the elderly lady discovered that the rough porcelain bowl was truly an antique, she would surely ask for a high price. Yuan and I frowned. She didn't want to trade. "What use is this broken bowl? And you want to trade it for 3 eggs?
Duanni."
She wanted her daughter to think carefully and not make a bad deal. The old lady immediately became anxious. "I'll give you another dime. Can I take the enamel basin?" Yuan and I kept a serious face, looking a bit hesitant. Seeing her daughter was truly interested, Yuan's mother became worried again. "What are you trading for?" As soon as she finished speaking, the old lady quickly threw down 9 eggs and a dime, then grabbed the enamel basin and ran away. "Hey, you old lady, why are you stealing? Come back here." Yuan's mother started to chase her, but Yuan and I held her back. "Don't chase her. We won't lose out. This big bowl is really a good item." "How do you know? Good things aren't just given away." Yuan's mother and the old lady were both clueless. They couldn't recognize valuable items even when they were right in front of them. Yuan and I didn't want to explain much because her mother might hide the bowl if she knew its true value, and she might even secretly give it to her uncle as a family treasure. The idea to trade for eggs was mine. "You need to listen to me on this." Yuan and I decided to be a bit unreasonable like her mother. Yuan's mother sat down, sulking and refusing to eat, feeling that her daughter was becoming independent and no longer listened to her. However, it wasn't entirely her daughter's fault. She truly felt helpless. By the afternoon, fewer people came to trade for eggs. Yuan and I looked around, collected another half basket of eggs, and decided it was time to go home. "Yuan and I, let me ask you something. Is that broken bowl really a good item? Just forget about it. Consider the bowl as mine. Are we still collecting eggs when we get back to the village?" "No, this trade brings in money quickly. We need to act first before others catch on." Yuan's mother nodded repeatedly. "You're right. I'll gather some hay to cover the basket." Yuan's mother wasn't selfish. She just needed the money. If others learned her money-making method, how would she build her house? When they returned home, her uncle and aunt were still at work, and only a few younger cousins were playing in the yard. Her grandmother came out of the kitchen. "How is the harvest today?" Yuanni's mother smiled widely. "It was great. Let me move the eggs inside first, then I'll tell you." They had 2.5 baskets of eggs, which couldn't be left outside. After moving the eggs inside and washing her hands, Yuanni's mother quickly chatted with her grandmother about the day's success. Yuan and I got some water and carefully washed the large porcelain bowl, removing the dirt. The bowl revealed a pleasing sky blue color, and seeing that made Yuanni's heart race. This was celadon. The most famous items from the Tang and Song dynasties are the blue and white porcelain. Both Tang and Song blue porcelain are highly valued. On the first day, exchanging eggs could lead to finding such a rare treasure, which feels like a blessing from above. But is it Tang porcelain or Song porcelain? Yuan and I closed the door and took a moment to calm down before checking the bottom of the bowl. The bottom was flat, and in the center, there was only one character. Ing. The ing mark. As far as Yuan and I knew, Tang porcelain usually does not have a mark on the bottom. If it has the character ing, it means this piece comes from the royal treasure house. This house is special. Only the finest items can enter the royal treasure house. No wonder her right hand felt like it was burning. She never expected that the rough porcelain bowl she found in a remote area would turn out to be such a rare treasure. The ing-marked blue porcelain bowl was in good condition, with hardly any damage. Yuan and I found a cloth to wrap the bowl carefully, filled the surrounding space with cotton, and then placed it in a box under the bed. If she remembered correctly, items with the ing mark had never sold for less than 100 million at auction. Just then, the door creaked open. Yuan and I looked up cautiously and relaxed when she saw it was Zhao Di. "Sister, here's some water for you." Zhao Di knew her sister was out making money and hurried to pour her a bowl of water. Yuan and I patted Zhao Di's little head. "Once I earn enough money, I'll send you to school." "I don't want to go to school. I want to help you exchange eggs." "Exchange eggs?" "In less than 6 months, everyone in the village will be doing that." It's not a promising job. While accumulating her first bucket of gold, Yuan and I wanted to make sure her funds were legitimate, which is why she thought of exchanging eggs. Going from street to street was hard work, and she didn't plan to do it forever, especially not with her little sister. Yuan and I pointed to the box under the bed. "Do you see that box? Keep an eye on it at home, and don't let anyone take it."
Zhao Di nodded seriously.
Zhao Di was growing up. She was responsible and could be trusted with important tasks, much more than their mother. While the two sisters were talking, they heard a commotion in the yard. It turned out that their second aunt, Zhao Fuhua, had come home to cook. "Mom, I need more grain. There are now 4 extra mouths to feed, and we only have half a basin of cornmeal. The porridge is too thin." Yuan and I frowned. It sounded like her aunt was hinting at something. However, a married daughter returning home with 3 dependents to eat for free would be looked down upon anywhere. The mother rushed into the house, grabbed the bag of dried potatoes, and ran outside, saying, "This is my and Sanyata's food supply. It should be enough for today." "Guang, what are you doing?" "I didn't mean it that way." The second aunt quickly pushed her back. Regardless of her intentions, Yuan and I felt uncomfortable. She had wanted to show off her success in trading eggs today, but now she had lost her enthusiasm. After a quick meal, she took the children to bed early. Moonlight streamed through the window, shining on Yuan and I. As she lay still, just as Yuan and I was about to fall asleep, she suddenly said, "Do you think I am useless?" Yuan and I thought for a moment and replied, "You shouldn't say that. You brought all 3 of us out of a tough situation. Yes, I want to help you all live a good life." As if she had made up her mind, the next day, Yuanni's mother woke up very early, packed some cornmeal buns as snacks, and prepared to go out with Yuan and I. However, just as she stepped outside, the second aunt called out to her, "Guang, you can't leave today." "What's going on?" Yuanni's mother replied sharply, as the second aunt had said strange things the day before. "Guang, it's your turn to cook today. I just wanted to remind you that the food is with your mother. If you want to make something, go ask her," the second aunt said with a light smile, as if it were a normal exchange. Yuanni's mother felt her mood darken. How could she have forgotten that? Just when she was ready to get to work, her plans were interrupted, and it felt very frustrating. I'll cook for my mother. Don't worry about it, second aunt. At that moment, Zhaodi stepped forward, rolling up her sleeves, ready to help. You? Can you cook? Don't burn the kitchen down. The second aunt looked doubtful. If Zhaodi can't, then there's me, said Grandma, frowning as she walked out of the yard. I'll help my daughter cook for a day. Can that shut you up? The second aunt quickly smiled. Of course not. She didn't dare to provoke Grandma and hurried off to work. The plan for the day was to first go to the Desai and Bali village, collect the eggs, and then head straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to trade them. Perhaps feeling motivated, Yuani's mother was much more active than the day before, starting to joke and bargain with people. It's true that no one is born knowing how to trade. It's something learned out of necessity. Because Yuani's idea was fresh and provided great convenience to the villagers, many came to trade eggs. By noon, they had filled the remaining baskets. The needles and threads they had bought earlier were all used up. Even so, some villagers who hadn't exchanged their items were reluctant to leave and kept asking Yuan and I when she would come again. I'll come as soon as I can, probably in a day or two, Yuan and I replied, jotting down a few notes in her small notebook. Besides salt, sugar, shoelaces, they also added lamp oil and wicks to the shopping list. There weren't many teams with electricity. Even those with wires were hesitant to use them because the electricity bills were too high. So many people still relied on oil lamps at night. The mother and daughter were worried about being late, and the supply store workers were reluctant to accept eggs if it delayed their closing time, so they didn't even eat their snacks and just pushed the cart away. When they arrived at the supply store, the sales clerk was dozing at the counter. They were told that Chinwinchi had gone home and wouldn't be back until 2:30 p.m. You can wait at the door for a bit. Even if Director Chin comes now, it won't help. To exchange eggs, both the accountant and the cashier need to count them, and that takes time, the clerk reminded them, yawning and going back to sleep. Yuan and I pulled her mother, saying, "What's the rush? Let's eat first." She took out a bowl and ran to the state-run restaurant to buy a bowl of noodles, which were quite tasty with cornmeal bread. After they finished eating, Chinwinchi finally arrived. She immediately noticed the cart full of egg baskets. Yuan and I, you did well. In just 2 days, you've collected so many eggs? Yes, all 5 baskets are full. Can we exchange them today?
Sure, follow me.
With Chen's assurance, the accountant and cashier came out to count the eggs. Yuan and I and her mother watched closely, silently counting along. 5 baskets, none broken, a total of 1,128 eggs. All right, Accountant Wang, please settle the payment for the eggs now. The supply store bought eggs at 8 cents each, regardless of size. Yuan and I exchanged over 1,000 eggs and received a total of 90 yuan and 24 cents. Seeing the money in Yuan's hand, her mother could hardly believe her eyes. If she remembered correctly, Yuan and I had only spent a little over 5 yuan on needles and threads. How could exchanging eggs be so profitable? While her mother was lost in thought, Yuan and I was already discussing restocking with Chinwinchi. This time, there aren't as many defective items, so you need to buy at wholesale prices. No problem, I'll buy at wholesale prices. The reason Yuan and I made a profit from the first egg exchange was that Chinwinchi had provided a lot of defective items. Now that we are stocking up, we have spent much more money than last time. We just received $90 and already over 20 has been spent. However, we have a wider variety of goods this time. Yuan's mother had not finished calculating the accounts when Chinwinchi said, "These over 1,000 eggs will last us for a while. Come back in a week to deliver eggs again, and let's set the amount at 1,500. What do you think?"
Duan ni nadie, no problem.
With some money in hand, Yuan and I bought a bag of peach crisps for her grandmother and a large piece of pig liver to honor her grandfather. On the way back, Yuan's mother kept counting on her fingers. "Mom, what are you doing? If we only deliver eggs once a week, how much less will we earn?" Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, we will make good money. We will continue to collect eggs as usual." "Collect more?
Who will you sell them to after that?"
"Eggs can spoil.
Don't worry about it."
That night, the Chen family was buzzing with excitement. Several uncles visited Yuan's stock, all looking shocked. In just 2 days, you've traded for so many things? The second aunt looked at the bundles of wicks and bags of sugar, her eyes almost tearing up. If only these things were hers. Fortunately, Grandpa coughed and said, "Stop thinking about useless things. Guiying has it tough. She's working hard to earn money for a house. If you care, you should help like the eldest brother and sister-in-law." The eldest uncle immediately agreed, no problem. The other uncles and aunts also vaguely agreed. That night, Yuan and I took out $80 and quietly found her grandfather to ask him to buy bricks and tiles. Yuan and I meant that the egg trading business couldn't stop, and the house construction could only be entrusted to her grandfather. This way, making money and building the house could go on simultaneously without delay. Grandpa immediately agreed, "You're right. Trading eggs is very profitable, and someone might get jealous. If a second egg buyer appears, your business won't be as profitable." Hearing her grandfather's words, Yuan's mother felt a sense of urgency. No wonder Yuan and I said the egg collection couldn't stop. It turns out there are others wanting to do this business too. The next day, the mother and daughter woke up early again, preparing to go to the West Wang team to collect eggs. This team was a bit farther away, and it took them half a day to reach the place. Yuan's mother wiped her sweat and was about to shout when she saw a crowd gathered ahead. "What's going on there?" A mother and daughter pushed their cart over, and when they saw what that person was doing, they were almost furious. The idea of exchanging eggs was suggested by Yuan and I. Before this, everyone knew that trading eggs in the black market was illegal. However, bartering could perfectly avoid those regulations. Yuan's mother thought that even if they copied the idea, it would take some time. But when she saw the person surrounded by villagers, she became extremely angry. The person surrounded by the villagers was none other than Yuan's second aunt, Zhao Fuhua's mother. Grandma Zhao had a large basket beside her, filled with a shallow layer of eggs, and she was proudly shouting, "Exchanging eggs, exchanging sugar for eggs." Next to Grandma Zhao was a young man, Zhao Fuqiang, who was Zhao Fuhua's younger brother. He had a small basket at his feet filled with sugar. Everyone in Zhao family village could make sugar, and during market days, they would trade it for goods. But bringing sugar to the village to collect eggs was clearly copying Yuan's idea. Without a doubt, Zhao Fuhua had leaked the idea to her family. Yuan's mother was so angry her face turned red. She was about to confront them, but Yuan and I stopped her, saying, "Don't get mad at them. We'll trade our own way. Don't worry, we have plenty of supplies. They can't outdo us." Yuan and I had already seen through the essence of this business. Besides bartering, the key point was the supply and marketing cooperative. Being able to get supplies at the lowest prices from the cooperative and then selling the eggs back to them was the real guarantee for making money. People like Grandma Zhao, who were just messing around, would earn very little. Yuan's mother didn't understand this. If she confronted them angrily, it would only backfire. It was like setting up a stall at the market. If you can set up a stall, so can others. Why shouldn't they sell the same things? Sure enough, once Yuan and I set up her stall and called out for egg exchanges, the villagers quickly gathered around. Yuan and I had many items, such as white sugar, salt, lamp oil, and wicks, essential household goods. Oh no, I should have exchanged for wicks earlier. Exactly, it's not a holiday. Why are we trading sugar? This is ridiculous. Now I have no eggs at home. What should I do? Soon, someone noticed the things they really needed, but the eggs at home had already been traded for sugar. The villagers were not polite. They took the sugar and went to confront Grandma Zhao, saying, "No more trading. Give me back my eggs." Grandma Zhao had been proud just moments ago, but now her face turned pale.
What?
Once something is traded, you can't take it back? The sugar is only sweet. It's not useful for daily life. Who wants to trade for these things all the time? I think you just want to trick us, so give back the eggs. The villagers didn't want to reason with Grandma Zhao. This was their territory. At first, she argued back, but then she realized she couldn't win against the locals and had to return the eggs with a dark expression. The key issue was that not only did she work hard for nothing, but the sugar returned was also short in quantity. Seeing Grandma Zhao's frustration, Yuan and I finally smiled. With many people in the Shiwang team, Yuan and I quickly forgot about the Zhao family and focused on trading, not noticing when they left. They had a good haul that day. The mother and daughter estimated they had traded for at least 800 or 900 eggs. On the way home, Yuan and I suggested to her mother, when we get home, don't argue with Auntie. Let's tell Grandma and let her handle it. If Annie asks why we took business from her family, we'll say we didn't see the Zhao family. Yuan's mother looked at her daughter in surprise. How come you have more ideas than I do now? Just say my idea was good, right? Her mother fell silent. After getting home, she went straight to Grandma to complain. Yuan and I was right. When she clashed with Zhao Fuhua, it was like a sister-in-law arguing with a sister, which wasn't reasonable. But when Grandma dealt with Zhao Fuhua, it was a mother-in-law correcting her daughter-in-law, which was perfectly justified. Grandma was very angry after hearing this and told Grandpa about it. That night, there was a big uproar in the Qin family. Grandpa slammed the table and scolded Qin Xuanong, saying he couldn't even keep his wife in line. Just when we thought of a way to make money, your wife goes back to her family to report. Why didn't you go with her? Don't say you're my son. You might as well be a son-in-law to the Zhao family. Yuan's aunt understood immediately and looked at Zhao Fuhua, saying, no wonder you ran back to your family at midnight. You went to report. Qin Xuanong looked at Zhao Fuhua in disbelief. Yesterday you said your mother was unwell, and you went home to check, but it turns out you were going to see Guiying? Zhao Fuhua stammered, I didn't. It was just trading for eggs. This isn't some secret technique, is it? As soon as she finished speaking, she received a hard slap that left her mouth crooked. Guiying has it tough. How can you think such bad thoughts? Just wait until I deal with you, Qin Xuanong said angrily. After realizing his wife had done something wrong, he raised his fist to hit her. Yuan and I quickly pulled Bandi away. In the end, it was Uncle Qin Xuegong who stepped in, grabbing his brother to give Zhao Fuhua a chance to escape. Zhao Fuhua didn't even dare to enter the house, crying that she was going back to her mother's home. Qin Xuanong slammed his fist on the table. Why are you holding me back, big brother?
Why?
You hit her so hard. I can't just watch you cause trouble, Qin Xuegong replied, releasing him and going back to eat. Grandma tapped the table with her chopsticks. Eat your meal. If she wants to leave, let her go home and think about it. If she doesn't admit her mistake, don't let her come back. Qin Xuanong grumbled in agreement, and the matter was settled. The next day, while collecting eggs, he didn't see anyone from the Zhao family, unsure if they had learned their lesson or gone to another village. On the way back, Yuan's mother was quite optimistic. I bet your second aunt is scared now. The Zhao family won't dare to come back. And with today's collection, we have over 1,000 eggs now. What are your plans next? At that moment, they were on flat ground, about to go uphill. Yuan and I stopped to catch her breath and answer her mother's question. Just then, she set down the cart and saw a bicycle racing down the hill. Riding it was Zhao Fua's younger brother. Oh no, get out of the way. Our cart is full of eggs. Yuan's mother shouted in panic. But she was still in a cast and couldn't help, so it was up to Yuan and I to avoid the collision. Zhao Fuqiang pedaled fiercely, aiming straight for the cart on the road. Why should Yuan's family make money from eggs, while the Zhao family couldn't? Today, Zhao Fuqiang wanted to show Yuan and I and her mother what it meant to have eggs smashed. Just as the bicycle was about to crash into them, Yuan and I focused on the bicycle, nervously calculating if she could tip it over. However, the strength difference was too great. If she acted rashly, she might not only fail to stop it but also get hurt herself. At that critical moment, someone suddenly rushed out from behind Yuan and I, standing firmly in front of her and grabbing the front of the bicycle. The person was tall and strong, with handsome features, standing there like a mountain. Comrade Gu. Yuan and I exclaimed in surprise. Gu Chao arrived just in time. If he had been a moment later, things would have gone wrong. Gu Chao frowned and forcefully pushed his bicycle aside. There was a ditch by the road, filled with mud. Zhao Fuqiang fell into the ditch, splashing mud all over his face. What's wrong with you? Why did you stop my bicycle? You know you're riding a bicycle, right? I thought you were flying a plane. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have smashed someone's eggs. Gu Chao clapped his hands and turned to check on Yuan and I to see if she was hurt. Seeing that Yuan and I was fine, Gu Chao naturally rolled up his sleeves and steadily pushed the cart up the. Yuani's mother almost cried, "Comrade Gu, I feel so bad. How can I let you do this? I know your situation. If you have any difficulties, you can ask the team for help or come to the commune to find me," Gu Chao replied politely. Zhao Fuqiang finally climbed out of the ditch. "You're a cadre, so what? Why are you bullying ordinary people? I'll report you." Yuan and I rushed over and pushed Zhao Fuqiang back into the ditch. "Go ahead and report." Zhao Fuqiang had already hurt his leg. Falling back into the ditch seemed to break a bone, and he cried out in pain, "Help! Pull me up." Yuan and I didn't want to deal with him. She grabbed her mother and walked away. "Forget him. Let Zhao Fuqiang stay in the ditch. If he got rescued, he would surely run around complaining." Gu Chao pushed his bicycle and walked with Yuan and I and her mother. "Why do you have so many eggs on your bike?" Yuan's mother felt nervous. After all, he was a cadre. Would he accuse them of wrongdoing? However, Yuan and I was bold and smiled as she explained her plan. "We have no choice. Otherwise, we can't afford to build a house." Gu Chao understood and admired Yuan's cleverness. "Where are you planning to take these eggs? To the supply and marketing cooperative? They won't take this many. I'm worried about it." "Then take them to the commune. The commune cafeteria needs eggs. I'll talk to them and they'll take yours." "That would be wonderful." After collecting this batch of eggs, Yuan and I originally planned to find a factory to sell them. She didn't expect to run into Gu Chao, who helped her greatly. Yuan's mother felt awkward following behind. She wanted to express her gratitude but couldn't find the right words, so she just watched her daughter chat happily with Gu Chao. Accompanying the mother and daughter on the main road, Gu Chao looked at his watch and said, "It's settled then. Tomorrow morning, you can deliver the eggs to the commune and just find Master Sun in the cafeteria. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." Watching Gu Chao walk away, Yuan Yang thanked him profusely. He really is a wonderful person. Back at home, the mother and daughter shared their experiences from the day. "Thanks to Comrade Gu, otherwise, all my eggs would have been smashed by that Zhao person." Grandpa furrowed his brow tightly. What does the Zhao family mean by this? Do they not want to be relatives anymore? "I'll go ask him." Uncle waved his hand, calling his two eldest sons to prepare to confront the Zhao family and explain the situation. "Wait," Grandma stopped Uncle. "3 of you aren't enough. Bring a few more people." Uncle scratched the back of his head. "Mom, we're going to reason with them, not to fight. Even reasoning needs numbers. It's fine to bring more brothers," Grandma said seriously. "All right, we'll all go." With Grandma's approval, the Chen family set off to talk to the Zhao family. The Zhao family lived close to the Chen family, and within half an hour, Uncle returned with his brothers. "Mom, we talked to the Zhao family. They promise they won't take any more eggs and won't make things difficult for Goying. What are we having for dinner?" Uncle said with a big grin. Zhao Fuhua was the eldest, with 1 brother and 1 sister below her, but they were no match for the Chen family. Uncle Chen didn't mention the details of the discussion. He admired Grandma. No wonder she said that reasoning also needed numbers. Seeing so many people at their door, Zhao Fuqiang was so scared he admitted his mistake right away. This is what you call convincing someone with reason. Grandma brought out a large bowl of scrambled eggs. "Tonight we're having egg pancakes. I cooked 30 eggs, so eat as much as you like." The Chun brothers cheered, and even the sisters-in-law had smiles on their faces. The Yuan family returning home was a good thing. Their lives had improved for several days, all thanks to the mother and daughter. The next morning, Yuan Yang went with her mother to the commune to deliver the eggs. Following Gu Chao's instructions, she went straight to Master Sun in the cafeteria, who accepted the eggs without any trouble. Then they counted the eggs and calculated the payment. What made Yuan Yang and her mother happy was that the cafeteria's price for the eggs was 9 cents each, which was 1 cent more than the supply and marketing cooperative. "This is the price. The supply and marketing cooperative takes your eggs and sells them for about 9 cents, Master Sun said with a smile. "By the way, how do you know Comrade Gu?" Yuan Yang clapped her thigh, ready to speak the truth, but Yuan and I stopped her. We just know him. By the way, where do we collect the money? Master Sun didn't press for more information and remained cheerful as he led them to the finance room, where they watched the accountant hand over the money before leaving. If she guessed correctly, Gu Chao was not an ordinary person. Yuan and I didn't want to rely on connections, but if a connection came to her, she would take advantage of it. Some things are better left for others to imagine. This time selling eggs, they made over $80. Yuan and I hid the money in her pillow and planned to open a savings account to deposit it after selling the eggs at the cooperative. Yuan Yang muttered, "It's safer to keep the money ourselves. How can we trust the savings bank? I think you should give the money to me and I'll keep it safe." Yuan and I blew out the oil lamp. Time to sleep. In the following days, Yuan and I and her mother woke up early and worked hard, collecting another 1,500 eggs. Soon, it was time to deliver the goods as agreed. When Yuan and I arrived, Chen Wenqi was waiting at the door. Unlike before, her face looked troubled. "Yuan and I, there's been an unexpected issue." "What issue?" Yuan and I asked calmly. She had already thought of a backup plan in case the cooperative refused the eggs. "It's like this." Chen Wenqi pulled Yuan and I aside to explain. Although she was the director of the cooperative, she didn't have the final say. Since Yuan and I sold eggs once, others had noticed this profitable method. "We used to buy eggs in small amounts from farmers, but now that you want to sell over 1,000 at once, people are envious." They contacted the commune leaders, and now someone from above said there will be a designated supplier, so I can't accept eggs from private sources anymore. Higher authorities can complicate matters, and Chen Wenqi felt helpless. Yuan and I smiled. She had anticipated this. However, Yuan Yang's face turned pale with worry. "How can this happen?" Yuan and I tugged at her mother's sleeve to silence her. "Today, I brought another 1,500 eggs. Can they still be accepted?" This was all agreed upon before. "Even under pressure, I have to get this done for you." "Okay, just hearing you say that is enough." 1,500 eggs sold for a total of 120 yuan. There were a few extra, but once they counted to 1,500, Yuan and I said not to count anymore. We agreed to deliver 1,500, so let's stick with that number.
Chen Wenqi didn't understand.
"It's not that I care about the few extra." Yuan and I packed away the remaining eggs. The supply and marketing cooperative didn't want them. She had other uses for them. After getting the money, Yuan and I wanted to buy supplies. "Director Chen, if I stop delivering eggs, can I still buy things at wholesale prices?" Chen Wenqi was even more confused. Yuan and I was buying needles, threads, and daily necessities to collect eggs in the countryside. If the cooperative no longer bought her eggs, why would she need those items? Was she planning to use them at home? Of course, as long as you buy in bulk, you can get wholesale prices. Although she didn't understand, Chen Wenqi answered with a smile. "Great, I want to buy these items." Yuan and I handed over a prepared list. The list included salt, sugar, needles, and was similar to her last purchase. Chen Wenqi felt the need to remind her, "Yuan and I, you can use these items for yourself, but you can't resell them."
Duan ni nadie.
"Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for myself." This time, Yuan and I spent over 40 yuan on supplies, and with the remaining eggs, her cart was full again. After saying goodbye to Chen Wenqi, Yuan and I asked her mother to watch the cart while she went to the savings office to deposit money. Since hearing that the cooperative would no longer buy eggs, Yuan's mother seemed very down, like a wilted eggplant. Yuan and I asked her to do whatever she needed. Yuan and I didn't have time to explain. She brought all the remaining money from home, plus the money from the cooperative, totaling 220 yuan, which she needed to convert into a savings book. The interest for fixed deposits is higher. 100 yuan earns 8 yuan in interest in a year, so you should go for a fixed deposit. The clerk at the savings office thought Yuan and I didn't understand, and tried to set her up with a fixed deposit. "No, I want to make a regular deposit. Money grows faster that way." Yuan and I had already figured it out. A large stack of cash quickly turned into a thin savings book, and Yuan and I left the savings office feeling light. Her mother was staring blankly at the cart full of supplies, looking quite pitiful. "What will we do now that the cooperative no longer wants eggs?" Comrade Gu has helped us contact the commune cafeteria. Any earnings are better than nothing. Besides, we already have enough money for the house, so there's no need to cling to the cooperative. Yuan and I is a bit funny. Money is a good thing, and her mother has become addicted to making it. That's true. With Yuan Ni's comfort, her mother finally felt better. Yuan and I didn't dare to tell her mother how much she had saved at the bank, fearing her mother might have other ideas. But they were making money. Looking at Yuan Ni's thin shoulders, her mother decided, are we still saving money? Let's go eat some big meat buns. Yuan and I had been waiting for her mother to say that. The two went to a state-run restaurant, ordered 10 big meat buns, and enjoyed a delicious meal with seaweed egg drop soup. No wonder everyone wants to go to the city. These buns are so tasty. And how about we find a way to get you a job? Yuan Ni's mother wiped her mouth, the flavor of the buns making her feel more lively. What job? Isn't trading things good? Aren't people taking over the egg trading job? Who knows how long you can work at the commune cafeteria? It's safer to have a steady job. Mom, listen to me. We still need to trade things. We can collect eggs and take them to the city to exchange for scrap. For example, old iron pots, used newspapers, and toothpaste tubes. These are all wanted at the recycling station and they pay by weight. If we sell the scrap we collect, we can still make money. Yuan and I confidently shared her backup plan. Her mother was shocked. It can work like that? Why not? It's legal and can earn money. It's better than working a job. Her mother thought for a moment, unable to argue back. In fact, collecting scrap for money is a long-term plan. Whether supplying the supply and marketing cooperative or the commune cafeteria, it attracts too much attention. Without connections, it's hard to sustain such a business. Yuan and I has a special talent, making her perfect for trading eggs for scrap. Those dusty antiques and hidden treasures from the past are actually among the everyday items. They could be unnoticed pickled vegetable jars or half-buried clay pots. People often fail to recognize true treasures. To find a good deal, one needs a keen eye, and Yuan and I has just that. After hearing Yuan Ni's ideas about trading scrap, her mother felt it could work. Since we finally came to the commune, let's give it a try today and see what we can collect. Action is better than words. Yuan and I wiped her mouth, pushed the cart, and set off. The idea of trading scrap is great, but putting it into practice is not so easy. The richest people now are the workers. Yuan and I wanted to go into the cement factory's residential area to take a look. As she reached the entrance, an old man guarding the gate stopped her. You're not from this factory, right? People who collect junk aren't allowed in. Yuan and I smiled and placed 2 eggs on the old man's table. How can I collect junk if I can't go in? Please help me out? The old man put the eggs in his drawer. All right, just don't take anything from outside. Yuan and I promised she wouldn't touch anyone else's things, and she was allowed to enter. In the village, families have large yards where they can store things they may or may not need. In the city, there's not much space, so coal bricks, cabbages, and other items are piled up at the entrance. If someone collecting junk isn't careful, they could easily take a lot of things. As Yuan and I walked with her mother, she was curious and didn't notice someone coming from the opposite direction. Oops. Just as her mother bumped into the person, the items in their hands almost fell to the ground. Yuan and I quickly reached out to catch them, and at that moment, a wave of heat rushed through her hand. Yuan and I tightly held onto the item, saving it from breaking. It was an old pickled vegetable jar, round with a flat bottom, covered in black stains, giving off a strange, salty smell. Hey, watch where you're going. The jar's owner was a middle-aged woman who had been bumped into quite hard. She rubbed her waist while complaining. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Her mother quickly apologized, realizing it was her fault. Yuan and I smiled and returned the jar to the woman. We collect junk. Do you have any toothpaste tubes or old newspapers? Yes. Oh, do you take jars? You mean this one? It's ceramic and the recycling station won't take it. But I can help you throw it away. I knew they wouldn't take it. Okay, please help me throw it away, and I'll get you some newspapers. By the way, how do you price the newspapers? 6 pounds of newspapers for 1 pound of eggs, or you can trade for something else. Yuan and I pointed to the cart. The middle-aged woman saw that the cart was quite full. All right, I'll get my junk, and we can negotiate a trade.
Okay.
Soon, the woman brought out a big pile of items. Yuan and I didn't have the patience to sort through these little things, so she let her mother handle it. The two women squatted on the ground, picking and choosing, haggling over prices, and finally, they reached a deal. A middle-aged woman left carrying a dozen eggs. With her leading the way, more people came. Some even brought old iron pots. They worked hard all afternoon and exchanged all the remaining eggs. Yuan and I noticed that people from the city liked to get eggs, while villagers preferred enamel basins and soap. Her mother made several good deals with scrap, boosting her confidence. Let's hurry back. We still need to go to the collection station to drop off the items. After leaving the housing complex, Yuani's mother wanted to throw away a jar of pickled vegetables. Let's get rid of it quickly. It smells terrible. Yuan and I quickly stopped her. After working all afternoon, this jar was the most valuable item, and she couldn't let her mother throw it away. Hold on to it. I can use it, Yuan and I said, packing the jar into a cardboard box. Her mother nodded. You're right. We can clean it and use it again. This was one good thing about her mother. Even though she didn't understand much, she listened to Yuan and I. At this early stage, Yuan and I needed a helper like her mother, someone who was obedient and reliable. On the way home, they passed the scrap collection station. Yuan and I stopped the car and asked her mother to watch the items while she went in several times to drop off the collected scrap. Coincidentally, the same master who had bought copper blocks was on duty. He was friendly, quickly checked the scrap, and told Yuan and I, keep them separate and weigh them directly. The toothpaste tubes, newspapers, and scrap metal were all weighed by the pound. After weighing, he said, in total, it's 8.30 yuan. Young lady, I remember you came a few days ago. Yes, I'm from the village. I collect scrap when I can, and I'll be coming back often.
Please take care of me.
Labor is honorable. Collecting scrap isn't shameful. Turning waste into treasure can earn money and support the country's call. Don't worry, as long as what you bring is acceptable, I will definitely buy it, the master said with a smile. That was exactly what Yuan and I wanted to hear. She was planning to earn money through the collection station, so it was important to build a good relationship with them. When the mother and daughter returned home, they ran into Yuan's grandfather bringing bricks home. Money makes things easier. He had negotiated a price with a nearby brick factory and brought back bricks and tiles today. Everyone in the village knew that Chen's daughter was getting a divorce and was coming back to live permanently. Some people agreed with her grandfather's actions, while others spoke negatively. After all, Yuan's mother was a married daughter. It was unusual for her family to help her set up a home. However, these negative comments were only whispered among themselves, as no one dared to say it to the Chen family's face. This was because Uncle Chen was strong and often brought his brothers to discuss matters. Guiying, the new house will be built right here. This used to be the animal shed. Are you okay with that? Grandpa cheerfully pointed at the old sheep pen, letting Yuan Yang choose the spot. The Chen family has many members, and they had already built a circle of houses around the yard. Only the old sheep pen was empty, so it was perfect to build the new house here. I'm fine with it. This location is good, facing south, so it will be warm in winter. Once the spot was decided, Grandpa started planning the timeline to begin construction. There are many men in the Chen family, so they can handle the building themselves. Outsiders would just get in the way. Then let's start tomorrow. We might earn a little less, suggested Uncle. Recently, there hasn't been much work, and even if they do work, they can't earn full credits. Some lazy folks in the village are already resting at home. Everyone agreed, and the house construction plan was set. Taking advantage of the quiet evening, Yuan cleaned the pickled vegetable jar and began to study it closely. From how warm it felt in her hands, this jar seemed almost as valuable as a Tang Dynasty porcelain bowl. So, what era is this treasure from? The oil lamp was too dim, and Yuan's eyes started to hurt. Yuan's mother shook her head, rubbing her hair with a tool, and continued making shoe soles. You never have enough junk to collect and you're still examining it? I don't believe you can see anything special in such a broken jar. If conditions allowed, Yuani wouldn't want to study it in front of everyone. But the reality is that the few of them have to live together in one room for a long time. So, Yuani needed everyone to get used to it and help keep her secret. If the eldest sister likes it, then let her see it, said Zhaodi, fully supportive. Pandai nodded along. I like the jar too. All right, since you all like it, let's find a bigger box tomorrow to keep the broken jars and bowls. As they were chatting excitedly, someone knocked on the door. Third sister, are you in there? I want to talk to you. It was the voice of her uncle, Chen Shuwen, outside. Yuani quickly put away the jar and let her mother open the door. She didn't want her uncle to discover her secret. Shuwen, what's the matter? Ever since Chen Shuwen urged Yuani's mother to vacate the house, the sibling relationship had grown cold. Although neither owed the other anything, it was tough for Yuani's mother to return to her family in difficult times. Chen Shuwen should have offered support instead of making things harder. Chen Shuwen held a few walnuts in his hand, awkwardly smiling as he placed them on the table. Yuani, these are for you. Now that Yuani had a savings account, she didn't care much for a few walnuts, and even Zhaodi and Pandai remained silent. Seeing that everyone was cold-faced, Chen Shuwen awkwardly rubbed his hands and chuckled a few times before speaking. Sister, I want to discuss something with you. Since we are building a new house, could you let me have it? You know I'm getting married next month, and having a new home would be nicer. Yuan and I scratched her ear, surprised that her uncle was so thick-skinned. He didn't seem like a Qin family member at all. Yuani's mother was also stunned. I paid for the new house, so why should I give it to you? Third sister, you bought so many bricks and tiles. It must have cost at least 50 or 60, right? A few eggs cost only a few cents, and you've only been working for a few days. I don't believe you earned that much. Your parents must be supporting you. Besides, even if it is your money, it depends on whose situation is more important. I'm getting married, and it's perfect for the new bride to move into the new house, Chen Shuwen argued confidently. Why don't you talk to Mom and Dad? Mom and Dad clearly favor you. It's useless for me to talk to them. You need to say it. Just tell them you like this old house and don't want to move, and let me live in the new house. That would work, right? Go away, you say it yourself. Even Yuani's mother, who had a good temper, couldn't tolerate her brother any longer and directly kicked Chen Shuwen out. After closing the door, she began to scold him. Amidst the scolding, Yuan and I resumed her study of the jar. After being cleaned, the jar had a white base with blue patterns and was in good condition. Yuan and I turned the jar over, carefully examining the bottom. The Tang dynasty was a transitional period between pottery and porcelain, while the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties mainly produced porcelain. If it were blue and white porcelain from the Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing dynasties, the bottom would usually have an inscription, but this jar's bottom was completely blank. Yuan and I pondered what this meant. She had a special ability to identify treasures, but unfortunately, it could only appraise items, not date them. Yuan and I had studied archaeology before, not specifically porcelain, so after a while of research, she couldn't reach a conclusion and decided to keep this treasure safe for now. She would find someone knowledgeable to ask later. The next day, Yuan's mother went to complain to her grandmother, as Yuan and I had suggested, saying that Chen Shuwen wanted the new house. In most families, sons are favored over daughters, and they would even sell their daughters for their sons' marriages. But the Qin family was different. Before getting married, Yuan's mother was the most favored child in her family. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong person and suffered for it. Now, her grandmother still cared for her daughter. After hearing Yuan's mother, she sneered, "Still want a new house? It's good enough that he wasn't kicked out. He should think about it. All his brothers married in the old house, so why does he get to live in the new one? If things aren't fair, this family can't be managed." Grandma reassured Yuan and I, "The new house is yours. Just focus on living there with your daughter. As for your brother, he doesn't understand. I'll talk to him." With Grandma's words, Yuan and I felt relieved. Today, while the Qin family was building the house, Yuan and I didn't go out to trade for eggs. Instead, she took Xiao Di and Pan Di to the market together. They bought a bunch of pig offal including pig liver, heart, stomach, and intestines. According to tradition, when raising a house, the family should eat well. Since Yuan and I couldn't build a house, she took on the responsibility of improving their meals. Zhao Di and Pandi grew up in Yuan's family and were very understanding. When they saw Yuan and I wanting to buy a shuttlecock and colorful rubber bands, Zhao Di stopped her, saying, "Sister, don't spend money carelessly. We don't need those." "Don't worry, sister. I earned enough for both of you." In rural areas, it's wise to keep finances private. Yuan and I didn't dare spend too freely because she still lived with the Chen family. Chen Shuwen was her mother's younger brother and was already eyeing the new house, not to mention the other aunts who had no blood relation at all. Yuan and I had to be cautious. So, besides food, Yuan and I didn't dare buy anything extra. Improving their lives could wait. When the three sisters returned home, Grandpa had already started working with others. With many hands, the work went quickly. The Chen family lacked many things, but they had plenty of strong laborers. Grandpa was personally supervising the foundation work. Grandma was busy in the kitchen and, seeing Yuan and I carrying a large amount of pig offal, smiled brightly. Good stuff. With this, we can lift our spirits and finish the house today. After cleaning the intestines, they stir-fried them with chili, stewed the stomach with radish, and made braised dishes with the liver and heart. Before noon, delicious aromas filled the Chen kitchen. Villagers passing by couldn't help but drool at the smell, but unfortunately, the Chen family wasn't asking for help, or they could have enjoyed a good meal too. Grandma understood the uncles well. With good food, everyone worked hard, including the younger Uncle Chen Shuwen, who was also putting in a lot of effort. By evening, the house was starting to take shape. Raising the beam is important. We need to choose a good time. Let's wait for the right moment. Grandpa, a carpenter, was particular about these things. Since the house would be lived in for a lifetime, there was no rush. The next morning, following Grandpa's plan, they chose a good time to raise the beam, and the remaining work was minimal. Yuani's mother had already said that the leftover bricks and tiles from building the house would not be returned, but kept for repairing other old houses. Several uncles were happy about this. The old house had been lived in for many years and had some leaks. This was a good opportunity to fix it without spending their own money. Everyone said Guiying was sensible and a caring sister. Anyway, when a daughter returns to her family, money should be spent generously. As long as the money is well spent, people usually won't complain. Yuan and I understood this well. Today, she went to the river and bought 4 large fish, along with some old tofu and noodles, and cooked a big pot of stew. The delicious smell spread throughout half the village. When the sun set, the Chen family had their new house standing, and the old house was also newly repaired. Everyone enjoyed the meal, savoring the fruits of their labor. The new house was quite damp, so they needed to ventilate and dry it out before installing the glass. Grandpa said that before Chen Shuwen got married, Yuan and I and the children should clear out the rooms. Chen Shuwen's fiancée was named Tian Xiaofeng, a girl from the neighboring village. They were in a free relationship and had confirmed their bond without waiting for Grandma's approval. Later, when Grandma found out, they went through the proper procedures and paid the bride price. The Chen family had many sons, and they believed in fairness. Whatever rules applied to the eldest son's wedding would apply to the second son as well. All these matters were made clear after the two families met. At that time, the Tian family agreed to follow the rules and said not to treat Xiaofeng poorly. No one expected that just as the wedding was approaching, the Tian family would cause trouble. What? Tian Xiaofeng wants 88 yuan as a bride price? And she won't bring any back? When the matchmaker delivered the message, Grandma's face immediately fell. Yes, I didn't expect this either. Aunt, you can't blame me for this. Xiaofeng is not someone I introduced to Shuwen. We just filled in the details later. The matchmaker quickly distanced herself from the situation. I know, I'm just angry. We're about to have a wedding, and she has the nerve to ask for so much money? Does she think she's worth gold? Grandma was very upset. If she had known about the high bride price earlier, she would have stopped the marriage before it got serious. Now that the wedding was imminent, it was indeed difficult to handle Tian Xiaofeng's demand for money. This is what happened, the Tian family told me. The matchmaker began awkwardly. Didn't we agree with the Tian family before? The bride price was 18.8 yuan, and the bride would bring back half. We would give the couple a room and buy them a new bed and cabinet. The matchmaker explained everything clearly, and everyone understood. The Chun family's offer was good, and the Tian family agreed, without hesitation. The problem is, Guiying has returned, and you built her a new house. This news reached the Tian family through gossip. What's wrong with my daughter coming home? Old Mrs. Tian said that if you have money to build a new house for your divorced daughter, you will surely spend even more when your son gets married. So, the bride price will definitely increase. Grandma suddenly understood. So they are jealous of Guiying's new house. Exactly. Now everyone knows Xu Wen is getting married. The Tian family is taking advantage of the fact that you won't back out of the marriage, so they are asking for more money. Grandma waved her hand. I understand the situation. You go tell the Tian family to wait. The matchmaker delivered the message and fulfilled her duty, then left after having some sweet water. Chen Xuan entered the house looking worried. Mom, you need to help me. What can I do? You haven't earned much over the years, and what you made has already been spent. If I don't give the bride price, Xiaofeng won't marry me. You can't let me remain single, can you? Grandma took a sip of water, so what do you suggest? How about we gather some money? We can send the bride price now. Gather how? Your father, and I barely have 88. Even if we gave it all to Xiaofeng, it wouldn't cover this big gap. Grandma looked at Chen Xuan, curious about his next idea. Could my sister help? She has some goods that could add up to quite a bit. Chen Xuan was anxious. He really wanted to marry. Grandma glared at him. Do you know why your second sister came back home? Chen Xuan knew it was because his sister Zhao Fuhua was jealous of his other sister's business. But he was different. He was their beloved son. Seeing Chen Xuan silent, Grandma frowned and called for his uncle. Tie this boy up and make sure he doesn't go spreading rumors to the Tian family. His uncle listened to Grandma and agreed, bringing a thick rope to tie him up. Chen Xuan panicked. Mom, are you really my mother? Instead of helping me prepare the bride price, you want to tie me up? Are you trying to stop me from marrying? Dad, can you do something? Grandpa pretended not to hear and went outside, feeling too stifled in the house. He needed to step out for a smoke. Foolish boy, you are a man and Tian Xiaofeng is a woman. If you can't get married, the Tian family is even more anxious than you. As long as you don't cause trouble, I will definitely let you marry a new bride. Grandma was confident as she directed Uncle to tie up Chen Xuan. Don't go to work for the next few days. Bring him food and drink to his room. Uncle pushed Chen Xuan and locked him up, with his two big sons watching to make sure he wouldn't escape. Mom, what should we do next? Yuan Yang was worried. She didn't want to delay Chen Xuan's marriage because of her. Listen to me. If anyone from the Tian family comes, let them find me, and none of you should respond. Yuan Yang and Aunt exchanged glances and finally nodded. After all, Grandma had the final say in the Chen family's matters. Grandma was right. After 2 days of silence, Tian Xiaofeng secretly came to speak with Chen Xuan. The adults were all at work, leaving only the children at home. Zhaodi and Pundi whispered for a while before running to deliver the message. Your uncle is at the back post. Go find him there. Tian Xiaofeng was anxious and really believed it, but she was stopped by Grandma at the post. What? You wanted 88 pieces, and are afraid the Chen family won't accept it? Grandma had always looked down on Tian Xiaofeng, so she mocked her upon meeting. Mom, please don't do this. Xu Wen and I are in love. I beg you not to separate us. Tian Xiaofeng pleaded pitifully. TSK, you haven't even changed your tone, and you're already calling me Mom? I didn't separate you. You were too greedy. Ever since Guiying returned to her family, you've had your eyes on him, right? Xu Wen is easily swayed by you, but I won't fall for your tricks. I tell you, if you come here honestly to marry, I will recognize you as a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. If you try any tricks again, you can stay in the Tian family as an old maid for the rest of your life. With that, Grandma turned and left, leaving Tian Xiaofeng standing alone on the hilltop. Yuan and I heard about this and gave Grandma a thumbs up. She handled the situation well. If nothing unexpected happened, the Tian family would surely compromise. Now, it was just a matter of which family could remain patient longer. In the following days, the Chen family continued preparing for the marriage. As Grandma said, since Jin Shuwen was a man, not marrying for a while wouldn't diminish his worth. Everyone believed Grandma's judgment, and several aunts had already started sewing new bedding. 3 days before the wedding, Yuan and I and her mother went to the community hospital to help her remove the cast from her shoulder. Finally, I can take a shower and feel more comfortable. The plaster can't get wet, and my mother hasn't taken a shower in a while. As soon as we left the hospital, she raised her hand and smelled her clothes, saying, "I think I smell bad. Let's go home and heat some water." "Mom, let's not bother with that. The community has a big bathhouse. We can take a shower there." Yuan and I had heard that the women's bathhouse had showers with plenty of hot water, perfect for a good wash. A bath ticket costs 20 cents. Never mind, we can just heat some water ourselves. Firewood is free. We should go. The bathhouse is much cleaner. Yuan and I insisted and pushed her mother to the bathhouse. She first bought a bath ticket, then shampoo and towels. Her mother was shocked. "Don't buy that. Just use some laundry detergent." But Yuan and I was too quick with her money. She not only bought shampoo but also 2 white towels and 2 pairs of slippers. Let's go. In the 1970s, being able to bathe in a state-run bathhouse was a real treat. The bathhouse was warm, with hot water flowing freely. The shampoo made her hair smooth and fragrant. Thinking about how much Yuan and I spent just to take a shower made her mother feel pained. Even after they finished bathing, she couldn't shake off the feeling. She almost tripped at the door. "Oh no! What's that at the entrance?" I almost fell. The ticket seller rushed over. "It's this board again." "I'm sorry, comrade. This area always is water, so we put down a board. I didn't realize it was too high. I'll have someone take it away." The bathhouse, the board, the scrap collector. Hearing these words reminded Yuan and I of something. Back in the end times, she read an old magazine that mentioned a strange event from the 1970s. She laughed at it then, not expecting it would happen to her. "Wait, I actually need a board for my home. You don't need to call the scrap collector. I can help you move it, okay? You want it? That's great. But this board is really heavy. You won't be able to move it." The ticket seller was happy. Someone wanted the old board, making her job easier. Yuan and I smiled, reached out to touch the board, and indeed. "All right, I'll go find someone to help." Yuan and I stood up satisfied, clapping her hands, ready to call for help. "No, you can't have it. It should go to the scrap collector, and we can make some money." Just as they were about to finalize the deal, the boiler worker suddenly jumped out and stopped the ticket seller. The person selling bath tickets hesitated. She was partners with the boiler worker and didn't want to create conflict. "So, are you going to sell it?" "I'll take a day off tomorrow and sell it," the boiler worker said, giving Yuan and I a pointed look. Yuan and I frowned, certain that these two had no idea where the board came from. The boiler worker just didn't want anyone to take advantage of them. Of course, he might also be testing to see if Yuan and I noticed anything. The key question was, what should she do now? It was impossible to get it for free. If she offered to pay and treated the board as junk, it would only raise their suspicions. This board couldn't stand up to close scrutiny. Thinking of this, Yuan and I deliberately put on a stern face. "What precious item? If you don't want to give it, fine. I want to see how much the recycling station will pay you for it." Yuan's mother was even angrier. "Who cares about your old board? It's not gold or silver. I'm just trying to help you clear it out, and now you think we're trying to take advantage?" Surprisingly, her performance dispelled the boiler worker's doubts. He spat on the ground and went back to the boiler room. The ticket seller could only apologize. "Master Gua has a bad temper. He said if he doesn't want to give it, then it can't be given. Who cares?" Yuan and I pulled her mother away. On the surface, she appeared calm, but inside, she was in turmoil. During the apocalypse, she had read an old magazine that recounted a strange story. It said that in the 1970s, someone stole a gold ingot from a factory. The case was eventually solved, but unfortunately, the suspect died during the chase. The trail for the gold ingot went cold, and it was never recovered. 20 years later, someone contracted a state-run bathhouse. While renovating, they found a strangely heavy board used for stepping. Initially, they planned to throw it away as scrap, but the contractor, experienced in such matters, thought ordinary materials couldn't be that heavy. So, they sent the stepping stone for appraisal, and the result shocked everyone. This unremarkable board was pure gold. Some speculated that this gold ingot was likely the one lost from the factory. However, time had passed, and the original case had long been closed, leaving the pure gold board to benefit the contractor. A few former bathhouse workers spoke up, saying they saw the board every day and always complained about its weight, tripping over it. They had never considered that this seemingly ordinary stepping board could be made of gold. It showed that they simply lacked fortune and the ability to recognize good things when they were right in front of them. Yuan and I just touched the stone slab, and her left hand felt like it was on fire. She immediately understood that this was the rumored pure gold plate. Unfortunately, the person who burned the boiler spoiled her plans. Of course, she also blamed herself for being too impatient. As Yuan and I walked, she thought it was good that she hadn't alerted anyone. There might still be a chance. She secretly decided to act alone for the next few days and keep a close watch on the bathhouse. This was a gold plate weighing 50 kilograms, which could sell for over $1 million in the domestic market, a truly high price. It was worth waiting for the gold plate. After her mother washed up, she complained about Zhao Di and Pan Di, saying they smelled. Boil some water tonight, so you can wash properly. Zhao Di nodded. The blankets need to be washed too. Yuan and I immediately focused. Boil more water and wash the bedding. She had been patient for a long time. People in the countryside often didn't wash their bedding, saying it wouldn't keep them warm afterward. Their current blankets were passed down from their grandmother and hadn't been washed since last winter, making them greasy and smelly. Actually, Grandma Chen was quite clean. When she heard Yuan and I wanted to boil water, her fourth aunt immediately responded, "Boil extra water to wash my two boys too. I'm worried they'll get lice, especially with the bride coming soon. We can't have anyone complaining." Her fourth uncle and aunt were the most honest people in the family. They spoke little and did whatever was asked without causing trouble. So, when her fourth aunt spoke up, Yuan Ni's mother nodded. "I'll go tell her." That evening, after dinner, her fourth aunt started boiling water, first making a big pot for Zhao Di and Pan Di to wash. Yuan and I helped her two sisters wash, noticing how thin they were. They could actually sit together in a large bathtub. Zhao Di felt shy and said, "Sister, you don't need to help. I can wash Pan Di myself." Yuan and I handed them the shampoo, watching as Zhao Di carefully scoops him out. "This smells really nice. I've used it before." Yeah. For some reason, Yuan and I felt a bit emotional. She thought that since she was borrowing the original owner's body, her feelings might be influenced by her. She needed to earn money quickly so her two sisters could eat better. While the two sisters washed their hair, Yuan Ni's mother took apart the blankets. The current blankets didn't have covers. They were just a layer of filling sewn to a layer of fabric. To clean them, the stitches had to be undone to wash the filling and fabric separately. "And ask your fourth aunt for some hot water. I'll steam the blanket to prevent lice." Yuan and I agreed. She entered the kitchen and saw her aunt shaking out clothes over the stove, making a popping sound, and there was a burnt smell in the air. "Oh no, what I feared has happened. The kids really have lice," her aunt said, feeling embarrassed. If she had known earlier, she would have given her two sons a bath sooner. Yuan and I was startled. What should we do? What can we do? Just wash them well, then iron the clothes. If that doesn't work, we can sprinkle some lice powder on them, her aunt replied casually. This was common in the countryside, where hygiene was poor. The children spent all day playing in the dirt and with animals, making it easy to catch lice. After hearing this, Yuan and I felt itchy all over and quickly grabbed some hot water and left. Lice can spread from person to person. She went back home to tell her mother and then gave her aunt some soap and a big scoop of shampoo. Yuan Ni's intention was for her aunt to wash her two little cousins well. Unexpectedly, Her aunt was touched. This is such a precious thing. You should take it back for those two little rascals. It's too wasteful. It's fine, you can keep it. Yuan and I didn't think much of it and spent the night washing the bedding, then hurried to sleep. That night, they used old clothes for covers. The next morning, Yuan and I set out alone with a cart. Mom, you stay home and help us sew the bedding. Her mother, simple-minded, immediately agreed, just be careful out there. Yuan and I put on an old straw hat and headed straight for the commune. When she arrived, the bathhouse had just opened, and there weren't many people there. Yuan and I found a corner and squatted down. Before long, the boiler worker, Master Gua, came out and headed straight for the board at the entrance. Yuan and I lowered her head, using her straw hat to hide her face while she secretly observed. She saw Master Gua approach the board, kick it with his foot, and then shout in pain. This surprised Yuan and I. How could kicking a metal board not hurt? Ha! Master Gua, were you going to take that board to the recycling station? Why kick it? Is it going to give you money? The ticket seller laughed heartily. Word spread in the bathhouse that Master Gua was so obsessed with money that he even wanted to take the stone board at the entrance to the recycling station. Everyone knew that the recycling station didn't take just anything. They only accepted items with some metal content. The board at the entrance was rough and had small stones stuck to it, clearly not suitable for recycling. This useless piece, the recycling station definitely won't want it. Master Gua felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaolu, I was just about to sell it. Can you help me out? Oh, my back can't take it. You handle it yourself. If you make any money, I definitely won't take a cut, said the ticket seller as he hurried away, leaving Master Gua alone to deal with this heavy board. At this point, Master Gua regretted speaking up yesterday. Who wants this broken board? Just take it away. Now that no one wants it, he has to clean it up. Master Gua sighed and used all his strength to move the board, then arranged for a nearby tractor to take it to the recycling station. When the board was loaded onto the tractor, it shook a little. The tractor driver turned around and laughed. What treasure did you pick up, Master Gua? They say some people can't recognize gold when they see it. This board has been in a busy spot for years, and no one has seen its true value. It's not that people lack vision. The person who stole the board covered it with hot tar and rolled it in gravel to hide its true nature. The hot tar and gravel made it look like concrete, obscuring the gold underneath. Master Gua blushed again. I just didn't want to waste something good. I thought I'd take it to the recycling station to see if they could test it. Don't they have tools for that? The tractor driver smiled and drove off. Soon, the tractor arrived at the station. Master Gua didn't even offer the driver a cigarette, and the driver ignored him, dropping off the load and leaving. Master Gua complained as he dragged the board toward the station. Why is it so heavy? He finally got it into the recycling station, but to his surprise, the staff wouldn't let him weigh the board. What is this? We don't take it. Can you take a look? I don't know what it is, but it's really heavy. An experienced worker approached and knocked on the board. It made a dull sound. Did you hear that? It's just stone. It doesn't even make a clear sound. Just knocking won't help, right? Don't you need to test it with a tool? What to test it with? A magnet? Fine, I'll show you. To help Master Gua get rid of the board quickly, the recycling station staff took a magnet and ran it over the board a couple of times. See? It has no suction at all. It's just a useless piece of junk. The people waiting in line burst into laughter. If I had known, I might as well have picked up some toothpaste tubes. Exactly, just picking up big things, but unfortunately they aren't worth much. Amidst the laughter, Master Gua finally gave up, his face red, and with all his strength, he dragged the board out of the collection station. As soon as he stepped outside, he walked away without looking back. This broken board wasted his whole morning and almost hurt his back. Just as Master Gua left, Yuan and I pushed a cart over. She parked the cart next to the board and waited a while before finding someone to help her load the board onto the cart to take it home. The Chun family had seen the world, but even they, including the grandfather, couldn't tell what material the board was made of. Since Yuan and I and her mother were moving into a new house, she said she wanted to use the board to support the clothing box. Her uncle instructed his two sons to help Yuan and I move the board into the new house and place the clothing box on top. You know, using a board like this is quite good. It prevents the clothes from getting damp. Yuan and I smiled, glad that no one could see its true value. If the Chin family knew that this golden board was worth over $1 million, enough to buy the most profitable cement factory in the commune, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep. That evening, her mother was organizing the old house with her two younger sisters while Yuan and I stayed alone in the new house, feeling the golden board and unable to contain her excitement. In recent years, the antique market had been poor and no one in the mainland wanted those old items. Yuan and I could only use small tricks to trade. Now that she had the golden board, everything would be easier. The golden board had no collectible value and was hard currency. As long as it was melted down, she could sell it without worry. With money, she could confidently buy antiques. Things like ancient jade and sandalwood furniture would surely skyrocket in value. Just as she was dreaming of the future, someone knocked on the door. "Is Yuan and I there?" Hearing her fourth aunt's voice, Yuan and I responded and opened the door. Her fourth aunt stood at the door with a small jar, smiling. "Yuan and I, that shampoo you gave us isn't cheap, right? The two boys used that precious stuff and smelled great today. I told your fourth uncle that we can't take advantage of you for free. This is garlic stalks pickled by my family, so you can have them with your steamed buns." Yuan and I didn't expect her fourth aunt to be so considerate and quickly declined. After all, her fourth aunt's family wasn't well off, and her mother was still bedridden. Garlic stalks were considered a valuable pickled vegetable in the countryside because of their flavor, making them a good accompaniment to meals. "Fourth aunt, you don't have to be so polite. It's just a piece of soap, not new. You can use it. Hurry and keep it. If you don't take it, it means you look down on me." Fourth aunt stopped smiling, shoved the jar into Yuan's hands, and turned to leave. In that brief moment, Yuan and I felt her palms heat up. She was startled. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary jar had some significance? Fourth aunt walked away, without looking back. "Aunt, thank you. I'll keep the pickles, but what about the jar? I'll return it to you." "No need, no need. I have plenty of jars at home. You keep it." Though she said that, Yuan and I had no intention of keeping the jar. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary clay jar. Not even porcelain? So, why was her right hand feeling warm? Yuan and I couldn't figure it out. She found a large rough ceramic bowl, emptied out the garlic shoots, and carefully washed the jar again. Then, using the light from the oil lamp, she began to study it seriously. Before she could figure anything out, her mother came in with her two younger sisters. "We can sleep well tonight. The new bed is clean with fresh blankets." "Exactly. I even dried the hay on the bed." Zhaodi happily spread the blankets, occasionally touching her smooth hair. The shampoo her sister gave her was great. After washing, her hair felt especially soft and fragrant. The three of them busily arranged the bed, while Yuan and I preferred to study those old things, so she continued to examine them. As the bed was almost ready, Yuan and I finally had a thought. The problem might not be the jar itself, but something inside the base of the jar. Just like the gold piece she found today, which was covered in asphalt, making it hard for anyone to see it was valuable gold. This little clay jar probably had its own mystery. It wasn't big, but it felt heavy in her hand, suggesting that the base might be hollow and contain something inside. The base was formed and fired as one piece, and the item was likely placed inside when the jar was shaped, then fired in the kiln, sealing it within the base. But what could withstand the heat of the charcoal fire? Yuan and I go to bed early. Stop studying that old jar. Bring it over and put it with your treasures, her mother said, pulling out a box from under the bed. Inside were the celadone vase and the blue and white porcelain jar Yuan and I had found earlier. Yuan and I thought for a moment and decided it wasn't the right time to open the jar. If the contents were too valuable, she had no place to hide them. Although she lived in a new house, it was just one room, and she shared the yard with the Chin family. People can be unpredictable, so it was better to be cautious. With this in mind, Yuan and I obediently followed her mother's advice and placed the small jar into a cardboard box, adding some straw around it for protection. That night, the bed was much softer, and the blankets smelled fresh from the sun. After her mother and the others had washed up and laughed for a while, they finally fell into a deep sleep. Normally, everyone would sleep well that night, but in the middle of the night, Yuan and I was awakened by the sound of crying. She rubbed her eyes, unsure if she was hearing things. Who was crying outside at this hour? However, she was too tired, and seeing that no one else reacted, she turned over and went back to sleep. The next morning, Annie was yawning as she asked Grandma, "Are we buying tofu and meat today?" Tomorrow was the wedding day, and relatives were coming to celebrate. The Chin family was well known in the village, and the news had spread long ago. Preparations for the feast should be underway. Grandma had already prepared grains, cooking oil, and noodles. The backyard was full of vegetables, so there was no need to buy those. They still needed fresh meat and tofu for the feast. The meat needed to be cooked today, and the tofu had to be fried. Yes, Yuan and you go with Annie to buy 10 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of tofu. Here is the money and the ticket, Grandma said, handing them over. Auntie urged Yuan and I to take the money. You go to the commune often, you can handle it. People in the village were naturally wary of going to the city. They feared losing money or getting into trouble. Yuan's idea of going to the city to trade was admired by several aunts. She smiled as she took the money. Grandma, is there anything else we need to buy? Nothing else is needed. Just before leaving, she saw Chen Shuenong leading Zhao Fuhua into the house, saying, "If it weren't for Shuewen's wedding, your mother wouldn't let you come back. Now that you're here, you need to work hard, understand?" Zhao Fuhua looked thinner and kept her head down. "I understand." Auntie greeted Zhao Fuhua loudly. "You're back?"
Yes.
To cut gold, you need special scissors, not just any ordinary scissors. They are much larger and made of pure steel, making them heavier. Yuan and I wanted to take this opportunity to buy the shears, so she pushed the cart. "Aunt, let's not push the cart. It's too heavy." "Here, take this basket." Her aunt stopped her and handed her a bamboo basket while she carried a backpack. Yuan and I thought for a moment. The shears weighed about 10 pounds, so a basket would work. The two of them went out, one in front and the other behind. As soon as they stepped outside, her aunt rubbed her waist and said, "Did you hear anything last night?" Yuan and I had indeed heard something. Was someone crying? Yes, last night Tian Xiaofeng came by. She was crying behind the house on purpose. Shuwen heard her and insisted on going out. Neither of your brothers could stop him, but luckily your mother came and managed to calm him down. Yuan and I realized no wonder. She wanted to lure Uncle out to ask him for a betrothal gift, right? Of course. I think your mother is very strong-willed. Only she can handle the Tian family. The betrothal gifts for us were all $18, so why should she get 88? Her aunt was very upset. Yuan and I nodded. She admired her grandmother for this. If it weren't for her grandmother's strong will, the Tian family would have had more control. They first bought meat and tofu, and her aunt put the items in the backpack and carried it. Shall we take a look at the supply store? Her uncle also worked with wood, and all the money he earned from helping others was given to her aunt, so she had a bit more to spend.
Sure.
They entered the supply store together. Her aunt wanted to look at rubber shoes, while Yuan and I wanted to check out the hardware section. We can look at our own things and meet up after buying. The hardware counter was at the back, filled with tools like knives, scissors, and iron pots. The salesperson recognized Yuan and I. "Aren't you related to Director Chen?" Yuan and I replied confidently, "Yes, that's me. I want to buy a pair of scissors. The scissors are over there. You can choose for yourself." Yuan and I walked along the counter, carefully looking. At the very end, she spotted a large pair of scissors that were particularly long, labeled as shears. It turned out that many craftsmen needed such special tools, which is why the supply store sold them. "How much are these scissors?" "Oh, those are shears made of pure steel. They're quite expensive, $12 each, and you need an industrial ticket. Do you have one?" Yuan and I was taken aback. She had money, but no industrial ticket. To buy large industrial items now, an industrial ticket was required. As she pondered her dilemma, she heard someone behind her say, "Go ahead and buy it. I have an industrial ticket." The person said this and placed a few industrial tickets on the counter. Yuan and I was surprised and turned to look back. Gu Chao stood tall right behind her. Aren't you here to buy something? I have tickets you can use. As soon as the salesperson saw Gu Chao, their attitude became warm. Gu, you're a rare visitor. What do you want to buy? I can get it for you. Gu Chao shook his head lightly. I'm just looking around. That's true. You come from a big city, so you probably won't find anything here appealing. Since she needed to exchange items anyway, getting a couple of industrial tickets wasn't hard. She could use Gu Chao's tickets today and return them later. Can I use them for now? Go ahead. Do you have enough money? Yuan and I took out her money. Yes, it's enough. When the salesperson brought out scissors, Gu Chao found it interesting. What are these scissors for? They're for cutting hard materials like metal sheets, the salesperson answered eagerly before Yuan and I could speak. Yuan and I placed the scissors in her basket and smiled at Gu Chao. I'll return the tickets to you in a couple of days. Where can I find you? No need to return them. Just use them. It felt strange chatting in front of the counter, and the salesperson kept eyeing them like a spotlight. Yuan and I glanced around and suggested they step outside since her aunt was still looking at shoes. Gu Chao nodded silently, picked up the basket and walked out. There was a big tree at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, and they stood under it enjoying the cool breeze. It wasn't even June yet, but the weather was already hot. The gentle breeze made it quite comfortable under the tree. Gu Chao pointed to a large rock. How have you been since returning? Are you adjusting? Pretty well. My uncles are very accommodating, and they even helped us build a new house. That's good to hear. Yuan Man and his grandmother have been released from the study group. They might cause some trouble, so be mentally prepared. Yuan and I calculated the days. Gu Chao had kept the Yuan family in the study group for quite a while. After all, they were there for learning, not imprisonment. That's fine. My uncles are quite capable, so I'm not worried even if the Yuan family comes to confront us. Gu Chao smiled, about to say something, when a short man suddenly ran out of the supply and marketing cooperative. While others strolled confidently, this little man looked sneaky. Yuan and I observed him closely and suddenly stood up. Oh no, that guy stole my family's basket. The backpack was carried by my aunt, filled with 10 pounds of meat and 20 pounds of tofu. It seems that when she was trying on shoes, she set the backpack down, and it caught the attention of a thief. Is it yours? Yes, the red string on the edge of the basket was woven by me. Gu Chao immediately chased after the thief. The smaller thief couldn't run fast enough, and was quickly pinned to the ground. At that moment, my aunt realized the backpack was missing. Oh no, how could you steal our backpack? She was very upset because the backpack contained items for a celebration. If everything was taken, what would they use for the feast tomorrow? She rushed over and started hitting the thief. After taking a beating, the thief begged for mercy. In the end, everyone persuaded her, saying they were from the same village, and as long as the items were returned, it would be fine. My aunt finally stopped. However, the backpack got torn during the scuffle. Yuan's basket couldn't hold that much. Gu Chao quickly brought over his bicycle. I happen to be going to Hongqi Brigade. I can put your things on my bike and take you there. Is it really on your way? Yes, it is. After confirming, Yuan and I told her aunt, in the past, it was Comrade Gu who helped our family. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to let my mother leave easily. My aunt had heard about this from Yuan's mother and finally connected the dots. Thank you. By the way, Comrade Gu, how long will you be at Hongqi Brigade? 2 days. Why? My younger uncle is getting married tomorrow. If you're still around, you should come to our house for a drink. Gu Chao nodded. I will definitely come. My aunt regarded Gu Chao as someone important, and she was thrilled that he was willing to join them. She chatted excitedly all the way back to the Chen family. When they reached the house, Gu Chao refused to go inside. I'll come back tomorrow. Yuan and I thanked him again before entering with her aunt. Zhao Fuhua was steaming buns in the yard and turned her face away when she saw them. They were both daughters-in-law of the same family, yet their fates were different. Why did the eldest son's wife get to go to the city to shop while she had to stay home and work hard? Yuan and I ignored her and handed the items to her grandmother. Take a look, is this meat good? The meat was pork belly, with plenty of fat. Her grandmother smiled widely, and you have a good eye. You picked all the best meat. In the countryside, for celebrations, they liked this kind of meat. The meat would be used for the feast, and the broth from cooking the meat could provide 2 more meals of noodle soup at home. At that moment, Chen Shuwen suddenly popped his head out of the window and said, Mom, tomorrow is the day Xiao Fong comes to our house. Please let me go out and meet her early. Grandma immediately changed her expression and firmly pushed Chen Shuwen back, saying, What's there to see? As long as you don't meet her, I guarantee you can marry a new bride. If I don't meet her today, you have to let me go pick her up tomorrow, right? Haha, you don't need to pick her up. Let your 4th brother go instead, and you just wait to enter the bridal chamber. Grandma had already made plans for Chen Shuwen's marriage. She was determined not to let him meet Tian Xiaofang in advance. The Tian family was also quite clever. They knew their demands were excessive, so the 2 elders never showed their faces and just instructed Tian Xiaofang to run errands repeatedly. They probably didn't expect to encounter a formidable opponent like Grandma. Grandma had already decided that the 4th brother would go to pick up the bride, and if the Tian family made unreasonable demands, the 4th brother would come back immediately. After all, both sides would lose face. The bride's side wasn't afraid, so why should the groom's side be? Auntie smiled and said, Shuwen, don't worry. Your mom has everything arranged for you. Just wait for your new bride to arrive. Annie realized that the one who lacked sense in the Chen family was probably this younger uncle. That afternoon, several sisters-in-law worked together to set up a large iron pot in the yard to cook meat. That evening, the Chen family enjoyed delicious meat soup noodles. Chen Shuwen intended to go on a hunger strike to protest, but he couldn't resist the tempting aroma wafting through the yard. Not only did he eat noodles, but he also finished 3 big bowls. Next, they fried tofu and prepared bedding for the new house, staying busy until midnight before everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Grandma called for Zhaodi and Pundi, saying, You 2 go catch the big rooster and give it a good dressing up. Zhaodi was surprised. The big rooster was the family's prized rooster. What was Grandma planning? Did she think the banquet wasn't good enough and wanted to kill the rooster for a dish? No, what are you 2 thinking? Your little uncle is unreliable and can't be let out. When the bride arrives, let her hold the big rooster to pay respects. Grandma had already thought through the details, but would the 4th uncle be able to successfully pick up the bride? The Chen family was somewhat worried. What if the Tian family acted shamelessly and didn't let Tian Xiaofang come to their home? Worrying won't help. We just need to do our part. I'll say to the eldest, You go borrow a basin and chopsticks from the 4th brother's family. I had already agreed with the Wu family that you 2 just need to take a basket over to carry things. As for the 3rd families, you go to the kitchen and start the fire, and first, cook the mixed vegetables. Grandma confidently directed everyone and started assigning tasks. Everyone was busy running around and didn't have time to worry anymore. Forget it. No bride means no bride. They did their best anyway. Zhaodi and Pundi ran to the backyard to hug the big rooster. As the only big rooster in the family, Dahu had very bright feathers. He already had 2 wives, Xiao Huang and Xiao Hong, and now he was going to stand in for Chen Shuwen at the ceremony. Dahu was quite lucky. It wasn't that Grandma didn't want to raise more chickens, but there were now rules that a family couldn't keep more than 3 chickens. The Chen family was kind-hearted and treated these chickens well, so Dahu wasn't afraid of people and was easily caught. Zhaodi and Pundi worked together to clean Dahu's feathers and claws to prevent the bride from getting chicken droppings on her. Yuan and I and her mother were busy in the kitchen. Besides the mixed vegetables, they also needed to stir-fry a vegetable and prepare 2 cold dishes. Just for the onion and egg stir-fry, they needed a large iron basin. Next to them was Xiao Fuhua, who was quietly cursing while chopping vegetables. The mixed vegetables were the only dish with meat on the table, and Xiao Fuhua initially thought that making it would be easy and she could eat while cooking. However, Grandma was very clever and first had Xiao Fuhua prepare the other side dishes, saying that the meat would be added later by her. After a flurry of activity, the Chen family's courtyard finally set up 4 round tables. each with 4 large bowls of dishes. Meat slices with tofu and vermicelli, onion and egg stir-fry, vegetable salad with fried tofu strips, and steamed eggplant with garlic. In addition to the 4 main dishes, steamed buns were placed in a bamboo basket in the center. The food was simple, but in today's rural families, it was still considered a decent feast, enough to fill everyone up. Just as the dishes were served, guests began to arrive one after another. Neighbors brought gifts, including handmade cloth shoes, homemade steamed buns, and some brought a handful of vermicelli or half a basket of vegetables. Nowadays, at rural weddings, very few people give cash gifts unless they are particularly close, in which case they might wrap a few coins in red paper and send them in advance. So, hosting a wedding banquet often means the host family will lose money, but for the sake of face, they still have to set up a few tables, even if it costs them. Grandma and Grandpa welcomed the guests while secretly keeping track of the gifts everyone brought. These items would need to be returned later. Shoes for shoes, vegetables for vegetables, ensuring the Chin family neither lost nor gained anything. At that moment, they saw the cheerful team leader, accompanied by a young man who looked like an official. Grandpa instantly perked up. The team leader didn't just attend any family celebrations, so his presence today was a sign of respect for their family.
"Team leader, please come in," he said.
"Hey, why call me team leader? That feels distant." "Our families are connected," the team leader replied with a big smile, showing a friendly relationship with Grandpa. Everyone in the red flag team had the last name Chin, and indeed, Grandpa and the team leader had some ties. However, the team leader held power and usually didn't acknowledge this, so his mention today left Grandpa a bit puzzled. The team leader pointed to the young official beside him. "I'm telling you, the official specifically asked to come to your home for the celebration.
If you keep hiding, that wouldn't be right."
At this point, Grandpa understood that the team leader was showing respect today because of this young official. But he didn't actually know him. "Team leader, official, please come in. Don't just stand there. Bring out the wine from the cellar, and let's enjoy a few drinks," Grandma quickly reacted. No matter who they were, their cheerful visit was a sign of respect for the Chin family, so they had to treat them well. Grandpa nodded quickly. Yes, we must have a few drinks." Wine was a precious thing. Even the cheapest bottled liquor cost over $1, and you needed a special ticket to buy it. So, ordinary families in the village would cook, but not provide alcohol for celebrations. The Chin family had never hosted such esteemed guests, so they brought out a jar of treasured liquor from the cellar. Once the team leader and the official were seated, the other guests politely moved to other tables. "Hey, where's Shu-in? Isn't he back from the wedding?" After sitting down, the team leader noticed something was off. Only Grandpa and Uncle Chin were at the main table with them, while the bride and groom, the main characters, were missing. Grandpa hesitated and said, "Shu-in isn't feeling well. His 4th brother went to fetch the bride, and he should be back soon." Both the team leader and Gu Chao were smart and noticed Grandpa's expression, realizing there might be more to the story, so they dropped the topic. Just then, the sound of firecrackers erupted at the entrance. The children cheered and rushed outside to grab the firecrackers. Grandpa immediately felt happy. The sound of firecrackers meant the bride had been brought home. At that moment, the worry he had been holding on to finally eased. The 4th son, Chin Shuebing, is the most honest in the family. He always listens to his parents and does exactly what they say without making mistakes or straying from the task. At this moment, Chin Shuebing wore a serious expression and dressed in new clothes for the new year. He walked ahead, leading the bride and the guests into the courtyard. Everyone quickly spotted the bride, who was covered by a red veil. The bride's parents could not accompany her, so her 2 younger sisters were by Tian Xiaofang's side. Tian Xiaofang, hidden behind the veil, had an unreadable expression, but her sisters pouted and looked unhappy. When their grandmother saw this, she felt even more displeased. However, the ceremony had reached this point, and they had to continue, ignoring the expressions of the guests. "The bride has arrived. Zhaodi, quickly hold the big rooster and bow to the heavens and earth." Thus, amid the shocked gazes of everyone, the bride was handed a large rooster. "Is Shu-in very sick?" Can't he even attend the ceremony? He's not sick, I know the situation. It's not Shuwen's fault. The bride asked for too much in her dowry, and Chen Shuwen is confused and doesn't understand. Grandma Chen didn't dare let her son meet her. How much did she ask for? Since many people were present, some knew the details and immediately shared Tian Xiaofeng's demands, causing a stir. As the saying goes, don't speak short words in front of short people. Tian Xiaofeng, though veiled, could still hear everything. When she realized everyone was mocking her, her hands began to tremble. The Chen family was being unreasonable. They not only refused to meet her dowry demands, but also locked Chen Shuwen away before the wedding. This left her with no chance to negotiate. To make matters worse, she was forced to bow with a rooster. Before Tian Xiaofeng could think of a way to respond, the rooster reacted. Being an animal, it was more sensitive and sensed her frustration. It suddenly lowered its head and pecked her wrist hard. Then, amidst Tian Xiaofeng's startled cries, it flapped its wings and flew away. Oh no! The rooster has flown away. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Uncle Chen quickly caught the rooster and asked the grandmother, "Mother, should we still have the rooster bow? The bride has already held the rooster, so there's no need to bow again. Let's send her to the bridal chamber, so we can start the feast." According to the grandmother, since Tian Xiaofeng had held the rooster, it was equivalent to her having completed the ceremony with Chen Shuwen. Well, now Tian Xiaofeng can go straight into the bridal chamber. On the day of the wedding, the groom and bride don't have to do anything. Entering the bridal chamber is the most important part, and they don't even need to sit at the banquet. Should she go in or not? Tian Xiaofeng was almost losing her mind. She thought Chen Shuwen would be easy to handle and that she could easily ask him for more money. She never expected her future mother-in-law to be so shrewd. If you don't go in, then you can never go in. Our Shuwen is still a young man, and you would be a second-time bride, her grandmother whispered in her ear as she saw Tian Xiaofeng standing still. Surprisingly, Tian Xiaofeng was influenced by this, and despite feeling uneasy inside, she walked step by step toward the new house with the help of her two younger sisters. After the ceremony, Chen Shuwen would not be burdened. He could easily marry a young woman next time. But Tian Xiaofeng would only be able to marry a widower. Seeing Tian Xiaofeng enter, her grandmother immediately smiled and held onto her two younger sisters, saying, "You are Xiaofeng sisters, right? Thank you for your hard work bringing her here. Please sit down and have something to eat." The villagers came to eat, and as soon as they heard the banquet had started, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and grabbed the meat they had been eyeing. Although the dish was filled with meat, it was sliced very thin, just enough to fill a gap between teeth. Now, the chef's skills were being tested, especially in how they prepared the meat. It is said that a skilled chef can create a whole table of meat dishes from just a small amount of meat. Today, the meat in the dish was personally sliced by her grandmother, and she truly showed that she still had it. Gu Chao and the captain sat at a table that was noticeably more civilized. After several rounds of drinks, they still hadn't finished the meat. At that moment, Yuan and I and her mother finally finished their tasks in the kitchen and came out. Seeing Gu Chao had come to visit, Yuan and I greeted him. Yuan's mother remembered this kind-hearted person and awkwardly took off her apron, saying, "Oh, Comrade Gu, you're here too?" Grandpa finally understood why Gu Chao had come to their house. The old Qin family's ancestors must be pleased. Gu Chao chatted with Yuan's mother for a bit, asking how she was doing, and then reminded her, "Yuan's second child has already left the study group. You need to be careful." Uncle hit the table lightly, saying, "What are you afraid of? If he comes, I'll deal with him." The captain nodded with a smile. "Right, we are all from the same village. If there's any trouble, just let us know. Now that Guiying has returned with the girls, you shouldn't have to suffer anymore." The captain sat with Gu Chao for a while longer before standing up to say goodbye. "Here's a little something for you." Before leaving, Gu Chao handed Yuan Yang a red envelope. The captain saw this and took out 50 cents to give her, saying, "Take it. Today is a happy occasion." Yuan Yang was slow to react and stood there holding the money while the two of them turned to leave. "Dad, Mom, what should I do?" "It's for you. Just accept it. her grandparents said with smiles. Her aunt tugged at her mother's sleeve. Look, how much did they give? Yuan Yang took out $1 from the envelope. Considering Gu Chao's status, $1 wasn't much. But for the Qin family, it was the first time they received such a large red envelope. Even her aunt's parents, who came to the gathering, only gave 5 pounds of wheat. Zhao Fuhua huffed. What's the use? Who knows why Officer Gu likes you? The old are too old, and the young are too young. Shut up. Before her grandmother could get angry, her uncle Qin Xuanong whispered fiercely. Her grandmother glared at Zhao Fuhua and then said to Yuan Yang, share the rest of the food, save some for tomorrow, and take the rest to your aunt and fourth aunt's families. There were still some dishes and steamed buns left in the kitchen, and since it was hot, the food would spoil if left too long, so it was given to close friends. What about my family? Your family?
Don't even think about it.
Her grandmother was not polite at all. As long as Zhao Fuhua was around, she dared to speak rudely, which showed how much bad talk she must have said behind their backs. Such a person didn't deserve to eat their food. Yuan Yang agreed, and quickly brought out 2 portions of food. Fourth aunt's mother was lying on the Kong, and today her father and older sister came. Yuan Yang handed over the food and took out a small jar. Grandpa, this jar is from your family. You can take it back. Fourth aunt's father hurriedly waved his hands. Keep it for yourself. We have plenty of jars at home. We didn't have much to give, just some pickles, and now you want to return the jar? What are you doing? Seeing his reaction, Yuan Yang's eyes flickered. She was sure he didn't know the secret of the jar. Rather than risk it, she decided to keep the jar safe to prevent fourth aunt's family from unknowingly giving it away. And you don't know what my dad used to do, do you? Fourth aunt smiled as she walked over. Among the several sisters-in-law in the Qin family, hers was the least well-off, but Yuan Yang didn't mind at all. Just for that, fourth aunt felt she had to treat Yuan Yang as a confidant. What did he do? He used to be a craftsman. He made gold and silver jewelry and also worked with kills. The jars in our family were all made by him. Uncle C's father was worried. Keep your voice down, can we talk about this openly? Yuan and I understood his concern. Making gold and silver jewelry is also hard work, so don't worry, I won't say anything careless. After sending off Uncle C's family, Yuan Ni's mind started racing. To divide the gold bars, she had bought some tools. However, she still hadn't started because the gold pieces made with the tools would show marks, clearly indicating they were taken from larger bars. If she tried to trade such pieces, it could attract unwanted attention, and Yuan and I did not want to deal with people from the black market. Hearing that Uncle C's father could make jewelry, Yuan and I immediately felt excited. It would be great if she could collaborate with Uncle C's family. She could provide the gold bars and ask Uncle C's family to turn them into simple jewelry. This way, they could sell for more money without raising suspicion from buyers. But how could she propose this collaboration? Was Uncle C's family really as honest as they seemed? Could she trust them? Impatience won't help. So Yuan and I decided to reach out to Uncle C again to get to know them better. That evening, they had noodles for dinner, and Grandma decided to use the leftover tofu and meat. Today's celebration went well. Everyone worked hard to bring the bride home, so we shouldn't miss out. And you eat this bowl, Grandma said, her face glowing with happiness. No one knew that Grandma was actually prepared to confront the Tian family. If that happened, Tian Xiaofang would surely lose out, but the Qin family would suffer too. Fortunately, at the last moment, Tian Xiaofang compromised. Moreover, the guest they invited, Gu Chao, greatly satisfied Grandma's vanity. It was quite impressive. Usually, the village leader might not attend every celebration, depending on his mood. But today, not only did the village leader come, he also brought more distinguished guests, making the Qin family proud. Yuan Ni's bowl of noodles had slices of meat and scrambled eggs hidden underneath. She gave the better food to her younger sisters, Zhao Di and Pan Di, as they were too thin. When it got dark, Grandma opened Qin Shuwen's door, letting the young couple come out for dinner. She believed that as long as Qin Shuwen wasn't foolish, he would handle everything that needed to be done. Now, even if Tian Xiaofang wanted to run away, she wouldn't. Shuwen, finish your meal and go to bed early. Don't mess around. Tomorrow, Xiaofang will get up early to cook, and everyone can see her skills, Grandma instructed. Tian Xiaofang didn't know that the Qin family took turns cooking. She thought she was the only one working. She immediately replied, I can't do it. Why should she serve a whole family when they didn't even give her a proper gift? The Qin family looked at Tian Xiaofang, wondering if she couldn't cook or just didn't want to. I guess fifth sister-in-law hasn't cooked at home before. How about this? I'll cook tomorrow, and fifth sister-in-law can learn from me, Zhao Fuhua said cheerfully. Originally, it was her turn to cook, and having someone help would make it easier. Tian Xiaofang was stunned. So the Qin family took turns cooking? Even if she learned quickly, she still had to cook for an extra day. Yuan and I yawned. She wasn't interested in such small matters. Instead of competing with others, she preferred to earn more money. Early the next morning, during breakfast, Yuan and I noticed that her fourth aunt was missing. Her fourth uncle said, My mother-in-law is sick again. She went to check on her. Grandma thought for a moment and said later, You go buy 2 packs of snacks to take to your mother-in-law. While eating, Tian Xiaofang suddenly bowed her head and started crying. Xiaofang, what's wrong? Today is the day to visit my family, but what should I bring back? She was crying over the gifts for her family visit. Yuan and I was stunned. Was it really worth crying over gifts? One of the biggest misfortunes is crying over a meal. Her fourth uncle panicked, Mom, there's no need for snacks. I'm familiar with her family. I can just go visit. With the way Tian Xiaofang was crying, it seemed like he had taken something from her. Why are you crying? The Qin family never lets anyone go empty-handed. We've already prepared gifts for you. 2 packs of snacks and 2 bottles of canned food. They're on the shelf. Shu Wen, go get them now so she stops crying and everyone can eat properly, Grandma scolded. As for her fourth uncle, even though he kept refusing, Grandma still gave him the money. The more honest a person is, the less they should feel guilty. Yuan and I wanted to befriend her fourth aunt, so she hurried after her. Fourth uncle, where is my aunt's house? What's up, I have some cheap eggs, and since she has a sick person at home, I want to take her a few. Her fourth uncle hesitated, thinking about his sick mother-in-law, and finally said, I just put the cost on my tab. I'll pay you back later. No need. That afternoon, Yuan and I told her mother, I want to take some eggs to visit Aunt C. That's a good idea. Aunt C is a nice person. I'll go with you. Since we're making the trip, let's take at least 20 eggs. That would look better. Surprisingly, her usually frugal mother agreed. The two of them took a longer route and turned towards the Xian family village to ask about Aunt C's family. Are you talking about Xian Lao, Sam? His daughter married into the Qin family at Hongqi village. Their home is right at the foot of that mountain. Yuan and I was surprised to find that Aunt C's house was the only one at the mountain's base, quite far from the village. Why is it so far away? His family used to run a kiln, so they built their home near the kiln to keep an eye on it. Later, the kiln became part of the village, but since only he knows how to work it, he still manages it. Yuan Ni's eyes lit up. Being away from the crowd, knowing how to make gold and silver jewelry, and being able to fire pottery made for the perfect partner. Her mother grew tired and said, it looks quite far. You go ahead. I'll wait for you here at the village entrance. Today, her mother was pushing the cart, and she was exhausted. Yuan and I agreed, and as she collected more items, it became clear that pushing the cart all day was too tiring, especially since she couldn't go far. If only they could buy a tractor. But how could that be possible? A new tractor costs 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, and they're in high demand, with only a few allocated to each county. Even if Yuan and I had money, they wouldn't sell a tractor to an individual. As she walked, she pondered these thoughts and soon arrived at Aunt C's house. She quickly knocked on the door, and to her surprise, it was opened by Uncle C. Uncle C looked touched and said, I didn't expect you to come. Although they had a kiln, Aunt C's house was made of old, crumbling mud walls. Aunt C was in the kitchen cooking, and when she saw Yuan and I, she happily but shyly came out to greet her. The house was so run down that it felt embarrassing to have a guest. Aunt C's father was in the kiln, and her mother was lying on the bed. Aunt C's two younger sisters were taking care of her. Yuan and I took out the eggs and said, "My mother gave these to you for Grandma's health." "Oh, I can't accept this. It's too much." In fact, Aunt C's family also had hens, but they were so poor that they sold all the eggs. Yuan and I smiled and pushed the eggs toward her. "Grandma's health is important." Aunt C's eyes filled with tears. "And I will remember your kindness." She quickly cooked 2 eggs and made a bowl of egg tea, serving it to Yuan and I, before leading her into the house. Aunt C was lying there in a daze when she heard that Yue brought eggs to see her, and she was very touched. The old lady held Yue's hand tightly, saying, "Dear girl, you are such a good child." After crying a little, Aunt C started to cough violently, and she coughed so hard that she spat out blood. Aunt C quickly helped clean up, saying, "And please don't mind. My mother didn't mean to." Once Aunt C finished tidying up, Yue sat for a while and then said she had to leave. Aunt C walked her to the front door. Yue thought for a moment and asked, "Aunt C, since Grandma is coughing so badly, shouldn't we take her to the hospital?" "We've been there. The commune hospital gave us medicine, but it's too expensive for us. The cheaper medicine doesn't work, so we just have to bear with it. I have some money. You can use it for now." "No, you see our situation. We can't afford to borrow money, and my mother would never use borrowed money for treatment." "Well, there's a chance to earn some money. Do you want to try?" Aunt C's eyes widened immediately. What opportunity? Yue didn't mention that she wanted to process gold. She wasn't that bold yet. While collecting scrap, someone wanted to find a craftsman to make gold jewelry. Isn't Grandpa skilled? Would he be willing to earn this money? Collecting gold privately and exchanging it for jewelry is risky. Helping someone make jewelry is honest work and doesn't break any rules. However, most people who have gold are often in trouble. Although Xian Laosen had skills, he was timid and quietly went back to farming. He preferred to earn less than to stir up trouble. But now things were different. His wife was very ill, and he couldn't just watch her cough. Aunt C nudged her husband, urging him to listen in. "Don't let outsiders hear us talking." With someone on guard, Aunt C pulled Yue aside, and my father is afraid of trouble, but I'm not. I fear hunger and cold more than trouble, and I don't want my mother to suffer like this. You don't know. If we had money, my mother could even heal her legs." Yue nodded. "Hospitals treat the wealthy but not the poor. That's just how it is." "What exactly do we need to do? How much will we earn?" "I'll talk to my father. If he's still afraid and doesn't help my mother this time, my sisters and I will cut ties with him," Aunt C said firmly, which was rare for her. "Trust those you employ. Doubt those you don't." Seeing that her fourth aunt was very determined, Yuan and I said, "Let's make simple plain gold rings. No matter the size, they will be 3 pieces each." "Okay, I'll talk to my dad and get back to you tonight." With the current gold price around 25 yuan per gram, a woman's plain gold ring is about 7 or 8 grams. Based on this price, Yuan and I estimated the labor cost to be quite fair. Since her injury, her mother hadn't pushed a cart, and after a long day of work, she was exhausted. After dinner, she hurried to bed to rest. When the fourth aunt arrived, Yuan's mother was dozing off, so the fourth aunt took Yuan and I outside to talk near the chicken coop. At night, Dehua's vision wasn't great, but when it heard someone approaching, it clucked a couple of times. When Yuan and I and the fourth aunt started talking, it recognized them and fell silent, snuggling up with its 2 companions. "I talked to Dad, and he is willing to take the job at the price you suggested. When will you bring the gold?" The fourth aunt was truly determined. She didn't want to be cautious like her father all her life, afraid to take risks. She had skills but was too scared to use them to earn money, and now she had to watch her wife suffer without being able to help. The fourth aunt wanted to earn money. She no longer wanted to live in poverty. "Tomorrow, I'll go find that person and see when he can give me the gold." The fourth aunt knew that these things couldn't be rushed. Compared to them, the owner of the gold had much more to worry about. As they were about to confirm the details, they heard someone dragging their feet toward the chicken coop. What were they doing up at this hour? Yuan and I pulled her fourth aunt, and they crouched down behind the chicken coop. What they were planning was not an ordinary project, and they couldn't raise any suspicions. Don't think I don't know. You're thinking about her. Marrying me is just a cover. You're afraid everyone will find out you like her. Afraid they'll know you're a beast. It was Xiao Fuhua's voice, low but filled with anger. Yuan and I didn't expect to overhear such explosive content in the middle of the night. In her eyes, her second uncle, Qin Xuanong, was the epitome of a good man. How could someone like him have feelings for another woman? Don't say that. I only see her as a sister. Don't forget, the kids call her aunt. Making up stories like this is not good for anyone. Qin Xuanong, you know my thoughts, don't you? You're scared, right? You're only refusing to separate because of her. No, I want to split up. If you don't agree, I will tell everyone about your relationship. Smack. A loud slap echoed in the night sky. Xiao Fuhua cried out in pain. Before she could say anything more, her uncle Qin Xuanong grabbed her by the neck. If you dare say a word, I will make sure you regret it, and your parents too won't escape. He spoke these harsh words in a low voice. Xiao Fuhua struggled to breathe, making strange sounds that mixed together, creating a frightening atmosphere. Auntie quickly covered her mouth, worried that her husband might silence her too. Yuan and I was also surprised. Her usually straightforward uncle had such a side to him. As Xiao Fuhua seemed to be losing consciousness, her uncle suddenly released her. Are you still going to separate? Cough, cough, cough. No, I won't. Still causing trouble? No, I won't. Then let's go home. Xiao Fuhua, like a walnut from the mountains, needed to be cracked open to be edible. After being dealt with firmly, she became obedient and followed Qin Xuanong home with her head down. Auntie and Yuan and I remained crouched, unable to move. The information they just heard was overwhelming, and they needed time to process it. The sister Xiao Fuhua mentioned was undoubtedly Yuan's mother. In fact, Yuan's mother was quite beautiful, but the hardships she faced made her look older than she was. Looking at Yuan and I, it was clear her mother must have been attractive in her youth. Given the importance placed on looks, it was understandable that Uncle Qin Xuanong might have feelings for Yuan's mother beyond just familial affection. However, their relationship must have stayed respectful, or else Yuan's innocent nature would have revealed the truth long ago. Perhaps Uncle Qin Xuanong only had a one-sided crush, as everyone knows that forbidden love rarely ends well. As Yuan and I was lost in thought, Auntie suddenly coughed, and there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Auntie, go ahead. Actually, when I first saw your mother, I noticed she didn't look like anyone from the Qin family, or even your grandmother. Do you think she might have been switched at birth? Auntie's words immediately shattered Yuan's assumptions. Sometimes, outsiders can see things more clearly. When Yuan and I returned to the Qin family, she noticed that the three sisters looked nothing like the Qin boys. Yuan and I thought it was just a matter of gender differences. Looking back now, it shouldn't have been that simple. What really happened? Did Uncle know that Yuan Yang was not his real sister, which is why he developed feelings for her? Some things can't be figured out just by imagining. Besides, even if Yuan Yang was not Grandma's biological child, what difference did it make to them? The Qin family was just an ordinary farming household, with no great wealth or royal inheritance. Aunt stood up and looked around, saying, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything about this. I just came to see if the chickens laid eggs. I didn't hear anything. The two of them silently agreed not to mention what had just happened, and went back to their rooms to sleep. Recently, it had been Mother and Yuan and I going out to collect scrap. Now that her shoulder was better, Grandma cautiously asked, Guiying, can you work in the fields now? Uncle Chen had already transferred Yuan and I and the others' household registration to the Hongqi Brigade. From now on, Yuan and I would have to earn work points in the Hongqi Brigade to receive food. When she first returned, everyone knew she was injured, so no one said anything about her not working. Now that Yuan and I was healed, it wouldn't make sense for her not to work in the fields. Yuan and I hesitated. Collecting scrap wasn't a proper job, but it paid well, and she was reluctant to give it up. Mother, you go to the fields. I still have some goods to trade. I'll go trade first, and then we can talk. Yuan and I thought to herself, looking for a way to send her mother away so she could cut the gold board. Fortunately, the opportunity presented itself. After discussing it, Grandma and Grandpa decided that Yuan and I should work in the fields. Yuan and I was not yet 16, and at this age, some girls didn't work in the fields. Usually no one said anything about it. After all, every family had its own matters, and it was normal to keep a daughter at home. So, Mother took up and went out to work with everyone, while Zhao Di and Pan Di stayed home with Grandma. There was plenty to do at home, like feeding the big flower family, which was not a big deal, but the most troublesome part was preparing meals for everyone. The Chun women took turns cooking, but Grandma prepared all the ingredients. Seeing Grandma enter the kitchen, Yuan and I called Zhao Di over to keep watch at the door. If you see anyone coming, just give a shout. Zhao Di nodded to show she understood. Yuan and I closed the door, moved the trunk aside, then took out the scissors and began to cut the gold board. Cutting the gold board was purely a labor-intensive task. Yuan and I used all her strength to cut off a piece the size of her palm. The gold plate's cut surface was exposed, shining with a bright yellow light. Yuan and I was prepared. She took out the glue she had mixed with sand and applied a layer to the cut surface. Then, she leaned aside with the gap against the wall. Once everything was restored, Yuan and I took out a small scale to weigh the cut piece of gold. The outer part of the gold was covered in sand, and it could only be cleaned by melting it in a crucible. For now, she just needed to estimate the weight to have a rough idea. Gold is heavy. The piece she cut was only about the size of half a palm but weighed over 8 ounces. Even after removing impurities, it should still weigh at least 6 ounces, which is about 300 grams. That could make 30 rings. Yuan and I calculated this and, not wanting to delay any longer, wrapped the gold piece and pushed her cart out the door. Her grandmother saw her and repeatedly reminded her, "Be very careful going out alone." Yuan and I agreed. That evening, she found an opportunity to hand over the gold piece to her fourth aunt and arranged to discuss payment for the work later. Before going to bed, Yuan and I checked the wardrobe again. Great. The marks she left were still there, indicating no one had touched the clothing box. The gold rings were already being made, and now she needed to think about selling them. It was best not to sell locally, but as a girl from the village, what excuse could she use to go to the city? While she was pondering this, she overheard her uncle say that a furniture factory had been established in the county and was hiring. Her grandfather was an excellent carpenter, and her uncle was skilled too, but the other kids hadn't learned this trade. They need skilled carpenters, but my father is too old. I'm 37, so I'm still eligible, but I can't decide whether to go or not, her uncle said, looking troubled as he turned to her grandparents. The family matters were mainly decided by her grandmother. Is it a permanent position or a contract? It's a permanent position. Then go. Once you get in, you'll have a stable job, her grandmother immediately decided. Should I go? But the county only has dormitories, and you, Juan, and the 2 boys can't go. Do you want a job, or do you want a family and a warm home? Do you think good things will just come to you? Listen to me, secure the job first, then worry about the rest. Old Lee's family at the west end of the village is a good example. Now, Old Lee found a job for his wife, and their whole family moved to the city. Who in the village doesn't envy them? Yuan and I thought her grandmother was right. The opportunity to transition from farming to a different job was rare, and having a permanent position was worth striving for. After hearing his mother's words, her uncle secretly took some things at night to find the team leader, saying he wanted to sign up. The captain didn't make it difficult at all, and directly gave the job opportunity to Uncle. They need a carpenter, and you 2 are the only carpenters in our team. If you don't go, who will? So Uncle was going to the city. The night before he left, Grandma urgently called a family meeting and designated 2 people to go with Uncle. Anir is smart and can read, so she can help with the work and look out for any notices. Xuanong, you should go too. Your brother just left, and there's no place to put his luggage. You need to keep an eye on it. Yuan and I immediately agreed. Just earlier, Aunt secretly gave her a bag of gold rings, a total of 32, which she would take to the city to find buyers. Grandpa had been to the county before, and now his eldest son was going again. He felt a mix of emotions and began to reminisce about his time in the county. Everyone in the family was tired of hearing those stories, so when Grandpa started talking again, they quietly slipped away. The next morning, the team leader gave Yuan and the others an introduction letter. Make sure to keep this safe. If you can't return the same day, you'll need it to stay at the guest house. Uncle nodded calmly, understanding the importance of the letter. Grandma had already prepared some food, which was 2 golden brown corn cakes. Second uncle carried the luggage. Yuan and I held a large basket, with uncle's change of clothes at the bottom and a lot of eggs on top. Thus, Yuan and I and the 2 uncles, under the eager gazes of the Chin family, boarded the bus to the county. The bus was old, with wooden seats that were a bit uncomfortable. There were almost no seats left. Uncle and second uncle, being tall and big, were squeezed into the last row. Miss, you can sit here, the ticket seller pointed to the engine cover next to the driver. At that time, there was no concept of overloading. As long as there was space to sit, anyone could sit anywhere. The fare from Hongqi commune to the county was 1 yuan. 3 people, round trip, that's 6 yuan. If we don't get a job, that 6 yuan will be wasted, Uncle said with a reluctant expression. What if we do get a job? I heard that jobs in the county pay at least 30 or 40 yuan a month. It's not a loss at all. If I had known, I wouldn't have been lazy as a child and would have learned a trade from my father. Uncle and second uncle chatted excitedly, occasionally bursting into laughter. The salesperson glanced disdainfully and muttered, "Another country bumpkin comes to town." Yuani's attention was completely focused elsewhere. Ever since she sat on the computer case, her left hand started to feel hot. Yuan and I knew she had encountered something again. Yuan and I calmly withdrew her hand and lowered her head to examine the computer case cover closely. The cover was covered with an old woven blanket, dark and worn, with some threads frayed, indicating it had been used for many years. The blanket had no patterns and was poorly made, clearly the work of someone from a nearby village. Although it was hard to tell anything, Yuani's right hand was definitely warm, which meant there was something inside the blanket. However, since it was laid on the computer case, it was considered public property. How could she get her hands on it? Last time, when she encountered a gold plate, she lost her composure and almost missed the treasure. Public property is unpredictable. If someone says it can't be exchanged, there's no chance at all. This time, she had to be cautious. Yuan and I observed the passengers in the vehicle, nervously thinking. The ticket seller was chatting loudly with the driver. Most of the passengers were villagers, with only a few being commune officials. Compared to these people, the ticket seller and driver were the highest-ranking individuals on the bus, so they chatted freely and laughed loudly. Master Zhang, is your daughter-in-law about to give birth? Isn't she? My wife has already prepared the blankets, clothes, and diapers, just waiting to hold the grandchild. That's great. You'll need to take a couple of days off, right? Of course. I'll tell my boss tomorrow. Oh no. How did I forget what my wife asked me to do? What did she ask? To buy eggs. My wife wants me to buy 100 eggs at the market. You're taking a day off tomorrow, so you'll have to ask another worker to bring them back. Or should I help you ask? Master Zhang could only nod helplessly. The price of eggs varied each time, and their quality was different too. He worried that if he entrusted someone else, they might not be diligent. After all, these 100 eggs were meant to be made into red eggs as gifts. Master Zhang sighed, realizing he was getting older and couldn't remember everything he needed to do. Just then, the bus arrived at the station, and Master Zhang, venting his frustration, slammed on the brakes. Due to inertia, the passengers lurched forward, and a few who were dozing off bumped their heads. Oh no, my eggs. In the midst of the chaos, the ticket seller noticed a girl sitting on the machine cover, counting eggs from a basket at her feet. The ticket seller's eyes lit up, and he quickly called over Master Zhang. Master Zhang coughed and signaled for the ticket seller to talk to her. The ticket seller, being quite persuasive, soon struck up a conversation with Yuan and I, and ended up buying all the eggs in her basket for 9 cents each. I say, miss, can you give me the basket? We rushed out, and didn't bring anything to carry the eggs, the ticket seller said with a smile. That won't work. I have clothes in the bottom of the basket. If I give it to you, how will I carry my clothes? Clothes are easy to pack. I can find something for you. How about wrapping them in this blanket? The ticket seller pointed to a blanket on the machine cover. Yuan and I shook her head vigorously. No, that blanket is too old. How can I use it? Oh, you don't need it. You can use it to cover a livestock shed. Look how thick it is.
Well,
Let's agree on this. A trade is a trade. Seizing the moment while Yuan and I hesitated, the ticket seller quickly finalized the deal. So, Yuan and I exchanged half a basket of eggs for the blanket and $9. Uncle and second uncle thought it was a fair deal, but they wondered why Yuan and I wanted the old, smelly blanket. To cover the chicken coop. Well, that's fine. By noon, the bus finally arrived in the county town. Driver Master Zhang switched to the fresh eggs and even asked Yuan and I where she was getting off, then parked right in front of the furniture factory. They wouldn't have to take a detour, but they arrived at a bad time since people from the factory were already leaving. Let's sit under the tree for a while and wait until the afternoon shift starts. There were already several people sitting under the big locust tree, likely waiting to enter the factory. Seeing so many competitors made Uncle a bit nervous. His skills were good, but what if someone was better? They say they are hiring 5 permanent workers. What if my skills aren't enough to get in? I heard from people at the small restaurant that there are more than 5 children without jobs in that factory. Even if you're skilled, can they hire outsiders? They won't let anyone else benefit. Is that true? If so, why are they still announcing job openings? Everyone looked at each other, growing more confused about what the factory workers were really thinking. Upon hearing this, the uncle became calm. Since they were already there, it didn't matter if he couldn't get the job. It was a chance to see the city. Yuan and I and the others nibbled on some dry food and spent a few coins to get a bowl of soup from a restaurant. After filling their stomachs, they each found a place to take a nap. Finally, when it was time to start work in the afternoon, Yuan and I hurried to accompany her uncle to the factory. The old man at the gate, upon hearing that the uncle was there to apply for a job, let him in but stopped Yuan and I, saying, "The factory doesn't hire women. No visitors allowed." Yuan and I had no choice but to wait under the tree. In the hot summer, with cicadas buzzing, she sat under the tree sweating, while her second uncle comfortably leaned against their luggage and dozed off. He said that being in the city was much better than working in the field since at least they didn't have to do any labor. Not long after, the uncle returned with a sigh. "I was supposed to take a test this afternoon, but the factory manager canceled it. Now we have to wait until tomorrow to take the test with everyone else." "What test?" Yuan and I asked. "It's for carpentry work." I could handle that easily, but unfortunately, I didn't get to take it today, and now have to wait until tomorrow. Before leaving, the 3 of them prepared for the possibility of not returning home. However, at that moment, the second uncle started to complain. He thought staying at the guest house was too expensive and believed he could just sleep on the sidewalk for the night. "Big brother, you and I are go stay at the hotel. Just give me a blanket, and I'll find a comfortable spot to lie down." Yuan and I pulled him along, saying, "Second uncle, staying at the guest house means we can shower and watch TV. Since we came all this way, don't you want to see something new?" Who wouldn't want to see something new? The second uncle just didn't want to spend the money. The guest house wasn't cheap. A regular bed cost 3 yuan a night. While the 2 uncles weren't paying attention, Yuan and I took out 12 yuan and booked 2 rooms. This way, her room wouldn't have any guests, allowing her to study the woven blanket properly. The uncles were in the next room, and Yuan and I could hear their voices as they began to explore the television. After locking the door, Yuan and I opened the woven blanket and examined it closely. Soon, she found a seam and carefully opened it, revealing a bit of white, transparent fabric inside. She was curious about the treasure she had worked hard to obtain. Yuan and I frowned, patiently feeling the fabric again with her right hand. Yes, it felt warm. She used scissors to carefully cut open the outer layer of the woven blanket, revealing a white fertilizer bag inside. The bag had 2 layers, and there was something inside. After opening another layer of the fertilizer bag, she finally revealed the treasure, an ancient robe. At this moment, it was dark outside. Yuan and I drew the curtains and turned on the light, lifting her robe to examine it closely. The ancient fabric shone beautifully under the light. From the collar style, she could tell the robe was from the Song dynasty, meant to be worn as an outer cloak. The craftsmanship of the cloak was exquisite, especially the embroidery, which depicted leisurely clouds and wild cranes, appearing lifelike, as if painted on. Yuan and I recognized this technique. It was called keisai, where the design was first drawn on the robe with ink, and then silk threads were used to embroider along the pattern. This type of embroidery created a three-dimensional effect, but the process was complex, making it a luxury only the wealthy could afford. Yuan and I suddenly understood why it was wrapped in a fertilizer bag. The person who preserved this robe was experienced and worried about it deteriorating, so they sealed it in an airtight bag. Realizing this, Yuan and I quickly put the cloak back into the fertilizer bag. Fortunately, the opening was small, and as she was sewing it up carefully, there was a knock at the door. Come eat some bread. Yuan and I, excited to have found a treasure, replied happily, second uncle, wait a moment, let's go out to eat. She finished her last stitch, hid the fertilizer bag under the sheets, and then went to find her two uncles. Her eldest and second uncles each had a piece of bread, munching on it while watching television. Television was a rarity at that time. The commune had won, but only the leaders could watch it. If they weren't staying at the guest house, her uncles wouldn't have had the chance to see a TV for a long time. Do you have a TV in your room? If not, come watch ours. The little people inside move, and it's really interesting, her eldest uncle said, glued to the screen. In a time when entertainment was scarce, village children only went up the mountains to hunt birds or went fishing, while city kids played with hoops or jump ropes. So, when her uncles encountered the TV, they were captivated. This wonderful thing was something even their grandfather had never seen. When they returned to the village, they would have great stories to tell. In reality, it was just a small black and white television with a colorful plastic cover to add some color. Yuan and I smiled and sat down to watch with them for a while. It was still not yet 7 o'clock, and they were showing cartoons. As soon as it turned 7, the news began, and Yuan and I took the opportunity to say, eldest uncle, second uncle, let's go out for some water basin dishes. Didn't grandfather always say that the water basin dishes at Dizizi are particularly authentic? There are 2 types of water bowls, one with lamb and one with beef. Besides the meat, the bowl also contains white radish, vermicelli, and garlic sprouts. When eating, it's served with steamed flatbread. Taking a bite of meat, sipping the soup, and then biting into the flatbread creates a delicious experience that one wouldn't trade for anything. Hearing his father describe it many times, the second uncle was immediately interested. Big brother, let's go eat. The eldest uncle hesitated a bit. Isn't it expensive? Maybe a bowl costs $1. Yuan and I smiled and pulled him along. Uncle, I made some money selling eggs today.
It's on me.
How much can you earn? Never mind. After some convincing, the 3 of them headed to the main square. The county town is different from the village. In the village, when night falls, everyone locks their doors. Walking at night without a flashlight could lead to falling into a ditch. But in the county town, the lights are still bright. Especially near the main square, it's the bustling area of the town with state-run restaurants and several elderly women selling food on the side. Wow, the city is really different. I'm glad we came out, the second uncle said, feeling overwhelmed by the lively scene. They quickly found the old bai's lamb water bowl, and the aroma was undeniable even before they reached the door. Shall we go in? Yes, Yuan and I said, pulling out a bill. Let's eat freely today. 1 bowl won't be enough. The 2 uncles did not disappoint, each finishing 2 bowls, with 2 pieces of bread each. They finished everything and even drank the last drops of soup. That was delicious. I could brag about this bowl until I'm 60, the eldest uncle said, satisfied. The second uncle let out a big burp, ready to speak, but was interrupted by loud laughter from the next table. I'll definitely get into the furniture factory. Once I get my paycheck, I'll treat you guys to something fun. Isn't there an exam tomorrow? Don't we wait for the results to see who gets in? The spots at the furniture factory were decided long ago. The exam is just a formality. Only those country folks take it seriously. I thought so. Today, when I went to the furniture factory, the entrance was full of country folks. They really smelled bad, so rustic. Haha, let's not talk about those country bumpkins. It ruins the appetite. After hearing this, and recalling what the eldest uncle said in the afternoon, Yuan and I, and the second uncle understood that the so-called exam was just a cover. How frustrating, the eldest uncle said, slamming the table in anger. Uncle quickly pulled him. Brother, don't believe everything you hear. Let's go back and watch TV first. Before leaving, Yuan and I glanced at the young people who were talking. One of them, wearing a jacket, had already said that the spots were predetermined. After returning to the reception, Yuan and I said she wanted to sleep early. She changed into the men's clothes she had prepared and put on a cap to hide her hair, then jumped out of the back window. Earlier at the intersection, she had seen a state-run shop. The shop is basically a shop of this era. Yuan and I prepared 5 gold rings, hoping to try her luck at the shop. As soon as she arrived, she saw the shopkeeper closing the door. Yuan and I hurriedly called out, "Wait, I have something to sell." An elderly man with reading glasses looked at Yuan and I from above his glasses. "What do you have?" "Gold rings." The shopkeeper immediately opened the door. "Then come in." Gold is a special commodity, and a certain amount needs to be collected from the public. Every year, they receive a quota from the higher-ups, and they are still far from meeting this year's target. The shopkeeper, without hesitation, took the door panel off again and politely invited Yuan and I inside to talk. "How big are the rings?"
How do you buy them?
"Based on quality and weight. If the quality is good, it's 25 per gram." This was about the same as the gold recovery price Yuan and I knew. She took one out of her pocket. "Do I need to register?" "No registration. Gold transactions are sensitive. If registration is required, they wouldn't be able to buy even 1 gram. Yuan and I took out the remaining rings. "I'll sell these together." The shopkeeper smiled. "Do you have more?" "The more you sell, the higher the price, right?" "Not really, still 25 per gram." "Then I'll sell 5 for now." The shopkeeper took out the scale and magnifying glass. "Let's check the quality first." The gold rings were freshly made, bright and shiny. The shopkeeper weighed them, good quality. Next, he weighed the 5 rings, which totaled 51 grams, for a total of 1,275. The shopkeeper collected the gold rings and quickly counted the money for Yuan and I. "If you have more, just bring them over." Yuan and I was overjoyed. She had thought that gold transactions were heavily monitored these days, but she was surprised that she didn't need to register to exchange them. The shopkeeper noticed Yuan's thoughts and smiled. "There's nothing to check. As long as no one reports a loss, we don't need to register."
Duan suddenly understood.
Since no one reported missing items, it meant that everything being sold was likely their own treasures, so there was nothing to register. Just like that, she successfully sold 5 gold rings. Yuan and I planned to sell some more the next day, just to test the waters. On her way back, she found a restroom, changed her clothes, and confidently entered the guest house. Considering her uncle was in a bad mood, she walked past their room and paused to listen. Aside from the sound of the TV, there were also snoring noises. Knowing her uncle was relaxed made Yuan and I feel at ease. She stopped worrying, yawned, and went back to her room to sleep. I planned to watch TV all night, but I fell asleep without realizing it, her uncle said regretfully at breakfast the next day. "Falling asleep is fine. Maybe we'll stay another night and watch tonight," she replied. "No, we can't stay longer. We paid for these goods." Both uncles shook their heads in unison. When they arrived at the furniture factory, it was just the right time for work. Her uncle told Yuan and I to go back first, saying, "After my exam, I'll come find you." The second uncle, eager to watch TV, immediately agreed. Yuan and I packed the remaining gold rings and told the second uncle she had something to do, then went straight to the largest bank in the county. As soon as the counter staff heard she wanted to sell gold rings, they were very welcoming and took her to an office to wait for the appraiser. With experience from last night, Yuan and I exchanged 10 rings this time. Her gold was of good quality, and the bank exchanged it at $25 each. Yuan and I earned $2,500. Adding what she exchanged last night, she now had over $3,000, enough to do something significant. What Yuan and I wanted most was a time-saving and labor-saving vehicle. She really couldn't push a cart anymore. Buying a tractor wouldn't work, as she didn't have enough money, and it would attract too much attention. If she drove one home, people would surely question where the money came from. In this special time, it was better to stay low-key for safety. As Yuan and I walked and thought, suddenly, an idea struck her. Instead of buying a new tractor, she could buy a small engine and modify a four-wheeled vehicle herself. Acting on her idea, Yuan and I quickly inquired about the location of the scrap yard in the county. After finding it, the staff at the yard smiled and said, "This isn't our responsibility and no one brings this to sell. You should ask at the agricultural machinery station." After a busy morning, Yuan and I finally spent $50 to buy a scrap small engine from the agricultural machinery station, which had been removed from a Thai Neo 55. This engine is durable and quiet, making it very suitable for installation in four-wheel vehicles. The whole machine was scrapped, but the tractor is fine. It should work after some repairs, the agricultural machinery station master said objectively. Yuan and I can tinker with engines herself. Anyone living in a post-apocalyptic world has a few skills to rely on. The engine is heavy, and she spent a few coins to have it delivered to the guest house. To Yuan's surprise, her uncle was still watching TV, saying, "It costs $3. We have to get that money back." Yuan and I thought that once she earned some money, she would buy her uncle a TV. "Ni, did you bring this metal piece home?" Her uncle suddenly noticed the engine. Yuan and I casually replied, "I picked it up on the way back." If her uncle knew she spent $50 on it, he would surely say she was wasteful. After learning that the old engine could be used to modify the four-wheel vehicle, her uncle became interested. While the two of them were pondering, her older uncle returned looking dejected, saying, "I didn't pass. Everyone says the furniture factory already had its candidates decided." "Really? Isn't that unfair? If they didn't need anyone, they should have said so earlier, so we wouldn't waste so much money." Her uncle exclaimed, his eyes wide. Yuan and I thought for a moment, "Big uncle, did you get your results from the exam this morning?" "Yes, I scored 80 points. Her older uncle sighed and began to explain what happened during the exam. Over 30 people showed up for the job, and the factory sent a technician to distribute materials for on-site testing. Her older uncle's skills were undeniable. He submitted his work and even received praise from the technician, who said he could score 100. "Then, why weren't you hired?" "They said I was too old." Her older uncle blinked, looking like he wanted to cry. "But the notice said anyone under 40 was acceptable. You didn't exceed that age, did you?" "Don't worry, big uncle. I'll go ask at the factory." Hearing this, her older uncle felt encouraged. If he thought it was unfair, he should have asked earlier. After all, they were all farmers, and even if the furniture factory staff wanted to dismiss them, they had no grounds to do so. So, Yuan and I took her older uncle and younger uncle back to the furniture factory. She wanted fairness. If they weren't hiring, they shouldn't have notified people, as there was no reason to mislead them. It's important to understand that for farmers, coming to the city is not easy. Transportation, food, and lodging all cost money. Yuan and I had already decided that if the factory didn't provide an explanation, she would report it to the county. Why should farmers be treated unfairly? To gather more insider information, Yuan and I bought a pack of cigarettes in advance and asked her second uncle to investigate. At noon, the regular workers had finished their shifts, and the security guard was quite relaxed. This hiring process is just a formality. The factory can't even place its own local youth, so how can they hire outsiders? The county wants the furniture factory to cooperate, so the factory can only pretend to comply. Isn't this just a test for you? If you can't pass, you won't be accepted. But my older brother did well on the test. He has good skills. Accept your fate. If they don't want you, what can you do? Yuan and I listened carefully from behind her second uncle. Just then, a jeep drove up and stopped at the factory gate. The security guard immediately straightened up and ignored her second uncle. Two people got out of the car. One was short and chubby, while the other was tall and handsome.
Yuan Ismail, Kamrad Heu?
Gu Chao smiled back. Comrade Yuan and I. What a coincidence. Are you here in the county for business? Yuan and I explained everything to her uncle about the hiring process in the county. My uncle did well on the test and his age is fine, so I don't understand why he was eliminated. Gu Chao frowned. This time, the furniture factory is looking for skilled workers, which is why they relaxed the age limit. Based on what you said, your uncle should pass the assessment. How about this? Call your uncle, and let's go to the factory together to take a look. The short, chubby man who got out of the car with Gu Chao turned pale. Director Gu, you can't just listen to her side of the story. I plan to organize another test right now. Find a way to notify those who are eliminated and have them come back quickly. Gu Chao's expression became serious. Some have already returned to the countryside. Then go to the registration place and find them. The chubby man wiped the sweat from his face and hurried off to find people. Yuan's uncles had met Gu Chao before and quickly realized that he had likely been promoted and was now in charge of the furniture factory. You're right, I just transferred to the furniture factory to take charge. Gu Chao led Yuan and I and her uncles into the factory. The security guard didn't expect that these ordinary country folks had such strong connections. Realizing this, he dared not accept the cigarettes from her second uncle and handed them back. As Gu Chao walked in, he began to introduce the situation at the furniture factory. This factory was expanded based on the original Hongxing furniture factory, fully taking in the staff and equipment from the old Hongxing. Considering the lack of technical strength at the Hongxing factory, they decided to recruit from the community to bring in skilled carpenters to energize the factory. No wonder they raised the age limit for hiring to 40. They want experienced workers, Yuan and I realized. But the people from the old factory don't think that way. They prefer to leave job opportunities for their children. Gu Chao frowned.
No wonder.
Even the uncles understood now. The short, chubby man sent away by Gu Chao was the deputy director of the furniture factory. He quickly brought everyone back, including the 5 who had passed the assessment from the old Hongxing factory. Entering the factory at noon, everyone looked confused. Gu Chao announced that the previous results were void, and he would personally oversee a new assessment. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. Why are the previous results void? I already passed the exam and am part of the factory. I don't want to take the test again. The person wearing the jacket seen at Lao Bai's house last night was indeed one of the 5 who had passed, and he reacted most strongly to the news of the voided results. Don't want to take the test? That means you are giving up your chance to work here. If your results are genuine, what's the harm in taking the test again? Gu Chao replied calmly. Several officials nearby wanted to speak, but were silenced by Gu Chao's glare. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. They had clearly set out to hire experienced workers, yet this group had gone against the rules, altered results, and pushed their own people ahead, which was unfair and against Gu Chao's principles. The technician had already delivered the wood. The uncle confidently picked up his tools and got to work. Soon, the exam results were announced. It was clear who was skilled. The weakest were the 5 previously recruited. Gu Chao directly eliminated these 5 and replaced them with those who performed well. Display their work at the factory entrance and post a notice that anyone who disagrees can challenge it on the spot. The uncle, being the top performer, felt excited upon hearing Gu Chao's words. He cheered and started clapping. The factory officials looked on, thinking, well, here comes a bold newcomer. Thus, the uncle was finally hired at the furniture factory, and the paperwork took all afternoon. The factory assigned him a dormitory, and the uncle planned to move his belongings there. Please tell Shufin and my mother that I will be working at the factory, and I will return home once I receive my salary. Shufin is the name of my aunt. As for the 2 mischievous boys, my uncle thinks that with a wife around, they should be manageable. Yuan and I, and my second uncle nodded, indicating they understood. Although the hiring process had some bumps, it eventually worked out, which is a good thing. Big brother, if this works out, we should thank Director Gu. Let's buy something to show our appreciation, my second uncle suddenly suggested. Yuan and I immediately remembered that she had previously used Gu Chao's industrial coupons, which she had already exchanged, so it was a good time to return them. The group discussed and decided to buy canned goods and malted milk. Then they asked the old man at the gate for Gu Chao's address. This time, the old man didn't ask for anything in return and simply told them, "Director Gu just moved here. He lives in the single dormitory." My uncle was pleased, thinking it was a good opportunity to deliver a gift while moving his luggage. The single dormitory at the furniture factory consists of 2 rows of houses, with the first row mainly for officials, each having their own room, and Gu Chao lived in the first room. When they arrived, Gu Chao was washing his face. He quickly wiped himself and came to the door, saying, "Is it you? Please come in." Yuan and I stood at the front and could clearly see a drop of water running down Gu Chao's long, strong neck. Inside, Gu Chao had a sofa, and behind it there was a curtain probably hiding a bed. He invited them to sit on the sofa. It was the first time for my uncle and second uncle to sit on such a soft piece of furniture, and they were startled, nearly jumping up. Gu Chao asked about the paperwork my uncle was handling and concluded, "Work hard, and if you achieve results, your salary can increase." My uncle was excited and blushed, saying, "Director Gu, I understand. I will work hard. By the way, these items are a small token from our family. Please accept them." My second uncle quickly placed the bag on the coffee table. Gu Chao glanced at it, and his expression turned serious. "You earn your work through your own abilities. I cannot accept gifts." Yuan and I smiled and said, "You even helped me with the industrial tickets before. This isn't a gift, just a gesture of reciprocity." However, no matter how they insisted, Gu Chao refused to accept anything, leaving only the industrial tickets Yuan and I returned, and he sent them away. "What should we do now?" My second uncle looked at the bag, feeling troubled. "If he doesn't want it, that's fine. Next time we come to the city, let's bring him some homemade bean buns." Yes, what NIR said is right. It's not about this moment. Since they couldn't deliver the items, and it was getting late, my second uncle suggested that Yuan and I cancel the room at the guest house. "I'll share a room with Big Brother for the night. You go home, and in the morning, we'll go to catch the bus together." Yuan and I still had 15 gold rings that she hadn't sold, and she needed to sell them on the last night. She thought about it and nodded. "All right, I'll head back to the guest house first." The last 2 times she exchanged gold rings went very smoothly, so Yuan and I didn't expect any problems tonight. Previously, Yuan and I had visited a consignment shop and successfully sold 5 gold rings there. Seeing that it was getting late, she decided to go back to the shop. The older worker there was nice and had told her to bring her items without worry. However, she was unlucky this time. The older worker was not there, and only a man in his 30s with a face full of acne was at the counter. Yuan and I hesitated and asked, "Is the older worker here today?" "Old Chen?"
He's off today.
"This is a state-run consignment shop. What do you want to sell?" "Just give it to me," the acne-faced man said, noticing that Yuan and I wasn't holding anything and guessed she wanted to sell jewelry. Yuan and I took out a gold ring. "Can you give me an estimate?" The man's eyes lit up. "Let me see the quality." As he examined the ring, he asked her, "Is this your gold ring? You look young. How do you have something so valuable?" Yuan and I remained silent. She realized that Old Chin followed the rules and only looked at the items without asking unnecessary questions. The acne-faced man, seeing Yuan Ni's plain appearance, thought he could pry some information from her. When she didn't respond, he frowned and said, "The quality isn't good. It's 15 yuan per gram." Yuan and I raised an eyebrow. Previously, Old Chen had estimated the price at 25 yuan per gram, indicating that her gold was worth that much. The acne-faced man was clearly trying to cheat her. "Give me back the ring. I won't sell it." "You little girl, if you're not selling the ring, why are you here? Are you unhappy with the price? Let me tell you, this is the price at a state-run store. The profits go up the chain. If you want a higher price, go to Guangming Alley and look for someone named De. He's buying gold." The acne-faced man continued to ramble, trying to convince Yuan and I. "Give it back to me." The acne-faced man slapped the gold ring back at her. "You've never seen the world. I want to see how much you can sell it for." Yuan and I checked the gold ring, saw that it was undamaged, and turned to leave. Although they were all employees of a state-run store, people were still different. The acne-faced man was clearly trying to take advantage of her. For Yuan and I, gold was easy to come by. She would rather give it away than let him benefit from her. After leaving the agency, Yuan and I wanted to return to the guest house. She could try her luck at the bank in the morning. If she couldn't sell anything, it wouldn't matter. After all, she wasn't short on money. As for Guangming Alley, it wasn't even on Yuan Ni's radar. During her stay at the guest house, she had heard from the staff that Guangming Alley was the location of the black market in the county. The gold bar she found could be returned if someone questioned it. However, selling gold jewelry on the black market was a different matter. Plus, the appearance of gold could attract unwanted attention. Yuan and I just wanted to make money peacefully without taking risks. While she was thinking and walking, she suddenly saw Gu Chao, who was pushing a bicycle into a nearby alley. To her surprise, the sign at the alley entrance read Guangming Alley. Guangming Alley was the black market, so why was Gu Chao, a factory manager, going there? Yuan and I hesitated about whether to follow him when she saw him turn back with the bicycle. He came straight toward her, saying, "I thought it looked like you. It really is you." Yuan and I smiled. "I thought you didn't see me. It's already dark. Where are you going?" Gu Chao looked around but didn't see Yuan Ni's tall uncles. "My second uncle is staying at the factory. I'm going back to the guest house." "In a hurry to go back?" "Not really." "Then could you help me? I want to buy some old furniture. Can you help me check it out?" "Furniture?" Yuan and I was surprised but then realized that Gu Chao must think she was knowledgeable about it because her uncle was a carpenter. "What kind of furniture?" "They say it's made of Ming Dynasty rosewood." "Okay, I can check that." If it were modern wood, she wouldn't know, but she could identify antiques. Gu Chao was pleased and led the way with his bicycle into the alley. The alley was full of surprises, winding and with many side paths. Along the roadside, people occasionally stood with baskets beside them. The baskets contained eggs and grains, mostly covered with cloth, making it hard to see what was inside. Soon, Gu Chao stopped in front of a door without a sign. "When we go in, help me check if the items are real. If you see anything, let me know quietly, or give me a hint, like saying it doesn't fit or something." He wanted Yuan and I to help him without putting her in danger. Yuan and I smiled and nodded, "I understand." Gu Chao knocked on the door, and soon a bald man answered. "You're here? Who is this?" "This is my sister." The big bald man was very cautious. After confirming Yuan's identity, he peeked outside to make sure no one was following them before letting them in. "The furniture has been ready for a while. It's a genuine Wanli cabinet. Many people have been asking about it these past few days, and I've kept it for you," he said, closing the door and starting to be friendly. "Big guy, lead the way. I want to take a look at the items first." Hearing Gu Chao call him that, Yuan suddenly realized this was the person mentioned by the pimple-faced man. She squinted slightly, realizing that the pimple-faced man had teamed up with the big guy. Whenever someone sold gold, the pimple-faced man would intentionally offer a low price and then direct them to the black market. With the price set by the commission, the big guy could add a couple of bucks and easily receive the gold. Then he would resell it. With the goods in hand, even selling to the commission would allow both the big guy and the pimple-faced man to make money. While she was lost in thought, the big guy had already led them into the room, turned on the light, and they could see a row of furniture against the wall. The most eye-catching piece was a tall cabinet, over 1.8 meters high, almost reaching the ceiling. Yuan recognized the style and knew it was the famous Wanli cabinet. "Look, this cabinet is made of high-quality rosewood. Can you smell that fragrance in the room? That's the scent of sandalwood. This wood is precious. Even making a small folding fan would cost $5 or $6. Not to mention it's an antique. Just the sandalwood alone is worth a fortune," the big guy said enthusiastically, pointing at the cabinet. "Can I touch it?" "Sure. Feel free to touch it. It's furniture, not a painting. It's sturdy." With the big guy's permission, Yuan walked over and began to examine it closely. People who look at furniture rarely resist touching it. The big guy was confident and encouraged Gu Chao to touch it too. "Get close and smell it. The wood is fragrant." In no time, Yuan had finished her assessment and turned to say, Big brother, this furniture is nice, but I remember our ceiling is quite low. Will the cabinet fit? Yuani blinked innocently. The two had previously agreed that if there was a problem with the Wanli cabinet, Yuani wouldn't need to say it directly, but could find an excuse instead. Gu Chao understood and pretended to be frustrated, tapping his forehead. Oh no, if you had mentioned it, I almost forgot. Our house is too low. This cabinet definitely won't fit. Big Bald was surprised. The first time he met Gu Chao, he thought the other person came from a good family, which is why he wanted to replicate the Wanli cabinet. Why replicate such a cabinet? Among Ming-style wardrobes, the Wanli cabinet is the tallest and most practical. From Big Bald's perspective, if he were to replicate one, it would be best to make a large one to earn more. However, he didn't expect that Gu Chao, dressed well, actually lived in a very small house. What does this indicate? It shows he misjudged. Gu Chao was just a shiny surface with nothing underneath. Cough, this cabinet looks tall, but it's actually less than 2 meters. Your home can definitely fit it. Big Bald realized that this deal was likely not going to happen. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, they wouldn't buy furniture that wouldn't fit in their home. Uncle, you don't know, my house is low beams. It really won't fit. If I were you, I would skip the big table and cabinet and just buy these small round stools. In a short time, Yuan and I examined a row of furniture and concluded that only 2 small round stools were real, so she hinted to Gu Chao to buy the stools. Gu Chao understood. How much for these round stools? Big Bald was frustrated. They didn't want a big cabinet, just small stools? 30 each. The round stools weren't made by Big Bald. Someone had brought them to sell, claiming they were good items. They ended up with the acne-faced guy who brought them to him. Big Bald bought them for 20 each, hoping they would increase in value, but no one wanted them, so he didn't dare to ask for a high price. 2 for 50. All right, you're haggling over such a small item? Big Bald smiled wryly. Gu Chao took out money, picked up a stool, and left. I say, help me promote the Wanli cabinet. It's really good, Big Bald called after them. Sure, I'll ask around. After leaving Guangming Alley, Gu Chao asked Yuan and I, so that cabinet is fake? Yes, it's fake. What about these 2 round stools? From their style and feel, these 2 round stools should be Ming Dynasty items, considered antiques. Getting a positive answer, Gu Chao was very satisfied. Luckily I met you. Otherwise, I would have spent money on a fake. Gu Chao looked at his watch. Let's grab something to eat before heading back to the guest house? Yuan and I shook her head. Are you buying furniture for yourself? No, it's for a relative. Their old house needs some antique furniture to match. I'm glad I asked for your help. Otherwise, I would have bought a fake for my relative and wouldn't know how to explain. You've helped me so much. Let me treat you to a meal tomorrow. No need. You helped my uncle seek justice, and I haven't thanked you yet. As they walked and talked, the streetlights stretched their shadows longer, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. After dropping Yuan and I off at the guest house, Gu Chao stopped and watched her enter. I'll leave once you're inside. Yuan and I replied softly, but a staff member at the guest house noticed and gasped, Is that your boyfriend? He must have a job in the city, right? Yuan and I had been staying at the guest house for several days, and her expenses were not small. The staff had quietly discussed her. Yuan and I was wealthy, and with the way her 2 uncles acted, the staff believed she must be one of the rich girls in the village. In the village, even wealthy girls were still looked down upon in the marriage market. Gu Chao, on the other hand, not only looked handsome but also dressed well, clearly a city youth. Why would he choose someone like Yuan and I? Yuan and I simply nodded and went back to her room to rest. The next morning, her second uncle arrived at the guest house to help Yuan and I with the engine. Big brother starts work today, so he asked us to return on our own. Yuan and I agreed, but felt a bit regretful for not exchanging all her gold rings. When they reached the bus station, the ticket seller informed them that the bus would leave in 2 hours. Yuan's mind started racing again. Second uncle, wait for me a moment. I have something to do. Her uncle nodded. Just keep an eye on the time, so you don't miss the bus. Yuan and I went to the bank and exchanged the remaining gold rings for cash, then returned with a bag of money to catch the bus. Her second uncle had rented a comic book from a street vendor and was happily reading it. A few years ago, reading wasn't popular, but her grandparents believed children shouldn't be ignorant. With their support, her uncles learned to read. After waiting a bit longer, the loudspeaker at the station announced it was time to depart. On the way back, her second uncle was particularly lively. Although he had only spent a few days in the city, the unique experiences were enough for him to boast about for years. The Xiangyang team has arrived. Is anyone getting off at Xiangyang? The ticket seller called out, worried someone might miss their stop. We're getting off at the next stop. Yuan and I smiled at her uncle and looked out the window. Suddenly, her expression changed to anger. She saw her two uncles dragging her mother by the arms, forcefully pulling her towards the village. Her mother was disheveled and struggling, but she was too weak to resist. It looked like they were about to take her away. If they really got her into the village, it would be a disaster. Attention, everyone! A kidnapper is attacking. Please help. Yuan and I reacted quickly, shouting as she saw the driver about to start the car. Where are they? I see them. Two men are dragging a woman. Uncle Air's eyes turned red with anger. He grabbed a stick and was the first to jump out of the car to confront the attackers. The other passengers, filled with a sense of justice, followed the driver's lead and got out of the car to join in the fight against the kidnappers. Before Yuan Laoda and Yuan Lao Air could react, they were hit from behind and fell to the ground. Uncle Air shouted angrily, kicking Yuan Laoda, "How dare you take my sister? I'll make sure you regret it." The other passengers joined in, shouting, "Beat the kidnappers. Don't let them escape." Yuan Laoda and Yuan Lao Air didn't even have time to protest before they lost some teeth. The reason for the anger was clear. Kidnappers were the most hated people around. Yuan and I had labeled the two brothers as kidnappers, and now they were only receiving punishment. Yuan and I rushed over to help her mother. Are you okay? Her mother trembled. I'm fine. Thank goodness you all came. You're safe now. Let me help you sit down. Yuan and I supported her mother to the side of the road to help her catch her breath. Yuan Laoda cried out as he stumbled out of the crowd. I'm not a kidnapper. That's my wife. Yuan and I frowned and kicked him back. Don't let the kidnapper get away. In this society governed by law, hitting someone is a crime, but they were not attacking people. They were attacking kidnappers. Seeing her mother calm down a bit, Yuan and I asked, Mom, how did they catch you? Even though Uncle Da and Uncle Air were not home, the Qin family still had many men, and they could easily overpower the Yuan family. This was a key reason why the Yuan family had not caused trouble. The power gap was simply too great. Yuan Ni's mother showed a look of hatred. Don't mention it. Your Aunt Wu tricked me. Aunt Wu? You mean Tian Xiaofeng? Yuan and I suddenly remembered her. Tian Xiaofeng was known for being cunning and always looking to take advantage of others. The real question was, why would Tian Xiaofeng do such a thing? Just as her mother was about to explain, a voice shouted from the crowd, someone has fainted. Yuan and I quickly pushed her way into the crowd and saw Yuan Laoda and Yuan Lao Air lying on the ground, covered in blood but still breathing. The driver quietly hid the wrench behind him, saying, Everyone, we are doing the right thing, but we shouldn't delay our important tasks. Passengers nodded in agreement. Seeing that the abducted woman had been rescued, they decided to continue their journey. Yuan and I helped her mother onto the bus. Uncle Air spat at Yuan Laoda and picked up a stick before getting on the bus. As for Yuan Laoda and Yuan Lair, they could just stay lying there. When the ticket collector saw Yuan Ni's mother get on the bus, he called out, Ma'am, please sit here. Big sister, sit with me. Big sister, how did you get targeted by human traffickers? When everyone asked, Yuan Ni's mother felt wronged and tears began to fall. The ticket collector noticed something was wrong and said, Everyone, please stop asking and let this lady sit quietly for a moment. Hey, I just want to say, comrade, if you need someone to testify, come find me at Zaiwang's Wang. My name is Zhou Bai. I can testify too. The Xiangyang Brigade and the Hongqi Brigade were not far apart, and they didn't talk much on the way. Soon, the bus arrived. After getting off, Yuan Ni's mother waved gratefully to the passengers and the driver. then said to Yuan and I, "Everyone is so kind. Isn't that right? Thanks to everyone's help. By the way, Mom, you mentioned that it was because of Aunt Wu that you were caught by Yuan Laoda. What happened?" Yuan and I wiped her sweat, as she had been thinking about this. Yuan Ni's mother slapped her thigh and said, "Tian Xiaofang is such a troublemaker. When Tian Xiaofang first got married, she was relatively well-behaved, but after being scolded by Grandma a few times, she started making schedules for cooking with the sisters-in-law. However, once Yuan and I and Uncle De left, Tian Xiaofang became unruly. She kept telling me that a day as husband and wife means 100 days of kindness, and I shouldn't divorce Yuan Monsong. I thought she didn't understand what kind of person Yuan Monsong was, so she was speaking up for him. I didn't expect that after explaining several times, she still insisted that I remarry him." Yuan Ni's mother sighed. "Isn't that meddling? Why does she think she can control you?" Uncle Air shouted angrily. "Mom, what happened next?" "This morning, I was working in the field when Tian Xiaofang suddenly ran over and told me that Pandai had fallen into a well and urged me to hurry home. I was so anxious that I ran home, and just as I was nearing my door, I ran into Yuan Monsong. He suddenly knelt down and slapped himself, saying he had made mistakes in the past and wanted me to return to the Yuan family and remarry him. I was still thinking about Pandi, but Yuan Monsong said that Pandi was fine and that those words were just made up by Tian Xiaofang to trick me. After Yuan Yang was stopped, she refused to give in. Seeing the situation was not good, Yuan Monsong dragged her away. Just as they were about to be caught, the young men were busy in the fields, and the children were going up the mountain to gather pig grass. There were very few people in the village, and Yuan Yang was forcibly taken away. When they reached the small woods, Yuan Man Tun jumped out, and the two brothers took Yuan Yang toward the Xiangyang team. "Luckily we found you. If I had been taken to the Xiangyang team and entered the old Yuan family's door, it would have been a mess." Yuan Yang sighed in relief. "This isn't over. Let's go home and tell Grandma so she can deal with Tian Xiaofang." When the three returned home, Grandma was cooking. Seeing Yuan Yang and her second uncle, she hurried out to greet them. "You're finally back. Xuanong, where's your older brother? Did he hire workers?"
"He did.
He's now a formal employee at the furniture factory and said he would come back to see you once he got his paycheck." "That's good. Your dad will be so happy to hear that. By the way, why did it take you so long?" "I'll explain later. Everything is fine. First, take a look at Guiying. She almost got taken away by someone with the surname Yuan," the second uncle said quickly. Grandma looked closely at her daughter and noticed that Yuan Yang's clothes were torn in several places, her hair was messy, and her face was swollen. "Daughter, what happened? How did you end up like this?" Yuan Yang cried and recounted her experience. "Mom, you have to help me. Does Tian Xiaofang have no shame? Why would she do something so harmful to others?" Grandma was furious. "She probably dislikes my mom taking up space and wants to drive her back to the Xiangyang team. That way, Tian Xiaofang and my fifth uncle can take over my mom's new house," Yuan and I said calmly. "Exactly. I wondered why she was meddling. It was all for the house. Does Lao Wu know?" "I'm going to find him right now," the second uncle said, rolling up his sleeves to leave. Yuan and I stopped him. "Second uncle, there's no need to rush. It's almost mealtime. Let's wait a bit." Just then, they heard Xiao Fu Hua's laughter. "I told you, the kids are grown up. Getting a divorce is a sin. Guiying insists that Yuan Monsong hit her, and they can't go on living together. But really, which man in the world doesn't get angry sometimes? Can't they just endure it? Now look, they caused a fuss and ended up back home. This morning, Yuan Monsong came to ask for Sanja, and she agreed right away. I guess she has already gone home with Yuan Monsong to live." Tian Xiaofang was very happy about it. Yuan Ninyang heard this in the yard and was so angry that she ground her teeth. It turned out that Tian Xiaofang was behind it all. Grandma patted Yuan Ninyang's hand to calm her down. The courtyard door creaked open and Tian Xiaofang walked in with a smile. When she saw Yuan Ninyang, her smile froze immediately. "Why don't you go in?" Zhao Fuhua pushed her from behind and squeezed in.
"Hey?"
"Guiying, Why didn't you go home with Yuan Montong? Tian Xiaofeng, I will tear your mouth apart. Yuan Ninyang was almost tied up and had dirt thrown on her by Tian Xiaofeng, and she couldn't hold back anymore. She rushed forward and grabbed Tian Xiaofeng to hit her. Zhao Fuhua was startled and quickly dodged. She had just put on a new coat and didn't want to get it dirty. Yuan Nini ran over to pull them apart, causing Tian Xiaofeng to get hit several times. Sanjia, Yuan Nini, what are you doing? Just as they were fighting, suddenly someone rushed over to pull Yuan Nini away. The men from the Qin family had finally returned. Yuan Nini tightly held onto Tian Xiaofeng, which led to Tian Xiaofeng getting hit several times, causing her face to swell. However, when Qin Shuwen returned, he went to pull Yuan Nini away. Tian Xiaofeng took the chance to kick wildly and accidentally kicked Yuan Ninyang in the stomach, making her bend over in pain. Why are you taking sides? The second uncle, who had been watching with his arms crossed, rushed in like a cannonball when he saw Yuan Ninyang getting hurt. He grabbed Qin Shuwen and pinned him against the wall. What happened? Why are they fighting? Grandpa was stunned. I don't know, Dad. Should we stop them? The fourth uncle, always cautious, asked. Yes, stop them from fighting. The fourth uncle and fourth aunt worked together to pull Tian Xiaofeng and Qin Shuwen aside. Guiying, what's going on? Grandpa asked his daughter first. I'll explain. Before Yuan Ninyang could speak, Grandma calmly recounted the trouble caused by Tian Xiaofeng. Oh, Xiaofeng, this is not right. Just now you lied to me, saying Guiying went back to the Yuan family willingly. Why are you lying? The second aunt, Zhao Fuhua, also stepped forward to expose Tian Xiaofeng. Grandpa's face darkened. Tian Xiaofeng, why would you harm your sister-in-law? We are all family and you can't stand to see Guiying do well? Dad, don't say that. Xiaofeng just wants what's best for Sanjia and hopes she can reconcile with Yuan Montong. Look, Yuan Nini and the others can't be without their dad. Chen Shuwen jumped out to complain first. Well, Shuwen, did you know about this all along? Yuan Nyang trembled with anger. She had treated Chen Shuwen well, and he actually wanted to harm her. Chen Shuwen, whether we have a father or not is none of your business. I'll tell you, even if one day we move out of the Qin family, this house will never be yours, Yuan and I said. Now, everyone looked at Chen Shuwen and his wife with strange eyes. Doing such a terrible thing was actually for the house. Yuan and I, what nonsense are you talking about? Can you decide who gets the house? Chen Shuwen raised his voice, feeling hurt by her words. Slap, slap. Grandpa directly gave Chen Shuwen a big slap and, possibly not satisfied, he followed up with 2 more slaps. Chen Shuwen cried out, Dad, what are you doing? In our family, we don't hit daughters-in-law. Stay in your room. I'm only dealing with you, Grandpa said, searching the yard for something to use. Chen Shuwen was nearly scared to his knees. As the father of 4 sons, Grandpa's way of teaching was simple: hit them hard until they understood right from wrong. In the past, Chen Shuwen had also received a share of beatings, and Grandpa couldn't understand why this son still turned out wrong. It must be that he didn't hit hard enough. Zhao Di kindly handed over a stick. Grandpa, will this work? Yes. Grandpa took the stick and swung it, making Chen Shuwen cry out, Dad, I was wrong. Wrong about what? I shouldn't have let third sister go back to the Yuan family. Grandpa continued to hit him. Ouch, ouch, I really was wrong. I shouldn't have thought about the house. The others in the house stood against the wall. Tian Xiaofeng wanted to argue at first, but when she saw Chen Shuwen's miserable state, she was too scared to say anything. Grandpa was somewhat satisfied with this answer and paused to catch his breath. What did your wife do wrong? She shouldn't have lied to third sister. If your wife can lie to third sister today, she can lie to me and your mother tomorrow. You're the man of the house, so you need to help her correct her behavior. You can't let her act recklessly, Grandpa advised earnestly. Chen Shuwen felt pain all over. Okay, I understand. All right, you both go back and reflect on this. After saying that, Grandpa tucked the stick into his waist, ready to smoke a cigarette and take a break. Pan Du was quick to help Grandpa light his cigarette. Tian Xiaofeng, crying, helped Chen Shuwen into the house. Guiying, don't take it to heart. They won't dare next time. The eldest aunt came over to comfort Yuan Yang. Yuan and I knew that there was no better way to solve the family conflict. Some things are not just black and white. They can't just kick Tian Xiaofeng out over this issue, right? Zhao Fuhua, carefree as always, pulled her second uncle aside to hear about his trip to the county town. The second uncle had been wanting to share, sister-in-law. Big brother has been hired at the furniture factory. The eldest aunt was very happy, and Grandpa perked up his ears to listen. Grandma went to the kitchen to grab some vegetables while listening. The second uncle loved reading comic books and had a bit of a storytelling talent. He started with the bus ride and quickly moved on to staying at a guest house, watching TV, and eating lamb stew at the Lao Bai family. Everyone listened with great interest. That guy in the jacket doesn't seem like a good person, does he? Isn't that right? That guy is from the original Hongxing furniture factory. He and his group want to push Big Brother out. Everyone's emotions were stirred up, and they began to curse together. Yuan and I had experienced these things herself, but hearing them again was quite entertaining. Could it be that the second uncle's true talent was storytelling? As the last vegetable was picked, the second uncle was about to wrap up. On the way back, we saw Guiying. Xuanong, didn't you say Yuan and I got an old engine in the city to modify a four-wheeler? Where is it? Grandpa looked around, but didn't see the engine. Oh no, I forgot the engine, the second uncle said, regretting and pulling at his hair. It was all his fault for getting caught up in fighting and anger, and he had left the engine on the bus. I'll go find it right now, the second uncle said, eager to run off. Yuan and I grabbed him. Second uncle, where are you going to look? The bus had already left. If they wanted to search, they could only go to the terminal. The second uncle's good mood vanished. He felt useless for not being able to keep track of things. This isn't your fault. I didn't remember either. If we need to blame someone, it should be Yuan Montsang. Yuan and I quickly reassured him. Is the old engine expensive? The second uncle wondered, thinking he needed to save money to buy another one for Yuan and I. This thing shouldn't be lost. Let's look again. Yuan and I said this for a reason. At first, the second uncle had tried to carry the engine onto the bus, but the ticket seller stopped him, saying it was too big and would take up space. In the end, it was the bus driver who helped tie the engine to the roof of the bus. Driver and ticket seller should remember us. Others wouldn't know about this and can't claim it. Don't worry, let's finish our meal first, then we'll ask around to see where to look. There's no use regretting what has happened. My uncle didn't enjoy this meal at all. He quickly finished and wanted to leave. Just then, the yard gate was pushed open and someone walked in. Xuanong, are you going out? It was the team leader. My uncle nodded quickly. Oh, why are you here? Have you eaten? Do you want a bowl of rice? Grandpa quickly welcomed him. I've eaten. Xuanong, did you all come back on the bus today? The team leader asked, catching his breath. Yes, Uncle Team Leader. Why do you ask? Someone just called and said a villager from our team left something big on the bus. I thought since you were the only ones who went to the city recently, I'd come to ask. I see, my uncle quickly asked, is it mine? An old engine, a heavy piece of metal. Yes, that's it. The bus driver said they saved it for you. Tomorrow, the bus will return to the county. Wait by the roadside, and they will stop to unload it when they see you. My uncle sighed in relief. That's great. They are really responsible. Make sure Shui, when writes a thank you letter to their unit. Sure, we should find a way to recognize such good people. Grandpa chatted with the team leader. With his worries gone, my uncle's mood clearly improved. Grandma waved for him and Yuan and I to come inside. Xuanong, how much did it cost to go back to the county? The Chin family is a big household. Every year, the work points and grain go to the family. They all eat from the same pot, and Grandma keeps the extra money. If someone needs it, she gives it to them. For instance, the money for my fifth uncle Chen Shui Wen's wedding came from this fund. This time, Grandma gave 15 yuan for my eldest uncle to go to the city for work. My uncle scratched his head and started calculating. The cost for the guest house and the meal at Lao Bai's place were all paid by Yuan and I. Those are the big expenses. After deducting those two costs, Grandma gave him 10 yuan, and there was still quite a bit left. My uncle handed over the money. My brother saved 4 yuan for meal tickets, and there's 5 yuan and 60 cents left. All right, you can go now. After sending my uncle off, Grandma opened the box to take out money for Yuan and I for the accommodation and meal, saying, "You can go with him. You shouldn't have to pay for it." Yuan and I didn't care about the money. She didn't want it. But her grandmother insisted, saying, "This is the rule, and rules must be followed." Yuan and I thought about it and agreed. Today, her uncle needed help, and she lent him money. What if Qin Shua needed help next time? Would she lend him money too? "Grandma, I bought you a pair of long johns. You can wear them when it gets cold," Yuan and I said. Her grandmother was so thoughtful, and Yuan and I quickly took out the things she bought for her. She got her grandmother and grandfather each a pair of long johns, plus a thick pair of nylon socks. In the village, people didn't care much. In hot weather, they wore thin pants, and in cold weather, they wore thick cotton pants, leaving their legs exposed to the wind. Her grandmother was both surprised and happy. "Oh, you're so sweet, and you thought of buying me something. These long johns are great, soft and comfortable. Don't show off your wealth," her grandmother said after her grandfather sent off the village leader. "Try these on, old man. You have cold legs, right? Wear these when it gets chilly. They'll be cozy." Her grandfather fondly touched the long johns.
Ni er i lunestans.
"Look at that silly boy Xuanong. He goes out and doesn't bring anything back. If he did buy something, you'd say he wasted money. In any case, whatever the sons did was wrong. It was better to do less to avoid trouble." Besides her grandparents, Yuan and I brought gifts for others too. Her oldest uncle had 2 sons, the oldest being 17 and taller than Yuan and I. Her second uncle also had 2 sons. One was the same age as Yuan and I, and the other was younger. Her fourth uncle had 2 younger sons. One was 7 and the other 5, just the right age to be mischievous. After leaving the main room, Yuan and I gathered her cousins together and opened a cloth bag. "Grab some for yourselves, 1 handful each." "What is it?" "Candy. I bought a lot of candy." The bag was full of fruity candies, pineapple, peach, apple, all sweet and delicious. "Wow, can we really take a handful?" The 2 sons of her fourth uncle were drooling. "Your hands are too small. Let your older cousin help you." Yuan and I worried the little ones might miss out, so she asked the biggest cousin to help. The older cousin looked at his hands, rubbed them on his backside, and then reached in. "Am I really grabbing some?" "Yes, go ahead." With a big smile, the older cousin reached in, and even though he was 17, he still loved candy. He pulled out a huge handful, almost a pound. The other cousins looked at their hands, not having rubbed them for luck, so they decided to let the older cousin help them too. Yuan and I smiled as she recalled the time when she went to the old Yuan's house to cause trouble, and her older and younger cousins went along. They were the ones who soaked Zhang Chunyu's bedding. After the older cousin finished, what was left in his pocket was for Zhao Di and Pan Di. The 2 little girls couldn't believe their eyes. "Do we get some too?" In the past, when they were at the old Yuan's house, candies and eggs were given to Zhang Chunyu's children, and the 3 sisters never got any. "I bought it for you, and no one should miss out." Just as Yuan and I finished speaking, they heard someone crying in the yard, "Give me back my candy. That was bought for me by sister and I." When they went outside, they saw her second uncle's youngest son, Mao Dan, crying. "What happened, Mao Dan?" "Sister and I, my mom took all my candy, boo-hoo." Zhao Fuhua reached out to pinch Mao Dan's cheek. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Can candy be a meal?" Yuan and I frowned. "The candy is for Mao Dan. If you have a problem, talk to me. Don't take it out on him." "What do you mean?" "I just pinched him a bit. What's wrong with helping my son keep his things?" Zhao Fuhua raised her voice. "Don't think I don't know you. You're the most greedy. Give the candy back to Mao Dan before you eat it all yourself." Their grandmother heard the commotion and stepped in to mediate. Caught in front of everyone, Zhao Fuhua blushed. "Mom, what are you saying?" In the end, she gave the candy to Mao Dan. The next day, her second uncle woke up early and went to wait by the roadside. By noon, he finally got the bus and brought back an old engine. The Chin family gathered with their bowls to see the strange iron piece, wondering how it could be used to modify a cart. "Don't worry, when I bought the engine, they told me how to modify it," Yuan and I said, taking all the credit. With the engine, everything else became easier. Yuan and I quickly gathered enough materials to build the cart. The cart looked ordinary, just like the human-powered carts on the street, but it had an engine attached to the pedal, which could drive the wheels. The cart could be used in two ways. If it ran out of fuel, it could still be pedaled. As they were about to test it, Yuan and I realized a serious problem. They had the cart, but where could they get fuel? In this era, gasoline was not something ordinary people could obtain. Her grandfather, smoking his pipe, suggested, "Our team has a tractor. They use oil there. Go to the captain's house and ask if he can give you some." When the captain heard that Yuan and I had built a vehicle herself, he was quite intrigued. "Does it run?" "It doesn't have any fuel." The captain laughed. "Are you here to ask for fuel?" "I'm not asking for free. I'll pay for it." The tractors in the team are fuel guzzlers, running on diesel. According to the captain, they receive fuel coupons every month. The coupons are for our team's use. If we exceed that amount, we have to buy fuel at a higher price. With a diesel coupon, it costs 1 dime per liter, but high-priced fuel can cost several dimes. In our team, we pool the fuel coupons together to buy fuel, the captain said as he took Yuan and I to see their supplies. There was a large oil barrel, half a person high, filled with diesel, and it had a strong smell. These days, even when going to the county, they fill up using large barrels. It is said that there are only a few hundred decent gas stations in the country, all located in big cities. "Juzi, give an IR some fuel," the captain said, showing his support by asking the tractor driver to fill it up. Fuel is precious these days, whether it's cooking oil or diesel for tractors. Take Juzi, for example. He is a popular choice for a son-in-law in the team. Everyone says that if they find a son-in-law like him, they won't have to be stingy with the oil lamps. Yuan and I watched closely as Juzi filled the fuel. He took a rubber hose, put one end into the barrel, and on the other end. Thanks to the siphoning effect, the diesel quickly flowed up, and Juzi placed the hose into a small basin. Yuan and I couldn't help but shiver. What if he accidentally drank some? After filling half a basin with diesel, Juzi asked, "Is this enough?" Yuan and I nodded and took out the money she had prepared. But the captain insisted she shouldn't pay, saying, "We're all from the same village. Don't make it awkward. Come on, let's go see your vehicle." To keep a low profile, Yuan's vehicle looked plain, just a few extra parts near the pedals. The captain walked around it several times, not believing it could run by itself. And "Why don't you give it a try?" "Okay, I'll give it a try." Surprisingly, the vehicle started right up with the diesel, and after a few attempts, Yuan and I was able to ride the four-wheeled vehicle on the dirt road in front of her house. The Chin family was so excited. "Sister and I let me try." "I'll go first." Men are naturally interested in anything that can roll and run. Except for 2 cousins who are under 10 years old, everyone else, including Grandpa, took turns driving for a while. "Good stuff." "I didn't expect it to really run," the captain said in surprise, giving Yuan and I a thumbs up. "Captain, I still need your help to get some diesel." The captain scratched his head. "All right, you get a fuel barrel first, and I'll share some with you. If that's not enough, we'll have to buy the expensive stuff." Yuan and I nodded and, while the vehicle still had fuel, drove to the commune to buy a fuel barrel. With a vehicle for transportation, it should make things easier, but in reality, it didn't, because the busiest and most exhausting time of the year was about to begin. Now, agricultural production tasks were heavy. First, they had to deliver enough grain to the government, and only what was left would be for their own food. With limited yields per acre, to ensure they had enough to eat and live well, everyone had to find ways to grow more crops. After harvesting the spring wheat, they quickly planted winter wheat, and if there was extra land, they planted sweet potatoes and potatoes. When food was scarce, dried sweet potatoes and dried potatoes could be lifesavers. They harvested and planted at the same time, and during the hottest periods, they would be busy for an entire month. Grandma, who usually stayed at home, also went out to the fields. A few older cousins were assigned tasks as well. Zhao Di and Pan Di stayed home to tend the fire and pick vegetables, taking on most of the household chores. Yuan and I shortened the time for collecting eggs to half a day, using the rest of the time to help her family. Everyone woke up early and worked hard, getting up before dawn. They started the day with a bowl of oiled tea noodles and then ate a type of flatbread, which were filling foods. Otherwise, they might not have enough energy while harvesting wheat and could faint in the fields. Zhao Di, keep an eye on the fire while I cook the mung beans. As everyone else left, Yuan and I prepared to go. The hardest work during this busy season fell on the farmers, while city folks were unaffected. She planned to go to the commune today to try her luck. If it weren't for the limited power of the vehicle, Yuan and I would have wanted to go to the county town. Just then, her fourth aunt suddenly returned. And I need to talk to you for a moment. Yuan and I nodded, reminding Pan Di to keep watch, and then stood next to her fourth aunt by the chicken coop. Da Hua was nearby with his 2 wives, catching bugs. They would make noise if someone approached. Thanks to the job you recommended, my mother's illness is cured. This is her gift to you, her fourth aunt said, handing over 2 pairs of beautiful shoe insoles. These were a local specialty, made with a black fabric base and embroidered designs on top, usually made by young women to give to young men as tokens. Yuan and I never expected to receive such a gift. Grandma is not feeling well, so take a break and don't do this. Don't worry about it. This is just a small gesture from her. I have something to ask you. Last time I was in the hospital, the doctor said my mother's leg can be treated. However, the surgery and hospital stay will cost at least 200 yuan. My father wants to take on more work. Can you help me make some connections? Aunt C was quite anxious. After tasting some success, Aunt C's father finally understood. Yuan and I immediately nodded. Okay, I'll ask around for you. The 2 of them discussed the details before heading to the front yard. After talking for a while Yuan and I was pushing the cart, she suddenly heard Aunt C exclaim, "Oh no, Lao Kai. Why did you bring the calf here?" Well, the cow went out and brought it along. I don't know if it's the heat or if it ate something bad, but look, this calf is foaming at the mouth. Has your girl gone out yet? Lao Kai was the caretaker for the livestock in the team, and he was standing at the door with a little calf at his feet. Not yet, she was just about to leave. Near, can you take the calf to the veterinary station? I only have a bicycle and can't carry this little guy. I won't let you work for free. I'll give you my work points for today. Normally, such tasks would be done with the team's tractor, but these days everyone was busy, and the tractor was even busier. Lao Kai was anxious and came to Yuan and I for help. Yuan and I looked at the cart, which was just big enough for the calf. All right, Master Kai, you can put it in. Time is of the essence, so Yuan and I took the calf and started walking, with Master Kai following behind. Having a cart was convenient. In less than half an hour, Yuan and I arrived at the commune's veterinary station. With the vet's help, she unloaded the calf. It looks like it ate something bad. Can you fetch a scoop of water? The vet said after a brief examination. There was a large blue water trough at the vet station for the donkeys and horses. Yuan and I grabbed a scoop and dipped it in, but at that moment, a burning sensation hit her, and it hurt a lot. Yuan and I frowned, almost dropping the scoop. The summer wind was dry and hot. Yuan and I had run a long way, and sweat was pouring down her forehead. However, the moment her hand felt hot, she suddenly calmed down. Without needing to ask, she knew something was wrong with the water trough. Since her rebirth, this was the largest antique Yuan and I had discovered. She suppressed her excitement, followed the vet's instructions, scooped up some water, and then pretended to rest by sitting under the big willow tree nearby. She took off her straw hat and fanned herself while carefully observing the large water trough. It was quite big, about 10 feet long and over half a meter high, and if it were made of stone, it would weigh at least a few tons. However, taking the chance to wash her hands, Yuan and I walked over to the trough again and gently tapped it, discovering that it was actually made of metal. So large and still metal? What era does this water trough belong to? Yuan and I thought nervously. Strictly speaking, this trough didn't look much like a typical water trough. It had no base and sat directly on the ground, resembling an old-fashioned bathtub. Usually, a regular water trough has 4 supporting pillars. After looking for a long time, Yuan and I still couldn't figure out which dynasty it was from. Or perhaps this wasn't a water trough at all, but had another purpose? Yuan and I was filled with questions and regretted her weak knowledge of history. She only knew that judging by how warm it felt to the touch, this trough was the most valuable antique she had ever encountered. Based on her experience, items in private hands were easier to acquire, while items in public institutions were much harder to trade or sell. How could she find an excuse to get this trough out? Just then, someone else entered the veterinary station. Yuan and I thought it was old Kai, but it turned out to be a young man she didn't recognize. He was tall and handsome, unlike the hunched farmers in the village.
Docteur, du, amjeng Chalet.
Director Wang from the commune sent me to help, the young man said, speaking with an accent from another region. I know, Director Wang told me you would come to lend a hand, Dr. Du replied, sweating, and immediately called him over to work. Yuan and I listened as they treated a calf. The calf didn't seem to have any major issues, but Gung Chunlai was quite intriguing. I came to visit relatives, but they moved away, so I stayed to find some work. I can't just sit around doing nothing, right? That's right. Hard work leads to prosperity. Young people shouldn't be idle. Besides, you know veterinary medicine, so you're a perfect fit here. Listening to Gung Chunlai chat with Dr. Du, Yuan and I felt he was not an ordinary person.
Why?
Nowadays, people were tightly controlled by their household registration. Rural folks could only get local proof if they had relatives or friends nearby, and city folks could only get it if they were on a business trip. With proof, they could pass inspections. Otherwise, they would be treated as drifters and sent back if caught. It's unrealistic for someone like Gung Chunlai to find a job locally after failing to connect with relatives. Yuan and I thinks that even though Gung's relatives have left, he still has support in the commune. Dr. Du seems to know this too. He treats Gung Chunlai politely and doesn't treat him like a temporary worker. After they worked hard for a while, the calf finally recovered and was able to moo. Old Kai arrived, squatting nearby with concern, asking Dr. Du about the calf's condition. Gung Chunlai smiled and stood up, making room for old Kai while he walked over to wash his hands at the trough. He clearly saw Yuan and I as the village caretaker, showing no hesitation as he started tapping on the drinking trough in front of her. Gung Chunlai's technique was very professional. It was obvious he had studied antiques. As he tapped, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yuan and I recognized that look all too well. It was the look of someone who had found a treasure. At this point, Yuan and I was sure that Gung Chunlai wasn't interested in the temporary workers' pay at the veterinary station, but rather in the drinking trough. Yuan and I, you can go about your business. I can handle things here. Old Kai suddenly remembered her. It's too hot. I'll rest a bit longer. Yeah, it's really hot today, and many animals are suffering from heat stroke, Dr. Du added casually. Yuan and I thought it would have been better if Dr. Du hadn't said anything at all. She made an excuse to stay at the veterinary station a bit longer, but eventually left reluctantly. Gung Chunlai was focused on the drinking trough, and the problem was that he seemed to know a lot about it, so she had to avoid raising his suspicions. The heat was intense, and with Yuan Ni's mind on the trough, she didn't gather her things properly. However, luck was on her side. Just as she was about to leave the family compound, someone called her back, and she ended up collecting a large stack of newspapers and books. Yuan and I quoted, 5 pounds of newspapers for 1 pound of eggs. I don't want eggs, I want money. 5 pounds for 60 cents. At this price, Yuan and I bought all the newspapers and old books, totaling over 60 pounds. The collection station paid 20 cents per pound for books. If she delivered these to the station, she could make $5. Old Master Yi was on duty at the collection station. He was the one who had first welcomed Yuan and I. Now that she worked in this field and visited the station daily, she had become familiar with several of the workers there. Girl, why are you out in this heat? You need to take care of your health while making money, Old Master Yi said as he weighed her items and chatted with her. It's fine. I brought water. Here, Master Yi, this popsicle is for you. Yuan and I bought 2 ice pops at the door, ate one herself, and gave the other to Master Yi. You child, Why are you buying things again? Well, next time I'll treat you. After weighing the ice pops, they sat together under the shade of a tree, enjoying the treats and listening to the sound of cicadas, feeling a sense of leisure. Girl, do you plan to keep collecting scrap? This job has some profit, but it's not a long-term plan. Master Ye's daughter is the same age as Yuan and I, and has already started working at the commune. So, he wanted to offer some advice from his experience. Master Yi, what do you think is a long-term plan? Getting a job or pursuing education? That's the right path. Yuan and I nodded. Those two options are indeed good opportunities. So, whenever there's a chance, her grandparents help her uncle find a job in the city. She sighed, but I have no way to do that. To be honest, I have a temporary job opportunity through my relatives. If you don't mind, you can take it. But this job involves dealing with animals, so I'm not sure if you. Yuan Ni's eyes lit up. At the veterinary station? Yes, if you go there, you won't be a doctor just doing some chores. In small towns, connections are important. Master Yi is a local with many relatives and friends, so he has good connections. This temporary job at the veterinary station involves cleaning and organizing feed. It's a bit tiring, but compared to working in the countryside, it's easier. You'll earn 15 yuan a month, and it won't solve your household registration, but after a year, you might get a permanent position. If you're interested, I can ask around for you. Master Yi took a bite of his ice pop and said thoughtfully. He had arranged this temporary job for his daughter, as the veterinary station hadn't hired anyone in years, just to bring in Xiaoyi. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyi was lucky. Due to the resumption of college entrance exams last year, high schools reopened this year, and Xiaoyi got a position as a teacher. Working with children is much more respectable than taking care of animals. Now, Master Yi wanted to pass this temporary job opportunity to someone else. This position is neither here nor there. City folks look down on it, and villagers can't reach it. Master Yi thought Yuan and I would be a good fit, so he wanted to help her. Sure enough, Yuan and I smiled and asked, I can't just trouble someone for nothing. Is it money or food? How much? Master Yi quoted a price, 50 yuan and 100 jin of fine grain. Okay, I can give you the money now, and I can also convert the grain into money for you. I don't want to cause you any trouble, so I appreciate your help, Master Yi. Yuan and I felt very pleased. She was worried about the horse trough when someone offered her a job at the veterinary station. It felt like a stroke of luck. Once she got the horse trough sorted out, the temporary job at the veterinary station could easily be passed on to her cousins, or even her uncle. After all, her uncle worked all year in the village and earned just over 100 yuan, which was not much considering the heavy workload there. Right now, wheat costs 1.8 yuan per pound, so 100 pounds of grain is just 20 yuan. Yuan and I counted out 70 yuan and handed it directly to Master Yi. Come back tomorrow morning to listen to the news, he said. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard laughter and saw her younger cousins running around. Come inside. Your uncle is back. Her uncle had just received his pay and was on a break. He said that when he first joined the factory, several deputy directors mentioned calculating wages based on seniority, and we're going to classify him as a level 1 worker. I'm older, but have less seniority. If they classified me as a level 1 worker, I would lose out. Luckily, Director Gu said they would reassess based on skills and classified me as a level 4 worker, which is a mid-level position, meaning I earn 20 yuan more. Her uncle had just arrived home, grabbed a cup of tea, and started sharing his work experience. Wow, how much are you making now? Zhao Fuhua asked, feeling envious. It would be great if Qin Xuanong could work in the city too. 59 yuan and 80 cents. Wow, that's quite a bit. Her uncle was a straightforward person and, in front of everyone, took out all his wages. I saved 10 yuan for meal tickets and transportation, which costs money. During this trip home, he also bought treats for the kids, including 2 pounds of golden peach pastries, which were also provided by the factory. When her aunt saw the stack of money, she felt a bit reluctant and thought her husband should have saved a little more for their family. However, her uncle had already spoken, and as his wife, she could only smile graciously, even if her smile was a bit stiff. Grandma genuinely smiled, her joy evident. Her uncle was the eldest son, the child she had the highest hopes for. All right, I'll accept this. She took out 2 yuan to buy meat, wanting to make something special for the eldest when he returned. Her uncle said there was no rush. He was on a shift rotation and could stay home for 3 days. I can also help with the wheat cutting, so Mom doesn't have to go. Hearing this, Grandma almost cried. What does it mean to be a filial son? Isn't the eldest just that? Yuan and I was very generous. It's too late to buy meat today. Let's just scramble some eggs. She considered it as treating her uncle. Yuan and I took out 20 eggs and cooked a big pot of scrambled eggs. Grandma and her aunt also made pancakes, so they would eat pancakes wrapped with eggs for dinner. During the busy harvest season, everyone worked hard, which made their appetites grow. The better the food, the more everyone ate. After the meal, Uncle wiped his mouth and was ready to go back to work, saying, "Mom, you can rest." Having been busy in the workshop every day, Uncle felt like he was going to grow hair from all the work. Tian Xiaofang held her stomach and frowned, while Chen Shuwen quickly squatted beside her, looking concerned. Seeing their behavior, Yuan and I realized that Tian Xiaofang was probably pretending to be sick to avoid work, now that there was more help at home. Yuan and I didn't want to deal with them and pulled Grandma into the house. If she was going to work at the veterinary station, she still needed to inform her grandparents. When Grandma heard that Yuan and I might work at the veterinary station, she happily clapped her thighs. Actually, the money earned from collecting scrap was more, but that money wasn't visible, and people in the village still thought having a job was more respectable and comfortable, making it easier to find a partner. That's great, go ahead and This is a big deal. Grandma will give you some money to help you out, Grandma said with a smile, pulling Yuan Ni's hand and advising her. No need, Grandma, I've already taken care of it. Look at you, take it. Your uncle is looking for a job and I gave him 15 yuan so I can give you a little less. Yuan Ni's job was temporary and the work location was at the commune, which couldn't be compared to her uncle's job. Grandma gave her 5 yuan. Yuan and I didn't really need the money, but this 5 yuan represented the love from her elder, so she accepted it. By the time Yuan and I finished talking with Grandma, the adults in the house had already left. During the busy harvest season, they still had to work at least until 10 o'clock to finish. Yuan and I had already prepared hot water, waiting for her mother to come back so she could share the good news. You got a job? Are you still collecting scrap? Her mother asked in surprise. Just temporarily. If I can't get a permanent position, I will have to come back to collect scrap. Right, this is a temporary position. It's a pity it's not a permanent one, her mother sighed, lying down and quickly falling asleep. Yuan and I called her a few times but got no response, so she reminded Zhao Di, I'm not riding my bike to work, so please keep an eye on it at home. If someone tries to take it, just call Grandma. The 4-wheeled cart was very useful. It could carry things that a bicycle couldn't. Aunt Zhao Fuhua and Aunt Tian Xiaofang are not reliable people. Sister, don't worry. If I can't handle it alone, I can call cat and dog. Zhao Di immediately agreed. Yuan and I patted her little sister's head, thinking that once this busy time is over, she should send both her sisters to school. Education changes destiny, and Zhao Di and Pandai shouldn't waste their lives in the village. But now, the whole family is living together, and Uncle's 2 sons are about to get married without much education. Uncle 2 and Uncle 4 have no plans to send their kids to school at all. Since Zhao Di and Pandai are girls, how should they bring this up with their grandmother? Yesterday, when Yuan and I received the payment, she felt confident about getting the job. This morning, when she went to see Master Yi, he happily told her, "You can start today." Is that it? Yuan and I quickly thanked him. Don't mention it. Once you start working, you can't keep running to the collection station. Focus on your job, aim for a permanent position, and then you can enjoy better food, Master Yi advised. Getting better food, trading straw sandals for leather shoes, is the highest dream of the villagers. The collection station isn't far from the veterinary station. It's just a 10-minute walk. Excited, Yuan and I walked quickly, and as she approached the veterinary station's entrance, someone called her. Yuan and I, Comrade Yuan and I. She turned around to see Gu Chao. It had been half a month since they last met, and he seemed a bit tanned but looked more energetic. Director, what a coincidence. Isn't it? I came to the commune to take care of some business. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to some buns. No, I have to go to work. Yuan and I briefly explained her temporary job at the veterinary station. You have a job now? That's great. Gu Chao congratulated her, though he felt a bit regretful inside. Actually, there were job opportunities at the furniture factory, but all the positions for women were temporary. Gu Chao had planned to tell Yuan and I when they hired permanent workers, but he didn't expect her to find a job on her own. That he was just too slow. What about the eggs? Are you still delivering them to the cafeteria now that you have a job? I'm not delivering anymore. Since I returned from the county, I haven't gone back. Since Gu Chao transferred to the furniture factory, Yuan and I stopped delivering eggs to the cafeteria. She understood that relationships in business don't last. Anyway, this situation would fall apart sooner or later, so why should she rely on others? Gu Chao seemed to be deep in thought. Yuan and I didn't notice the change in Gu Chao's expression. She was focused on the water trough and quickly said a few words, mentioning she would visit Gu Chao another time, then headed straight to the veterinary station. Aren't you the girl who brought the calf yesterday? I was wondering why a woman showed up. I see you wanted to check out the work environment in advance. Dr. Du recognized Yuan and I as soon as he saw her. Yuan and I first checked the water trough and, seeing everything was still there, let out a sigh of relief. No, I was just passing by yesterday. All right, just passing by. You young folks, Dr. Du shook his head, as if he didn't know that both Gung Chunlai from yesterday and Yuan and I today had connections. Gung Chunlai was already there. His position was a veterinarian, so he didn't have to do the menial tasks, but he had to assist Dr. Du all morning. Animals kept coming in for treatment, and both Dr. Du and Gung Chunlai were soaked with sweat. Yuan and I, on the other hand, had a relatively easier time. After cleaning the yard, she prepared green feed by chopping grass and mixing in soybean meal. She worked quickly and soon finished her tasks. Gung Chunlai couldn't help but feel envious. By noon, it was time to eat. Dr. Du called the two of them over. Since you just arrived, I'll treat you. But starting tomorrow, you'll need to bring your own food. The commune had a cafeteria, which was where Yuan and I delivered eggs on schedule. The veterinary station didn't have the same benefits as the commune, so they had to cook for themselves. In previous years, Dr. Du had been alone, cooking for himself, but now with 2 more mouths to feed and no extra budget from above, he couldn't afford it. Yuan and I and Gung Chunlai nodded in understanding. Lunch was simple: tomato and egg soup with whole grain pancakes. If there were no tasks in the afternoon, they could find a place to take a nap. Dr. Du and Gung Chunlai, being men, laid out a mat under the big poplar tree and lay down. Yuan and I found a cool spot behind the animal shed. In the summer, even the wind felt hot, and she could faintly hear Gung Chunlai talking to Dr. Du. Dr. Du, all the things in our yard are public property, right? Do we even need to ask? Even I am public property. What if someone wants to buy something from our yard? Dr. Du didn't respond. He might have been puzzled, wondering what in their humble animal yard could be of interest to anyone. After waiting for a while without an answer, Gung Chunlai turned to look and saw that Dr. Du had already fallen asleep. This unproductive conversation caught Yuan Ni's attention. She wasn't just there to do small tasks. She needed to speed up her actions. However, when the 3 of them woke up from their nap, a large number of patients arrived, and they were busy until it was time to leave. Yuan and I didn't find a chance to speak and didn't want to leave yet, but Dr. Du was already urging her, "You should go back quickly. It's too late and not safe. You can come early tomorrow to clean." This was the advantage of doing small tasks. Dr. Gung Chunlai was a doctor and couldn't leave, while Yuan and I, who was helping out, could go home when her shift ended. For Yuan and I, Gung Chunlai was in the light, and she was in the dark. No matter what, she had to hold on to this advantage. Besides, no matter how much Gung Chunlai could manage, he couldn't possibly move the horse trough at night. Thinking this, Yuan and I returned to the Hongqi Brigade with a heavy heart. Before she could enter her home, her anxious uncle stopped her. "I need to ask you something." "What is it?" Before I came back, a woman asked me if I was the one who helped Director Gu choose furniture. I said no, and she insisted that you helped him buy something and it turned out wrong?
Duan ni Fronet.
She had only helped Gu Chao buy 2 redwood stools. Although they were small, they were made of good wood and were genuine antiques. They were inexpensive, but if sold to someone knowledgeable, they could fetch at least 150. How could they have been bought wrong? Moreover, if there was a problem, she had seen Gu Chao that morning, and he hadn't mentioned anything. Yes, that did happen.
Why?
Well, you're still young and a bit reckless. You've never done carpentry, so how could you help someone choose furniture? Now this woman has come to us, insisting that you made a mistake and wants compensation. Your parents are trying to calm her down while I came to talk to you. Technically, since you were helping Director Gu, even if there was a mistake, it shouldn't be your responsibility to pay. It should be said that Director Gu didn't choose the right person. But if you don't pay, this woman claims to be a relative of Director Gu, and it seems bad not to give her anything. What do you think we should do? Yuan and I smiled. This is easy. Did she bring the stools? Yes, they're in our yard. All right, don't say anything. I'll handle this. The usually lively courtyard was unusually quiet this time, filled with a tense atmosphere. Under the big pear tree sat a young woman, probably in her early 20s. She was only moderately attractive, but her fashionable outfit added to her charm. I'm not being unreasonable, Comrade Liu. My granddaughter and I didn't help you pick the furniture, so if there's a problem, you shouldn't blame her. The grandmother defended her granddaughter, as usual. You can't say that. Gu Chao originally helped buy the furniture for my family. He doesn't know much about it, so if there's an issue, I have to hold the knowledgeable person accountable. Comrade Liu insisted on finding Yuan and I. If Yuan and I showed you the furniture, then you should talk to her. I have no connection to her. Tian Xiaofeng finally couldn't hold back and jumped in to clarify her stance. Grandpa was furious and slammed the table. Old Wu, are you still a member of the Qin family?
Control your wife.
The Qin family was usually united. No matter their usual disagreements, they had to stand together in times of trouble. Grandpa didn't expect Tian Xiaofeng to disrupt things at such a crucial moment. Qin Shuwen, who had just been scolded, shivered at the words, Xiaofeng, let's go back inside and rest. Tian Xiaofeng was unwilling. It was a rare chance to see Yuan and I in a difficult situation, and she didn't want to miss it. However, she was no match for Qin Shuwen and was dragged away. Comrade Liu smiled. You don't need to be so tense. Whoever is responsible should step forward. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan and I walked in. Is it you who says there's a problem with the furniture? Where's the issue? Comrade Liu looked Yuan and I up and down. Although she was younger, she was very beautiful and would surely be a stunning woman in the future. Comrade Liu felt a twinge of jealousy and pointed at the round stool. This is new furniture. How can you claim it's an antique? You're lying. Yuan and I frowned. How do you know this is new furniture? Just look at it. Wood isn't gold. It can decay, you know? If these 2 stools were old, would they look this new? Comrade Liu scoffed. Yuan and I nodded. I see. So by your logic, those who buy old furniture are fools, spending a lot of money on worthless items? Comrade Liu's face turned red. Don't argue with me. If you have evidence, show it. If not, just pay up. Did you buy this with your own money? No, but you can't deceive people with fake goods. All right, since you insist this is a fake, I'll give you the money, but you have to leave the round stool as my purchase. Yuan and I crossed our arms, looking quite generous. The Qin family felt sorry for her. 50 yuan for just 2 small stools? The Hongqi Brigade is near the mountains, and both Grandpa and Uncle are carpenters. Making a small stool is as easy as eating and drinking. Now, because Yuan and I wanted to show off, she ended up losing so much money for 2 useless little items? Only Grandma and Grandpa remained calm. Everyone else looked unhappy, but no one jumped up like Tian Xiaofeng did. Yuan Ni's mother frowned. She wanted to step forward but was held back by Uncle, as Yuan and I had said she would handle it herself. You want to pay? That's great. Comrade LV said excitedly, reaching out to Yuan and I. 50 yuan is about a month's salary for a skilled worker. First, write a receipt. Yuan and I counted out 50 yuan from her bag, but didn't give it to Comrade LV. Instead, she handed him a piece of paper. Am I not allowed to trust you? Comrade LV began to write. That's not certain. Once a deal is made, the seller has no responsibility, and I, as the helper, have even less. People like you who come to make trouble can do anything. You shouldn't say that. If the stool is fine, I wouldn't come looking for you. Yuan and I took the receipt and handed the money to Comrade LV. The stool is fine. This is a Ming Dynasty four-legged drum stool. It looks new because it's well preserved. If you want to see the wood, you can't just look at the surface. Then where should I look? Grandpa couldn't hold back anymore. Of course, you look inside. He stepped forward, clapped his hands on the stool's surface, and with some clever technique, the previously intact round stool fell apart into 4 legs and a seat. Ming Dynasty rosewood furniture is entirely made with mortise and tenon joints, using no glue or nails. Grandpa was quick, catching the seat, while Yuan and I picked up the legs. How did you take it apart? Comrade LV was stunned. That's not your concern. Didn't you want to see the wood? Look here. Yuan and I pointed to the mortise and tenon part of the stool for Comrade LV to see. The mortise and tenon part is unpainted, showing the true condition of the wood. This stool is made from high-quality yellow rosewood. Though it's 100 years old, it hasn't decayed, just darkened in color, giving it a rich texture. Seeing the raised part of the mortise and tenon structure, Comrade Lu felt a loud ringing in her head. She didn't understand ancient redwood furniture. She just thought the stool looked too new and didn't trust Yuan Ni's judgment, which is why she came to cause trouble. However, from Yuan Ni's perspective, the color and texture of the wood matched the characteristics of Ming Dynasty furniture that her uncle had mentioned. Could it be that these 2 stools were real? In that moment, a wave of regret hit her hard. She shouldn't have pretended to know when she didn't and nitpicked for faults. It's important to know that Ming Dynasty redwood furniture doesn't sell for much in this poor area, but to knowledgeable people in big cities, it is very valuable. Comrade Lu remembered clearly that her uncle once said a wealthy person who liked old redwood had offered $300 just to buy a well-preserved redwood stool. What does well-preserved mean? Naturally, it means something like the redwood stool in front of her, complete and brand new. Comrade Lu stood there in shock, filled with regret. Yuan and I looked at her coldly. You've got the money, so why aren't you leaving? I don't want the money anymore. Just give me the stool. Comrade Lu, feeling bold, reached out to grab the redwood stool. She reacted quickly. If the stool was real, a pair would be worth more than a single one. She could spend $50 to potentially earn hundreds. Are you dreaming? Yuan and I said, slapping Comrade Lu's hand away. If it weren't for Gu Chao's sake, Yuan and I would have seized the opportunity to buy the pair of redwood stools herself. After all, they were the only genuine items from that source. The Qin family widened their eyes, realizing that it wasn't Yuan and I who was mistaken, but rather this Lu person who didn't recognize the value. Grandpa was pleased, humming a tune, and slowly put the round stool back. Uncle opened the door and coldly said to Comrade Lu, "You have the money, so hurry up and leave." She really didn't want to leave, taking 3 steps back for every step forward. Suddenly, she had a realization and ran back, hugging the round stool tightly. This is something Gu Chao bought for my uncle. I'm just helping to carry it. It's not mine, and I have no right to sell it. The Qin family was stunned by her shameless words. City folks have such deep tricks, and she was doing this? Grandma shouted and grabbed a broom to hit her. Don't touch it. This belongs to NIR. If you dare to touch it, it's stealing. Right. Where did this foreign thief come from? How dare you steal from my yard? Go ahead and hit her. Zhao Fuhua was very excited and picked up a stone to throw it. With a thud, the stone hit Comrade Lu right on the forehead. You guys, why aren't you being reasonable? I regret it. Can I just not sell it anymore? Comrade Lu covered his forehead, feeling very wronged. Is it just because he doesn't recognize the value? If he did, he would have gone to collect antiques himself long ago. You have no choice. Even if this item was stolen, I will only reason with the police. Yuan and I said with a smile, clapping her hands. Right, Comrade Liu, you should leave quickly, or I will have to ask you to go, Uncle De said with a serious face, rolling up his sleeves. Comrade Liu looked very upset. This was really the end for him. Gu Chao had worked hard to collect something for his uncle, and now it was being returned because of his own cleverness. If his family found out, he would be in big trouble. Comrade Liu wasn't lying. The rosewood stool really wasn't meant for him. Comrade Liu's uncle was Gu Chao's uncle, who had asked Gu Chao to help collect Ming and Qing furniture during his free time. Gu Chao had received it, and since Comrade Liu was going home, Gu Chao asked him to handle the luggage and bring the stool back. So, these two round stools had nothing to do with Comrade Liu at all. Feeling dejected, Comrade Liu walked out slowly. As soon as he left, Uncle De slammed the door shut. Finally gone. Mom, let's eat. They were supposed to have a nice dinner tonight, with meat to enjoy. If it weren't for Comrade Liu, they would have started eating much earlier. Good food is worth waiting for, especially the braised pork with old tofu. Everyone chatted happily while eating. The main topic of conversation was the rosewood round stool. What a pity that Anayar is a girl. Otherwise, she could learn carpentry from me. Look, she only learned for a few days when she was little, and now she can identify furniture. If she had kept learning, she would definitely be a master by now, Grandpa said with a look of regret. Yuan and I was surprised. No wonder Grandpa didn't find it strange when she looked at the round stool earlier. It turned out the original owner had learned when she was young. Unfortunately, the little knowledge she had learned had faded away over time. However, the old man took it seriously. He believed Yuan and I was someone the ancestors favored and had talent. Everyone nodded in agreement. Otherwise, how could Yuan and I have the ability to identify antique furniture? Yuan and I nodded too. Her skills came from learning from Grandpa, which was truly a beautiful misunderstanding. Taking advantage of the happy atmosphere, Yuan and I shared some good news. She was going to start working at the veterinary station. Anayar has a job now? That's great news. Anayar really has skills, said Yuan and I with a smile. I'm just a temporary worker. As long as you're willing to stick it out, you'll eventually get a permanent position. It's much better than struggling in the fields, said Aunt Four, rubbing her sore arm. She was exhausted, truly worn out. Tonight, they still had to go out to work. After dinner, the Qin family left in a hurry. No one noticed that Qin Shuwen and Tian Xiaofeng hadn't eaten anything. The Qin family was quite united. Despite various internal conflicts, they always stood together when it mattered. This good tradition was broken today by Tian Xiaofeng. Qin Shuwen always supported her, but he felt she was wrong this time. Even if he wanted to distance himself, he couldn't say it in front of others. They had to maintain the family's dignity. Like when Yuan Ni's mother wanted to return to her family, Qin Shuwen was the first to disagree. Yet he still went to pick her up. This shows the Qin family's values. You only care about your family, but they don't think about you. Look, the eldest is hiring, and now Yuan and I is too, while you're still farming. Is that fair? Tian Xiaofeng whispered, crying softly. The eldest brother is a carpenter. Only he can do the work at the furniture factory. As for Anayar's job, I think she found it herself, so you can't blame our parents. You're just making excuses for them. Fine, fine. Tonight you can sleep somewhere else, Tian Xiaofeng said cunningly. Before she got married, her mother taught her how to handle men, one of which was to keep them at a distance. For a young man like Qin Shuwen, newly married and full of energy, not letting him touch his new wife was the harshest punishment. Just like that, without understanding the situation, Qin Shuwen was sent out of the room. Yuan and I was unaware of this. After resolving the immediate crisis, she still had something on her mind, the horse trough. It was too big and heavy, and without help, it was impossible to move it from the veterinary station. Zhaodi and Pundi were chattering about what happened today. As Yuan and I listened, she unknowingly fell asleep. When she woke up, a great idea suddenly struck her. Could she make a fake one to swap for the horse trough? As long as it looked exactly the same, no one would notice. Even if Gung Chun discovered it, he wouldn't be able to complain. He could only blame himself for being slow. The more Yuan and I thought about it, The better the idea seemed, it could perfectly avoid Dr. Du and the commune people. But who could help her make it? Yuan and I thought about her fourth aunt. This wasn't the first time Yuan and I had worked with her fourth aunt. She was reliable, and now she needed money. After breakfast, once everyone had left, Yuan and I gave her fourth aunt a look, signaling to meet at their usual spot. Her fourth aunt understood. A few days ago, Yuan and I had given her a piece of gold to make over 30 rings, earning $100. If they could get another job, she could send her mother for treatment. Her fourth aunt first walked with everyone else, but quickly returned. The two of them went back to the chicken coop to discuss business. And are you making rings again? No, this time I want to make something big, a horse trough. Can Grandpa do it? What kind of horse trough? My dad needs to see a sample first. Okay, I'll tell you where to look. Strange. Why is De Hua making so much noise? Just as she was about to mention the veterinary station, Yuan and I suddenly felt something was off. Usually, when they talked near the chicken coop, De Hua and its two hens were quiet. Today, however, De Hua was flapping around their feet, and its feathers were all ruffled. De Hua, cluck cluck. Does anyone understand foreign languages? If you do, help me chase that guy away from behind the chicken coop. Duan ni fronet. The chicken coop was built against the wall, but there was a gap between them. Inside, some hay was piled up to keep the coop warm. Who's in there? Come out. Her fourth aunt also sensed something was wrong and grabbed a stick to poke at the hay. Don't hit me. I'm just taking a nap. I haven't done anything. Soon, a person crawled out from the hay, messy and with straw on his face. It was Qin Shuwen. What are you doing sleeping here? Her fourth aunt was startled. She never expected someone was hiding in the chicken coop. I had a fight with Xiao Fong. If my mom finds out, I'll get scolded again, so I decided to hide here for the night, Qin Shuwen said shyly. Yuan and I and her fourth aunt exchanged glances, thinking they were unlucky. Neither of them had expected someone would be hiding behind the chicken coop. They wondered how much of their conversation Qin Shuwen had overheard. Yuan and I smiled and took 2 eggs from the coop, heading to the front yard. Her fourth aunt, flustered, ignored Qin Shuwen and followed her to the front yard. What should we do? It's fine. We only said a few words, nothing serious. Just be careful these next few days. The horse trough I mentioned is at the veterinary station. You can let Grandpa know when he has time and I'll show him. Yuan and I was very calm. Auntie nodded. All right, I'm going to the fields now. Fortunately, she hadn't mentioned anything about gold earlier. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Before leaving, Yuan and I packed 2 pieces of dry food and grabbed a handful of small greens from the field to take to the veterinary station for cooking. After all, Dr. Du had emphasized yesterday that he would only provide 1 meal. As soon as she arrived at the veterinary station, Yuan and I saw Gu Chao. Comrade Yuan and I, someone pretended to be me yesterday and caused you trouble. I want to apologize, Gu Chao said, his thick eyebrows furrowed. You're talking about Comrade Liu, right? It wasn't really trouble. The small round stools are nice, so I'll consider them mine. Yuan and I smiled. The 2 round stools would definitely make money. If it weren't for Comrade Liu causing a fuss, she wouldn't have had the chance to acquire them. Gu Chao was a smart man and quickly understood Yuan Ni's meaning. The items were definitely valuable, and anyone would profit from them. I still need to apologize. I have a distant relation with Liu Xiaolan's family. I originally wanted her to bring some things, but she acted foolishly and caused this mess. That's all right, but how did she know I was the one helping you with the furniture? Yuan and I was not concerned about Comrade Liu's trouble. She was worried that the secret of helping someone choose furniture had been leaked. Gu Chao sighed. It was De Tu who mentioned it. It turned out that De Tu wanted to trick Gu Chao with a fake Wanli cabinet, but Yuan and I saw through it and the cabinet ended up in his hands. Although the Wanli cabinet was a fake, making such a large cabinet still had its costs. De Tu was actively looking for the next buyer and had set his sights on Comrade Liu. In a small county, there were no secrets. De Tu knew that Gu Chao and Comrade Liu were distant relatives. To prove that the cabinet was worth the price, he brought up Gu Chao and Yuan and I, claiming that Gu Chao had also bought something from him to validate the cabinet's authenticity. Yuan and I never expected that this was the cause of the situation. So, did Comrade Liu actually buy the cabinet? Gu Chao had a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yes, she returned the stools to you. Unable to explain to my uncle, she had no choice but to pay a high price for something better. Yuan and I smiled and patted her chest, relieved to learn that Lu Xiaolan had spent a lot of money on a fake item. Watching Yuan and I enter the veterinary station, Gu Chao finally left. Lu Xiaolan wanted to use her connection with Gu's uncle to return to the city, but he wouldn't let her have her way. Dr. Du had come from a big city for reform. He was unmarried, and the commune, recognizing his excellent medical skills, kept him at the veterinary station instead of sending him to the farm, making good use of his talents. When Yuan and I entered, Dr. Du had just come out of a small room and was washing his face by the water trough. Yuan and I glanced at the drinking trough, confirmed everything was still there, then put down the vegetables and dry food, and started cleaning. Dr. Du, I brought you some greens. You can cook noodles with them. Thank you, I appreciate it, Dr. Du replied. He was also a temporary worker and didn't have much land, so life was not very easy for him. However, he was skilled in medicine, and besides his consultation fees, the locals often brought him some vegetables, like potatoes, which helped him get by. Gung Chunlai arrived late, but he wasn't empty-handed. He rode in on a tricycle with a wooden trough on it. What do you need that for? Dr. Du asked curiously. Temporary workers were supposed to earn money, so why was Gung Chunlai going the opposite way and trying to contribute to the veterinary station? This trough is too deep. Filling it up is hard work. This shallower one is easier to use, Gung Chunlai said as he prepared to swap the troughs. Wait, don't move it. The old trough is just fine. Don't change it, Dr. Du firmly refused. Gung Chunlai's smile froze on his face. The trough is made of wood. It doesn't cost anything. Still not changing it. I'm used to the old trough, Dr. Du, who is usually easygoing, suddenly became unexpectedly stubborn. Yuan and I sighed inwardly. Gung Chunlai's approach was a mistake. Not only did he fail to exchange the drinking trough, but he also raised Dr. Du's suspicions. When trying to get a good deal, the worst thing is to make the other person suspicious. Once that happens, they would rather keep the item than give it away easily. Dr. Du had likely never thought much about the drinking trough before, but now he had to consider whether it was as simple as it seemed. Gung Chunlai, undeterred by the setback, simply placed the wooden trough in the corner. This place is often used for tying up animals. It's hot, so I'll leave it here. Dr. Du casually agreed, all right, let it stay there. Sure enough, everything changed. During his free time in the morning, Yuan and I saw Dr. Du standing by the drinking trough, lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. At lunchtime, Dr. Du cleared the stove.
You all can cook for yourselves.
Yuan and I responded with a yes, quickly starting a fire to boil soup. Gung Chunlai scratched his head and walked over to Yuan and I. I can't cook, can we team up? You can't cook, so how can we team up? Yuan and I laughed and declined. When people team up, they usually take turns cooking, but Gung Chunlai couldn't even make a meal. Was he looking for a free cook? Dr. Du laughed and walked over to pat Gung Chunlai on the shoulder. Turn left when you go out. The state-run restaurant has everything. Gung Chunlai didn't blush.
Haha, that's fine.
People need food, so I'm going out to eat. Go ahead. After Gung Chunlai left, Dr. Du smiled and asked Yuan and I, how much do they pay you in a month? 15. I guess Gung Chunlai gets about the same. With that little money, how can he afford to eat out? What do you think he really wants by coming to our small place?
Docteur, du voudrais.
Yuan and I felt a jolt in her heart. Gung Chunlai had indeed raised Dr. Du's suspicions. She knew the reason but couldn't say anything. Gung Chunlai was quite generous. He enjoyed a hearty meal at the state-run restaurant and even brought back meat buns for Yuan and I, and Dr. Du. Yuan and I kept observing Gung Chunlai's behavior. As an outsider who couldn't find relatives, he stayed in the area as a temporary worker, which didn't make sense unless something terrible had happened to his family. In the antique business, there are people known as diggers. They don't have shops and rely on wandering around to collect old items. These diggers are the most active and lowest-level antique dealers. They go to places that are either poor or remote, where locals lack knowledge and can't recognize valuable items. In such areas, one can find good things at minimal cost. Yuan and I suspected that Gung Chunlai was a digger, and he seemed to have a good eye for valuable items. Yuan and I had a special talent that helped her identify the drinking trough as a good find, while Gung Chunlai recognized its value just by looking, which was impressive. Yuan and I thought carefully about her next steps. Her biggest fear was that Gung Chunlai had connections. If someone influential decided to take the drinking trough, it would be easy for them. No matter what, she needed to act quickly. Gung Chunlai also became cautious. For the time being, he didn't mention the drinking trough again and just worked diligently with Dr. Du in the afternoon. Her great-uncle arrived carrying a small lamb. Yuan and I silently admired her grandfather for knowing this was a veterinary station and borrowing a lamb for disguise. He was truly dedicated. In fact, those who can craft gold and silver jewelry are not foolish. Her great-uncle was just timid. The two pretended not to know each other, and her great-uncle only spoke to Dr. Du as he was about to leave. He took the opportunity to crouch by the drinking trough to observe it while pretending to look for water for the lamb. Dr. Du and Gung Chunlai had no doubts at all. Every farmer who came to the veterinary station for help would always fill up some water for their livestock before leaving, to prevent them from overheating on the way. Today, Yuan and I finished work early and left the office. Gung Chunlai quickly caught up with her. Comrade Yuan and I, which team are you from? I'm from the Hongqi team. Why? Haha, I didn't expect that we are on the same path. I live in the Nanhu team, let's walk together. That won't work. What if someone sees us and misunderstands? Yuan and I stopped seriously, you go ahead. It can't be that bad, right? No matter how Gung Chunlai insisted, Yuan and I refused to walk with him. So he had to leave awkwardly. Before going home, Yuan and I took a detour and went straight to her great-uncle's village. The elderly man was at the kiln and was very happy to see Yuan and I, warmly inviting her inside. Yuan and I wasn't there for a family visit. The fewer people who knew, the better. Understanding this, her great-uncle took her to the big tree at the entrance of the house and started talking to her. And do you want to make a horse trough? Do you know what that is? I can't tell. That's a bronze sting. To replicate this, the work involved is quite a lot. Not to mention the molds. The materials needed are red copper, lead ingots, and tin blocks. Just gathering these materials will take you a while. Her great-uncle was knowledgeable and immediately pointed out the difficulty of replication. Is that a bronze sting? Yuan and I was shocked. Yes, I can't tell if it's real or fake, but based on the material and shape, it must be right, her great-uncle said confidently. It's no wonder Yuan and I didn't recognize it. Before her rebirth, she had only studied archaeology but hadn't worked in the field. She had some knowledge of artifacts from the Tang and Song dynasties, but knew very little about earlier items like the bronze sting. If it really is a bronze sting, such a large piece must be a national treasure. Yuan and I had suspected it before, but due to her lack of historical knowledge, she couldn't date it accurately. Fortunately, her great-uncle was an expert, and his words awakened her understanding. The bronze sting is different from gold plates. The former is a national treasure that should be submitted to the state, while the latter is a treasure without an owner that anyone with keen eyes can claim for themselves. Yuan's first thought was to report it to the commune, but then she remembered Gung Chunlai and dismissed that idea. Gung Chunlai had connections in the commune, and if he got wind of it, he might act first, which would be disastrous. What should she do? This is not a small item. Once you start, the cost will be significant. Think it over carefully, and let me know when you're ready. Uncle's wife saw that Yuan and I was hesitant and thought she might give up. If I prepare the materials, how long will it take to finish? About 5 or 6 days. Everyone is busy harvesting wheat these days, so there are fewer people at the kiln, allowing for focused work. All right, I'll think it over. If I decide to go ahead, I'll bring the materials and labor costs together. Uncle's wife smiled widely. Okay, whenever you bring the items, I'll start working. On the way back, Yuan and I thought a lot. The main concern was the ownership of the bronze sting. Finding treasures is understandable, But the bronze ding is a national treasure. She shouldn't keep it for herself. It should be handed over. She couldn't alert the commune. But who should she give it to? Suddenly, Yuan and I thought of Gu Chao. She could ask him about this matter. Running to the county town would take too long, but the post office is paid phones, so she could call. The next day, she got up early and headed straight to the post office. There were 2 phones at the post office, one for long-distance calls and the other for local calls. Want to make a call? Long distance is 1 yuan per minute, local is 20 cents per minute, the staff said after glancing at Yuan and I. The county furniture factory, is that local? Yes, you need to pay 2 yuan first and we'll settle the balance after the call. Yuan and I took out the money, sat by the local phone, and began to think about how to start the conversation. While she was pondering, someone else entered the post office. Comrade, I want to make a call. Local or long distance? Long distance is over here, but someone is already using the local phone. I'll make a long distance call. Pay 10 yuan first. Coincidentally, the person making the long distance call was Gung Chunlai. The local and long distance phones were separated by a large pillar. Since Gung Chunlai didn't walk further in, he didn't see Yuan and I. Upon hearing his voice, Yuan and I decided to wait before dialing, as what she needed to discuss was related to Gung Chunlai. Gung Chunlai, not being a local, had no idea that someone he knew was on the other side of the pillar. He picked up the phone and skillfully asked the operator to connect him. Please connect me to room 301 at the Overseas Chinese Hotel. It was quickly connected, and Gung Chunlai eagerly began speaking. Mr. Yamamoto, please give me a little more time. I'm sorry, the items haven't arrived yet. I assure you, they are excellent, worth much more than the price. They are very old, used for rituals during the spring and autumn period and the warring states. I won't hide it from you. I have connections here, and I can definitely get the items. You just need to come and pick them up later. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ni's expression changed. Gung Chunlai actually wanted to sell the bronze ding to a person named Yamamoto. Yuan and I understood that Gung Chunlai's call was made to someone far away in the capital. He was in contact with a person named Yamamoto, assuring them that he would obtain the bronze ding as soon as possible. After a 5 or 6 minute call, Gung Chunlai hung up and went to make a payment. Yuan and I remained silent, secretly planning her next move. Once Gung Chunlai left, she picked up the phone. Please connect me to the director of the county furniture factory. In the small county, there were no direct dial phones, so all calls had to go through an operator. After the operator connected her, she quickly heard Gu Chao's voice on the line. Hello, who is this?
It's me, Yuan and I.
I wanted to ask you something. Yuan and I carefully chose her words to ask Gu Chao whom she should report to if she discovered a valuable cultural relic. You're using a public phone, right? It's not convenient to talk. Let's meet at the commune and discuss it in person. Yuan and I knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was best to discuss it face-to-face to avoid being overheard. After all, Gung Chunlai was the perfect example of that. Today, Yuan and I arrived a bit late for work, while Gung Chunlai seemed distracted. Fortunately, the work at the veterinary station was simple, so there were no issues. However, around 10 o'clock, Gu Chao came looking for her. Dr. Du and Gung Chunlai were busy helping a cow give birth and didn't have time to notice who had arrived. Yuan and I followed Gu Chao outside and stood under the big locust tree to talk. Comrade Yuan and I, what is it exactly? Gu Chao was curious about what kind of precious relic could make a country girl like Yuan and I go through the trouble of calling him. The water trough at the veterinary station is actually a ding, a bronze ding. How do you know it's a bronze ding? My great-aunt's father makes gold and silver jewelry, and he recognized it as a treasure right away and quietly told me, which is how I found out. Also, there's someone at the veterinary station whose background is quite strange. I suspect he is after the bronze ding. Yuan and I downplayed her own role and credited the discovery of the bronze ding entirely to her great-aunt's father. She also emphasized Gung Chunlai, stating directly that he wanted to sell the bronze ding to Yamamoto. This matter is quite serious. Gu Chao's expression grew more serious. If only Yuan and I and her relatives had seen the bronze ding, it might not be taken seriously. But with Gung Chunlai involved, the bronze ding must be real and very valuable. Moreover, Gu Chao had just received news that a small delegation from Japan had indeed come to the capital because the higher-ups wanted to establish a friendly treaty. The various pieces of information confirmed that Yuan's news was true. If we report step by step, it might alert others. The smaller the place, the more someone might have too much power. We should avoid the commune and report directly to the National Museum. Gu Chao shared his thoughts. The National Museum? Yes, they have a higher status and their words carry weight. If the artifacts provided by the public are confirmed to be valuable, they will reward the informant. Yuan and I fell silent. As a simple farmer from a remote area, how could she contact the National Museum? My uncle works at the National Museum.
There's no time to send photos now.
Just tell me the approximate size and shape of the bronze ding, and I'll call him directly.
There was no better way.
Yuan and I thought for a moment. About 1 meter long and 60 centimeters high. Gu Chao took out a notebook, listened, and wrote down the details. Once Yuan and I finished, he put away the notebook.
Just keep an eye out.
Safety is the most important thing. Gung Chunlai has a complicated background. He might be dangerous, so be careful.
Okay.
After seeing Gu Chao off, Yuan and I returned to the veterinary station. The calf had already been born and was wobbling as it learned to walk. Dr. Du wiped his sweat with a smile. Everything is fine now. Just let it rest for a while before taking it back. The caretaker expressed his gratitude profusely. Gung Chunlai scooped water to wash his hands. Yuan and I, where did you just go?
I went to buy salt.
Unlike you, I can't afford to eat out. If you want, I can treat you, Gung Chunlai said cheerfully, appearing very friendly. Dr. Du shook his head. He was older and didn't want to get involved in the young people's affairs. Fortunately for Yuan and I, if it had been an inexperienced girl from the countryside, she might have been easily charmed by Gung Chunlai. He was good-looking and always smiled when talking to anyone, making it easy for him to win the favor of girls. Yuan and I shook her head and began cleaning. I'm not going. Gung Chunlai smiled, thinking Yuan and I was just shy and conservative. That afternoon, Gung Chunlai went out and returned with a paper bag and a bottle of wine. You're in for a treat. The state-run store had some offcuts that couldn't be kept in this heat, so they sold them cheap. Dr. Du, I can't eat it all by myself. How about we have a drink together tonight? Dr. Du, who is single, immediately smiled and said, Great. I have a bottle of old wine in my room. You should try it. Comrade Yuan and I, we haven't had a gathering at the veterinary station yet. How about we get together tonight?
Well,
I'm worried about getting home late. Gung Chunlai quickly reassured her. I'll give you a ride. We're going the same way. Yuan and I didn't want to leave the veterinary station, okay, but you better keep your word. It's common for colleagues to gather for food and drinks to strengthen their relationships. If someone hasn't been invited, it usually means they are quite isolated. Gung Chunlai bought some pork belly and pig liver, and as soon as he opened the package, a delicious meat aroma filled the air. To complement the dishes, Yuan and I steamed some new potatoes, made mashed potatoes, and prepared a cold dish with a small green vegetable. Dr. Du admired, women are so skilled. If these vegetables and potatoes were in my hands, they would never look this good. The three of them laughed and set up a small table under a big tree to start their meal. Gung Chunlai found 3 cups and was about to pour the wine when Yuan and I stopped him. I'll just have water. Let her drink water. She's a lady, Dr. Du said. All right, drink whatever you want. With the cups filled, the 3 clinked them together and began to enjoy their food and drinks. Gung Chunlai had a good tolerance for alcohol, and Dr. Du was not bad either. Just as they were halfway through the bottle and the atmosphere was perfect, someone suddenly walked into the veterinary station. Dr. Du quickly stood up to greet, Comrade Gua. What brings you here? We're having a meal. Come join us. The food looks good, but I've already eaten, so I won't join you. Dr. Du, I'm here to discuss something with you. Comrade Gua, who is somewhat balding, spoke in a formal tone, clearly someone with authority. He was in charge of health work in the commune and was Dr. Du's direct superior. Go ahead, Dr. Du stood up straight. Don't be nervous. I have good news. The veterinary station hasn't updated its equipment in years, right? This year, I spoke with the leadership and requested some supplies for you. Thank you, leadership. Dr. Du was surprised that it was indeed good news. The veterinary station was in dire need of resources. However, Yuan and I felt a sense of unease. Sure enough, Comrade Gua continued. In a couple of days, I'll send a vehicle to clear out the old stuff. Just look at this. The horse trough is in terrible shape. Dr. Du was feeling a bit dizzy from the drinks and repeatedly agreed. All right, I'll follow your lead. Comrade Gua smiled and patted Dr. Du on the shoulder, saying, Do a good job. The leadership has a good impression of you. He spoke to Dr. Du but exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Chunlai. Yuan and I immediately understood that this person was in cahoots with Jiang Chunlai. After Comrade Gua left, Jiang Chunlai raised his glass, saying, Dr. Du, new supplies are arriving. We can finally clear out the old stuff, right?
Wait.
Let's hold off for now. We'll get rid of the old things once the new supplies arrive, Dr. Du slurred, having had too much to drink. These officials never stick to their word. Jiang Chunlai agreed. Sure. Whenever the supplies arrive, we'll clear out the old stuff. Yuan and I remained silent, feeling heavy-hearted. She was worried about interference from the commune, and she didn't expect them to act so quickly. Even if Uncle Gu Chao set out right away, it would be too late. What to do? Waiting around was never Yuan Ni's style. She quickly came up with a plan, saying, You two take your time drinking. I'll head back first. Jiang Chunlai stood up. I'll walk you home. No need, it's still early. After leaving the veterinary station, Yuan and I headed straight to her aunt's house, hoping she would make it in time. She was busy until late that night before returning home. The next day, when she arrived at the veterinary station, she found Dr. Du and Jiang Chunlai sleeping under the big tree. They had both drunk too much the night before and hadn't gone back inside, just grabbing a blanket to lie down. Although it was hot, Dr. Du was older and had drunk too much, so he felt very dizzy. Dr. Du, you should just go lie down inside. I'll handle things here. If I can't manage, I'll call you, Jiang Chunlai said, touching his own head. He was young and had no issues. All right, then I'll trouble you. Being old is tough, Dr. Du sighed, and went inside to rest. Yuan and I quickly helped clean up under the tree, grabbed some millet, and started cooking rice porridge for Dr. Du. The earthen pot made the porridge smell delicious. Jiang Chunlai, feeling bold, asked Yuan and I for a bowl too, saying, Next meal is on me. Yuan and I hesitated for a moment, but then served him half a bowl. After eating the porridge, Jiang Chunlai began to feel sleepy. He yawned, checked on an old sheep, and then leaned against the big tree for a nap. He slept for a long time, and when he woke up, the sun was nearly setting. He looked at the sky, unable to believe his eyes. Did I sleep all day? What do you think? Yuan and I rolled her eyes and started packing up, saying, Since you're awake, I'll prepare to head back. Wait, is there nothing going on today? No one coming in for a checkup? Yes, there are some minor cases. I handled them like you showed me, and if I couldn't manage, I told them to come back tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Chunlai felt uneasy. How did you handle it? Can you really treat patients? Just as Jiang Chunlai was wondering, he heard a car horn outside. He perked up, forgetting his questions. The supplies are here, Yuan and I help out. Some old items, like the horse trough, were too big and heavy to move without a truck. Jiang Chunlai led them to the trough. This is it. We need to fill it with water first, or we can't move it. At that moment, Jiang Chunlai noticed something strange about the trough. Just as he reached out to touch it, he heard someone shouting, What's going on? Can you even treat patients? Jiang Chunlai turned around to see several burly men dragging a large mule into the yard, looking angry. He slapped his forehead. He had slept all day, so this must be a patient Yuan and I had treated. He didn't have time to mention Yuan and I. After all, he had been the one sleeping all day. If anyone was to be held responsible, it should be him first. Yuan and I quickly hid behind the trough. Jiang Chunlai sighed and approached them. Comrades, don't worry. What seems to be the problem? It's a big problem. This mule couldn't go before, and now it's had something to eat from you guys? It just got back and started having diarrhea. The leader of the men pulled the mule's tail and pointed at its rear, urging Jiang Chunlai to take a look. Jiang Chunlai pinched his nose and bent down. Before he could see clearly, A terrible smell hit him. He thought to himself that this was bad. Just as he tried to dodge, it was too late. The mule whipped its tail, and with a splatter, it let out a stream of diarrhea. Unfortunately, the mess landed right on Gung Chunlai's chest. In that moment, he was just glad the mule was vegetarian. If it had eaten meat, he might have fainted from the smell. The burly men all laughed.
See?
That's how mules go. You should treat it properly. Gung Chunlai's white shirt was stained, and his face turned green. He quickly tossed aside his shirt and ran to the water well to clean up. Meanwhile, the truck driver, with the help of the burly men, had lifted the horse trough. Gung Chunlai was facing away from everyone and didn't notice as they loaded the items onto the truck. In addition to the trough, Yuan and I had also organized a lot of old goods as per Dr. Du's request. The newly distributed supplies were unloaded from the truck and placed as required. Gung Chunlai wanted to check the water trough, but a few strong men insisted he treat the big gray mule first. With no choice, Gung Chunlai prepared the medicine, and by the time he finished, the truck had already left. Yuan and I, this mess is all your fault. It's really delaying things, Gung Chunlai said, not wanting to waste any more time as he hurried after it. Yuan and I smiled but remained silent. Could two legs catch up with four wheels? The new water trough was set in its original spot. It was a simple wooden trough, ordinary in appearance, but the animals drank happily once it was filled with water. Dr. Du walked around the trough several times, feeling that something was missing. What puzzled Dr. Du even more was that since that day, Gung Chunlai had seemed to vanish. He hadn't come to work again. Comrade Gua from the commune had visited once and said Gung Chunlai had family matters and might not return, so everyone should stop worrying about him. Dr. Du didn't find it strange, as Gung Chunlai was from out of town. He was a bit annoyed, though, that Gung Chunlai had left without any courtesy. No one expected that just after Dr. Du finished thinking about it, Gung Chunlai returned. In Dr. Du's impression, Gung Chunlai was a gentle and generous young man from the city. Don't ask how he knew. Gung Chunlai was just different from the locals. But a few days later, Gung Chunlai had changed into someone Dr. Du didn't recognize. His hair was long, his face was gloomy, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Dr. Du, you lied to me. Dr. Du was startled, feeling like he was being accused of betrayal. You can't say that, I never lie. Even though he said that, Dr. Du questioned himself. Had he really done something wrong to Gung Chunlai? Dr. Du had treated Gung Chunlai to a meal, and Gung Chunlai had treated him to a meat bun. The night before he left, Gung Chunlai had insisted on treating, but Dr. Du had also contributed his own supplies, with the vegetables prepared by Yuan and I. When you added it all up, neither side had taken advantage of the other. Gung Chunlai, with a serious expression, walked to the water trough and pointed at it, feeling very upset. You knew all along, didn't you? Yuan and I quietly swept the floor nearby. In Gung Chunlai's view, he had been tricked, spending money and effort because there were always stronger opponents, and he had encountered Dr. Du playing a clever game. Gung Chunlai had never doubted Yuan and I. Over the years, he has wandered through streets and alleys, collecting antiques. He has met many rural girls, most of whom are timid and inexperienced like Yuan and I. A few clever ones just want to marry him to enjoy a better life in the city. So, Gung Chunlai never expected that his true rival would be a young girl. I don't know anything, Dr. Du said, confused. He hadn't done anything wrong to Gung Chunlai, so why was the other man staring at him like a scorned lover? You knew the horse trough was valuable, so you swapped it for a fake, didn't you? Gung Chunlai was even angrier. Who else could have deceived him and taken the item right under his nose? Dr. Du was even more puzzled. The horse trough is valuable? That shouldn't be the case. Years ago, during the steel production campaign, someone evaluated it and said it was all impurities and couldn't produce steel. If it were valuable, would it end up at our veterinary station? Are you still pretending? Gung Chunlai slapped his forehead in frustration. After several days of dealing with him, he had even called him master, thinking Dr. Du was just a simple country vet, not realizing how cunning he truly was. After years of hunting, He had finally been outsmarted. Gung Chunlai originally planned to trade a regular trough for the bronze ding, but Dr. Du refused to swap. He had to use his connections, specifically with Comrade Gua from the commune. Comrade Gua managed to get the deal done. Gung Chunlai, fearing that the other party would catch on, paid the driver well to transport the item to the provincial city. However, a big mule caused trouble, preventing Gung Chunlai from seeing the bronze ding one last time before it was taken away. That day, he ran after the truck, but of course, he couldn't outrun a vehicle. Gung Chunlai had to buy a train ticket and change his route to the provincial city. By the time he arrived, the driver had been waiting for him all day and was quite impatient, demanding payment for the delivery. At that moment, Gung Chunlai realized that after all his hard work, the bronze ding he had obtained was actually a fake made of clay. No wonder he felt something was off about its shine. It was a counterfeit. He was furious and confronted the driver, accusing him of switching the item. The driver denied it, saying, "Don't play tricks. Didn't you point it out yourself? You said it was the horse trough, right? Now I'm giving you a horse trough, so why are you trying to blame me?" Gung Chunlai couldn't express himself clearly. What he wanted was a horse trough, but not the ceramic one in front of him. He needed something else. He felt frustrated, like a scholar facing a soldier, unable to explain his reasoning. Because Gung Chunlai refused to pay up front, the driver beat him up and left a truckload of junk behind. These discarded items from the rural veterinary station were seen as trash by the city folks. The city values its appearance and cannot tolerate such large amounts of waste. A woman with a red armband approached him, ready to issue a fine. Exhausted and in pain, Gung Chunlai paid the fine and, under the woman's supervision, cleaned up the mess. Since he started his career, he had never faced such a setback. He was always the one in control, never the one being played. According to the rules of his trade, since he hadn't received the goods, he had to accept his loss, which meant he wasn't skilled enough. But he couldn't understand it, so he decided to confront Dr. Du directly. The problem was, he didn't even know where to find Dr. Du. "What are you doing? Didn't you quit? If that's the case, please stop causing trouble. Look at you standing here. You're disrupting the patients." Dr. Du, with a compassionate heart, pointed at the patients in line, urging Gung Chunlai to move aside. The lined-up pigs, horses, cows, and sheep stared with innocent eyes, looking quite pitiful. Gung Chunlai was speechless. After all that, the other person was still pretending? He gritted his teeth. "Fine, you win this round. But I want to see where you take those things." Determined, Gung Chunlai decided to stay and watch. To protect the bronze ding, Yuan and I also spent a lot of money. With no time to gather materials, her fourth aunt and father worked overnight to make pottery, mixing in fakes to confuse the real ones. To save time, they used low-temperature clay, which could be fired in just 4 hours. The sleep aid was prescribed by Grandma, who consulted a barefoot doctor. Yuan and I mixed the medicine into millet porridge. The medicine wasn't very effective, but since Gung Chunlai and the others had drunk alcohol the night before, the combination of the alcohol and the medicine caused him to sleep for an entire day. With all that time, Yuan and I had enough opportunity to find help, sneak in the fakes, and transport the real bronze ding away. As for helpers, the Chun family has plenty of people available. By the time Gung Chunlai wakes up, what is at the veterinary station will not be the real item. Gung Chunlai just doesn't know it yet. Right now, the real bronze ding is stored in the furniture factory's warehouse, waiting for someone from the National Museum to come and appraise it. Gu Chao said his uncle has already set off and will arrive in 3 to 5 days, so Yuan and I should be patient. Now, Yuan and I is thinking about who should take over the work at the veterinary station since the bronze ding is now secured. It's not just Yuan and I who is troubled, the Chin family members also can't agree. Originally, Yuan and I wanted to give the job to her second uncle, Chin Xuanong, to free him from hard labor. Unexpectedly, Chin Xuanong disagreed and suggested giving the work to. With so many adults in the Chin family, everyone wants a job. Uncle Chun has already found work in the city, so the veterinary station job can't go to his 2 sons. Or it wouldn't be fair. Yuan and I thinks it should go to her second uncle, Chen Xuanong. Her grandparents agree, believing that good things should be shared among everyone. Unexpectedly, Chen Xuanong himself is unwilling, saying, "Anire, why should I take this job?
I'm fine farming.
If it's to be given, let it go to your mother. Guiying is weak and can't always work in the fields." Hearing this, Yuan and I suddenly remember something she overheard by the chicken coop. Could it be that her second uncle really has feelings for her mother? Otherwise, why would he think of her mother when good things come up? Her second aunt reacts quickly, "Chen Xuanong, if you don't want the job, you can give it to me. I can't work in the fields either, you just—" Before her second uncle could let Zhao Fuhua finish, he quickly covered her mouth and pulled her away. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances and looked at Yuani's mother. "Guiying, how about you just take the job? This work was secured by an IR, and you both have spent a lot of money on it, so it's perfect for you." Yuani's mother is excited. "For me? Isn't there still the fourth one?" As an outsider, she cares about her family, and they care about her too. The fourth uncle and his wife exchanged glances and shook their heads. "This is Anir's work. Third sister, you should take it. Yuani's family has helped a lot, and they shouldn't take advantage anymore." Chen Shuwen and his wife are eager, thinking that if Yuani's mother continues to be modest and wants to give it to them, they will accept it. After all, Chen Shuwen is a man. However, Yuani's mother does not continue to be modest. "All right, I'll take it for now." To be honest, Yuani's mother isn't in good health, and working in the fields every day is indeed too much for her. Chen Shuwen was anxious. "Third sister, you can't just think about yourself." Tian Xiaofeng cried out loud. Yuan Yang was confused by their crying. "What's wrong with me?" Grandma slammed the table. "Shuwen, if you have the ability, go find a job yourself. Nyang can do it. Why can't you?" Chen Shuwen lowered his head in distress. What should he do if he felt inadequate as a man? Tian Xiaofeng cried harder. "You're being too unfair." Crying, she stood up and ran away, knowing well what the Chen family had done. Some things couldn't be said out loud. For example, a few days ago, Chen Xuegong led the way, followed by the second brother Chen Xuenong and the fourth brother Chen Xuebing, and they went out to do something big. It was said they had exchanged something from a public unit. This couldn't be talked about, but who told Grandma to be unfair and always think of the third daughter-in-law, Chen Guiying, for good things? Tian Xiaofeng ran while crying. She wanted to report the Chen family. Since good things never came her way, she might as well vent her frustration. While running, she really encountered a group of people. The team leader was happily walking in front, followed by a group of very respectable people. How respectable! They all wore khaki pants and watches. "Xiaofeng, why are you crying? Go home and send a message." The team leader wanted to remind her, but Tian Xiaofeng interrupted. "Uncle team leader, I want to report." "Stop messing around. I have things to do. You should go back." "No, I want to report Chen Xuegong, Chen Xuenong, Chen Xuebing, and Yuan and I. They stole public property," Tian Xiaofeng said in one breath, feeling very relieved inside. Don't think she didn't know that the team leader had a good relationship with the Chen family. If she didn't say it in front of others, the team leader would definitely cover it up. Stealing public property is a serious crime in any era. The team leader's face darkened, and the people behind him stopped, pondering. "Hey, you can't be stopped, can you? All right, tell me, what did the Chen family steal?"
This.
Tian Xiaofeng really didn't know. After causing a scene at home a few times, the Chen family always kept things from her and Chen Shuwen. Anyway, it was something big. All right, then where did they put the stolen items? This, I also don't know. I'm telling you, Xiaofeng, since you married in, focus on living well with Shuwen and stop with the useless things. Comrades, let's go this way. The team leader shook his head, unable to understand how she could report without knowing the details. As a large group of people walked away, Tian Xiaofeng started to cry even harder. Why was it that no one believed her when she spoke? The team leader also headed towards the Chen family. Next to Gu Chao was a tall, middle-aged man. "Xiao Chao, what just happened? Is that woman, Yuan and I, the one who helped protect the bronze ding?" "Yes, that's her. That woman is Yuan's aunt and she just got married, so she's a bit out of touch." When you have a chance, remind Comrade Yuan. Okay, uncle. It turned out that this group was made up of staff from the National Museum. Gu Chao's uncle was a deputy director at the museum. After hearing Gu Chao's description, the deputy director immediately realized that what Yuan and I discovered could very well be the lost Shanhe, Ryu Ding. Years ago, the Ding was in this area, but then things got chaotic, and it ended up in the hands of the public. People in the cultural relics field believed that the Ding might have been destroyed. If it really is the Shanhe Ryu Ding, it would be a great treasure. A few years ago, things were very chaotic, but now the work of protecting cultural relics has returned to normal. Collecting and safeguarding lost national treasures is one of the responsibilities of the National Museum. So, the deputy director quickly gathered a team to come over. Unfortunately, there was only one railway line to the area, and despite rushing, it still took several days. Fortunately, after meeting Gu Chao, they were told that the bronze ding had already been exchanged by Yuan and I and was stored in a warehouse. The team leader was cheerful. It's in that building ahead. Should I set off the firecrackers now? Go ahead. The team leader agreed and lit a string of firecrackers, holding them in his hand as he set them off. As soon as the firecrackers went off, the Chin family rushed out, all looking puzzled. Grandpa cleared his throat. Team leader, what's going on? Setting off firecrackers at the door usually only happens for those who have accomplished something significant. It's a celebration. A big celebration. Brother, your whole family has done a great job, the team leader said with a smile, looking at the crowd. Where's Senai? Bring her over to receive the reward. What reward? Does Senai have to receive it? Although it seemed like a celebration, Grandpa, having been through many things, kept Yuan and I behind him. Can I receive it instead? Sure, brother, you can take it. The team leader happily handed over a plaque. What is this? Once Grandpa saw the words on the plaque, he felt his legs weaken and almost couldn't stand. Is this for my family? Grandpa saw clearly that the shiny plaque read 5 Good Family in big letters. The commune has been selecting outstanding families, which is a great honor. No one from the Hongqi team has ever received this, so how could it be awarded to the old Chin family? This is an award from the commune for your family. It's a banner, and it's for you, the team leader said with a smile, handing over a banner. Grandpa's eyes turned red as he unfolded the banner, which read, Caring for National Treasures, Wise and Brave. Is this also for my family? Yes, these words were thought of by Comrade Gu, and the sewing team made it overnight, the team leader explained, introducing Vice Director Gu to Grandpa. Vice Director Gu stepped forward and warmly shook Grandpa's hand, saying, Elder, you have done a great deed by protecting national treasures. It is a significant contribution. Grandpa's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. The credit goes to Anir. It was her brilliant idea. Uncle Air chuckled, moving his large frame aside. Anir is here. Grandpa and the others stepped aside, and Yuan and I finally came out. You must be Comrade Yuan and I, right? You are truly talented. The return of the national treasure is all thanks to you, Vice Director Gu said, personally handing her an envelope. Yuan and I took it, and by the feel of it, she guessed it contained money. This money, of course, couldn't compare to the value of the national treasure itself, but it represented the museum's appreciation for those who protect it and was a personal reward. I say, brother, let's let our esteemed guests in to talk, the team leader suggested with a smile. Yes, come in and let's talk. Grandma quickly ushered the guests inside. There were quite a few visitors, 3 from the museum, along with the commune's accompanying people, including Gu Chao and the team leader, making a total of 8. Fortunately, the Chin family was large and Grandma was skilled at hosting. She calmly directed a few daughters-in-law to wash the teacups, boil water, and then brew wild mountain tea for the guests. If it weren't for Vice Director Gu insisting on not eating at the Chin home, De Hua would have had to say goodbye to her 2 wives. Comrade Yuan and I, if it weren't for your keen eye, the national treasure would be hard to return. We came not only to take back the treasure, but also to do something for you. What are your requests? Vice Director Gu was very straightforward. Since the young comrade made a contribution, She should be rewarded and praised, ideally in a way that aligns with her wishes, avoiding unnecessary formalities. Yuan and I smiled at her fourth aunt, knowing that her father had worked hard to protect the national treasure, but she wondered if they wanted recognition. After all, people fear fame, and the fourth aunt's family was quite timid. Sure enough, Annie shook her head vigorously at Yuan and I. If her father was found making fake goods without permission, it could lead to serious trouble. Yuan and I realized this too, and simply shook her head. Thank you, Director. I have no requests. The deputy director was touched and looked at the team leader. Comrade Yuan and I has a strong sense of responsibility. As we discussed earlier, we will reward your team with a Dongfang Hong tractor. The team leader was almost in tears with joy. Thank you, leader. Why was he so excited? The Dongfang Hong was not an ordinary tractor. It was one of the largest and most powerful tractors, second only to imported models. In the entire Dan County, there was only one. With this, during busy farming seasons, it could replace 50 strong laborers. The deputy director asked if anyone else had any requests. The Chun family shook their heads, indicating they had none. People these days were very self-sufficient and preferred to solve their own problems without burdening the organization. Of course, Chen Shuwen and Tian Xiaofeng were exceptions. As the staff from the National Museum were leaving, the Chen family smiled and accompanied them. The team leader quietly fell behind and lowered his voice to the grandfather. Have your second son pack his bags. He should go to the commune tomorrow. What for? To learn about agricultural machinery. Now that we have a tractor, someone needs to drive it. The team leader was clever. If the Chin family hadn't contributed, the team wouldn't have received the tractor. Therefore, the driver of the Dongfang Hong tractor had to be from the Chin family. The grandfather immediately smiled. I understand. Also, you need to keep an eye on your daughter-in-law. You don't know, she just went to report your whole family. After returning home, the grandfather announced the good news, causing a stir in the Chin family once again. It seemed that the second uncle was a classic example of a lucky fool. He thought of Yuan Ni's mother, and in no time, another job opportunity came up, even better than the veterinary station. Being a tractor driver was a special job, and the commune's agricultural machinery station provided subsidies. That's great. Now San Jie doesn't have to work in the fields, and Erga has a job. The fourth uncle said happily. Yes, now our family will have 3 working members. The fourth aunt also rejoiced. Yuan and I had ensured her father didn't work in vain, giving him 200 yuan. Chun Shuwen was also smiling, but it seemed a bit forced. Why was he left out of all the good things? Shu Wen, where's your wife? The grandfather put away his smile, preparing to talk to Chen Shuwen and Tian Xiaofeng. She just went out. What's wrong? Your wife just reported the whole family, saying that the Chen family is involved in stealing public property. Fortunately, she didn't specify what it was or where it was kept. So the team leader let it slide, and this matter seems to be over. But it can't end like this for our family. What do you think we should do? Grandpa, usually cheerful, was especially serious today. Really? Xiaofeng isn't that kind of person. Chun Shuwen was shocked. Reporting the whole family could ruin the Chin family. Shuwen, the team leader told our dad directly. This is serious. You need to call Tian Xiaofeng back and ask her what her intentions are. Does she want to harm our entire family? Aunt also listened in. Oh my, Shuwen, Tian Xiaofeng is not on the same page as the Chin family. A daughter-in-law like that can't stay. Zhao Fuhua blurted out her thoughts. Chun Shuwen turned pale. He wasn't foolish and understood the gravity of Tian Xiaofeng's words. I'll go find her. While Chun Shuwen went out, the Chin family began to discuss how to handle Tian Xiaofeng. Tian Xiaofeng, to put it nicely, could be seen as a troublemaker. To put it bluntly, she was a selfish fool. If the family faced misfortune, what good could she gain from it? Grandma frowned and shared her thoughts. In my opinion, divorce would be best. But Shuwen would never agree, so we might have to deal with it another way. As soon as Grandma finished speaking, no one in the Chin family said anything. Aunt hesitated. Well, this doesn't seem right, does it? Then what do you suggest, big sister? If Tian Xiaofeng isn't on our side, She could report us again. Zhao Fuhua raised her voice. Just then, Chen Shuwen returned, pulling a timid Tian Xiaofeng with him. Dad, Mom, Xiaofeng didn't mean it. She just said it in the heat of the moment, right, Xiaofeng? Chen Shuwen started defending her as soon as he entered. Seeing him like this, the family felt disheartened. Was this really all he had? The family had worked together to help Yuanni and protect the bronze ding, and thankfully, the museum recognized it. Even if someone brought it up later, they wouldn't have to worry. But what if the museum didn't recognize it? That would confirm the Qin family's reputation for stealing public property, which could lead to jail time. The Qin family couldn't believe that Tian Xiaofeng lacked even this basic understanding. Tian Xiaofeng wiped her tears and looked up. I didn't mean it. I was just upset. She showed no sincerity at all. Grandpa tapped his pipe and said, All right, you two can say whatever you want, but our family doesn't tolerate gossip. You both have big ideas, so it's best if you move out.
What?
Dad, you can't be serious. Xiaofeng hasn't done anything wrong. Look, the team hasn't pursued it, and you all seem fine. Why are you holding this against her? Can't you be a bit more understanding? Shu Wen, wake up. She wants to report us. That's not nothing. Does she want to see us all in jail before she's satisfied? Uncle Air and Aunt Air surprisingly agreed this time. I really didn't mean it.
You all are fine, right?
Besides, I had my reasons for saying that. Shu Wen is your own child. Why are you so biased? Don't you think about Shu Wen when good things happen? Xiaofeng felt wronged. Fine, we are biased. Now hurry up and move out. Grandma was angry. Mom, you can't do this. You're biased and won't let me speak? I have no problem with letting my brother work. He is the eldest. But why give the vet job to the third sister? She's a married woman who got divorced and came back. Isn't that embarrassing? Is she more important than Shu Wen? The more Xiaofeng spoke, the more reasonable she sounded, completely unaware that Grandma was trembling with anger. Before she could finish, Grandma suddenly leaned back and fell. Shut up. Uncle Air slapped Xiaofeng across the face. Aunt Dejuma, Grandpa, and Yuan and I quickly rushed to help Grandma. However, the elderly woman's eyes were tightly shut and she didn't move. Dear, please don't scare me. Grandpa was terrified. He and Grandma had a close bond, and seeing her faint made him weak in the knees. The whole family was focused on the two elderly people, and the children were all scared. Dad, Mom has fainted. You must be okay. I'm fine. Stop shouting. Yuan and I remained calm. Don't panic. Quickly grab a blanket and put it in my car. I'll take Grandma to the hospital. Yes, let's go to the hospital. Aunt Sejuma hurried back to grab a blanket. Yuan's car was small, so they placed Grandma inside, and Aunt Dejuma squeezed in as well. We'll go to the hospital first. You all hurry up. Nair, take some money.
Here, take this.
Yuan's mother trembled as she handed a bundle of money to Aunt Dejuma. Aunt Dejuma took it, and Yuan and I started the car, speeding off. The car drove quickly, and soon they arrived at the community hospital. The on-duty doctors and nurses helped carry the elderly woman into the ward. How is my mother-in-law? She suddenly fainted. My aunt asked anxiously. Right now, it seems to be high blood pressure. It's hard to say if there's any bleeding in the brain. Let's start with medication, the doctor replied. My aunt didn't understand bleeding, but she didn't hit her head. Aunt, they mean inside her head. Oh no. Is that serious? It is quite serious. In fact, my grandmother had some high blood pressure issues and often felt dizzy. However, people from the countryside are tough and wouldn't go to the hospital for minor problems, which turned a small issue into a big one. My aunt paid 10 yuan as required by the clinic and waited with Yuan and I. Both were anxious, hoping for my grandmother's safety. At that moment, the second group arrived. My uncle was carrying my grandfather and rushed into the hospital. I don't know how he had so much strength. He was running fast while carrying someone. Xuanong, why did Dad come too? Dad felt weak, so he decided to come check on things and keep Mom company. That made sense. The doctor quickly finished the examination. Elderly gentleman, you're fine. You're just too excited. My grandfather started to cry. My dear, Why does this illness have to be with you? It should be with me instead. The doctor felt awkward and left with his stethoscope. Soon, the third group arrived. My fourth uncle, fourth aunt, and Yuan-Ni's mother. Why did all of you come? Didn't anyone stay at home? My aunt thought it was inappropriate. It's fine. The kids are grown up, and besides, the second daughter-in-law is here, they replied. Almost the whole family showed up, and even the doctors were surprised to see such devoted children. Their hearts were united. Heaven rewards the diligent. After some rescue efforts, my grandmother finally woke up. Blood pressure is stable. This condition requires long-term medication. Here's a bottle of medicine. Come back for a refill when it's finished, the doctor said as he wheeled my grandmother out and called the family aside to explain her condition. Okay, got it. There's no bleeding, right? My aunt's still worried. There's no bleeding in the brain, but it seems there is a mass. Our equipment isn't good enough to see clearly. It's best to take the patient to a larger hospital for further examination. What is a mass? After the doctor explained, they learned that my grandmother had a tumor in her head, which could be serious. My grandfather began to cry again. Uncle Air quickly stopped him. Dad, Mom is sick, and the family relies on you. Didn't the doctor say so? We can't let Mom know. You must keep it a secret and not look sad. You need to smile. Grandpa forced a smile. Your mom is sick. I can't smile. The old couple had 5 children and shared a deep bond. Practice a bit more. If you smile, Mom will feel better and go with you to the big hospital for a checkup. Like this? Grandpa managed to smile, but it looked awkward. After practicing for a while, he looked a bit more natural and finally went to the bedside, only to find Grandma was ready to be discharged. I don't feel dizzy. I'm fine. Don't spend the money. Stay a few more days for another checkup? I won't stay. With that money, we could buy 2 pounds of meat instead. Grandpa couldn't argue with Grandma. After asking the doctor, he learned that as long as she didn't overexert herself or get upset, she could go home. Everyone felt relieved. After all the commotion, it was already dark when they headed home. Uncle Air rode slowly on his bike, and the others followed, chatting as they walked until they reached home. Just as they were about to enter the yard, Auntie suddenly remembered something. Today was so chaotic that I forgot to ask you. What was in the envelope from the deputy director? Yuan and I also recalled. It should be money. I left the envelope on the dresser. I'll check when we get back. Thinking about the money in the envelope excited everyone again. Even Grandma was concerned. The money is yours, but you have to treat everyone to a meat meal. Okay. Yuan and I readily agreed. The yard was dark, and they felt their way into the main room, lighting an oil lamp as they looked toward the dresser. Yuan and I pulled out an envelope. It's still here. The envelope was there, but inside was only a single large bill. Yuan-Ni's smile froze. That shouldn't be right. She had felt the thickness of the envelope and thought it contained at least 2,000 or 3,000. Where was the money? Auntie saw Yuan-Ni's expression and knew something was wrong. Is there less money? Yuan and I pulled out the large bill. There's only one left. The Chen family was in an uproar. The bronze ding was a national treasure, and even the team was rewarded with a Dongfang Hong tractor. How could they only give the great contributor Yuan and I 10 yuan? Only one left means there's an insider. If it were a thief from outside, there wouldn't be anything left, Grandma said, taking the envelope and examining it closely. The envelope was stretched, indicating that it had been full when it was first received. Home thieves are hard to guard against. It must be one of these few people. Second uncle, gather them all and search each room. Grandpa sighed, feeling embarrassed. They were all so naive. Second uncle nodded and went to call everyone. Second aunt reacted the most, her voice loud enough to be heard in the main room. I just fell asleep. Why are you calling? Grandma exchanged a glance with Grandpa. It's not her. Zhao Fuwa's biggest strength is her foolishness, and her biggest weakness is also her foolishness. She can't even pretend. If she had stolen so much money, she wouldn't dare to speak back. Soon, the 2 sons of old uncle arrived. One is named Bai, and the other is Jianjun. Bai, now 17, was about the same height as old uncle. He yawned. Grandma, are you okay now? Grandma nodded. Did you and Janjun touch the envelope on the cabinet? No, after you all left, we went to work in the fields for a bit and just fell asleep. Bai and Janjun were strong and had been the main workers for a while. Then who was in this room? Second aunt said she had a headache and went back to sleep. It was Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu who stayed in this room. That meant it was Qin Shuwen and Tian Xiaofeng. Old Aunt sighed in relief and called her son over, protecting him. As long as it wasn't them, that was good. Next, second Aunt Zhao Fuhua came in, dragging a boy with a look that seemed ready to scold but didn't dare. She didn't greet Grandma either. Then came Zhaodi and Pundi, two little girls who rushed to Grandma as soon as they entered. Grandma, are you feeling better? Much better. Did you two fall asleep? Yes, after you all left, there was no one to tidy up the room, so we cleaned it ourselves. I wanted to help Sister and I collect the envelopes, but Aunt Wu wouldn't let me. She said to leave them there. Zhaodi pointed to where the envelope had been placed. This child is thoughtful, aware that there was something in the envelope and worried about it. Were Tian Xiaofeng and Qin Shuwen still here when you left? They were both here. At this point, the situation was becoming clear. Qin Shuwen and Tian Xiaofeng had developed greed and secretly taken the money from the envelope. How ridiculous. They were afraid of being caught, yet they left behind 10 yuan? Old Aunt was so angry she almost laughed. What 10 yuan? Zhao Fuhua asked cluelessly, but no one paid her any attention. Second uncle rushed in. Oh no. There's no one in Shuwen's room. They didn't run away, did they? Grandma thought for a moment. You all grab flashlights, ride Anayer's bike, and head straight to Tian Xiaofeng's family now. The villagers lack understanding. If it were really Tian Xiaofeng and Qin Shuwen, they would have found a way to hide the stolen money. The only place they could go is to Tian Xiaofeng's family home. Uncle Air and Uncle C immediately took action. One rode a bike while the other shone a flashlight, rushing out to chase after them. Oh, if I had known, I shouldn't have let Tian Xiaofeng in. She's just a troublemaker, Grandpa sighed. The atmosphere in the room was tense, and no one dared to speak. Grandma was right. It didn't take long before Uncle Air and Uncle C brought the people back. They didn't run far, just out of the village. Uncle Air kicked Qin Shuwen, causing him to kneel on the ground. Uncle C grabbed the basket from Tian Xiaofeng's arms. Mom, look, is this what's here? Tian Xiaofeng immediately started crying. That's mine. That's my gift money for my family. Grandma picked up the clothes from the basket and shook out a large stack of new bills, all 10 yuan notes. You have this much money? How did you earn it? I saved it little by little. Please give it back to me, Tian Xiaofeng said, her eyes reddening as she rushed to grab the money. Unfortunately, before she could reach it, Aunt pulled her back by her hair. Do you know how much that is? Even if you sold yourself, you wouldn't get this much. You really dare to say that? Qin Shuwen panicked. Sister-in-law, please have some mercy. Shuwen, where did this money come from? Grandma asked firmly. It's what Xiaofeng saved up, Qin Shuwen said, avoiding Grandma's gaze. At this critical moment, he still wanted to take a gamble. Even if the money was Yuanese, so what? He was the son of the Qin family, and Yuan and I was just a granddaughter. He believed his parents would side with him. This is wrong. Xuanong, this scoundrel won't admit it. Go get the team leader and tell him that the Qin family has a thief. Have him bring the militia to catch them, Grandpa said, completely disappointed. Dad, Mom, you can't do this. How can you not see the difference? Shuwen is your real son. How can you harm him for a granddaughter? Tian Xiaofeng's legs went weak as she fell to the ground, trying to crawl over to grab Grandma's pants. Grandma kicked Tian Xiaofeng away. You have all sorts of excuses. Shuwen learned bad things from you. He used to be a bit lazy but never stole anything. Ever since he married you, he's been stealing and lying. Qin Shuwen suddenly looked up. Mom, the money is from Xiaofeng, but we didn't plan to steal it. We were just helping Anayer save it. Duan Ismail. Do you really need to help save it? Aren't you a bit young? Let's keep the money with my uncle for now. When you need it, you can come and take it. Isn't that good? Tian Xiaofeng quickly changed her excuse when she realized she was caught. That's nonsense. You're clearly stealing. Yuan Yang couldn't hold back and slapped Tian Xiaofeng several times. She had seen shamelessness before, but never like this. Grandpa was so angry he was shaking. He pointed at Chen Shuwen and said, "Second and fourth, take him outside and give him a good beating." He was too weak today to do it himself. Thinking about how Chen Shuwen almost took Yuan Ni's money to Tian Xiaofeng's house made the second and fourth uncles very angry. They both pulled Chen Shuwen into the yard and started hitting him. Tian Xiaofeng, with a bleeding corner of her mouth and tears streaming down her face, was too scared to make a sound when she heard the commotion outside. Grandma looked at Tian Xiaofeng with disgust. "My good son has been led astray by you. What are we going to do?" Tian Xiaofeng trembled. "What can we do? I will take care of you and live well with Shuwen. With someone like you, who steals and lies, you think you can live well? I'll give you two options. One is to move out honestly and find your own place to live, and we'll say it's a separation to save face." Tian Xiaofeng shook her head. "I won't separate, and Shuwen won't leave either." "You won't leave, huh? Then don't blame me for being rude. Call the captain to arrest her. I'm done with this son. I can't let Tian Xiaofeng stay in the house." Grandma was determined. No more tolerance for troublemakers. The more you let them be, the worse it gets. "Okay, I'll go do that." A few days ago, they executed a thief for breaking and entering and stealing 200. "I wonder what they would do for someone who stole 2,000? Aunt said, usually kind, but now making a sarcastic remark. "They'd probably get shot." Tian Xiaofeng, "You're really bold to take so much money to your family. Why don't you just rob a bank?" Zhao Fuhua quickly joined in, finally understanding what happened. She could miss the chance to kick someone when they were down. Tian Xiaofeng trembled in fear. "Don't call the captain. I'll move out. Shu Wen and I will both move out. Is that okay? Where will you live?" "Under the old locust tree at the village entrance. There's an old house there. We'll stay there." The old house at the village entrance had been empty for years. It was said to belong to a couple who had no children, and because of bad luck, even relatives didn't want it. "All right then, you can start moving your things now. But it's too dark." "Dark? If you can run to your mother's house, why can't you move?" "I can." Tian Xiaofeng struggled to get up, hoping someone would help her, but unfortunately, no one even glanced her way. Just like that, Chen Shuwen and his wife hurriedly moved out of their home. Aunt helped Yuan and I count the bonus, which totaled 3,000 yuan, not a penny less. It was the first time the Chen family had seen so much money, and they gathered around, expressing their amazement for quite a while. Once everyone left, Grandpa discussed with Grandma, "The fifth child is being reckless. With all this fuss, we can't hide the fact that an I is getting a bonus. What should we do? How about this? Let an I go out with you and say you're going for a checkup to avoid drawing attention." Grandpa was clever. If he directly suggested Grandma go for a checkup, she would surely hesitate. Since Yuan Ni's bonus was revealed, it was best for the two of them to go out together. "That works. When we come back, we can say something happened and we spent the bonus." Grandma clapped her thigh, believing this plan would succeed. Grandpa smiled. "We should leave quickly to avoid people coming to borrow money. They are all from the village, and it would be awkward to refuse." "Where to?" "Let's go to the provincial city. Haven't you been there before?" So, on the second day after Chen Shuwen moved out, Yuan and I packed her bags to go with Grandma for a checkup. Coincidentally, fourth aunt was also preparing to go to the big hospital for her leg, and fourth uncle decided to go with her. The two families agreed to buy tickets together for safety on the journey. As for Grandpa, he stayed home to keep an eye on things. Now that Chen Shuwen and his wife had just moved out, he needed to watch them closely to prevent any major issues. There were 5 people going to the provincial city: Yuan and I, Grandma, and fourth uncle from the old Chen family, and fourth aunt and her mother from fourth aunt's family. Since fourth aunt's mother couldn't move her leg, she needed help getting in and out of the car, so fourth uncle had to go along. Except for Yuan and I, everyone else was taking a green train for the first time and found everything new and exciting. Eldest uncle leaned against the train window, repeatedly reminding them not to miss their stop. Don't worry, uncle. I'll keep an eye on things, Yuan and I quickly assured him as the train was about to depart. Be careful of thieves. As the train picked up speed, eldest uncle let go and ran a few steps after them. Hee, what a country bumpkin, still running. Clearly, he's never seen the world. A young man and woman sitting across from Yuan and I mocked him, dressed in trendy clothes and speaking unkindly. Yuan and I put on a serious face, ready to say something to them, but her grandmother grabbed her sleeve. Forget it, Anir. Have you put away everything at home? Yuan and I knew what her grandmother meant. She was talking about the 3,000 yuan prize. Yuan and I deposited the 3,000 yuan into a savings account and got a passbook in return. Then, she dug a small hole under her bed and buried the passbook and gold bars there. As for the other antiques, she simply placed them under the bed. Even if someone saw them, they wouldn't know they were valuable old items. Everything is safe, so you can relax, Yuan and I said, patting her grandmother's hand. Dear, would you like some pancakes? Her fourth aunt asked, handing over a stack of layered scallion pancakes that she had made just before leaving. The pancakes were filled with scallions and cooked with a bit of lard, making them smell delicious. Have some, Shufan, your cooking is really good. Take some pancakes and pickled vegetables to your mother. We'll be hungry waiting for the train, her grandmother said, getting straight to socializing. The five of them couldn't sit across from each other, so Yuan and I and her grandmother took a two-person seat. Her fourth aunt and her family occupied a three-person seat, and if necessary, they could stand up so that her aunt could lie down. Even in a humble home, her grandmother brought pickled vegetables that were well prepared, mixed with sesame oil and vinegar. The appetizing aroma made the nearby passengers hungry, and everyone began to take out their food. The attendant called out, "Hot water. Does anyone need hot water?" "I do." Someone immediately raised a large enamel cup. Her fourth uncle also followed suit and grabbed a big pot of hot water. He was surprised that they could boil water on the train. It was quite advanced. The train rumbled along, and her fourth uncle couldn't sit still. Curiously, he walked to the aisle to check out the restroom and the sink. The attendant was just about to mop the floor and, seeing her fourth uncle peeking at the restroom door, smiled and asked, "Is this your first time on a train?" "How did you know?" The attendant smiled. People who often took the train wouldn't be so curious. After his little tour, her fourth uncle went to the restroom, with his wife helping him. Yuan and I also took her grandmother to experience it. Once the novelty wore off, everyone started to feel sleepy. Her fourth uncle squeezed under the seat, saying, "Shufan, I'll lie down here so you and mother have more space." Her fourth aunt agreed. The journey to the provincial city would take a day and a night, so they could sleep freely now to avoid being tired when they arrived. A man and a woman sitting across from Yuan and I leaned against each other and soon fell asleep. Just then, a young man with long hair walked down the aisle. He was not very tall and looked quite thin, with both hands in his pockets. Yuan and I was asleep on the table, but her grandmother was awake. She didn't open her eyes but squinted to watch. At that moment, not many people in the train car were awake. Most had fallen asleep. The young man walked slowly, occasionally rummaging through passengers' bags. His movements seemed slow, but they were actually quick and very light. The passengers whose bags he searched were completely unaware and continued to sleep soundly. The grandmother's heart raced. She had heard that there were many thieves on trains, so she had sewn a pocket into her pants to hide 60 yuan. Yuan and I had followed her advice and sewn money into her clothes, but she wondered if the others, like Shuebing and Shufan, had hidden their money well. As the grandmother worried, the young man reached her side. This row was filled with elderly, weak, and young people, and the young man seemed very interested, stopping in his tracks. The grandmother felt very nervous. She was good at scolding her son but had never dealt with a thief before. As the thief prepared to act, she wondered if she should stand up and firmly stop him. Her hands trembled. The young man clearly didn't expect to be watched by a determined old lady and was still examining a yellow bag hanging by the window. The yellow bag belonged to a young couple across from her, who had mocked her son for being foolish and chasing after a train. Thinking of her son being ridiculed, the grandmother slowly relaxed her clenched fist. The young man skillfully took down the bag, felt around for a moment, and then hung the yellow bag back up. He then turned to look at the grandmother, and Yuan and I again. The grandmother coughed awkwardly. The young man scratched his head, and then ran over to her fourth aunt. Her fourth aunt was a very caring girl, as her mother was partially paralyzed and weak. Even when sitting normally, her mother would slide down. So, the fourth aunt came up with a solution. She used a cloth strap to tie her mother to herself and held her mother close, allowing her to lean against her. This way, the elderly lady could rest comfortably. The fourth aunt had a tough time. One side of her body leaned against the window, effectively using her body as a cushion for her mother. The young man silently watched for a while, then shifted his gaze from the fourth aunt to a cane by the window, staring at her mother for a long time before leaving. Once the long-haired young man was gone, the grandmother quickly opened her eyes and said, a thief just came by." "What?" Yuan and I was startled. She didn't bring much money, just a bag of gold rings sewn into her pants pocket, about 50 or 60 of them. Finally making a trip to the provincial city, she wanted to take this chance to sell some gold. Feeling the gold rings still in her pocket, Yuan and I looked at her fourth aunt. Her fourth aunt was sleeping soundly while holding her mother. Yuan and I quietly approached and woke her fourth aunt, softly telling her what had just happened. Her fourth aunt quickly checked her pocket. "Nothing is missing, wait. How did I get an extra 10 yuan? Did you forget?" "Impossible. It must have appeared out of nowhere." Did you put it there?" "No, I didn't." A thief had come, and now her fourth aunt had 10 extra yuan. This situation seemed strange. Was it because her fourth aunt and her mother were pitiful that they earned the thief's sympathy? This wasn't just any thief. It was like Robin Hood. At that moment, someone screamed, "Oh no, my money is gone. I sewed my money into my pants. How could it be stolen?" The young couple across from Grandma was also awakened. "Quick, check our bags." "Oh no, our money is missing." The young couple looked pale and began blaming each other, saying the other had been too sleepy to watch their things. Not far from Yuan and I, an elderly couple had also received a gift from the thief. They had come to the city to visit relatives, but were turned away. After buying their tickets, they had no money left and were hungry all the way. After receiving the thief's gift, the couple praised the kind-hearted person and quickly bought large buns to eat. If they didn't eat soon, they would be in real trouble. The train police soon arrived, hearing that someone lost money while others received money, and they were confused. Did anyone see the thief? If you saw what they looked like, please come forward with information. Grandma thought for a moment and decided not to say anything. She felt the thief wasn't foolish. They knew how to help the weak and poor, which was better than most people. After that, no one could sleep well. They dozed off, and by the next afternoon, the train finally arrived on time. Before the train arrived, Yuani's fourth uncle crawled out from under his seat, happily finishing a large stack of pancakes and drinking all the water from his cup. Then he stretched and started packing his things. Riding the train is really comfortable. The other passengers looked at him sideways. Everyone else was struggling, yet he felt comfortable, which was quite different from the others. After getting off the train, Yuani's fourth uncle carried her elderly mother, while her fourth aunt took out a note. This was when her mother was in the hospital, and the doctor wrote a note with the name of a major hospital in the provincial capital. Yuan and I asked for directions based on the address on the note, and soon someone pointed her in the right direction. "You can take bus number 8, but since there are many of you and you have luggage, it's better to take a tricycle for just 1 yuan. It will take you directly there." Taking the bus also costs money, and considering that her aunt's mother had trouble moving, Yuan and I decided to find a tricycle. The 5 of them squeezed in together. The tricycle driver was quite talkative. "You're going for a checkup, right? The guest house by the provincial hospital is expensive. Do you want to stay in a private home?" If they stayed at the guest house, it would cost more than 10 yuan a night for the 5 of them. They discussed and decided to stay in a private home instead. People in the provincial capital are business-minded, and those living near the hospital had already turned their extra rooms into rentals. Short-term rentals cost 1 yuan a day, and they provided bedding. I heard the big hospital has long waiting lines, and your relative might need to stay overnight, so let's rent for 2 days, the grandmother thought. Her aunt agreed, and they found a friendly-looking elderly landlady, renting 1 room each. Yuan and I stayed with her grandmother, and on the way, she convinced her to get a checkup at the hospital. Otherwise, it would feel like a wasted trip to the provincial capital. All right, tomorrow morning, while your relative is seeing the doctor, I'll go for a checkup too. Then we can explore and see how people live in the city, the grandmother said cheerfully, not thinking she was ill, just thinking it was a routine visit. They couldn't cook in the rental, so they had dinner outside. Noodle dishes cost 4 mao 5 for meat and 2 mao 1 for vegetarian, plus 2 liang of grain tickets. For noodles like these, while others had 1 bowl, her uncle would eat 5. When the grandmother calculated the costs, her expression changed. Just for 1 meal, they would spend 2 or 3 yuan. This city was definitely not a place for old farmers. Back at the rental, the grandmother asked the landlady about the doctor for leg treatment and learned that it was hard to get an appointment. Surgeries were scheduled for 2 weeks later. After hearing this news, everyone felt heavy-hearted, but since they were already there, they had to push through. The next morning, Yuan and I and her uncle split up to take the 2 elderly relatives to their appointments. The grandmother's checkup went relatively smoothly. After waiting in line for half a day, she finally got her X-ray. The doctor said the issue shouldn't be serious. However, her aunt's experience was not as smooth. I waited all day and didn't even get an appointment. What should I do? Her aunt was on the verge of tears. Yuan and I thought for a moment, don't worry, let's find out where Dr. Zheng Hongjun lives, and we can go see him. Zheng Hongjun is an expert in treating leg issues. It is said that he lives in the hospital staff quarters. Yuan and I took her uncle and followed the crowd leaving work, blending into the staff area. The 2 of them crouched under a coal shed, waiting for a long time until they finally saw Dr. Zheng. He was holding a large picture frame and haggling with a scrap collector. This frame is made of good wood. Only 1 yuan? Isn't that too little? The scrap collector scoffed. You can keep dreaming. How much wood can a frame have? 1 yuan is already generous. Dr. Zheng looked worried. That's too little. My dad said this is a good item. Then give it to your dad.
Well,
Yuan and I touched the frame and thought, this item seems special? The scrap collector was unhappy with Dr. Zheng. Are you selling it? Dr. Zheng hesitated. My dad really said this is a good item.
Then,
before the scrap collector could finish, Yuan and I snatched the frame. Dr. Zheng, this frame is made of good wood and cannot be sold. Dr. Zheng was pleased to meet someone who understood. Exactly. My dad said the same thing. But my wife doesn't believe it. She says it takes up space at home and insists on selling it. Yuan and I shook her head. Even if you sell it, it can't be for just 1 yuan. You have no idea how valuable this is. With quick hands, she opened and closed the frame, causing it to come apart. She picked up a piece, rubbed it at the seam, and held it under Dr. Zheng's nose. Smell this. A strong fragrance wafted out. Dr. Zheng was stunned, then waved his hand in front of his nose. That's the smell. My home always had a nice scent, but I didn't know where it came from. Could it really be from this frame? Exactly. This is agarwood. The saying, a little agarwood, a little gold, refers to this kind of wood. Dr. Zheng was speechless, staring at the frame in confusion. The crowd around them suddenly became lively, like water splashing into hot oil. Hey, Dr. Zheng, hurry and weigh this wood to see how heavy it is. Dr. Zheng, you might have struck it rich. Old Zheng, now you can buy your wife a gold bracelet. Yuan and I carefully reassembled the frame. Of course, saying it's worth a little gold is just a way to express its value.
Just make sure not to sell it cheaply.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I almost fell for it. Dr. Zheng hugged the frame tightly and shot a fierce glare at the scrap collector. The scrap collector realized that this deal was not going to work out. He adjusted his straw hat, picked up his load, and left. Young comrade, you have a good eye. Thanks to you, I avoided a big loss today. Come to my house for a visit. I have some old wooden items that you can help me look at, okay? Dr. Zheng adjusted his glasses and warmly invited her. Yuan and I was waiting for this invitation. Sure, I can go with my uncle, is that all right? Of course, please follow me. Dr. Zheng, being an intellectual, especially respected knowledgeable people. While walking, he asked her a few questions about maintaining Agrawud. Yuan and I spoke confidently. Dr. Zheng grew more convinced of her knowledge. Dr. Zheng loved collecting, and his home had many items, like boxwood root carvings, rosewood tables, and sandalwood abacuses. After looking at them, Yuan and I smiled and shook her head. These are all fake. The boxwood root carving is real, but it's not valuable. It's just an ordinary craft. Dr. Zheng chuckled. Then let's get rid of these fakes. At least we've identified one piece of agarwood, which is worth it. Dr. Zheng's wife suddenly chimed in. Wasn't there a string of wooden beads that Dad always had? You should find that and show it to the young master. Dr. Zheng slapped his forehead. I forgot about that. But those beads aren't here. They're at the old house. Oh, young comrade. I forgot to ask, what brings you to our residential area? Did I delay you from your important matters? Yuan and I smiled. I'm from out of town and wanted to find a good doctor to help my relative with a leg issue. Dr. Zheng exchanged a glance with his wife and finally understood why Yuan and I was in front of them. However, they had already benefited from Yuan Ni's help. Just one piece of agarwood frame was worth at least a few thousand. Moreover, they wanted to continue asking Yuan and I to help them look at items from the old house. They felt they needed to repay Yuan and I for her kindness. If it's anything else, I can't help, but if it's about treating legs, just come to me. You know where my office is, right? Bring the patient tomorrow and come find me directly, Dr. Zheng assured her. Yuan and I had been waiting for him to say this. After leaving the residential area, her fourth uncle felt it was unbelievable. Is that all it took? Yes, we'll carry Grandma over tomorrow. Ni, you're really amazing, no wonder. Her fourth uncle was not good with words and could only smile awkwardly. When they returned home and shared the news, her fourth aunt was very happy. That's great. Grandma is saved. Auntie was happily wiping her tears, saying, Good child. I have burdened you all. Dr. Zheng kept his promise and gave Auntie's mother an examination the next day. She injured her spine years ago and needs surgery. The total cost will be around $200. Will my mother be able to walk after the surgery? Annie asked in disbelief. If the surgery goes well, it should be fine. Then let's do it. In a big hospital, having someone to help makes a big difference. Dr. Zheng personally took Auntie's mother for the examination and arranged a shared hospital room for her. This kind of treatment was something Yuan and I and the others had never even dreamed of before. Auntie's mother was admitted, and Auntie needed to stay with her. Grandma's test results also came back, and the doctor said there was no problem. It might be an issue with your commune's equipment. Using our machine showed nothing. Hearing this news, Yuan and I felt completely relieved. Everything was fine. Let's give up one room when we go back. The soldier is sleeping on the floor in our room, and it costs $1 a day, which is too expensive. Okay, we'll do what you say, Mom. It would be great if I could cook for myself. I'll talk to the landlord and see if I can use her stove. After the surgery, I can make some soup for her to help her recover. Grandma planned to cook for herself. She had noticed that the landlord had a coal stove that was not in use, and if the landlord agreed to lend it, she would use that for cooking. After all, saving money was important. Annie's husband could eat 5 bowls of noodles in one meal. What kind of family could afford that? When they returned to their place, Grandma went to ask the landlord about borrowing the stove. Yuan and I was inside helping Auntie's husband set up a sleeping area. While they were busy, Grandma hurried back, looking a bit flustered. Mom, what happened? Did the landlord refuse to lend the stove? Auntie's husband asked, scratching his head in confusion. No, I saw that thief from the train. Guess what? He has a connection with the landlord. Is he the one who gave Shufan money? Yes, that's the guy. Mom, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us. I was just about to enter the house when I saw that guy go inside. He was calling out Grandma, so I hurried back. Grandma sat down to catch her breath. Yuan and I and Auntie's husband exchanged glances. The long-haired thief is the landlord's grandson? So, he's the little master of this house? Auntie's husband slapped his thigh. Oh no, we've moved into a den of thieves. Mom, let's leave quickly. What if that kid has bad intentions and robs us in the middle of the night? Grandma frowned and said, I'm worried about that too. Even though this guy is a thief, we still need to be cautious. Yuan and I thought for a moment and said, let's go take a look. If it doesn't feel right, we can leave early. The three of them agreed and decided not to tidy up the room. They went together to find the landlady. This was a large courtyard, and the landlady occupied 3 rooms in the east wing and added a small kitchen. At that moment, she was busy in the kitchen. As Yuan and I approached, she overheard the landlady talking, and the 3 of them stopped to listen. Jiangua, take this bowl of fish to the tenants. They have a sick person who is about to have surgery and needs some good food. Grandma, you're too nice. These people come and go. How many of them appreciate you? Don't you remember? The last tenant stole our blankets. Don't say that. They're from out of town, and it's not easy for them to come here for treatment. If we can help, we should. When you were little, didn't everyone help you?
Got it. I'll take it to them now.
It's the last room, right?
Yes.
Yuan and I and the others were surprised to learn that the kind landlady was cooking fish for them. It seemed that the long-haired thief gave money to their aunt because of family ties. Kindness is always passed down through generations. The 3 of them hid under a big pear tree and discussed what to do. Mom, should we still leave? Uncle C asked in a low voice. Grandma was unsure, frowning in thought. The landlady was nice, and it might be hard to find another place as generous. If they stayed, there was still the long-haired thief to consider. Should they stay or go? While they hesitated, 2 people entered the courtyard, a man and a woman. Coincidentally, they were the same couple who sat across from Yuan and I on the green train. The young man had a large mole on his cheek, and the woman had a flashy hairstyle that made her look bold. They were unmistakable. These 2 approached aggressively, heading straight for the east wing, and grabbed the long-haired young man to hit him. Zhou Jiangwo, why are you back again? We'll beat you up to teach you a lesson. The long-haired young man was caught off guard and spilled the bowl of fish on the ground. Seeing her grandson being kicked and hit, the landlady panicked. Please don't fight. Let's talk it out. You old woman, you should have left the lumber factory housing long ago. You didn't go, and now you've brought this troublemaker back. We'll deal with both of you. The young woman was fierce, grabbing the landlady and preparing to slap her. Uncle C hated injustice. When he saw the elderly landlady being attacked, he couldn't hold back. He shouted and rushed over to kick the young man away, saying, let's talk this out calmly. The old lady also protected the landlady, saying, why are you hitting an old person? The young couple immediately recognized Yuan and I and the others. It's you again, country bumpkins. I'm telling you, don't meddle in our business, or you'll regret it. You can't just hit people without reason. Duan ni defended. What do you know? Everyone who worked here has died, and the factory wants to take back the house. But this old lady and her child won't move out. We're just trying to reclaim the house. As the young man spoke, the other man with a large mole started fidgeting like a fly. You're lying. The house was given to my eldest son. He's not dead. He's just missing. You want to take the house. The landlady began to cry. Regardless of whose house it is, you can't hit people. Get lost, or I won't hold back, Uncle C said, rolling up his sleeves to show his muscles. Eating 5 bowls of noodles wasn't for nothing. Uncle C's punches were painful. The man with the mole scoffed, you don't understand the situation, so don't get involved. I know you brought a disabled person to the city, right? As long as you don't cause trouble, I can find you a free place to stay. Who are you calling disabled? You're the one who's disabled. Uncle C suddenly exploded. He didn't want to hear anyone speak ill of his mother-in-law. The man with the mole stepped back. You don't know how to take a good offer? Are you foolish? It's a free place. If you don't want it, others will. While they were talking, other tenants from the building came out to watch the commotion. The man with the mole pointed to the second room. You all can move out of Zhou Jiangwo's house and stay in mine for free. This room was occupied by a mother and daughter who had moved in after Yuan and I and the others left. They were overjoyed, asking, "Really free?" The man with the mole pointed to the west wing. "See those 3 rooms? They're all mine, and you can stay in them for free." The mother and daughter were thrilled and immediately approached the landlady to ask for their rent back. "I paid you 1 yuan. Now that I'm leaving, please refund me." Zhou Zhengwo wiped the blood from his mouth. "Grandma, give them their money back." The landlady frowned, but they've only stayed half a day. If she refunded, she couldn't give back the full amount. Half would be enough. I said, "Give it to them." The old lady reached into her pocket, took out a yuan, and handed it over. The mother and daughter were happily packing their things and heading straight to the west wing. The big guy felt proud and looked at his 4th uncle again. "I'll give you one more chance. A free house. Will you stay or not?" "No, I won't. No, I won't." Yuan and I, Grandma, and the 4th uncle all spoke at the same time. It wasn't that they didn't have money, but they felt sorry for the elderly landlord. The Chin family appeared tough on the outside, but they all had soft hearts. Although they couldn't understand why Zhou Zhengwo would steal money, it was clear that the grandfather and grandson were truly pitiful. "You all." The big guy never expected that someone would refuse his offer. He glared at the 4th uncle angrily and finally left. The elderly landlord came over in tears and grabbed Grandma's hand. "Thank you so much, old sister. If it weren't for you, my Zhengwo would have been beaten again." Grandma looked at the long-haired Zhengwo with mixed feelings. "I won't hide it from you. I saw what this child did on the train. I'm helping you today because I feel sorry for you, but I can't associate with people of poor character. Shuebing, give this young man $10 and let's go." Zhou Zhengwo looked seriously at Grandma and Yuan and I, and he remembered. "It's you? It is us. I saw everything." "No, Grandma, let me explain. It's not what you think." "Child, don't explain. I was awake when you were reaching into your pocket," Grandma sighed. The long-haired Zhou Zhengwo looked quite pitiful, but what he did was not acceptable. The elderly landlord became anxious. "Zhengwo, did you go train surfing with those people again?" Zhou Zhengwo quickly explained. "Chengde came with me. I had no choice. But I didn't take anyone's money. I returned it all." He did return it, but not to the rightful owner. Instead, he gave it to someone even more unfortunate in a Robin Hood-like manner. The elderly landlord was so angry that she reached out to hit Zhou Zhengwo. "I told you not to hang out with those people. They are a bad influence. Your dad is missing, and if you get into trouble again, how will I live?" Zhou Zhengwo stood there obediently, allowing his grandmother to hit him. After a few hits, Grandma couldn't bear to watch anymore and pulled the elderly landlord away. "Let's talk inside. Don't let others see this and laugh." The elderly landlord was deeply hurt, as if she might collapse at any moment. Yuan and I and the others understood that the elderly lady was old and couldn't handle more stress, so they didn't bring up leaving. Instead, they sat down with the grandfather and grandson. The elderly landlord pointed to the picture frame on the table and began to talk about the Zhou family's past. Zhou Zhengwo's father worked at a lumber factory, but unfortunately, he had an accident while on a business trip and fell off a cliff, leaving his fate unknown. At first, the factory treated Grandma Zhou and Zhou Zhengwo well, but over time, that changed. "The person who just hit my Zhengwo is the deputy factory manager's brother-in-law. They want to take our 3 rooms and are trying to force us out, so they come to cause trouble often. Zhengwo's father is missing, and no one at the factory supports us, making life hard. Zhengwo is also being targeted by some local troublemakers who want him to join them, but they really just want to steal. Zhengwo refuses, and ends up getting beaten. This poor child," Grandma Zhou said, wiping her tears with a small handkerchief. Yuan and I and the others understood that Zhou Zhengwo had been taken by bad people, and he had to steal to survive. The fact that he tried to help others showed he still had a good heart.
Well,
Grandma Zhou thought for a moment. According to her, Zhou Zhengwo was not a bad kid. On the contrary, he was kind-hearted. "Then we won't leave. We'll stay here," Grandma Zhou quickly decided. "Okay, I won't charge you," the landlord lady said. "That won't do. We have to be fair And besides, you are having a hard time too. Yuan and I and her uncle helped clean the yard and borrowed a coal stove to cook. In the city, buying rice and flour required tickets, and the landlord lady offered to use her ration, but Grandma Zhou refused. The two of them were already in a difficult situation. How could they take advantage of others? I can take you to the black market. I'm familiar with it, Zhou Zhengwo suggested shyly. Yuan and I tugged at her uncle. Shall we go? All right, I'll go with you, her uncle said, rolling up his sleeves. He was very civilized and didn't want to fight. The landlord lady gave them a bamboo basket. Zhou Zhengwo knows the prices. He won't let you get cheated. On the way, Zhou Zhengwo started explaining the situation. The black market had everything, but food prices were about 20 to 30% higher than at the grain station, depending on quality, and no tickets were needed. Yuan and I nodded. Is there anything else besides food? She had a gold ring she needed to sell. There are watches and bicycles too. Even if they don't have them today, they can find a way to get them for you, Zhou Zhengwo explained. Yuan and I understood that the black market was controlled by gangs, which meant she couldn't exchange her gold ring there. Soon, Zhou Zhengwo led them to a small alley lined with vendors, looking like a flea market. You go buy what you need. I'll keep an eye on things here, Zhou Zhengwo said, squatting by a utility pole and waving at them. Yuan and I discussed with her uncle and quickly bought flour, eggs, salt, and oil. The prices in the provincial city were higher than in Dan County, and since this was the black market, the prices were actually half again as much. Her uncle was worried. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to afford flour. After all, could a big man like him still live in the village? Yuan and I didn't think too much about it. On the way back, she saw a bank and handed the basket to her uncle, asking him to return with Zhou Zhengwo first. Her uncle took the basket and left, while Zhou Zhengwo seemed concerned, asking, Do you know the way? Don't worry, my girl is smart, her uncle replied. The provincial bank was more lenient when exchanging gold. They focused on the quality of the gold rather than the person. Yuan and I exchanged 20 gold rings for over 5,000 yuan. She saved one 5,000 yuan deposit slip and kept the rest of the change with her, planning to take her grandmother shopping when she had time, without worrying about money. It was getting dark, but the provincial city was bustling. As Yuan and I walked along the main road, nearing the lumber factory's residential area, she noticed two people arguing by the roadside, with a crowd gathering to watch. Yuan and I hesitated for a moment and chose a spot with fewer people to stand. The argument was between a scholar and a fighter. The scholar wore glasses and was raising his voice, his face turning red. The fighter wore a liberation cap, with a broad face. This piece of jade is fake. What? You can't return a fake. This has been passed down in my family. How could it be fake? The scholar reached out. If you don't want to buy it, just give it back. Don't ruin my ancestors' things. The fighter raised his hand high, holding a palm-sized piece of red jade. It was square with carvings, but Yuan and I was too far away to see the details. We are all from the Qin people. Who doesn't have something passed down from their ancestors? I thought you were a gentleman because you wear glasses, but it turns out you're fraud. Everyone, look. This is the red jade. He sold me for 50 yuan. Look at this side, it has so many spots. Clearly, it wasn't dyed evenly. Real red jade is naturally beautiful. If it needs dyeing, it must be fake. They take jade with poor quality, dye it to the desired color, and sell it for a high price. Hearing what the man in the hat said, the crowd became lively, but no one really understood, and no one spoke clearly. The man with glasses became anxious. If you don't believe me, just return it to me. Don't swing it around and break it. Returning it is fine, but it has to be at the original price. That won't work. In a deal, there are rules. Returning means you get half back. In the antique trade, having a good eye is essential. Once a sale is made, there are no returns. Of course, if a buyer like the man in the hat comes along, a return must be honored, but the man with glasses stubbornly insisted on following the rules, stating that returns would only get half the money back. The man in the hat was not easy to deal with. He scoffed and casually tossed the piece of red jade into the air, saying, Half back? You need to give me a full refund. As the red jade flew into the air, everyone watched in horror. especially the man with glasses, who shouted desperately, "My red jade." No matter what, this was a valuable item. Even if it was a colored jade, it was still jade. It would be such a shame to see it shattered. Just then, a slender figure rushed out and caught the jade before it hit the ground.
It was Yuan and I.
She was out of breath and frowned at the red jade in her hand. The jade was rectangular, larger than her hand, and one side was smooth and shiny while the other was mottled and not in good condition. This was a key reason why the man in the hat claimed it was a fake. At that moment, Yuan and I felt a surge of excitement. Holding the jade felt like her hand was being burned by hot coals. This sensation indicated that, regardless of whether the jade was colored or not, it was a genuine antique and a rare treasure. The last time she felt this way was when she touched a bronze ding. Since the bronze ding was a national treasure, the red jade should be just as valuable. The man with glasses rushed over, cradling the red jade in his arms and crying, "Aren't you bullying me? If you don't want to buy it, you don't need to ruin my treasure." The man in the hat's rude behavior also drew the crowd's disapproval. "What's wrong with you? If the deal falls through, there should still be respect. Why break someone else's things?" The man in the hat stubbornly replied, "He sold fake goods, so why shouldn't I break it?" The scholar took out 5 bills and tossed them at the man in the cap. "Here's your money. I'm not selling you this jade." The man in the cap wanted to hit him, but was stopped by the enthusiastic crowd. "We already refunded your money. What do you want to do?" Yuan and I squatted in front of the scholar. "Sir, are you still selling that jade? I have a relative whose zodiac year is this year, and I want to buy something red. Not seizing this big opportunity would lead to lifelong regret. I say, young lady, don't be fooled. This jade is man-made and fake," the man in the cap said anxiously. Yuan and I ignored him and continued to ask the scholar, "Are you selling it?" "Yes, for 50 yuan. Yuan and I immediately took out the money, counting out 5 bills from her bag and handing them to the scholar. The scholar accepted the money and cautiously asked, "This jade has some flaws, you don't mind?" Yuan and I first put the red jade into her bag and then smiled. "These aren't flaws, it's just soil staining." Although she couldn't tell which era the red jade was from, she had studied archaeology and had some basic knowledge. Many antiques were buried as grave goods for years, and over time, the soil would erode them. The side touching the soil would have some marks, but these marks can be cleaned off. This is called soil staining, which is completely different from artificial coloring. Yuan and I turned to leave, while the onlookers continued to discuss. "Wow, according to this girl, the red jade is not only real, but also a good piece. Isn't that right? We don't understand. If we did, I would have bought it earlier." Some people just can't recognize a good opportunity. The most regretful was the man in the cap, who yanked off his hat and slammed it to the ground. With 50 yuan, Yuan and I had acquired an ancient red jade, and she felt great, walking with a spring in her step. Passing by a grocery store, she saw some big bones for sale and immediately bought 2. When she returned to the small courtyard, her uncle was fixing the coal stove, and a woman was talking to her grandmother. This woman was the young mother who had just returned her rental. Her name was Tang Meifin, and she was trying to take advantage of the situation, wanting to get a full refund after staying for just half a day. Yuan and I had a bad impression of her and simply ignored her, heading straight to her uncle. And I thought that big guy was a good person letting me stay for free, but it turns out he just wanted a free helper. "What did he ask you to do?" "Let me wash the dirty clothes. They belong to him and his wife. He also wants me to cook and clean. Anyway, all the work in those 3 rooms falls on me. Isn't that frustrating? I came to the city to find family, not to serve others for free. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well be a live-in nanny and earn some money," Tang Meifin said, getting more upset. $1 for 1 room. If you don't want to pay, then you can help out with some chores to cover it. "That seems fair," Grandma said calmly. $1 isn't something you can just ignore. "But he clearly said I could stay for free when he asked me to move in," Tang Meifin replied. "Did you really believe that? If you don't want to work, you can move out now. Aren't there other rooms for rent nearby? If you feel awkward asking the Zhou family, you can check with the others." Tang Meifin shook her head. Forget it, it's getting dark. Annie, I've talked to you about this because I need a favor. They were all tenants, and she barely knew her. Was it right to ask for help like this? Grandma looked at Tang Meifin, assessing her expression. What is it? Well, you know how women have those days? I started my period, and I can't get near cold water. Could you help me wash my clothes? Look, I brought them over, Tang Meifin said, pointing to a large wash basin nearby. What? You're living in a free room and asking me to work? Grandma couldn't believe her ears. Auntie, it's just a basin of clothes. It's an easy task. If I could do it myself, I wouldn't bother you, Tang Meifin said with an embarrassed smile, pulling out a dirty piece of candy from her pocket and handing it to Grandma. Don't worry, I won't let you do it for nothing. Here's a piece of candy for you. Uncle Four couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Tang Meifin by her collar. Get out of here. Who do you think you're fooling? Tang Meifin was startled. When you're out in the world, it's good to have friends. Don't be so stubborn. Yuan and I had finished washing the meat bones and splashed the leftover water directly onto Tang Meifin. Oh, come on. Don't take it personally. I just splashed a little. It wasn't aimed at you. Tang Meifin screamed. You're bullying me. After driving Tang Meifin away, Grandma laughed in anger. Coming to the city really opens your eyes. There are all kinds of people. The Chin family doesn't take advantage of others, and they won't let anyone bully them. That evening, Grandma made a rich bone soup and rolled out 3 pounds of noodles. The meat from the bones was shredded and placed on top of the noodles. She served some to the landlord and his grandchild, while Yuan and I and Grandma each had a bowl, and Uncle Four finished the rest. After finishing his noodles, Uncle C drank the soup and wiped his mouth, satisfied. Finally full, he said. It seems that even after 5 bowls of noodles a few days ago, he still wasn't satisfied. The next morning, Uncle went to the hospital to bring food for Aunt C and his mother-in-law. Yuan and I informed her grandmother and left the house with the red jade. Her knowledge of antiques was limited, so she wanted to ask someone at the museum for help in identifying the jade. At that moment, Yuan and I didn't realize that her trip to the museum wouldn't go smoothly and would bring some trouble. The provincial museum was quite secluded, and since it was working hours, there weren't many visitors. Yuan and I bought a 50-cent ticket and entered without any issues. When she mentioned wanting to find an expert to appraise her treasure, the guard laughed. Treasure appraisal isn't done here. It's at the antique shop in front. Yuan and I, not understanding the situation, humbly asked for more information. The guard explained that the antique shop and the museum were part of the same organization. In the past, they were strict, and no one dared to show their collections. Now, things were different. The higher-ups valued it and established the antique shop specifically for buying and selling antiques. Yuan and I was surprised. So, can I buy things at the antique shop? Do you have foreign exchange coupons? The items at the antique shop were expensive, mainly sold to foreigners to earn foreign currency. Yuan and I understood that the antique shop was exclusive, and ordinary people could only look but couldn't afford to buy anything without those coupons. She thanked the guard and went to find the antique shop. The shop was located right behind the museum, with the entrance facing the opposite direction. Yuan and I quickly found it. The shop was impressive, with marble floors instead of concrete, giving it a luxurious appearance. Dressed in simple clothes, she was stopped at the entrance. No entry for locals. Yuan and I showed the red jade. I'm here to have my treasure appraised. Then you can go in. Contrary to her expectations, the person appraising antiques wasn't a cultured individual with glasses, but rather a middle-aged man in his 40s, somewhat slick. The staff called him Master Gua. He was chatting animatedly when Yuan and I interrupted him, and he seemed a bit annoyed. If it's a Qing dynasty item, we won't take it.
Duan Ismail.
I don't know. I can't tell the era. Can't tell the era? Well, let's take a look. Master Gua reluctantly pushed over a piece of velvet cloth for Yuan and I to place her item on. He knew the rules. Valuable artifacts are not handled casually. They are carefully placed for the other person to pick up, to avoid any accidents that could damage them and complicate responsibility. Yuan and I took out the red jade and placed it on a velvet cushion. Master Gua's eyes immediately lit up. After examining it, he said, "This is ancient red jade. From the carving style, it looks like a piece from the Han Dynasty, likely a Western Han red jade ornament meant for royalty. Dating it to the Western Han period indeed makes it quite old. Yuan and I, open-minded, replied, "The earthy color is quite strong. I feel it might be even older. Could it be from the Shang or Zhou dynasty?" Master Gua shook his head. "Not likely. Mainly because of the technique. Look at the lines. They weren't carved like this during the Shang or Zhou periods." Despite his slick appearance, this master was quite honest. When Yuan and I asked, he shared his knowledge about identification. Antique items are not always more valuable just because they are older. For example, utensils from the Stone Age have archaeological value, but aren't worth much. According to Master Gua, red jade has always been precious, and since red is a color of nobility, high-quality red jade has made its way into royal courts. This piece of red jade, both in material and craftsmanship, is indeed a rare treasure. If you're willing to sell, our antique shop can offer you $1,000, Master Gua said sincerely. If it were an ordinary item, Yuan and I might have sold it, but this ancient red jade is among the rarest in the world. It could fetch over 100 million at an auction in the future. Since Yuan and I wasn't short on money, she certainly wouldn't sell it for just $1,000. "I'll think about it," she replied, politely declining after Master Gua's lengthy appraisal. "All right, come back whenever you've made up your mind," he said, eager to acquire the red jade. As far as he knew, there were no similar collections in the domestic antique shops. If he got it, he could make a name for himself in this field. Yuan and I was about to leave with the red jade when someone spoke up. It was a father and daughter pair, which is rare to see with such a significant age difference, as it usually indicates a father-daughter relationship. "I really like your piece of red jade. Would you consider selling it?" asked the older man. Yuan and I looked at him. He was dressed in a suit, which was quite unusual since respectable people in the mainland typically wear Zhongshan suits. Given his accent, she thought he might be an overseas Chinese. "I'm not selling it," she replied. The overseas Chinese gentleman insisted, "You haven't even asked about the price. Don't be so quick to refuse. Not asking for a price means that no matter how much you offer, I won't sell. I won't deal with antique traders. If I sell, it will be to a state-run store," Yuan and I said firmly. Even Master Gua and the salesperson wanted to applaud her. This girl truly loves her country. The old overseas Chinese was taken aback and couldn't say anything more. However, his daughter didn't want to give up. "3,000. I'll give you 3,000 foreign exchange coupons. What do you think? I'm not an antique trader. My father collects them himself. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to part with it, we will definitely not let the red jade end up on the market." "I won't sell," Yuan and I said as she turned to leave. The overseas Chinese young lady grew anxious and grabbed Yuan's arm. "You don't understand the value of this red jade. You can't let its brilliance go to waste." At that moment, someone stepped forward and stood protectively behind Yuan and I. "Ma'am, please show some respect. She has already said she doesn't want to sell. Besides, how can the red jade be wasted if it's in her hands? Speaking like that is disrespectful to her. You owe her an apology." Gu Chao, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, stood tall and straight, looking sharp and confident, like a sturdy pine tree that one could lean on. "I didn't mean to insult her. I just really like this piece of red jade," the overseas Chinese young lady said, stepping back and gazing at Gu Chao, mesmerized by his handsome appearance. "If it wasn't intentional, then just apologize." The overseas Chinese young lady bit her lip and murmured, "I'm sorry." The old overseas Chinese man frowned, looking displeased at Yuan and I. He couldn't understand why, despite offering a good amount of money, this young girl was so adamant about not selling. Not only was she unwilling to sell, but she also made his daughter feel insulted. Yuan and I didn't want to argue with a fool. She walked out of the antique shop with Gu Chao. Neither of them expected the other to be in the provincial city, and they exchanged smiles, ready to chat as they walked. Just then, several people rushed out of the antique shop. "Don't leave. Put down the red jade." Gu Chao immediately shielded Yuan and I. "What's going on?" Mr. Overseas Chinese said that the red jade this lady has looks very much like the one he lost. He has requested the security department to intervene and help investigate. Please cooperate. Yuan and I was amused and angry. They couldn't buy it, so they wanted to frame her? Yuan and I, let's go back. I have a few questions to ask him as well. Gu Chao was furious. He had seen bullying before, but never like this. The security department felt helpless. It was clearly a setup. What a coincidence that the red jade someone brought for appraisal was exactly the same as the one that went missing. However, they had to consider their relations with overseas Chinese, who had demands that couldn't be ignored. So, Yuan and I and Gu Chao returned to the antique shop. Since there were still customers in the store, the involved parties were asked to go to the office. I really didn't mean to cause trouble. I have a piece of red jade the same size, with an engraving of a cow from the Western Han period. I really like this jade, and keep it with me. Just a couple of days ago, it suddenly disappeared. Of course, I'm not accusing this lady. I just think her red jade looks a lot like mine, the elderly overseas Chinese man said seriously. The overseas Chinese lady chimed in. My father's piece of red jade was bought years ago at the Jiashi auction house. You should investigate this woman and find out where her jade came from. The security personnel were quite troubled. There are many similar items in the world. We can't just say someone else's is yours just because it looks alike.
I didn't say that.
I'm just asking you to investigate. It would be best to detain her for a thorough questioning, the elderly man said, clearly trying to stir trouble. Knowing the other party was looking for a fight, the security team felt stuck.
Why?
Because they were instructed to treat overseas Chinese with special care. Now, someone claimed their item was lost and wanted an investigation. That wasn't unreasonable. They turned to Yuan and I. Young lady, where did your red jade come from? Do you have a receipt or any proof? Most antiques are traded privately, so asking for a receipt felt like a hassle. Just as Yuan and I was about to argue, Gu Chao spoke up. What a coincidence. I have an Omega watch with 12 diamonds that I was just wearing, but after meeting these two outsiders, it disappeared. The watch on his wrist looks a lot like mine. Since you want to investigate, could you also check if his watch is the one I lost? The elderly man and his daughter were stunned. After a moment, the overseas Chinese lady reacted and shouted, You are accusing us? How can you prove you had a watch? And how can you prove you had red jade? I will prove my case just like you. The overseas Chinese lady felt hurt. She had thought Gu Chao was handsome, but now she found him utterly despicable for using such a sly tactic to support Yuan and I. The colleagues from the security department also realized, right, we forgot to ask, do you have a receipt for the red jade? Have you reported it to the police? If not, how can you prove you have the red jade? Of course, there was no receipt. This was a fabricated incident. The old overseas Chinese and his daughter just wanted to annoy Yuan and I. They might also be hoping to take advantage of the situation to get the red jade. Both sides claimed they lost something but couldn't provide evidence, so the matter could only end without resolution, with neither side pursuing the other. Yuan and I effortlessly escaped the trouble, and Gu Chao's image in her eyes grew even taller. This minor trouble did not affect their mood at all, as they were finally reunited after a long time apart. The two walked and chatted. It had been several days since they last met, and a lot had happened in that short time. My uncle returned to the capital to bring back the bronze tripod. It took 2 or 3 days to find a suitable train, and then the factory needed to transport wood, so I came to the provincial city. When did you arrive? Seeing a stand selling orange soda ahead, Gu Chao stopped and bought 2 bottles. The soda cost 20 cents. And the bottles were also 20 cents, so they stayed and slowly drank, planning to return the bottles before leaving. The streets of the provincial city were lined with phoenix trees, and it was cool under the shade. Yuan and I took a sip of soda, and her breath carried a hint of sweetness. My story is a long one. It all started with the bonus. After hearing her, Gu Chao couldn't help but chuckle. This is partly my fault. I should have advised my uncle not to be so flashy. Yuan and I shook her head. If they don't give bonuses for turning in cultural relics, who would turn them in? That was true. Rather than saying the bonus was for Yuan and I, it was more for everyone to see, encouraging everyone to turn in cultural relics. By the way, I have a relative who is a university teacher and knows about these antiques. Should I ask him to help you check the red jade? In the antique shop, Master Gui dated the red jade to the Western Han period, but Yuan and I felt it was even older, though she had no proof. After confirming that Gu Chao's relative was an archaeology professor and very trustworthy, Yuan and I immediately nodded. They returned the soda bottles and took the bus directly to the university. Gu Chao referred to this relative as his paternal uncle. Fortunately, he had no classes, so he took Yuan and I and Gu Chao to his home to help them examine the red jade. Young lady, this piece of jade is quite special. The red hue in the jade makes it extremely valuable, especially since it is an ancient artifact. It is indeed not from the Western Han period. This red jade is from the Warring States period. Look, this piece of jade is not drilled, so it's not a decorative item. It should be used for rituals or other purposes, but I can't say for sure. You are lucky to have such a good item. It means you have a connection with it, so take good care of it, Uncle Gu concluded after some study. Yuan and I then shared her experience at the antique shop. Uncle Gu laughed. Are you talking about Xiaogua? His father used to run the Jinshatang and he has a great eye. Xiaogua has learned a bit, but he may not have seen many items, so his judgment is a little weak. Yuan and I understood that Master Gui's skills were passed down in his family. Gu Chao took the opportunity to say, Yuan and I really likes these old items, but unfortunately, there's no one to guide her. Uncle, could you teach her? Uncle Gu, being a straightforward person, shook his head. It's difficult. Don't think that identifying old items is easy. It's a skill. I study antiques, while others focus on paintings and calligraphy. To learn this trade, you need to keep looking at things. Your judgment comes from practice. You can't learn much just by talking. Yuan and I understood this point as well. Seeing her look disappointed, Uncle Gu smiled and said, if you want to learn, you can go to the ghost market and observe for a few days. If you have questions, come ask me. This way, you'll learn faster. Gu Chao agreed, believing that practice leads to true knowledge and one must observe more. Yuan and I hesitated. Ghost market? What kind of place is that? Seeing Yuan and I in thought, Uncle Gu explained with a smile, the ghost market has no ghosts. It's just a place for trading early in the morning. If you want to see it, you need to go early. The provincial capital is known as an ancient city with many tombs and antiques. In recent years, regulations have relaxed and antique dealers from the community like to trade at the ghost market. This place is a typical no man's land, with its own rules, making it a great place to practice your judgment. Gu Chao thought for a moment, I want to help my uncle buy some things. Yuan and I'll go with you. It was still dark outside, and he was worried about Yuan and I going alone. Since they were in the provincial capital, they should broaden their horizons. The ghost market should be a folk trading market for antiques, and Yuan and I immediately agreed. Uncle Gu invited them to stay for a meal, saying, your aunt will be back soon. I'm going to buy lotus root to make dumplings for you. Gu Chao declined, saying he would visit another day. Uncle Gu's place was a bit far from the hospital. Gu Chao bought 2 bags of snacks. Is Grandma here too? I need to check on her. Yuan and I couldn't resist and had to let him come along. Grandma was sitting at the door, chatting with the landlord lady while cutting green beans. She was surprised to see Gu Chao and said, isn't this Comrade Gu? What brings you to the provincial city? Gu Chao put down his snack and briefly explained his situation. Perfect. We're making braised noodles with green beans tonight. Would you like to stay and have some? Grandma warmly invited him. Gu Chao declined, saying that Yuan and I was renting the place and the cooking supplies were not great, so his staying would only cause trouble. After agreeing to meet Yuan and I at 4 in the morning, Gu Chao left. That young man seems nice. Is he your granddaughter's boyfriend? The landlord lady asked curiously. No. My granddaughter is still young, Grandma firmly denied, but secretly thought it would be nice if they did end up together. Although Gu Chao was a bit older men can be more caring. Besides, he didn't look old at all. He was in his prime. But since Gu Chao was a cadre with a good family background, would he really like Yuan and I? Unbeknownst to Yuan and I, Grandma was daydreaming. She found a box and put the antique red jade and her savings book inside, then asked her fourth uncle to place the box on the beam for safekeeping. When you're out, security is very important. That night, Yuan and I went to bed early, and before dawn the next day, she got up to wash up. After braiding her hair, she stepped outside to find Gu Chao waiting at the entrance. "Hop on, I'll take you," Gu Chao said, having somehow gotten a bicycle. Yuan and I climbed on but felt a bit unsteady. Gu Chao coughed to get her attention and signaled her to hold on to his waist. "Hold on tight. The road is bumpy, and I don't want you to fall off." Thinking it over, Yuan and I confidently wrapped her arms around him. Gu Chao's waist was slim yet strong, as if it held immense power. When her small hands touched him, his body slightly shook, and then he pedaled the bike quickly. The ghost market was at the intersection of two roads. According to Gu Chao, sometimes there are checks, but most of the time, no one pays attention because it's too early, and the staff hasn't started work yet. After riding for more than 10 minutes, they arrived. It was still dark, and the open area was dotted with the lights of flashlights. Yuan and I looked closely and saw that sellers had their goods in burlap sacks, while buyers squatted across from them, shining their flashlights into the sacks. No one else knew what they were buying or selling. "Heu Chao handed Yuan a flashlight. Take your time to look." Streetlights didn't reach this area, making it hard to see people's faces. There was a faint earthy smell in the air, giving it a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Yuan and I walked slowly, occasionally squatting down to feel the items in the sack. When she encountered someone negotiating a price, she continued on her way. Yuan and I relied mainly on her sense of touch to examine the items. She didn't even use a flashlight and moved quickly. Soon, she heard someone talking ahead. "I won't use gestures to negotiate. Let's talk price directly."
How about 10 yuan?
The voice sounded familiar. Wasn't it the overseas Chinese lady she met yesterday? Yuan and I remained calm and passed by the overseas Chinese father and daughter, who were bargaining, squatting at the stall next to them. The vendor was an old man, and the sack in front of him was partially open, revealing some small items inside. Yuan and I reached in to touch something that felt surprisingly warm. She quickly pulled out a bottle. "How much?" The old man glanced at Yuan and I. "You don't know how to negotiate?" Negotiating, as the old man meant, involved using fingers to indicate prices, with both parties hiding their hands in their sleeves. Yuan and I really didn't know how to do that. 50. The bottle was genuine, but 50 was too expensive. She came to the ghost market to find bargains, and spending 50 on a single bottle defeated the purpose. 5. 45.
8.
In the end, they settled on 12. Yuan and I paid, and then used her flashlight to examine the bottle. It was beautifully crafted with pastel colors and enamel, a Qing dynasty item. If she found the right buyer, it could sell for 100 or more, which meant a profit for her. She packed the item into her bag and continued to the next stall. When she spoke, it immediately caught the attention of the overseas Chinese father and daughter. They recognized Yuan and I and hurried to the next stall, afraid she would buy something good before them. Yuan and I wasn't in a rush and continued at our own pace. There weren't many genuine items at the ghost market. Most were homemade. The vendors claimed they were family heirlooms, which wasn't entirely untrue since they were made in their own backyards. Soon, the overseas Chinese gentleman spotted a white jade vase. The vase was in excellent condition and, when illuminated by the flashlight, even glowed. "This is a treasure, something from the Daming Palace, a true gem," the vendor said slowly. "How much?" The vendor held up 3 fingers. 300? What are you thinking? This is a Tang Dynasty jade vase, 3,000. Not a penny less. 3,000 yuan wasn't too much for the overseas Chinese gentleman, but his money didn't come easily. Unsure of the vase's authenticity, he wasn't in a hurry to buy. Just as he hesitated, Yuan and I suddenly said, "Do you want it? If not, can I take a look?" The overseas Chinese lady became anxious and said, "Do you understand the rules? We haven't finished looking yet, so don't rush us." Yuan and I simply squatted to the side, eagerly waiting, as if she was about to snatch the bottle at any moment. Seeing this situation, The old overseas Chinese man was reminded of Yuan's red jade. He had been hesitating, but now, with Yuan and I right beside him, he made up his mind. 3,000 it is, I'll take it. Counting the money and completing the deal quickly, the overseas Chinese lady hugged the white jade bottle and mocked Yuan and I. You came too late. Yuan and I scoffed and stood up. I never intended to buy it. That's nonsense. You wouldn't be able to buy it anyway. Yuan and I pointed to the opening of the vendor's sack. What do you see there? The overseas Chinese lady looked over and saw some sparkling items at the sack's opening. Realizing something was off, she asked, "What is that?" The vendor became anxious and made a gesture as if to cut a chicken's throat towards Yuan and I. Yuan and I had no grudge against the vendor and didn't want to ruin their good fortune, so she smiled. It's nothing. You've already bought it. The vendor quickly packed up, satisfied with the sale that would last him half a year. The father and daughter looked at Yuan and I, and then at the vendor, feeling that something was not right. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the old overseas Chinese man suddenly noticed a glow on his daughter's clothing. What is that? The overseas Chinese lady quickly reached out to touch it, and her fingertips also picked up the glow. How could this happen? No one answered their questions. Yuan and I had walked away, and the vendor had run off. This was a ghost market. Who would care about others' business? The father and daughter exchanged glances, and suddenly, the overseas Chinese lady had a bright idea. Dad, I think I know what's going on. There's something called glow powder that makes things shine when applied. Could it be? Glow powder, also known as fluorescent powder, is a stable glowing substance usually used in industrial products. The old overseas Chinese man was familiar with it as well. They both looked at the white jade bottle, wondering if the treasure glow on the Tang Dynasty jade bottle was actually just glow powder. The old overseas Chinese man touched the bottle and indeed found some glowing substance on his fingertip. There's no treasure glow at all. Dad, we've been tricked. The overseas Chinese lady screamed. If there really was a jade bottle from the Daming Palace, how could you two have gotten such a lucky find? So greedy. If you don't get tricked, who will? A bystander laughed. The elderly overseas Chinese man looked pale. It was fine to be tricked, but he couldn't stand the embarrassment. Let's go. I just want to buy a jade vase for 3,000 yuan. I don't care what year it is as long as I like it. Everyone laughed. The overseas Chinese father and daughter left in defeat, and no one competed with Yuan and I for items, allowing her to calmly choose what she wanted. Indeed, with the right timing and place, there were many old items in the provincial capital. Before long, Yuan and I spotted a pair of chicken cups at a stall. These chicken cups were in perfect condition, with bright colors and lifelike roosters on them. The so-called chicken cups were actually wine cups used by Emperor Qinghua of the Ming Dynasty, with a white glazed base and vivid roosters on top, hence the name. The Real chicken cups are just one pair, made for the favored concubine Wan Jinner by Emperor Qinghua. That pair has long been in the hands of a major collector. What Yuan and I saw was a replica, but not just any replica, it was a Qing Dynasty official kiln imitation. She picked up the chicken cup, and her right hand felt warm, making her realize this item had a history. You have a good eye. This chicken cup is from the Ming Qinghua period, and there's only this one pair in the world. I'll sell it for a fixed price of 500 yuan. The stall owner, a young man, tried to get friendly with Yuan and I because she was pretty. It's a replica. How about 5 yuan? Yuan and I replied with a serious face while bargaining. The stall owner mixed this pair of replicas with other items, likely unaware of their true value. That's too low. All right, since it's my last sale of the day, I'll let it go for 10 yuan for the pair. If you want it, just take it. Yuan and I was very satisfied with this price. She quickly took out her money and put the chicken cups into her bag. Qing Dynasty official kiln porcelain has high collectible value. Unlike Ming blue and white porcelain, it's not as rare, so once she got it, she could resell it directly for a good profit. Given the condition of these chicken cups, she could sell them for at least 200 yuan. Adding in the bottle, she could make around 300 yuan. So, arriving early at the ghost market was definitely worth it. As the sky began to brighten, Yuan and I stretched and looked at Gu Chao.
I'm hungry.
Shall we go have breakfast? Gu Chao nodded, pushing his bicycle alongside her. How about oil tea with fried dough sticks, lamb soup with bread, or sour soup dumplings? What do you want to eat? These were all high-carb, high-fat foods that made one's mouth water just thinking about them. Yuan and I hesitated. Shall we take a look first? Sure, follow me. As the day broke, more people filled the streets, and the stall owners at the ghost market began to pack up. Gu Chao led Yuan and I toward the city wall, and they soon arrived at the south gate. The south gate is completely different from the ghost market. This place is lively, with many street vendors selling all sorts of things. An old local man, who eats quickly, is already sitting down enjoying his meal. The delicious smells in the air make the two of them even hungrier. What is this? A strange dish catches Yuan's eye, and she finds herself unable to move. The bowl is filled with sauce, sesame paste, red oil, and garlic. The vendor is a friendly middle-aged woman who smiles warmly. Cold noodles and sauce. How many eggs do you want? How many buns? It seems all local delicacies involve buns. Even the cold noodles require a bun to soak in the sauce. The two of them sit on small stools, watching the vendor layer sauces on the noodles, with the aroma of garlic mixed with mustard filling the air, making their mouths water. According to the vendor, cold noodles and sauce are not available all year round. They only sell them during the hottest times. Yuan and I is a bit skeptical, but following the vendor's advice, she tries it layer by layer and finds it surprisingly delicious. A standard bowl of cold noodles and sauce contains 2 ounces of mung bean noodles, 2 buns, 1 egg, and 1 preserved egg, making it quite a hearty meal. Yuan and I wants a treat, but Gu Chao is quick and pays before she can. After eating, the warm morning sun shines down on them, and Yuan and I can't help but yawn. Tired? Should I take you back to rest? Gu Chao asks with a smile. Yuan and I thinks for a moment. I want to find a place to sell my chicken cup and bottle. Gu Chao immediately understands. Not much collectible value?
Right.
Antique shops have high thresholds and offer low prices, so Yuan and I wants to find another place to sell her items. Gu Chao quickly comes up with an idea. Let's go to the Overseas Chinese Hotel. There are foreigners and wealthy overseas Chinese there. Yuan and I thinks it's worth a try. When they arrive, there are already people selling at the entrance. Gu Chao has a distinguished presence, not at all like a seller. Yuan and I asks him to wait nearby, while she stands under a big tree to observe. Antiques are different from other items. To those who don't recognize their value, they seem like just rubble. Gu Chao expects to wait a long time, but to his surprise, Yuan and I quickly sells the bottle and chicken cup to an elderly foreign man. The foreign man waves friendly at Yuan and I. She waves back and then shows Gu Chao the foreign currency voucher she received. He gave me this, saying it's a foreign currency voucher. I don't recognize it. Can you check it for me? The 2 items sold for 450 yuan, and the foreign man gave her an equivalent foreign currency voucher. Gu Chao looks at it. It's real. You have a good eye. In my opinion, you don't need to learn anymore. You're ready to go out on your own. Yuan and I was very happy to earn money. Let me treat you to a meal? Gu Chao thought for a moment, but before he could respond, he heard someone arguing. This painting is a genuine masterpiece. Look at these lines and brushwork. It was painted by a master. If you can't find any flaws, it's an insult to my character. An old foreign man had greeted Yuan and I, and was about to leave when someone stopped him again. However, this time, he wasn't interested in the other person's goods, so he didn't plan to buy anything. To his surprise, the person continued to shout. Yuan and I glanced at the seller and couldn't help but frown. It's him. It turned out that the person arguing with the foreign man was none other than the man Yuan and I had dealt with before, the one with a large mole. The foreign man understood antiques and looked regretful. This is not an insult to you. There is something wrong with this painting. Although I can't say exactly what it is, I can't buy it. You see, you say it's not an insult? This is clearly a genuine piece, so you can't find any flaws, the man with the mole insisted stubbornly. It's just a feeling. Oh my goodness, I can't explain it. Young lady, come here and help me look at this painting. I will pay you for your appraisal. The foreign man was quite frustrated and had no choice but to ask Yuan and I for help. He believed that the chicken cup and bottle Yuan and I sold him were genuine and in excellent condition, so he thought she must be skilled in this area. Hiring an expert for appraisal is quite common in the antique world. Yuan and I had never liked the man with the mole, and now that the foreign man wanted to hire her, she immediately agreed. She approached to examine the painting. It was a painting of bamboo, with half a signature reading Zheng Xie, the old man of Banqiao. Yuan's eyes widened. A painting by Zheng Banqiao? If it's real, it could be very valuable. Seeing Yuan's expression, the man with the mole scoffed. I told you, you're an outsider. Why would you ask a country girl for help? She won't know anything. The foreign man smiled and remained silent. Yuan and I had a good eye. The man with the mole had no choice but to wait patiently for Yuan and I to finish her examination. From the lines and brushwork, everything was exquisite. Yuan and I could only use her special ability and gently rub the painting with her right hand. What puzzled her was that her right hand only felt slightly warm. Why is that? So far, Yuan and I had appraised many antiques and noticed that the more precious the item, the stronger the burning sensation in her right hand. According to common sense, the original works of Zheng Banqiao are very valuable. If this is a genuine piece, it shouldn't feel so cool. What is going on? Yuan and I was puzzled and slowly touched the entire painting. She noticed that the areas soaked in ink felt cooler, while the blank parts of the paper felt warm. What could this mean? Could it be that the paper is real, but the painting is fake, or perhaps the ink was diluted? Yuan and I was confused and kept looking at it. I told you to look, but be careful not to damage the painting. You can't afford to pay for it, said the man with a big mole, making a sarcastic remark. Yuan and I glanced at him and suddenly had a thought. Could it be possible? To test her idea, she reached to feel the back of the painting, and indeed, her hand felt cool. Young lady, have you figured out what the problem is? From the lines and brushwork, this painting should be genuine. But it feels wrong, like a child wearing adult clothes. It doesn't fit. What do you think? Asked the foreign man, seeking advice. Yuan and I nodded. You're right. This painting is half real, half fake. What does half real, half fake mean? Look, this painting is done on rice paper, which is different from your paper. It's very thick and has several layers. When painting, the colors and lines can seep through the entire sheet to the bottom layer. To make a profit, someone peeled it apart, removing several layers, so one painting can be sold as several. After hearing Yuan and I, the foreign man understood. I see. This is the bottom layer of rice paper, and the design isn't very clear. It must have been traced over, which is why it looks stiff and unnatural. Yuan and I agreed. That's correct. When a painting is peeled, the top layer shows a clear image, barely qualifying as an original and still somewhat valuable. The deeper layers become more blurred and definitely need retouching. In a sense, retouched paintings can no longer be considered originals. However, outsiders often don't understand this and can easily be fooled. Yuan and I explained it clearly now, and the man with the mole turned pale. I didn't know it would turn out this way. I bought it from someone else. The foreign man was quite patient and smiled. You're right, so I can't buy this painting. Fine if you don't want to buy it. The man with the mole only dared to bully Zhou Zhengwo and didn't want to confront the foreigner. Seeing that the foreigner had seen through his trick, he quickly left. An older foreign man smiled and introduced himself. Mike, you can call me Old Mike. Young lady, can we be friends? Yuan and I nodded. I'm Yuan and I, and this is my friend, Gu Chao. Hello to both of you, the foreign man said warmly as he shook their hands. The new friend politely paid 100 foreign exchange vouchers as a fee for the appraisal. 2 days from now, I might want to buy some collectibles. Yuan and I, could you come help me take a look? Old Mike trusted Yuan's judgment. Sure. They agreed on a time, and Old Mike would come to pick Yuan and I up. After chatting for a bit, Yuan and I waved goodbye to him. Gu Chao gave Yuan and I a thumbs up. I underestimated you. I thought I needed to ask my uncle to teach you, but that's unnecessary. In reality, it wasn't unnecessary at all. Yuan's keen eye was due to her special ability. Without it, she would still have a long way to go based on experience alone. But there was no way to explain this to Gu Chao. With an extra 100 foreign exchange vouchers, Yuan and I was very happy and continued the conversation. Let me treat you to a meal. If you hadn't accompanied me to the ghost market, I wouldn't have made so much money. Gu Chao nodded. All right, I won't hold back then. Yuan and I had just earned another 100 foreign exchange vouchers, plus the 450 she had earned before, totaling 550. Although foreign exchange vouchers were said to be equivalent to currency, they were actually worth more than regular money. Ordinary people could only exchange currency for foreign exchange vouchers to shop at overseas Chinese stores. In the local market, the exchange rate was roughly 1-to-1. So, after deducting the minimal costs, Yuan and I had at least made a net profit of 600. Since she had earned so much, Yuan and I wanted to treat herself to something nice. Even though she had money, her grandmother was frugal and always wanted to save. Yuan and I, however, believed in enjoying life. After discussing, they decided to go to the Bell Tower Dumpling Restaurant for a meal. This was a well-known dumpling place, simple and straightforward, with prices written on a small blackboard. Beef and chive dumplings were 2 yuan per pound and lotus root and pork dumplings were 1.5 yuan per pound. Yuan and I bought 1 pound of each, then thought for a moment and ordered 3 more pounds. I'll take these home for my grandmother and uncle to try. Her grandmother would surely hesitate to eat such good dumplings. The famous dumplings lived up to their reputation. With one bite, delicious juices flowed down the sides of her mouth. After finishing the meal, Gu Chao walked Yuan and I back to her place, and then left. Yuan and I was in high spirits, carrying a paper bag filled with dumplings as she walked inside. Grandma and uncle were there, and the landlady was sitting at the door crying. Oh no, this is the only valuable thing in my house, and people say it's fake.
How can that be?
How will I live? Yuan and I was stunned. What happened? Grandma quickly pulled her over. Help me take a look at this painting. Yuan and I looked down and saw a painting of bamboo. The worst part was that this painting looked exactly like the one Big Moles had. It was taken from another painting. Well, Anir, did you figure anything out? Grandma asked eagerly when she saw Yuan and I lost in thought. Yuan and I nodded and examined the painting closely. She realized that the landlady's painting was of lower quality than the one Big Moles had. If a painting has 5 layers, the first layer is the best, and the quality gets worse as you go down. Big Mole's bamboo painting might be from the 2nd layer. The landlady's painting was from the 4th or 5th layer, which, to an expert, would be worth almost nothing and have no collectible value. Grandma, can you tell me about this painting? Has it always been in your home? Has anyone else touched it? Yuan and I wanted to ask for details. Zhou Zhengwo sat at the table, looking drained. It was kept safe all along, but last year I wanted to raise money for Grandma's medical treatment. Qian Delay said old paintings don't sell for much and suggested framing it first, so I gave it to him for framing. After that, he returned it to me, and I haven't touched it since. Who is Qian Delay? The landlady sighed and began to explain. In her description, Qian Delay was the troublemaker who led her grandson Zhou Zhengwo astray. After Zhou Zhengwo's father had an accident, life was tough for the two of them, but they managed. However, once Zhou Zhengwo met Qian Delay, everything changed. At first, Qian Delay seemed nice. He was loyal and wanted to hang out with Zhou Zhengwo, who saw him as an older brother. When Qian Delay showed his true colors and forced Zhou Zhengwo to steal, it was too late for Zhou Zhengwo to realize the truth about his brother. Yuan and I understood. How did Qian Delay meet Big Moles? Big Moles is the factory director's brother-in-law. They aren't from the same crowd. Do they know each other? The landlady really didn't know. Yuan and I talked about what happened today. The painting in that guy's hand looks exactly like the one from your home. It was taken from another painting. If only Qian Delay had seen this ink bamboo painting, he would definitely recognize that guy. Everyone was shocked. Even though there were only a few people, they made a lot of noise. I get it, that guy must be in cahoots with Qian Delay, and they are after this painting. Exactly. Who knew you had a famous painting? Someone must have leaked the information. What about the other paintings? Can we get them back? The grandmother noticed the noise and quickly closed the door. Can you all keep it down? That guy lives in this courtyard too. Everyone remembered this and quieted down. The landlord lady sighed. It's hard to know someone's true intentions. Only the factory director knows I have a painting. When the country was just founded and my husband had just passed away, I wanted to sell this painting and asked the director if he knew anyone who might buy it. That must have been when he got interested. Now, everything made sense. But even if they understood, what could they do? That person took the real painting without spending a dime and led Zhou Zhengwo astray. It felt like a deep betrayal. Zhou Zhengwo, angry, grabbed a kitchen knife. I want to chop that family up. His uncle stopped him and easily took the knife away. What are you doing? Going over without evidence will only land you in trouble. We can't just let this go. Zhou Zhengwo, a passionate kid, got upset and sat down crying. Yuan and I frowned. This painting is already damaged. Only the first one is worth something. The others can only trick those who don't know art. To recover the loss, we need to take action elsewhere. Zhou Zhengwo wiped his tears. How do we recover it? Simple, we make sure they get what they deserve. Her words were powerful, and even the landlord lady perked up. Tell us more. Yuan and I thought for a moment, this is a bit tricky. We need everyone to pitch in. That night, Zhou Zhengwo packed a small bag and went to find Qiandelei. This notorious troublemaker had a charming smile and bright teeth. When he saw Zhou Zhengwo, he grinned and asked, Zhengwo, you haven't been around for a while. Are you embarrassed to hang out with us? Not at all. My grandmother wouldn't let me go out and kept me locked up for days. Today she went out, so I hurried to see you, big brother. Zhou Zhengwo said respectfully. All right, let's go for a walk together, Qiandelei said as he grabbed his coat, not minding to lead Zhou Zhengwo astray. Wait, brother Qian, I'm a bit short on cash and want to sell something. Can you help me find a buyer? Sure, what do you have? Zhou Zhengwo opened a small bag to reveal a painting featuring just a horse.
Who painted this? Su Beihin?
Wow, a master's work? Qiandelei's eyes widened. Zhou Zhengwo rubbed his hands together. Brother, do you think I can find a buyer? I'll give it a try, but this paper is too old. It might fall apart. How about I frame it for you first? That way, it can sell for a better price. Qiandelei said seriously. He wasn't just an ordinary, he had skills, and his skill was framing. Okay, I appreciate it, brother. Zhou Zhengwo smiled innocently. It'll take a few days to frame it. Come back in 3 days, Qiandelei casually said, wanting to send Zhou Zhengwo away to examine the painting closely. Although Su Beihong was a modern artist, his works were always valuable. Now that he had a piece in front of him, Qiandelei was determined to take advantage of it. Qiandelei's skill was passed down through generations. His ancestors were known for forgery, creating 5 copies from one original painting, which was their family secret. After revealing the painting, the top layer would be the original, which could sell for a good price, while the other layers could be used to trick unsuspecting buyers. This way, one painting could become 5, allowing the framer to profit without much effort. Once Zhou Zhengwo left, Qiandelei immediately closed the door, pulled out his tools, and prepared to work on the painting. The secret to revealing the painting lay in the paper. The paper used for paintings is usually layered rice paper, which is made by stacking several layers together. A master forger like Qiandelei knew how to separate these layers, allowing one painting to become several, a process called paper separation. He eagerly got to work, but as soon as he cut the paper, he froze. The painting had already been separated. What is going on? Qiandelei was drenched in cold sweat as he examined the paper when he heard a knock on the front door. Shanlai didn't want to open the door, but someone shouted his name. Shanlai, I know you're home. You need to pay the sanitation fee this month. You owe me several dimes. It was Aunt Zhao from the neighborhood committee. Shanlai felt overwhelmed. If he didn't pay, Aunt Zhao could keep knocking until dawn. He wanted to get rid of her quickly, so he grabbed a coin and opened the door. To his surprise, it wasn't Aunt Zhao outside, but police officers in uniform who immediately pushed him against the wall. Wait, what are you doing? Shanlai protested. Don't you know what you've done? Shanlai really didn't know. He had done so many bad things that he couldn't remember which one they were referring to. The officers didn't explain and just handcuffed him, searching his home. Several neighborhood ladies gathered at the door to watch. "Little Shanlai, if you don't learn your lesson now, when will you?" Soon, the officers found several paintings. The horse painting on the table was also taken out. Seeing this, Shanlai felt uneasy. Sure enough, once inside, the investigators focused on him, asking about the theft of several famous paintings. Shanlai tried to downplay it. "Are you talking about Su Beihong's horse painting? I didn't steal it. Someone gave it to me to frame." "Confess, and you'll get leniency. Resist, and it will be severe. The victim named you, and there are several witnesses. Denying it is pointless. I really didn't take it. Besides, even if I did, it wouldn't count as theft." "How so?" "This horse painting is fake. The original was already revealed." To lessen his guilt, Shanlai explained how he made the fake painting. In his mind, since the horse painting wasn't valuable, it wouldn't constitute theft because the amount involved wasn't enough. After listening to Shanlai, the investigators exchanged knowing smiles. "So, you used this method to take Zhou Zhengwo's famous painting?" Shanlai was startled. He never expected this. "No, I didn't steal it. I was instructed to." With the secret of the paper reveal exposed, Shanlai's mental defenses crumbled. He quickly confessed that years ago, he was instructed to swap Zhou Zhengwo's famous painting. However, the person who instructed him didn't know that Shanlai could reveal the painting. They only told him that Zhou Zhengwo had a famous painting and asked him to find a way to get it. Qian Delay was clever. He first had someone beat up Zhou Zhengwo and then stepped in to help him resolve the situation. Zhou Zhengwo was grateful and immediately treated him like an older brother. After getting familiar, Qian Delay secretly swapped Zhou's ink bamboo painting. "The person who instructed me is the lumber factory manager, Hu Dongsheng. I know he is inexperienced, so I gave him the second layer and kept the first layer for myself." Qian Delay hung his head, realizing that despite his clever schemes, he ultimately failed. "Is this the painting?" the investigators asked, showing him an ink bamboo painting. Qian Delay glanced at it and confirmed, "Yes, this is the first layer. It hasn't been copied, so it's genuine." His confession implicated the factory manager as well. Investigators found another ink bamboo painting at the home of a man known as Big Mole. He revealed that his manager's brother-in-law had asked him to sell the painting, claiming he was just a messenger. This solidified the manager's guilt. The lumber factory manager was arrested, causing a huge stir at the factory. Soon after, more issues were uncovered. For example, Big Mole and his wife did not meet the housing allocation criteria, so they had to vacate their home. On the day they moved out, Zhou Zhengwo happily set off firecrackers. The investigators not only returned the first layer of the ink bamboo painting but also gave Zhou's family several other half-authentic paintings, as they all came from the same piece. Yuan and I introduced Zhou Zhengwo to old Mike, who loved the ink bamboo painting and offered a high price of 2,000 foreign exchange coupons. With this, Zhou's financial troubles were resolved. Yuan and I, as the mastermind behind the whole event, became a great benefactor to Zhou's family. The landlord, an elderly lady, and Zhou Zhengwo were extremely grateful to her, waiving the rent and inviting her family to dinner. Despite Yuan Ni's attempts to decline, she couldn't refuse the landlord's insistence. And that young man who visited our courtyard, the tall and handsome one, let him come too. He helped out as well. The landlord specifically asked Yuan and I to invite Gu Chao. To help Zhou Zhengwo seek justice, everyone worked together, using the horse painting borrowed from Uncle Gu to lure Qian Delay. So the landlord felt indebted to him. Yuan and I passed on the message. Gu Chao readily agreed, believing that a wayward person returning to the right path was worth more than anything else. That night, Grandma went over early to help out. After spending some time together, she and the landlord lady had become almost like sisters and had a good relationship. Uncle hadn't returned yet. When Yuan and I waited for Gu Chao, she took him to the landlord's room. "Wait, these peaches and canned goods are for you. Let's put them in your room first," Gu Chao said, carrying 2 bags filled with fruit, canned goods, and malted milk powder. Yuan and I thought these items were for the landlord lady. Why did you buy me things? I finished my work and need to head back soon, so I got you some snacks. Why don't you keep them for the trip? I have enough. After putting down the fruit, Gu Chao followed Yuan and I into the Zhou family's room. The landlord lady's room was quite large, separated by a curtain, with a square table set up for meals. Dried beef and braised pork were already on the table. Besides that, there was a plate of sweets filled with pastries. Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to the pastries, which were red and shaped like goose eggs. What were they? Just then, the landlord lady came in with the dishes and offered the plate of snacks to Yuan and I, and Gu Chao. You too should try this local specialty, swan eggs. Swan eggs? Gu Chao, usually serious, couldn't help but laugh this time. He remembered a saying about a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If he and Yuan and I ate swan eggs, wouldn't that be like a toad's wish? While they were laughing, someone suddenly reached out to grab the plate. Oh, don't be polite. I can carry it myself. The landlord lady looked up and saw that the person trying to grab the plate was none other than Tang Meifan, who had just moved out a few days ago. She was instantly furious. Who invited you? You're so bold. I already refunded your rent. Why are you back? Saying this, the landlord lady snatched the plate back and carefully placed it on the table. Tang Meifan took the opportunity and, without feeling embarrassed, clapped her hands. I still want to rent your house. This time it will be a long-term lease for $15 a month.
I can pay you right now. Ha! Rent to you?
In half a month you'll want money and leave again? My place is small and can't accommodate someone like you. Please leave. Initially, Demosi had offered her free housing, and Tang Meifan took the money and left without any sense of fairness. Now that Demosi had been removed, his house was taken over by the factory, and Tang Meifan was kicked out with nowhere to go. She remembered the landlord lady again. Tang Meifan was flexible and wore a worried expression. She pulled the child beside her and said, "Please help us out. My little girl is still young. She needs a place to stay." The little girl next to Tang Meifan started to cry, saying, "Grandma, I'm cold." The landlord lady perked up. "Oh, it seems like I'm the bad guy here. If you were serious about renting, we wouldn't be in this situation. Just leave. I'm not falling for this." Zhou Zhengwo directly urged them to leave. "Hurry up. We need to eat. Big brother, I'm hungry." The child Tang Meifan brought along was just like her, taking advantage of the situation. When she heard about food, she decided to stay. In the past, Zhou Zhengwo wouldn't have known how to deal with such stubbornness because he was still young and cared about his image. But after everything he had been through, he seemed to have matured overnight. He said firmly, "Don't beg for food at our house." With that, he pushed the mother and daughter out. Just then, his fourth uncle returned, and the landlord lady served the food, quickly closing the door. Seeing them is discouraging. By the way, Xuanong, did you manage to buy a sleeper ticket? A few days ago, Dr. Zheng personally performed surgery on his fourth aunt's mother, and it was successful. She would need 6 months to recover. If she recovers well, she will be able to stand up. But who can afford to stay in the hospital for that long? Dr. Zheng said that for someone in her condition, just 5 or 6 more days in the hospital would be enough before she could go home. However, there was one condition. She must lie flat and not sit up. If they were to go home, they couldn't take a hard seat. They needed a sleeper. Everyone was discussing how to buy a sleeper ticket. As long as they could get a sleeper ticket, his fourth aunt's mother could go back with them. The farmers hadn't left home in nearly 10 days, and everyone wanted to return. I couldn't get one. The line at the train station was so long. When it was finally my turn, the ticket seller said I needed a work unit introduction letter to buy a sleeper ticket. I'm just a farmer. Where am I supposed to get that? His fourth uncle sighed, feeling helpless. You want to buy sleeper tickets back to Dan County? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Chao jumped in. I didn't want to trouble you, the grandmother said, feeling embarrassed. It's no trouble. My rank allows me to book a sleeper. Let me handle the ticket purchase. How many sleeper tickets do you need? Let's buy 2. Someone needs to take care of our family. Yuan and I also wanted to take the sleeper train, but now it's known to be very hard to get a ticket. Even if Gu Chao helps, it won't be easy. After thinking it over, Yuan and I decided not to cause any more trouble. Gu Chao suggested, let's buy 3 tickets, and the rest can ride back with me in the truck. It will save some money. Uncle C was very happy. Can we do that? Of course. I brought 3 trucks back, and there's still room for more. Who wants to ride with me? The furniture factory sent a Dongfeng truck, which can carry wood, and there's space in the cabin for people. Uncle C wanted to ride in the truck. He had already taken the green train, and experiencing a big truck would make his life complete. Shuebing, don't cause any trouble. Here's the plan. I'll ride in the truck with Ni, and you can take the train with the family. She shouldn't be alone. She needs a man with her. Grandma thought of everything, so Uncle C had to give up his idea of riding in the big truck. Look, today is a great day. All our problems are solved. Let's sit down and eat. Try the meat I made. The landlady proudly showed off her cooking skills. In the Guangzhou area, people love noodles, and the meat is best served with bread. Uncle C had a big appetite and ate 6 steamed buns. When he reached for a 7th, Grandma shot him a fierce look, so he scratched his head and stopped. Seeing this, the landlady placed the basket of buns in front of Uncle C. Go ahead and eat. If I'm treating you, you should eat well. Without you, Jianguo would still be messing around with Jianda. You've given me a good grandson, so eating a bit is nothing. Uncle C smiled. Can I have one more? Yes, eat while it's hot. The landlady was very happy. She told everyone that after selling her paintings, she arranged for Zhou Jianguo to get a job. He'll be an apprentice at the commission shop, and once he finishes, he can become a full-time worker. This is a good job. Yuan and I had dealt with people from the commission shop before. That's great. Learn well. Zhou Jianguo nodded shyly. Do you like antiques? I can help you find some good ones. Yuan and I was thrilled. Sure. You can keep the good items for now. They will definitely increase in value. The landlady clapped her thigh. You think like me. That's why I wanted Jianguo to join the commission shop, to get a head start. The landlady was quite business-minded. She made no mistakes from renting houses to finding jobs. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and after eating, Gu Chao left to buy train tickets. Grandma discussed with Yuan and I, we are leaving soon. Let's hurry and buy some things tomorrow. They needed to act quickly. Initially, they thought they had plenty of time before returning, but now that they had to leave with the furniture factory's truck, they only had 1 day left. Yuan and I thought for a moment, let's go to the department store in the morning, and in the afternoon, I need to help Dr. Zheng with some things. Right, we promised to help him, so we must go. Let me think about what we need to buy. Grandma began to list things. With many children at home, it was best to buy extra fabric while they were in the city to make clothes for the kids. The clothes for the cats and dogs are too short. We should buy some floral fabric for Zhao Di and Pan Di, and it would be good to get a few pounds of cotton. You girls don't have decent quilts. You'll suffer this winter. Yuan and I smiled at her uncle, but didn't say anything. When it came to family matters like this, Grandma usually made the decisions. Suddenly, Grandma slapped her thigh. Oh no, how could I forget this? And I, hurry up. Grandma, don't rush. What is it? Hey, don't we need a letter of introduction to go out? When I got the letter, the captain's family asked me to bring a radio and even gave me some money. I still have the money, but I forgot about the important task. Grandma slapped her forehead, relieved she remembered. If she delayed, it would be hard to face the captain later, especially since he had been very helpful. This is easy. To buy the radio, we need an industrial ticket. I'll find Zhou Jianguo and ask him to help me exchange a couple of tickets. Yuan and I immediately went out and found Zhou Jianguo, asking him to exchange a few industrial tickets. No problem, I'll go right now. Do you need watch tickets? No, we don't need watch tickets. They're too flashy. Besides the industrial tickets, please help me get a few fabric tickets and cotton tickets and get more fabric tickets, Yuan and I said, handing him 10 yuan. Oh, you don't need to give me that much. Just take it for now. I want to hear what Grandma needs to buy. Zhou Jianguo followed Yuan and I inside to listen to Grandma's plans. And let's buy some snacks. The swan eggs we had today were festive and delicious. Let's buy more. Buying snacks was a big decision for Grandma. The swan eggs were large and covered in sugar, and they couldn't be broken into pieces to share. They needed to buy enough for everyone. Zhou Zhengwo nodded, understanding. So, industrial tickets, fabric tickets, cotton tickets, and 3 pounds of snack tickets, is that all? Let's also get 2 pounds of sugar tickets. The sugar in the city is different from the sugar in the countryside. Okay. Zhou Zhengwo left, and Grandma gently rubbed her chest, saying, "Oh dear, money is easy to spend but hard to earn. I wonder how much I will have to spend now." Even though she said that, she still needed to spend money. Some people from the countryside have never gone beyond the county, but she had been to the provincial capital and needed to bring something back. Thinking this, Grandma quickly found scissors to cut open the pockets of her pants and vest. The money had been hidden on her for nearly 10 days and had started to smell. Nowadays, people hide their money very carefully to avoid theft. Grandma was quite generous. She took out the money in advance. Some people even had to cut open their pants to get to their money for big purchases. Zhou Zhengwo quickly exchanged the tickets he needed. He was a regular at the black market, and everyone gave him a discount, trading 5 yuan for a large stack of tickets. Fourth uncle looked at the tickets and then at Grandma, hesitating to speak. "Xuanong, stop being sneaky. Just say what you want to say." "Mom, here's the thing. I helped someone at the hospital today and earned 2 yuan. Can you get Shufin a headscarf?" Fourth uncle nervously shared his thoughts. He felt guilty about making money without telling his mother, especially since she still had to take care of his needs. "Sure, why not? How did you earn this money?" Fourth uncle smiled and quickly explained his way of making money. The ward where fourth aunt's mother was located was an orthopedic ward, filled with patients who had serious injuries. Since fourth aunt's mother was a woman and light, it was easier to move her. Some family members had no choice but to ask Chen Xuanong, who was tall and strong, for help. At first, Chen Xuanong thought he was just doing a good deed for free, but those family members kept giving him money. Eventually, he learned that this work was called a caregiver, and it could earn a lot of money. "Now I take jobs every day and can earn at least 2 yuan. Mom, I'll give you 5 yuan, fourth uncle said with a grin, feeling very happy. "You little rascal, if I don't ask, you won't tell, right? Fine, keep it to yourself. In a couple of days, when Nir and I leave, you'll have plenty of places to spend money." Among the kids, fourth uncle was the most honest, and now he even knew how to save pocket money, which made Grandma very pleased. The next morning, Yuan and I and Grandma went out, both carrying a lot of money and tickets, heading straight for the department store. The department store was 4 stories tall, with a grand entrance. At the top, there was a red star, and below it were the big words serving the people. Grandma looked up for a long time and said, "Those words are really big." The first floor is the area for snacks and groceries. In the county, the only snack shops sell peach crisps and rice bars, but here there are dozens of different snacks. Grandma's eyes were dazzled by the choices, and with the sweet aroma in the air, she didn't know what to pick. "Grandma, swan eggs." "Yes, swan eggs." Grandma took out her snack tickets and some money. She hesitated a bit but finally decided to get 3 pounds of swan eggs, pack them separately, and save 2 pieces. Once she had the 2 swan eggs, Grandma first gave one to Yuan and I, saying, "I saw you didn't have enough yesterday." Yuan and I also gave one to Grandma. These snacks were crispy and sweet, perfect for the current taste. Next, they went to buy fabric. There were many types of fabric in the city, and Grandma couldn't decide. After thinking, she bought military green corduroy for the cats and dogs, little floral fabric for Zhao Di and Pan Di, and finally picked 2 yards of red flower cotton on a green background, saying it was for Yuan's mother to make some quilts. Yuan and I had given up on commenting on Grandma's unique taste. Red and green together were just how it was. She also bought a pink scarf for her fourth aunt. Finally, they purchased a semiconductor radio. Yuan and I handed over 2 industrial tickets, saying buy 2. "What for?" "They only need 1. We'll keep 1 for ourselves to listen to while working. I'll pay for it. Consider it my purchase." Grandma was immediately interested. Listening to stories while working sounded wonderful. The money was spent quickly, and Grandma felt numb to it. Well, it's not every day they come to the provincial city, so spending was fine. After a busy morning, they bought a lot of things and prepared to head to the hospital. Yuan and I wanted to find Dr. Zheng, and Grandma intended to go with her, saying, "We leave tomorrow. I want to see my in-laws one more time." The two of them left together and bought 10 buns by the roadside. They ate a little and took the rest to her fourth aunt. In the afternoon, the hospital was quiet. Her fourth aunt was dozing by the bedside, tired from taking care of the patient and looking thinner. However, her aunt seemed to have hope of standing up again and looked quite spirited. Grandma sat down and started chatting, while Yuan and I went directly to find Dr. Zheng. As soon as Dr. Zheng heard her, he quickly stood up. "I thought you could stay a few more days." "You're leaving so soon? There's a ride available." "Then let's go now." Recently, Yuan and I had sold the sandalwood frame she had shown him, and it sold for 5,000 yuan. In this day and age, that was quite a fortune. Dr. Zheng wanted to take a good look at the items in the old house. If there was anything valuable, he wouldn't sell it but keep it for future generations. The two of them chatted as they walked and soon arrived at a small, private courtyard. Dr. Zheng opened the storage room, and a cloud of dust came out. "Sorry, I haven't cleaned it. It's a bit dusty." Yuan and I sneezed and said, "It's fine. Let's look at the items first." There were canes and wooden carvings piled in the corner. Dr. Zheng picked them up and said, "Here they are. Take a look at this cane." Yuan and I crouched down and examined it closely. There were 3 canes and 2 wooden carvings. Yuan and I checked each one, but none were made of valuable wood or were antiques. Dr. Zheng was not ready to give up. "That can't be right. My dad must have left something valuable." Yuan and I understood his feelings. "Is there anything else? I can help you look." They walked around the old house, checking all the tables and chairs used by the old man, but found nothing special. Dr. Zheng sighed. "If I had known, I wouldn't have sold that picture frame." The frame was made of broken wood and hard to keep, so he sold it when someone showed interest. He had hoped to collect something good later, but it turned out there was nothing. Feeling down, he almost tripped as he left. "What's this?" Yuan and I looked over and saw a small wooden horse, intricately carved and about the size of an adult's palm. Yuan and I picked it up. "This is a toy my dad made for me. He told me to take good care of it, but it might have been thrown into the storage by my wife. I should take it back. It's a piece of his heart, Dr. Zheng said, his eyes getting a bit red. "Yes, you should take it back. This wooden horse is also made of agarwood." "What?" Dr. Zheng was surprised. "Just this wooden horse?" He had played with it since he was a child. It turned out that from the beginning, Dr. Zheng had given the best things to his family. The picture frame was meant to hold a family photo, while the wooden horse was for his son. Unfortunately, later on, the old frame was discarded by his wife, almost ending up with a junk collector, and the wooden horse was left in storage to gather dust. The more Dr. Zheng thought about it, the more he felt like a failure, almost crying in front of Yuan and I. Just then, 2 neighbors approached and greeted Dr. Zheng from a distance. He quickly wiped away his tears and forced a smile. "Old Wang, sister-in-law, what are you busy with?" Old Wang's wife sighed. "Didn't your family find some agarwood the other day?" "My husband couldn't sit still and insisted that the jar for storing rice is an old item that needs to be appraised." Old Wang was holding a small jar, just big enough to hold about 10 kilograms of rice. The jar was a striking purple color, and it even had a lid that fit perfectly, making it suitable for storing rice. Dr. Zheng looked at the jar and said, "That color is quite rare. Did you have it appraised?" "What did they say?" Old Wang's wife shot him a glance. "Yes, we went to a specialized antique shop. The expert looked at it and said it was a replica. They offered us a maximum of 20 yuan, but they don't buy it. They told us to sell it ourselves at the flea market. Antique shops are serious about buying genuine items, so they wouldn't take a replica." Given the situation, offering 20 yuan was generous. A jar like this would only cost about 3 yuan at a supply store. Old Wang stayed silent, feeling embarrassed. Dr. Zheng quickly tried to lighten the mood. "That's not bad. When will you have time to go again? Early in the morning? Who can get up that early? Don't you like these old items? How about I give it to you? You can take it for 20 yuan, old Wang's wife said, grabbing the jar and trying to hand it to Dr. Zheng. If it weren't for Dr. Zheng, old Wang wouldn't be so troubled. It was all his fault. Dr. Zheng was surprised by the neighbor's actions and quickly stepped back. I don't need any jars. Old Wang's wife insisted, take it. Yuan and I reached out and accepted the jar. This item had significance. It resembled a general's jar. It got its name because these jars have a large body and a lid that looks like a helmet. The jar old Wang was holding fit the description perfectly. She had wanted to touch it earlier. As soon as she held it, she felt a warmth. Dr. Zheng, didn't you just say you needed a jar for pickling vegetables? How about this one? The opening is quite large, Yuan and I suggested, carefully following old Wang's wife's lead. Sellers like this, who actively seek appraisals at antique shops, are usually very shrewd. If Yuan and I made a bold move, it could backfire and raise their suspicions. Dr. Zheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Yuan and I wanted the jar. She had helped him identify 2 valuable items, so he knew she had a good eye. Could this jar be valuable too? That shouldn't be the case. If it were a good item, how could the antique shop have missed it? He thought quickly and decided to cooperate, considering that Yuan and I had helped him identify the agarwood. All right, I'll keep the pickled vegetables, but isn't 20 yuan a bit expensive? Not at all. Look how nice the color is. Much better than those clay jars in the store, said old Wang's wife, eager to get the money from Dr. Zheng. Dr. Zheng shook his head, complaining as he took out the money. I haven't even asked my wife. If she finds out I bought a jar for 20 yuan, she'll definitely scold me. She won't. She'll definitely praise you for being good with money. Old Wang's wife grabbed the money and quickly pulled old Wang away. Once they left, Dr. Zheng asked Yuan and I, so, is this jar valuable? The antique shop already assessed it, right? I just like this color, Yuan and I replied calmly, handing the money to Dr. Zheng. Dr. Zheng scratched his head, looked at Yuan and I, then at the jar, and finally accepted the money. One shouldn't be too greedy, especially since Yuan and I had helped him a lot. Seeing Dr. Zheng accept the money, Yuan and I felt relieved. No matter what, she had gotten the jar, so the trip was worth it. Dr. Zheng wanted to invite Yuan and I for dinner, but she declined, saying, I have to leave early tomorrow, and I need to pack tonight. Please take care of my relatives. Of course, I still owe you for the assessment. What assessment fee? It was just a small favor. After some polite exchanges, Yuan and I said goodbye and headed back with the jar. She had clearly seen the conflict in Dr. Zheng's eyes. He was not someone she could become close to. At that moment, it was rush hour, and there were many cyclists everywhere, bustling with activity. Yuan and I carefully avoided the traffic while holding the jar. Her hands were warm, and her heart was warm too. This was a treasure that the antique shop had overlooked, and she felt lucky. She wondered what was wrong with the jar that caused the antique shop to miss this valuable item. As she walked, she decided to check it out when she got home. Just as she was about to enter the yard, a child suddenly rolled out and ran straight into her arms. Yuan and I quickly stepped aside, and the child fell to the ground and started crying. What's wrong with you? You clearly saw the child coming. Why didn't you help? Your heart is quite cruel. A little thief. I didn't even hit her hard enough to kill her, who is taking care of her. Grandma angrily chased out and stopped Tang Meifin before Yuan and I could. Yuan and I held a jar and looked at the child who had fallen to the ground. It was indeed Tang Meifin's youngest daughter. The child held a swan egg in both hands and had another one in her mouth. Tang Meifin cried sadly. She's just a child. Kids get curious and want to eat a little something. Is it necessary to chase her down so harshly? You even hit her. Are you even human? Grandma put her hands on her hips. Just because she's curious, she has to steal? You think stealing is acceptable? No way. If you don't pay me for the snacks, I'll call the police. I want to ask them if it's illegal for a child to steal. The people in the yard all came out, condemning Tang Meifin. The child doesn't understand, but you're an adult. Why don't you understand? Exactly. Who doesn't get tempted? Both kids and adults are struggling, but I haven't seen anyone just take someone else's things. You're raising a thief. Old Hua, how could you rent your house to someone like this? Hurry up and kick them out. Old Hua, the owner of the house, frowned at the comments. Did you hear that? You've angered everyone. Pack your things and move out. I won't move. I paid the rent.
Get out now.
Talking to me won't help. Old Hua said as he went inside, grabbed 2 travel bags, and threw them out the door along with a bundle of clothes. Tang Meifin was stunned and rushed to hit Old Hua, but he grabbed her hair and dragged her out of the yard. Do you think I'm going to let you act like that? If you cause more trouble, it will be serious. Old Hua's fists were as big as bowls, and Tang Meifin was too scared to say a word. Those who are unreasonable fear those who are fearless. Tang Meifin had bullied the elderly landlord before because she was easy to talk to and kind, but now she didn't dare. Just looking at Old Hua's big fists made her realize it would really hurt if they hit her. Seeing Tang Meifin and her daughter being kicked out, Yuan and I quickly went inside. Uncle, can you check if the things on the beam are still there? This time coming to the city, Yuan and I brought many gold rings, which she had sold for over 10,000 yuan. The money was exchanged for 2 5,000 yuan bankbooks, and the rest was cash, along with some high-quality red jade, all placed on the beam. If those were stolen, it would be a huge loss. Hearing this, her uncle immediately pulled up a table and stood on it to check, and everything is still here. Uncle C is the person in the family who knows the most about Yuan Ni's secret. When Yuan and I asked Aunt C for a gold ring, she couldn't hide it from him. However, Uncle C thought the gold ring was just something Yuan and I was helping someone else with, not realizing it belonged to her. Grandma only knew there was money in the beams, but had no idea how much. When she heard nothing was missing, she sat down to complain, "What a troublesome child." As soon as your uncle and I got back, I saw that little rascal trying to eat a swan egg like a starving kid.
How did she get in?
Yuan and I clearly remembered locking the door when she left with Grandma. She picked the lock with a wire. At such a young age, where did she learn such tricks? Grandma scolded. Just as she was about to pack up the remaining snacks, she caught Uncle C's focused gaze. Forget it, the bag is already open. You and Anir can eat it, Grandma said, rubbing her chest, feeling upset that good food had gone to the little thief. At that moment, Gu Chao arrived. He came to deliver train tickets and to tell Yuan and I where to wait for the bus tomorrow. The truck will pick up goods in the morning, and it will leave after loading wood. You should be at the wood factory gate by 8.
Great.
I'll give you the ticket money. No need, there's no rush. Despite his words, Yuan and I insisted on giving him the money. The sleeper ticket cost about 4 times that of a hard seat, totaling over 80 for 3 sleeper tickets. That was too much money to owe Gu Chao a favor. After Gu Chao left, Uncle C looked worried. Anir, can you hold off on the ticket money? I don't handle the money. It's all with Shu Fun. Uncle, we're family, so there's no need to worry about it. We can talk about it when it's convenient. Yuan and I wasn't worried about Aunt C. She was a principled person. She had previously offered to lend Aunt C money for medical expenses, but Aunt C had declined. Besides, the jar of pickled vegetables Aunt C gave her was still in her possession, and Yuan and I knew it held a secret that wasn't ready to be revealed yet. Before going to bed, the landlady brought Zhou Zhengwo with her. Here are the dry snacks I made. Take them with you for the journey. She worried Grandma would refuse, so she left the basket and quickly asked outside if there were any errands to run. If there were, Zhou Zhengwo could do them. This family is nice, but unfortunately, I won't be coming back to the provincial city again. It's too expensive, Grandma sighed. That may not be the case, Yuan and I thought. She had already planned to buy a house in the provincial city once the policies relaxed. Currently, there were restrictions on household registration, making it difficult for people from the countryside to buy homes in the city. Once the policy for buying houses and settling down was released, everything would be fine. The sleeper ticket is for 4 days later. Uncle C is thinking that while they are still in the provincial city, he should take on more work. In the countryside, helping sick people is all voluntary. Who pays for that? From this perspective, city life is better. It's easier to make money. Grandma is chatting with Uncle C, while Yuan and I wants to see the general's jar but unfortunately hasn't found the chance and can only go to sleep feeling disappointed. The next day, everyone woke up early. Yuan and I put the red jade and money in her bag and carried it on her back. As for the general's jar, she wrapped it in cloth and placed it in a cardboard box, filling the empty spaces in the box with cotton. This way, even if outsiders saw it, they would think it was just new belongings they bought in the provincial city. Gu Chao brought 3 large trucks. Under his arrangement, Yuan and I rode with him in one truck, Grandma sat in the second, and the last truck had 2 security personnel who were there to guard the cargo. The box containing the general's jar was loaded onto the 3rd truck. The first 2 trucks were filled with loose timber, while only the 3rd truck had a box. The trucks quickly left the city and drove onto the main road, where there were sparse houses along the side, with signs advertising tire repairs and restaurants with blue fabric curtains. "Director, let's eat here, otherwise, we'll be heading into the mountains and it will be hard to find a restaurant," the driver suggested with a smile. Gu Chao nodded. "That works." Yuan and I knew that long-distance travelers often ate at roadside diners. Although these places looked simple, they served good, hearty food. The trucks parked in order, and the owner of the small restaurant came out warmly to greet them. "Would you like noodles or rice?" "We have everything." Just then, someone from the last truck let out a piercing cry, "Mom, I want to eat rice." Everyone was startled. The last truck was loaded with goods. Where did a child come from? In the last truck, there were 2 security personnel. Upon hearing the crying, they became tense. "Oh no, someone has snuck onto the truck." Everyone was alarmed. They couldn't even think about eating now and needed to check the situation first. The last truck was filled with wooden boxes, and for safety, they were not only secured with ropes but also partially covered with canvas. The security personnel hurried to the truck, lifted the canvas, and saw 2 people sitting on the boxes. Surprisingly, it was Tang Meifin and her young daughter. The one crying for rice was Tang Meifin's little girl.
"Who are you?" they asked.
"Isn't this truck going to Dan County?" "We just wanted to hitch a ride," Tang Meifin said, trembling with fear. "Who allowed you to ride? How did you get on?" Gu Chao asked seriously. "No one let us ride. You were just going the same way." "With such a big truck, what's the harm in a couple more people? Just help us out, okay?"
Tang Meifin polit.
"Director, why not just take them along?" "This woman has a point. With such a big truck, it's not a big deal to bring a few people." One of the drivers suddenly spoke up. Gu Chao glanced at him and recognized him as the driver of the last truck. "Don't you know the rules of the factory?" "Master Chen, you've been around for a while. How can you say that? If there was room in the driver's cabin, it wouldn't matter, but you can't let people into the cargo area. I won't even mention the damage to property. Don't you know? It's unsafe in the cargo area. What if something isn't secured properly and a box hits someone?" A security officer said anxiously. "It won't happen. All these boxes are secured and won't move around." "Can I guarantee that?" Master Chen stubbornly defended himself. Gu Chao looked at Tang Meifin and then at Master Chen. "I see. You let these 2 on the truck without permission, right?" Master Chen pulled out a cigarette and squatted down to smoke. "What permission? The truck is so big, and I'm the one driving. What's wrong with bringing a couple of people? Drivers are skilled workers and not easily replaced," so Master Chen felt confident. In fact, he thought if Gu Chao can bring people, so can he. Why should Gu Chao's guests sit in the cabin while his people have to stay in the cargo area? Can the director bully others? The 2 security officers exchanged glances and moved to pull Tang Meifin and her daughter down. Everyone has their responsibilities. If a driver doesn't follow the rules, that's their problem, and they need to do their job well. "Oh, I'm not getting down. Master Chen, you need to help. Didn't we agree? You're taking me back to Dan County. You can't just leave me," Tang Meifin shouted, holding onto a box tightly. "If you don't let go, I won't drive this truck," Master Chen said firmly, taking off his cap. Gu Chao looked coldly at Master Chen. "You won't drive?" "I won't if you can't even give me this little bit of respect. It's disheartening." Master Chen patted his chest. "All right then, you all hurry and pull them down." The security staff forcibly removed Tang Meifin and her daughter from the car, throwing their luggage out as well. "Director, the suitcase they were sitting on got crushed. Should you come take a look?" Gu Chao felt a jolt in his heart. The last suitcase loaded was Yuan Ni's. Could it be that this unknown mother and daughter were sitting on Yuan's suitcase? Yuan and I realized this too and followed Gu Chao back to the car. Sure enough, the box containing the general's jar was crushed. The car was filled with wooden boxes, but this one was small and made of cardboard. It was puzzling why Tang Meifan and her daughter chose such a fragile box to sit on. Yuan and I suppressed her urge to shout and opened the box for inspection. When she opened it, she was furious. The cotton stuffed at the edges was pulled out, and the cloth meant to cover the jar was missing. Her heart raced as she quickly took out the jar to check. Thankfully, the general's jar was unharmed. Did you lose anything?
Gu Chao asked.
Yes, the green velvet cloth that was on top is gone. Gu Chao shouted under the car, search those too. They might be stealing. The driver and security staff were now very upset. Initially, they felt guilty for kicking them out, but now they realized they were dealing with thieves, making everyone feel tricked. What are you doing? Don't touch my luggage.
Tang Meifan shouted.
Unfortunately, she couldn't stop so many hands. Soon, they found the green velvet cloth in Tang Meifan's bag and pulled out a lot of cotton from her pocket. Director, we found it. Grandma angrily slapped her thigh. What is wrong with you? Why are you stealing from us? You stole snacks yesterday, and now you're stealing fabric? You can't just take everything from one sheep. With a few simple questions, Gu Chao realized that Tang Meifan and her daughter were habitual offenders. He waved his hand, call the police. We don't have time to deal with people like this. Let the police handle it. Master Chen became anxious upon hearing this and quickly pulled Gu Chao aside to speak quietly. He stopped Gu Chao from calling the police.
Why not?
Well, I acted impulsively. If we call the police, it will involve me too, and it won't look good for the factory. Master Chen lowered his head and honestly confessed what he had done. Last night, the truck had entered the factory. Since the truck was a valuable asset, they left someone on duty, and that person was Master Chen. Master Chen was sleeping in the driver's seat when he heard some noise. He got out with a flashlight and saw Tang Meifan and her daughter. It turned out that after being kicked out, the mother and daughter had nowhere to go, so they sneaked into the lumber yard, hoping to get on a truck. Seeing this, Master Chen had a bad idea. He suggested that if Tang Meifan would be nice to him just once, he would give them a free ride back to Dan County. This was like using the company vehicle for his own benefit. Tang Meifan, feeling embarrassed because her pants were loose, agreed. Why did Master Chen want to help Tang Meifan? It was because she had something on him. If Gu Chao called the police, Tang Meifan would definitely expose him. You are messing around with women, Gu Chao said with a serious face. Director, you can't tell anyone. If outsiders find out, they will say our furniture factory is involved in scandals. It would ruin the factory's reputation. At this point, Master Chen regretted his decision. If he had known Tang Meifan was trouble, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Now he was in a difficult situation. Seeing Gu Chao silent, Master Chen rubbed his hands together and leaned in. Director, listen to me. Let's just take them with us. That way, Tang Meifan won't say anything, and we can protect the factory's reputation. Gu Chao took out a cigarette and placed it on his lips. Master Chen quickly pulled out a match to light it. Director, this way we can have it both ways. Gu Chao blew out a smoke ring. You did something wrong, and the factory has to clean up after you? That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about our factory's reputation. If I'm implicated, it could harm our name. Well, according to you, honest people should clean up after those who do wrong? Master Chen fell silent, but he meant just that. Zhang, call the police and say someone is causing trouble. Gu Chao's voice suddenly rose. Master Chen was startled and softened his tone. Director Gu, you can't do that. I'm a long-time employee here. Gu Chao shot him a cold glance. There's nothing I can't do. Cutting ties is necessary, especially since Master Chen wasn't an important person. He was just a piece of trouble. Hearing Gu Chao's decision, others were worried. It's the right thing to do, but what will we do about the truck without a driver? Gu Chao raised an eyebrow. I'll drive. A security officer slapped his forehead and said, I remember now. Didn't the factory director drive when he was in the army? You've got it wrong. The director was an officer in the army, so he must have learned to drive. This is great. Without any rotten eggs, can we still make the cake? Seeing that Gu Chao was determined to deal with him, Master Chen's legs went weak, and he could no longer stand. He was a full-time worker and was in charge of driving. What was he trying to achieve? As for Tang Meifan, she cried with snot and tears, but what good would that do? People must take responsibility for their mistakes. Calling the police delayed things a bit, and it was afternoon before the vehicle finally set off. Gu Chao replaced Master Chen and drove the last vehicle, with Yuan and I and a security officer on board. Fortunately, the journey went smoothly, and a day later, they finally returned to Dan County. Once they arrived in Dan County, the truck drove directly into the furniture factory. The grandmother, being older, immediately went to find a restroom after getting off the vehicle. Gu Chao looked at Yuan and I and said, "Why don't you sit in my office for a bit? Once we unload the goods, I'll take you back." Yuan and I declined, saying, "We're close to home. It would be better if my uncle took us back." Gu Chao had already done a huge favor by bringing them back from the provincial city, and even though her uncle worked at the factory, it wouldn't be right to trouble Gu Chao further. Gu Chao nodded and called someone over, giving a few casual instructions, and that person hurried off to take care of it. During the journey, the two were together, but unfortunately, there was also a security officer in the vehicle, so they hardly spoke. Now that everyone else had left, only Yuan and I and Gu Chao remained, and the atmosphere between them became delicate. Suddenly, Gu Chao's eyes moved, and he reached out toward Yuan and I. He was tall, and Yuan and I only reached his chest. Seeing him reach out, she instinctively took a step back. Unexpectedly, she backed into a wall and nearly stumbled. Gu Chao reached out and caught Yuan and I, saying, "You have a leaf on your head." His hand was large, with long, strong fingers, and his palm was surprisingly warm. When he held her waist, he almost completely wrapped around it. When they were in the provincial city, Gu Chao had ridden a bike with Yuan and I, and at that time, she had held onto his waist. But these two moments felt completely different for both of them. In the summer, wearing light clothing, there was only a thin layer between them, and Gu Chao's touch startled Yuan and I. He quickly let go, but the delicate sensation lingered on his fingertips. Just then, someone interrupted the moment. "Director, is my mom back with Yuan and I?" Uncle's loud voice suddenly interrupted the lovely atmosphere between the two. You're back. You haven't had a break, have you? It's a good time to send your mom home, so she can rest for a few days." After arranging everything, Gu Chao glanced at Yuan and I before leaving. Uncle laughed. "Yuan and I, where's your mom?" "She went to the bathroom." "Was the trip to the provincial city smooth? Is your mom okay?"
It went well.
"Grandma is fine. Just a little scare." "You scared me." "I'm glad she's okay." While they were talking, Grandma returned and immediately remarked that Uncle had lost weight. "Isn't the factory food good? Why did you lose weight?" "They always serve rice at the factory, and I'm not used to it."
I see.
"Locals prefer noodles. They can eat a big bowl, but rice is harder for them." "All right, when we get back, I'll make you some oil splash noodles." Grandma greeted Gu Chao and invited him to come over for noodles when he had time, then started organizing to go home. At this time, there were no more buses, but luckily Uncle had been working in the city for a while and had some connections. He quickly found a tractor going their way. After offering the driver a cigarette, the driver happily agreed to help. As they chatted, the driver soon learned that Grandma was related to second Uncle Chen Xuanong. He stopped the tractor and handed the cigarette back to Uncle, saying, "I learned to drive tractors with Xuanong. We're good friends, so I can't take your stuff." "Come on, just one cigarette. If you don't smoke it, you don't recognize me as your big brother," Uncle insisted politely. Grandma was delighted. "My Xuanong is driving a tractor now?" "Yes, Chin Xuanong is busy in your commune. I'm just in town to haul some things." The driver, being a classmate of Chen's, was very friendly and drove them right to their doorstep. As they unloaded their bags, a group of kids rushed out, shouting, "Grandma's back." Second Uncle's two kids were as dark as coal, followed by Zhaodi and Pandai, and finally, Maodan and Godin. Grandma was all smiles. "You're back. Come in and wait while I get you some treats." Maodan had a missing tooth and hadn't wiped his nose properly. Grandma helped clean him up and opened a pack of swan eggs, saying, "One for each of you." The kids had never seen such fancy snacks, and their eyes lit up. "Wow, it smells so good." After finishing the snacks, Grandpa came back. He was worried about Grandma, so he went straight into the house leaned it against the table, and started looking at Grandma. "You finally returned. How was it? What did the hospital say?" Grandma smiled and shook her head. "I'm doing well. What about you? Are you tired?" "Not really, but the kids are a handful. Thankfully, you're back. You need to take care of them. I can't handle it," Grandpa said as he sat down, feeling exhausted. "What's wrong? Is it the second son's wife causing trouble?" "No, it's Guiying. Didn't she start working at the veterinary station?" "She's acting confused." Grandpa was worried and couldn't sleep. Luckily, the main support was back. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. As Yuan and I just locked away the valuable items in her room, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Mom?" She had given her job at the veterinary station to her mother. Although the pay was lower, it was better than working in the fields. She wondered what her mother had done to make Grandpa so troubled. "Well, it's from the Yuan family. Their eldest son found out your mom has a job and has been visiting the veterinary station every day, trying to win her back." "What? How shameless. He should be stopped every time he shows up. How can Guiying forget what happened before?" Grandma slammed the table. "Exactly. Guiying is too soft-hearted. I don't know who gave that Yuan guy the idea, but instead of being forceful, he's being all nice when they meet. Guiying has started to have feelings again. If it weren't for Dr. Du from the veterinary station coming to warn me, I would have been completely in the dark." Grandpa continued, saying that Yuan Ni's mother had just started working at the veterinary station, and everything seemed fine. She was hard-working and skillful, even packing lunch for Dr. Du, and they got along well. Yuan's eldest son must have heard something and started waiting for Yuan Ni's mother on her usual route. At first, she scolded him when they met, but he wasn't upset. Instead, he became more attentive, bringing her water, food, and even a small bouquet of wildflowers. Now, Yuan Ni's mother not only didn't resist him, but sometimes even enjoyed walking with him. When Grandpa learned this news, it felt like a thunderbolt, but he didn't dare say anything directly, fearing that his words might only push them closer together. Ugh, those are just worthless things. Guiying was fooled by such tricks before. Why can't she remember? Grandma was frustrated. Grandma couldn't understand something, and Grandpa was even more confused. Anyway, it's not the worst time yet. Guiying hasn't told her family, which means she hasn't made up her mind. Since you're back, mother and daughter share a bond. You should talk to her and help her avoid making the same mistakes. Grandma understood and replied with a serious face, "Then I'll have a good talk with her." Just after they finished discussing this important matter, family members started coming home one after another. The first to enter were the two sons of the eldest uncle. These boys worked like adults and could already earn full credits. The children were quite thoughtful. As soon as they entered, they asked Grandma if she was feeling better. Grandma was happy. "I'm fine now. I bought each of you a pair of shoes." Grandma bought them green rubber shoes. These shoes are waterproof and comfortable, but the downside is that they are not breathable and can make feet smell. City folks don't like them, but they are very practical for farmers working in the fields. When Grandma saw the green rubber shoes in the department store, she immediately thought of her hardworking grandsons and bought them right away. The boys saw the green rubber shoes and smiled widely, putting them on right away. "Grandma, you are so good to us." Following their father's lead, the boys had big feet, but luckily the shoes were the largest size, fitting them perfectly. Grandma went to the provincial city for a checkup and still thought of you. You too must remember to show her respect. The eldest uncle took the opportunity to remind them. Yes, we will definitely respect Grandma. Soon, Zhao Fuhua returned as well. The second uncle drove in on a tractor, and Zhao Fuhua smiled when she saw Grandma and greeted her. Grandma didn't forget her. She showed Zhao Fuhua some fabric. "I have enough for the two kids, and I will make something for them later." "Then give me the fabric, and I will make it," Zhao Fuhua immediately offered, eager to take the fabric. "No, let me do it," Grandma insisted. not wanting to give Zhao Fuhua the fabric for fear she would take it back to her family. Zhao Fuhua had done that before, and trust between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was gone now. The way mom says to do it is how it should be done. So don't take over. The second uncle happened to see the scene and couldn't help but scold Zhao Fuhua. Zhao Fuhua rubbed her hands awkwardly. She had many faults, but she really listened to the second uncle. The eldest aunt was the last to return. As the eldest daughter-in-law, she had many responsibilities to manage, from family matters to social interactions. After asking about Grandma's health, she started talking about the situation in the village. You all think ahead too much. As soon as you leave, those who want to borrow money come knocking at the door. According to Auntie, the fastest to arrive were the family of Tian Xiaofeng, the daughter-in-law of the fifth son. Tian Xiaofeng's mother immediately asked to borrow money, wanting 500 yuan. She must have mentioned the bonus. Grandma sneered. Who else? Auntie glanced at Xiao Fujia, but remained silent. Grandma understood that this daughter-in-law's family also wanted to take advantage. Besides relatives, are there others? There are others too, borrowing 10 or 8 yuan. In total, 7 or 8 families came, all from those in the village who liked to take advantage. I told them the money was taken away, and I have no money. I have no money either, Grandpa chimed in. Well said, they are all families who scrape by. How can they afford to help others? Grandma said calmly. The situation in the village was special. If there was a real issue, the Chun family would help, but the people coming to borrow money were not doing so because of a real need. They were trying to take advantage of the situation. You should know that Yuan and I received a bonus of 3,000 yuan. Such a large sum, especially since it was unexpected, would definitely make some people envious and want to take advantage of their relationship as fellow villagers. The money borrowed at this time was not intended to be returned. Grandma and Grandpa wanted to hide immediately because they anticipated this situation. What about these past 2 days? No one has come to the door, Mom. What should we do next? You should say that I fell ill and went to the city for treatment, spending all the money I had left. Then a thief came and stole everything. Grandma had already thought of a plan.
Okay, I'll say that.
Uncle and Auntie understood right away what to do. Zhao Fujia looked around, confused. Was the money really gone? Grandma remembered something important and took out 2 radios, giving one to Grandpa. This is for the team leader. Take it to him and listen to it in front of him. After that, come back. Grandpa nodded and asked Yuan and I how to use the radio. After learning, he carefully tucked the radio under his arm and left. Mom, why is there another one? Zhao Fujia pointed to the other radio. This one is for NIR to buy for the family. Everyone can listen to it, but it must not be taken into your own room.
What?
Our family has a radio now. The children were the happiest. Yuan and I assigned the task of handling the radio to her 2 older cousins. They both learned quickly and impatiently changed the channels, soon receiving 3 clear stations, playing storytelling, opera, and news. The room suddenly fell silent as everyone listened attentively. At that moment, they were enjoying a storytelling session about Cheng Yaojin's famous 3 axes. Just as they were getting into it, Yuan Yang finally returned, but she was not alone. Yuan Lauda hesitantly followed her. Just when they thought things were calm. Guiying, why did you bring him here? As soon as he saw Yuan Lauda, the second uncle couldn't hold back and jumped up. Second brother, he said he wanted to see the children, Yuan Yang said, shrinking back a bit. Yuan and I narrowed her eyes. See the children? That was quite a good excuse. No one could deny the relationship between the 3 sisters and Yuan Lauda. The Chin family members stared intently at Yuan Lauda, who awkwardly smiled. Mother, big brother, second brother, I'm here. With Grandpa not around, Grandma was in charge. Even if Grandpa were present, Grandma would still be in charge. Others were not as impulsive as the second uncle. Everyone was waiting for Grandma to speak. Grandma lightly acknowledged, the children are all here. Just take a look and leave. Pan Di tightly grabbed Zhao arm, her eyes wide. Grandma, I'm scared. Yuan and I couldn't help but give her little sister a thumbs up. That was a good line. Sure enough, the Chun family members clenched their fists. Yuan Lauda frowned. Pan Di, Don't you recognize your father? Hurry over here. Zhao Di shouted. We won't go. You don't like us. You prefer Jinbao and Yinbao. You only give them the good food and make us do all the work. I don't care if you call yourself our father. Jinbao and Yinbao were the children of Yuan Laoda's sister-in-law, Zhang Chunyu. Hearing this, Yuan and I smiled. This sister was worth the love. She could see clearly. Grandma's face darkened. Going. Did you hear that? You can't be confused about this. Why did you bring him back? Do you think the children are too comfortable? Mother clutched the corner of her clothes, not daring to lift her head. No, after all, he is the children's father. That was a confusing statement. Yuan Laoda felt he had found his backbone and puffed out his chest. Mother, you see, 3 children can't be without a father. Guiying can't be without a man. Nothing beats the original. It's the same with couples. Just let me be with Guiying. Yuan and I scoffed. A man like you, who favors his sister-in-law, only knows how to bully his wife and children. The 3 of us in the Yuan family are just laborers. I don't want a father like that. Zhao Di nodded. Sister and I is right. I don't acknowledge you. I don't acknowledge you either. The eldest brother's face turned pale as he struggled to control his anger. Yuan and I, you are the eldest sister. How can you lead your 2 younger sisters like this? You don't even want a father. Do you want to live like wild children? Yuan and I dug in her ear and slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a large scar. I was serving a bowl of rice to Jin Bao when I accidentally spilled it, and then Zhang Chunyu poured half a pot of soup on my arm. Grandma, uncle, second uncle, can you guess what Yuan Man song said? Mom, do you remember what Yuan Man song did back then? The burn left a big scar on Yuan Ni's arm, shocking to see, and it was hard to imagine that it was intentionally done by her aunt. The Chen family's expressions changed, and even Zhao Fuhua muttered in dissatisfaction. Why is the aunt hitting the children? Is their father not around? Uncle slammed his hand on the table. Yuan, what do you have to say for yourself? The eldest brother turned pale, unable to respond. He often scolded and hit the children, following Zhang Chunyu's lead, sometimes even more harshly than she did. Zhao Di rolled up her pants. I have scars too. Little Pan Di said, I have them too. Yuan and I looked at her mother. Has the scar on your shoulder healed? Do you remember how you got it? If you had any backbone, you wouldn't have brought this trouble here. Do you deserve to be a mother? Yuan Ni's mother stepped back, shaking her head desperately. And it's not like that. Your father said he would change. Right, and you have to believe your father. He will change and won't hit you anymore. He'll even buy you candy, okay? The eldest brother desperately tried to reassure them. A dog can't change its nature. Why would I believe you? Zhao Fuhua laughed. Well said. For the first time, Yuan and I felt that Zhao Fuhua wasn't such a bad person after all. Grandma sighed. Guiying, you are not a child anymore. Why are you still so easily swayed? There are plenty of men out there. Even if you remarry, don't choose someone with the surname Yuan again. I'm telling you, eldest and second, your sister has been bullied. Now they've come to your door, wanting to bully her again. What are you 2 going to do as her brothers? Uncle glared at the eldest brother and spat into his palm. Mom, I know what to do. Second uncle was already looking for something to use. A shovel wouldn't work. It might hurt too much. A broom wouldn't hurt enough. Oh, that shovel in the corner looks good. The 2 uncles closed in, and the eldest brother nervously stepped back. Eldest brother, second brother, don't do this. Before he could finish his sentence, Uncle's fist came crashing down, sending the eldest brother straight into the wall. Uncle Air's stick was used to hit feet, striking hard again and again. This place was merciless. He could hit freely. Yuan Laoda screamed, Guiying, help me. Unfortunately, Yuan Yang was held back by Aunt, so no one could save Yuan Laoda. He was hit to the ground and crawled out of the yard. Uncle Air chased after him, and it was unclear what happened next, but Yuan Laoda screamed again in agony. Yuan Yang trembled all over, keeping her head down and silent. Yuan and I looked on coldly, feeling that this wasn't over. She didn't know what kind of spell Yuan Laoda had cast on her mother. Clearly, her mother was swayed and wanted to take the three sisters back to that muddy place. She closed her eyes and thought carefully. Their lives had just started to get on track. She couldn't let Yuan Laoda ruin it. She needed to make her mother see Yuan Laoda's true nature and give up on him completely. What should she do? Yuan and I had originally bought something for her mother, but out of disappointment, she didn't want to take it out. She didn't speak to her mother the whole evening. Zhaodi and Pandai shared candy, just as they had agreed, and didn't give any to their mother. Feeling neglected by the three children, Yuan Yang finally couldn't hold back. And you have to trust me. I really want the best for you all. As long as your father can change, we can live well together, and that's better than anything. Yuan and I scoffed. What do you mean by living well? Can the Yuan family's money support you? Aren't you making money now? I still have a job. It's better than before. Yuan and I covered her ears, refusing to listen. Why should she spend her hard-earned money on Yuan Laoda? Her mother was so wrong. She had to find a way to correct it. The next day, after her mother left, Yuan and I hid the treasures she had exchanged and then headed straight to the savings bank with her money. Having over 10,000 yuan at home made her uneasy. The bank teller was very friendly when she saw Yuan and I deposit such a large amount. After splitting the money into several accounts, Yuan and I felt relieved as she walked out. She planned to visit the veterinary station to see if Dr. Du could provide more clues. Just then, two people walked side by side across the street, immediately catching Yuan Ni's attention. Those two were none other than the cunning Yuan Laoda and Zhang Chunyu. It was unusual for her uncle and aunt to go out together, especially so closely. Yuan and I became alert and quietly followed them. Zhang Chunyu had a serious expression as she spoke to Yuan Laoda. You need to think of a way. No matter what, you have to get Jinbao and Yinbao to go to school in the city. Now that college entrance exams have resumed, if rural kids want a future, they must study. I don't want those two to be digging in the dirt. The elder scratched his head. He was just a country boy. In his youth, he was good-looking, but now he felt useless. No money, no skills. All the kids in our team are studying at the commune. Isn't it good for Jinbao and Yinbao to study there? Why do they have to go to the county town? Is that called a middle school? I teach there. I know what the level is like. The teachers are too poor. They can teach people to read, but they can't produce college students. You need to think of a way. If you really can't, just give me the money, and I'll find someone to ensure the two kids get into the county high school, Zhang Chunyu said, her eyes shining with a wild light. I haven't gotten the money yet. I went to find Anayer's mother yesterday. She is willing to remarry, but those kids don't want her to. You know how wild the Chen family is. Look at what they did to me, the elder said, feeling wronged as he pointed to his foot. His foot was wrapped in white cloth, and he limped as he walked. His face was bruised with purple and blue marks. Zhang Chunyu glanced at him with a look of disgust. Weren't you supposed to sweet-talk Anayer's mother? How come her family still hurt you? It's that stubborn girl Anayer. She's the one stirring things up. Otherwise, I could have coaxed her mother back. Once she's back, I can squeeze all the money out of Anayer. I heard that girl got a bonus of 3,000 yuan. With that money, not only can we send Jinbao and Yinbao to school, but I can also help you get a job in the county town. The elder sighed. Hearing about the 3,000 yuan, Zhang Chunyu's expression softened. If it didn't work out once, just try a few more times. I think Anayer's mother is indecisive. If you say the right things, she'll definitely soften up. Yeah, I know. I plan to go over this afternoon and catch her on her way home. Then go ahead. It's still early, Chunyu. I've endured so much for the kids. Don't you feel sorry for me? That statement sent chills down the spine. It was unusual for an elder brother-in-law to speak like that to his sister-in-law. If outsiders heard, they would surely say this family lacked morals. However, Zhang Chunyu didn't find it strange. She looked around cautiously. You go wait in the dormitory for me. I have 2 more classes and I'll come back after that. The elder nodded happily and limped away. Zhang Chunyu was not an ordinary rural woman. After moving to the countryside, she quickly found a teaching job at the commune middle school. She didn't have to work in the fields and received food rations, which was a top benefit among rural women. The commune middle school provided dormitories for the teachers. If they finished work too late, they would stay overnight in the dormitory. The dormitory assigned to Zhang Chunyu is a separate room in a house outside the school. If she were to do something inside, it would be hard for outsiders to know. After the elder left, Zhang Chunyu fixed her hair and headed to the community school. Once no one was around, Yuan and I stepped out from behind a big tree. What she heard today was enough to shatter her worldview. Even back at the Yuan family, Yuan and I had noticed that the relationship between the elder and Zhang Chunyu was unusual. Zhang Chunyu had a son and a daughter, named Jinbao and Yinbao. If the elder favored his nephew Jinbao because he valued sons over daughters, Yuan and I could understand that. But the truth is, the elder not only cared for Jinbao but also liked his niece Yinbao. Why did he dislike his own daughter but like his brother's daughter? This was very strange. Yuan and I guessed it might have something to do with Zhang Chunyu, but that was a bold assumption without evidence, so she let it go. Today, she followed behind and listened closely to their conversation, which pointed to one conclusion: the elder and Zhang Chunyu were having an affair. This was too interesting for Yuan and I to ignore. She crossed her arms in thought and quickly came up with a clever plan. Meanwhile, the elder walked with a limp, stopping to buy some snacks along the way, all for Zhang Chunyu. He wasn't incapable of charming women. He just thought that someone like Yuan's mother wasn't worth his effort. For Zhang Chunyu, he was willing to spend money and put in the effort. Zhang Chunyu's dormitory was in a row of single-story houses where other single people from the community lived. The neighbors weren't very familiar with each other, and no one paid attention to where the elder was going. Seizing the opportunity, he took out his keys and entered. The room was simply furnished, with just a bed and a table. Zhang Chunyu's clothes were casually thrown on the bed. The elder, ignoring his foot pain, helped fold the clothes one by one. If the Yuan family saw him like this, they would surely think he was possessed. At home, he was the type who wouldn't even help if a bottle fell over. Who would have thought he would go this far for a woman? Most importantly, this woman was his sister-in-law. After tidying up the bed, the elder lay down happily. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a secret affair. The thrill of having an affair with his sister-in-law was even more exciting. After thinking for a while, he finally heard the sound of the door unlocking. Zhang Chunyu had returned. The elder couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over, pulling the person onto the bed. "Hurry up, I've missed you so much." "Don't rush, you're hurting me." "Hee, this is nothing. I'll make you feel worse later." Not mentioning the inappropriate actions of these two, Yuan and I had already arrived at the Xiangyang Brigade. She grew up here, so she naturally had acquaintances. Soon, Yuan and I met some childhood friends. After chatting for a bit, she got to the point. "Please send a message to the Yuan family for me, but don't say it's for me." "Sure, what do you want to say?" "Just tell them." Her friends nodded, understanding that passing messages was harmless, and they could say anything. Finally, Yuan and I took out some candies and snacks to share with everyone. "I can't let you work for free. It's just a small favor. No need to be so polite. Shall we go now?" "Yes, now is perfect." After arranging things at the Xiangyang Brigade, Yuan and I felt a bit guilty. She looked at the sky and decided to make one more trip to the commune's middle school. Zhang Chunyu always liked to play the good person, and Yuan and I wouldn't miss the chance to expose her true self. Thinking this, she quickly left the village, hopped on her bike, and headed to the middle school. Thus, under Yuan's arrangements, two groups set off energetically, both heading for Zhang Chunyu's dormitory. One group was led by Yuan Mantun, the second son of the Yuan family. Hearing that Zhang Chunyu was unwell, he quickly borrowed a bicycle to go pick up his wife. The other group consisted of teachers from the middle school, who also heard that teacher Zhang was sick and unable to move in her dorm. As colleagues, they felt it was their duty to help, so a crowd of them rushed over. "It's hot. Teacher Zhang might have suffered from heat stroke." The colleagues of Zhang Chunyu were almost there, arriving first since they were nearby. "That's very likely. We should prepare some mung bean soup." "Which room is Teacher Zhang's dorm?" This one at the front. Teacher Zhang, it's me, Teacher Wang.
How are you?
Can you open the door? After calling for a while, the room remained silent. This door is locked. What's going on? Teacher Wang was very alert. Seeing no response, he pushed the door, only to find it locked from the inside. Oh no, could it be that Teacher Zhang is seriously ill? Are you saying she fainted? Who are you talking about fainting? Yuan Man-tun, the second son of the Yuan family, arrived just in time. Teacher Zhang Chunyu, we are all your colleagues. We heard you were sick, so we rushed over, but the door won't open. Yuan Man-tun frowned and pushed the door hard. Everyone step aside. I'll kick the door open.
Who are you?
I am her husband. Since they were married, no one would question him kicking the door. The colleagues moved aside to give him some space. Yuan Lair, who worked hard in the fields, raised his leg and kicked the door open. As soon as the door opened, a foul smell rushed out. Most of the people present were family, and someone quickly noticed something was wrong. Wasn't that the smell that comes after a couple is together? Yuan Lair waved his hand in front of his nose and looked closely. Chunyu, why aren't you opening the door? Who's in bed with you? Zhang Chunyu was under the covers with Yuan Laoda, shivering in bed. She wasn't scared when only her colleagues came over, and Yuan Laoda wasn't in a hurry to get dressed. No one expected Yuan Lair to come and kick the door down. Once the door was kicked open, it trapped Zhang Chunyu and Yuan Montong in bed. Yuan Lair's eyes turned red as he rushed in to confront them. So that's why you never come home. Let me see who your lover is. He swung his fists wildly, hitting without thinking, then remembered to look for the lover. He pulled the covers off, revealing Yuan Laoda's face. The two brothers stared at each other, shocked. Brother, how could it be you? Yuan Lair felt like the ground had fallen from beneath him. When did his wife get involved with his older brother? Yuan Laoda awkwardly said, Man-tun, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. You two have no shame. One is my brother-in-law, and the other is my sister-in-law. When did this happen? Aren't you afraid of consequences? I want to make you pay. Yuan Lair shouted, dragging Zhang Chunyu by her hair and pulling her out of bed. In a hurry, Zhang Chunyu was only in her nightclothes, exposing her arms and legs. The teachers felt very awkward, unsure whether to look or not. Man-tun, let me explain. It's not what you think. Your brother forced me. In this life-and-death moment, Zhang Chunyu finally thought of a way to protect herself by shifting the blame. As long as she placed all the blame on Yuan Laoda, she could be seen as innocent.
What?
Yuan Lair immediately believed her. Being forced and willingly cheating were two different things. Though both would lead to betrayal, being forced felt less shameful. Really, your brother said he brought me something, so I believed him and opened the door. Who knew he would act like a beast and force himself on me? I couldn't resist, Zhang Chunyu said, sounding genuinely heartbroken. Elder Brother 2 immediately kicked Elder Brother 1, you beast. What do you have to say for yourself? Elder Brother 1 held his head. It's not like that. We've been fine for many years. Elder Brother 2 was hit hard by this, stumbling back 3 steps, almost falling. What did you say? I said we've been good for many years, even Jin Bao and Yin Bao are. Before Elder Brother 1 could finish, Zhang Chunyu covered his mouth. Yuan Montong, you're not human. You dare to do wrong and not admit it? You did something bad. Don't try to drag me into it, Zhang Chunyu shouted, eyes wide, not letting Elder Brother 1 speak further. This scene felt very wrong, and the teachers watched with great interest, as if they were missing some snacks. Elder Brother 2 crouched on the ground, holding his head in pain. You bully people. It's not too late for you to understand. If he wasn't their father, would he treat Jin Bao and Yin Bao so well? Yuan and I, who had been watching with her mother for a while, decided it was time to step in. Zhang Chunyu widened her eyes. Yuan and I, are you trying to get yourself killed? Don't say such things. Yuan Ni's mother slapped Zhang Chunyu, making her face twist. Why do you always pick on the kids? Is it because of this man? Elder Brother 1 shouted angrily. You dare hit her? I'll make you pay. Who are you going to hurt? 2 police officers walked over just in time to see Elder Brother 1 acting arrogantly. You're the one messing around with relationships, right? You still want to hit someone? Elder brother one shook his head vigorously. No, I didn't. The officers pointed at his bare legs. You aren't even wearing pants, and you dare claim you're innocent? Though there were many people present, only Zhang Chunyu and elder brother one were in disarray, making them very obvious targets. Yuan and I, worried that elder brother one might escape justice, went to the police station after leaving the community school to report someone was causing trouble. Finally, she brought her mother to the veterinary station. Now, with all efforts combined, elder brother one and Zhang Chunyu were in serious trouble. Zhang Chunyu cried out, "Officers, you're here. I want to report that Yuan Montong assaulted me." The two police officers were shocked. Messing around with relationships could lead to hard labor but was a different matter. He could face serious consequences. Are you sure? Zhang Chunyu nodded vigorously, afraid that if she hesitated, it would seem like she was guilty. I'm sure. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. No matter what, Yuan Yang has a good reputation and a strong family backing her. With her support, no one will dare to bully Jin Bao and Yin Bao anymore. If you can bring the money, as long as your aunt is willing to come back, the money will be ours, Grandma Yuan said confidently. All right, we'll go and bow to her. For money, Jin Bao is willing to do anything. As the three of them stepped outside, they were hit with rotten vegetable leaves. Oh, look who's come out. Grandma Yuan lowered her head and hurried the two kids away. She used to be quite fierce, but now she didn't dare to speak back. With her two sons locked up, who could she provoke? They cautiously made their way to the veterinary station, where Grandma Yuan pushed Jin Bao and Yin Bao inside to bow. Quickly, persuade your aunt to come back. Jin Bao and Yin Bao didn't hesitate. They found Yuan Yang and knelt down, repeating what Grandma Yuan had taught them. Yuan Yang used to be soft-hearted, but after witnessing the disgraceful behavior of Yuan Montong and Zhang Chunyu, she had completely changed. Looking at the kneeling Jin Bao and Yin Bao, she felt nothing but disgust. You two little brats have the wrong person. Aunt, we're looking for you. We want you to come back. The family can't be without you. Jin Bao spoke smoothly. Now that aunt has money, everyone says Yuan Yang has earned thousands in bonuses. With just a dime, you can buy 10 pieces of fruit candy. How much candy can you buy with 1,000? Even for the sake of the candy, Jin Bao wanted to trick aunt into coming back. You little brat can really talk, just like Yuan Lauda, Yuan Yang thought, having seen the scandal. She was convinced that Jin Bao and Yin Bao were Yuan Lauda's children. Just thinking about Yuan Lauda made her feel sick. She hadn't eaten properly for days and even found Jin Bao and Yin Bao annoying. Seeing that Yuan Yang was unmoved, Jin Bao and Yin Bao began to bow repeatedly. Aunt, please come back. To be fair, the two kids were small, and seeing them kneeling was quite pitiful. To onlookers, it seemed like Yuan Yang was being unreasonable. People began to whisper. A few older women were ready to step in and talk to Yuan Yang. It's all the adults' fault. If the kids want to go back, they should be allowed to. We can't make things hard for them. Seeing this, Dr. Du quickly came over to intervene. Everyone, don't just watch. These kids aren't good. Their mother is Teacher Zhang. That kind of family is a disaster. Don't get involved. Teacher Zhang? Oh, she's the one involved in the scandal. She belongs to that family, so she absolutely cannot go back. That place is a complete mess. It's too scary. Zhang Chunyu is now well known, but for all the wrong reasons. People say she is a seductress who married the second son and secretly had 2 children with the eldest. It's truly a disgrace. This shows that reputation is important. Once it is tarnished, no matter how nicely you speak, others won't believe you. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Jin Bao and Yin Bao almost hit their heads, having finally built up some momentum, only to have it shattered by Dr. Du's words. You two, get out of here quickly, and don't disturb the doctor's mood. Yes, hurry up and leave. Who would believe you here? Several women who were initially ready to advise Yuan Yang turned around and began to drive Jin Bao and Yin Bao away. The 2 children were confused and were kicked out without understanding why. Yuan Lao Tai's plan fell apart just like that. That afternoon, Yuan and I came to visit Dr. Du, who told her about the events of the morning. Your mother is doing well now. She seems clear-headed. I believe she won't easily fall for that family's tricks again. Dr. Du, I have to thank you. If you hadn't reminded my grandfather, my mother might have made a mistake, Yuan and I said as she placed a gift on the table. It was a pair of plastic gloves bought from a labor protection store in the provincial city. These gloves are waterproof and fit snugly, making them perfect for Dr. Du's use. Oh, Yuan and I, you really understand me. How did you know I wanted a pair of these gloves? Dr. Du said with a big smile. He wasn't short on money, but these plastic gloves were rare and couldn't be found in the commune. You deal with dirty water all day. Having a pair of gloves will make it more comfortable. Thank you so much. Should I give you some money for them? That was definitely not an option. Yuan and I had already said the gloves were a gift for Dr. Du. He happily accepted the gloves and then remembered something. Do you remember Gung Chunlai? Yes, I remember. He hasn't left. He found a place to stay in the county and occasionally comes by the veterinary station. I don't know what he wants.
Well,
Yuan and I knew a bit about it. Gung Chunlai had competed with her for the Mountain River Sun and Moon Cauldron and had been outsmarted, so he was probably still holding a grudge. But would staying away in a strange place really help him let go of his anger? Yuan and I thought for a while and felt that Gung Chunlai still wanted revenge. However, Gung Chunlai liked to make harsh threats but didn't seem like someone who could actually do anything serious, so Yuan and I didn't take him seriously. If he didn't want to leave, then so be it. After sitting at the veterinary station for half the day and seeing that it was almost time to go home, Dr. Du urged Yuan's mother to take her daughter home, saying, "It's time to go back. It won't count as leaving early." On the way home, Yuan's mother was still scolding Yuan Dada, saying, "You think you can just make plans and expect me to go back and clean up the mess? I won't fall for it." Yuan and I nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to enter the house, they saw Zhao Di looking around. "Sister, you finally came back. Someone from the city is looking for you. They want to offer you a job."